Oh. After swallowing Bai Liki, Lan Ao howled violently, and his voice was earth-shattering like never before. Lan Ao's body was filled with a terrifying aura like a wave, which was extremely unstable. Han Feng, quickly take back Lan Ao and swallow an existence whose cultivation is not weaker than it. Lan Ao is about to break through to the sanctuary peak triple heaven. Little Fatty said anxiously. This is the terrifying aspect of Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf. Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf can devour anything to improve its strength. As long as it does not increase too much at one time, the foundation of Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf will not be damaged. Of course, if the cultivation base reached the limit limited by the bloodline, it would be useless no matter how Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf swallowed. Han Feng heard what Xiao Peng said, and quickly took Lan Ao back to the animal breeding space. Damn you! The fire feather saint's eyes were red. Bai Liki was entrusted with the supreme hope of the holy fire feather, a hope that the fire feather sect was expected to become a superpower, but now with the fall of Bai Liki, this hope has completely disappeared. Even if one day he stepped into the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary, the first-rank sect and the superpower are simply the difference between clouds and mud, and the gap is huge. To become a superpower is enough to become the hegemonic power of the Beizhou continent, and no one dares to provoke it, and the first-rank sect still needs to be cautious, and it is timid to do anything. Because there are not many first-rank sects or empires in the mainland. Han Feng faced the imposing manner of the fire feather saint, his face did not change. The momentum of the two peaks of the sanctuary collided, and the momentum storm erupted, engulfing the surrounding buildings, and almost a quarter of the palace disappeared. Okay, so strong, it's only been a few years, and Hankiching has reached such a level. King Dashing felt that his views for so many years had been completely overturned. Throughout the ages, have there been peak sanctuaries in their 20s? Is there? After the shock, Xiao Jianxiong and the others were all delighted. With such a sky-high cultivation speed, is the sanctuary small perfection still far away? If their great prosperity empire is covered by a small perfection powerhouse in the sanctuary, I'm afraid that even the first-rank empire will give them courtesy. Go to bury this old man's apprentice. Fire rain meteor fingers. The fire feather saint has already realized that Han Feng is not simple, and at this moment it can be said that he is doing his best to display his attack. The fingers of the fire feather saint were at a point in the void, and in the blink of an eye, the void condensed endless fingers, each of which was surrounded by flames, and looked like a meteor from a distance. And now, these meteors roared towards Han Feng in unison. Han Feng can fully feel the terrifying attack of these meteor flames, and every meteor flame is probably enough to kill a sanctuary at the peak level of the 9 heavens, or even the early stage of the great sanctuary. And when these meteor flames seemed to be directed towards Han Feng felt the threat of death even more. Before these attacks approached, Han Feng felt that his skin was roasted as if it was about to scorch. The space was burned without a trace of air, and the space spread into hundreds or even more small cracks. The sky above the entire palace seemed to be doomsday, and no one from the outside dared to approach. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Han Feng did not dare to be careless and waved his hands again and again. Behind Han Feng, a huge phantom was formed, and this phantom had nearly 1,000 arms open to the left and right. Thousands of arms spread out and slammed into the sky in unison, forming a dragon's roar, slamming away at the meteor flame. The space where Han Feng and the fire feather saints are located is like a vast starry sky, and endless meteors are fighting against the dragons. This trick Han Feng performed is called the 1,000-Dragon Palm of the Celestial Immortal. It is an improvement of Han Feng's improvement of the 100-Dragon Palm of the Immortal after the Immortal body was promoted to the Celestial Immortal body. It also reaches the top-grade medium level. With the combination of Aurora Tsangyan, which is equivalent to a high-grade and low-grade holy fire. The power of the heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm is comparable to a half-step high-grade holy domain secret knowledge. In addition to the heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm, Han Feng also realized the unique skills of the sanctuary after promotion, such as heavenly immortal one finger, heavenly immortal snake dragon finger, heavenly immortal saint destroyer, etc. Among them, Tianxian Yiji, Tianxian Xingmia and Tianxian Thousand Dragon Palm are at similar levels, but Tianxian Snake and Dragon Finger has reached the half-step high-grade holy domain peculiarity level, which can be called Han Feng, except for the blood-eyed Tian Langclaw. The strongest tricks you have. In the void, a flood dragon swinging its tail smashed the meteor flame, but there were too many meteor flames, and they swarmed towards the flood dragon. After the flame meteor was smashed, the flood dragon was also completely killed. Whether it is a dragon or a meteor flame, it is actually the change of the holy yuan, which consumes the holy yuan of both sides. Han Feng Jiuyeni Hua Ju broke through to the early stage of the late fifth floor, and the recovery speed of Han Feng Xingyuan was not weaker than the initial stage of the peak of the sanctuary, which made Han Feng take a great advantage in the battle. But these have become a major weakness in the middle of the peak of the sanctuary. With the continuous bombardment of the dragon and the meteor flame, the holy yuan in Han Feng's body gradually became unsupported. Han Feng knew in his heart that unless he used stronger sanctuary techniques, such as the heavenly immortal snake and dragon fingers or the blood-eyed wolf claw, he would never be able to solve the problem in a short period of time. Han Feng was about to display a stronger sacred art, but suddenly remembered that the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife in his hand was still in the high-grade and low-grade sacred artifact and was not promoted. Since he was able to kill the peak of the sanctuary, he was afraid of being recognized in the central continent, and there was no time in the central North Sea, so that Han Feng did not have time to let the blood-drink Jiulong Dao absorb the blood and raise the level. Now is not a good time. Thinking of this, Han Feng's preparations for the stronger sanctuary skills dissipated, and the holy pupil of the star suddenly opened. What? The fire feather saint was attacking with all his strength, but suddenly found that his primordial spirit trembled, and then the scene in front of him changed. Illusionism. The fire feather saint froze in his heart, and then sneered. Even if his cultivation base skyrocketed, even if he could compete with him, it would be too much to use illusions on him. The primordial spirit burst out, and the illusion was broken in an instant. The fire feather saint was about to ridicule Han Feng for a few words, but he saw a golden giant mountain in midair pressing towards him. Damn, this kid's purpose is here. The fire feather saint hurriedly slapped a palm to resist the Shantian holy brick, but how could the hurried palm resist the full blow of the Shantian holy brick? Boom! The mountain-like Shantian holy brick slammed into the fire feather saint. If it weren't for the fire feather saint's extraordinary strength, it would not be impossible to kill the fire feather saint at once. Boom! The fire feather saint was hit to the ground and drew a deep gap, and the damage was not light. Han Feng's face was pale. One was because the previous Xingyuan was consumed a lot, and the other was the backlash of the star's holy pupil. However, Han Feng endured all these discomforts, finally gained the upper hand, and must pursue the victory. Blood-drinking dragons die. The bloody dragon roared out and rushed towards the fire feather saint. On the way, his body collapsed and turned into a blood-colored blade to form a blade storm, which devoured the fire feather saint who had not fully recovered. The third one. Upgrade. Oops. The fire feather saint propped up the whole body of Saint Yuan to resist, but it was still somewhat unsupported. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and take action? The fire feather saint roared at the rest of the fire feather gate sanctuary peak martial artist. These sanctuary peaks are only at the level of the first and second layers of heaven. They originally came to make up the number. They have been stunned by the momentum of the battle between Han Feng and the fire feather saint. At this moment, they were roared by the Fire Feather Saint, and these powerhouses came to their senses, one after another. Magic Eye Burial. The Catastrophe of Fire. Exploding Fury. Han Feng's face froze, and he punched out without hesitation. The violent vibration force crushed the attacks of these human powerhouses like a broken bamboo, and then bombarded them fiercely. Puff puff. These Fire Feathermen powerhouses flew out in a state of embarrassment if they were hit hard, and fell heavily on the ground, unable to get up. Xiao Jianxiong and the others took a deep breath. Although they were only at the peak of the sanctuary, they were still at the bottom of the peak of the sanctuary, but they were still a giant tree that they could look up to. Now, in their eyes, this is a taller existence. But he was easily hit by Han Feng like a weak chicken. The control of the blood-drinking dragon knife was naturally reduced because of the free punch to cast the dope a vibrating fist. The Fire Feather Saint seized the opportunity, and Xuanhuan burst out, tearing a slit and rushing out of the blood blade storm. The Domain of Fire. The Fire Feather Saint who escaped the catastrophe no longer dared to be careless. The domain power was displayed, and the entire palace was shrouded in the domain. Han Feng's Aurora Song Yen spewed out, stubbornly resisting the domain of the Fire Feather Saint. Fortunately, the domain of the Fire Feather Saint is only the most common domain of fire. Even if it is the 5th level of the peak of the sanctuary, it only suppresses Han Feng's cultivation from the relatively high realm of the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary. The Sanctuary Peak, Triple Heaven Early Stage. The Fire Feather Saint showed an unexpected look. Obviously, he did not expect that he had used the domain suppression of the Sanctuary Peak 5th layer, and Han Feng was still able to maintain the Sanctuary Peak 3rd layer. If Han Feng's own cultivation base is the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary, Fire Feather Saint still thinks this is normal, but Han Feng's cultivation base is only the Great Sanctuary, which is a bit surprising. But even so, the Fire Feather Saint showed a smile, and the 4th Heavenly Heaven only fought a tie with him, and now he is suppressed to the 3rd Heavenly Heaven. How can he still be his opponent? Fire Rain Meteor Fingers. Fire Feather Saint broke out his ultimate move again. Han Feng took a deep breath, the real fire fan appeared in his hand, and immediately fanned. Rolling in like a long river, the surging star garden really roared away. The real fire fan is a high-grade and medium-grade holy artifact, and it is still the top of the high-grade and medium-grade holy artifact. Xingyuan Real Fire is also an extremely powerful flame. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation base has been suppressed to the 3rd level heaven level. It's better than ever. Whether it is the blood-drinking flying dragon knife or the Shantian holy brick, now they are only equivalent to high-grade and low-grade holy artifacts. High-grade and medium-grade holy artifact. Damn, this guy is just from a small empire. Where did he get so many precious holy artifacts? The Fire Feather Saint, who thought he would eat Han Feng, almost scolded. The Xingyuan True Fire swallowed all the meteor flames, and slammed into the Fire Feather Saint with a more powerful aura. The Fire Feather Saint coped with embarrassment, and there were dangers. Saint Yuan surged in Han Feng's body, Shantian Saint Brick attacked again, and the holy pupil of the star was also spinning violently. Although the holy pupil of the star can't cause real damage to the Fire Feather Saint, it can always make the Fire Feather Saint's body stiff for 1/100th of a second. Don't underestimate this 1/100th of a second. Just because of this 1/100th of a second, the Fire Feather Saint was almost swallowed by the Xingyuan True Fire several times, and then hit by the Shantian Holy Brick. Junior, if we have the ability, we will use our real strength to compete. What is the ability to bully people with a holy weapon? The Fire Feather Saint roared at Han Feng. Han Feng said with contempt, "Are you an idiot? This is a battle of life and death. If you have a holy weapon, you don't have to use your brain. How did you cultivate to this state?" The Fire Feather Saint's face flushed red, and he was blocked so much that he could not speak. Although the Fire Feather sect was a second-rank sect, its establishment was too short after all, and the first-generation founder, the Fire Feather Saint, was still alive and well. Therefore, Xuanhuan did not have the true heritage of the second-rank sect, otherwise it would not be united with Xuanhuan. There is no holy artifact in the Fire Feather Gate, but there is not one high-grade holy artifact. High-grade holy artifact is already a very high-level holy artifact in Beizhou continent. Not good. The Fire Feather Saint suddenly screamed. This time, the body was stiff for 1/100th of a second, so that the Fire Feather Saint could no longer dodge the Shantian holy brick, and was smashed abruptly. With this smash, the Fire Feather Saint was smashed into the real fire of Xuanhuan, and the shrill screams rang throughout the sky, and finally gradually weakened until they disappeared. Fire Feather Saint finally fell. Han Feng carefully controlled the real fire fan, but only scorched the Fire Feather Saint, but did not burn it to ashes, but Han Feng remembered to upgrade the blood-drinking dragon knife. Han Feng ran over quickly, with a distressed expression on his face. It's been burned like this, the blood essence is greatly damaged. I'm afraid it is only equivalent to the blood essence of the 4th-level powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary. Fortunately, there are still a few Fire Feather gates on the other side. Peak Sanctuary is enough to make up for the loss. The blood-drinking dragon knife took the blood of the powerhouses of the Fire Feather sect one by one, and suddenly burst out with a rich blood-colored light, and the huge coercion waved out like waves. It's still not aimed at them. I've finally been promoted to a high-grade and medium-grade holy weapon, but after all, it's just been promoted. It's still slightly weaker than the real fire fan, but sooner or later, it will surpass the real fire fan. If the Shantian holy brick wants to be repaired, first of all, the 9 flames and different fire art must break through to the late 5th layer and the intermediate level. Putting away the blood-drinking dragon knife, Xiao Jianxiong and others finally dared to come over. Brother Han, it's thanks to you again this time. Xiao Jianxiong's face was a little unnatural. Han Feng's strength was too strong, far beyond Xiao Jianxiong's expectations. Facing such a strong man, Xiao Jianxiong also made a lot of psychological preparations before calling out the word brother. Xiao Jianxiong was even prepared to change his title to Master Han or Senior Han once Han Feng was displeased. The strength of the cultivation world is respected, and only those with strong strength are qualified to be called seniors. No matter how old you are, only those who are familiar with you will ignore the gap in cultivation and be friendly and commensurate. Xiao Jianxiong was like this. The dashing king and Xuanhuan were even more afraid to say a word. Han Feng couldn't see what Xiao Jianxiong was thinking. He smiled as an explanation to Xiao Jianxiong and said, "The dashing empire has taken good care of me, the Dajin kingdom, and my younger brother will come forward when the dashing empire is in trouble." Seeing that there was no change in Han Feng's attitude, Xiao Jianxiong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and resumed his calm smile and said, "Haha, this time, we must hold a good banquet for my brother." However, Han Feng shook his head. "No need, I have a friend who has some troubles and needs my help now, and there will be a future." Before Xiao Jianxiong could say anything, Han Feng summoned the flying lion and disappeared into the sky. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. Han Feng left neatly. Xiao Jianxiong and the others looked at each other. Forget it, since Brother Han has something to do, let's cancel the banquet, and this time the palace has been destroyed so much, I really don't know where to hold the banquet. Xiao Jianxiong shook his head slightly. The Lord of Dashing surrendered. The ancestors can rest assured that the younger generation will recruit people to rebuild the palace. At this moment, Xuanhuan was pointing at the trembling crown prince. "Father, ancestor, what should I do with this person?" A cold light flashed in Xiao Jianxiong's eyes. "With Brother Han here, forgive that Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan didn't dare to let one go. Before this kid was so offensive to you, he immediately abolished that place and gave it to Xuanhuan. Well, I want to see, without the holy fire feather as a backer, how can an inhumane crown prince secure his position as a crown prince? The crown prince raised his head in horror. No. Don't do this to me, I can't do without my little brother, I know I'm wrong, and I will definitely correct it in the future. How could Xuanhuan pay any attention to the crown prince's plea for mercy? She had endured so much oil from being wiped out before, and Xuanhuan had already held back a belly of fire in her heart. What happened in the dashing empire quickly spread, and the news that the crown prince was abolished by the dashing lord and was inhumane also spread to the surrounding countries and powerful forces. All of a sudden, these empires and forces became jealous of the dashing empire. Concerned about the powerful existence that could kill the peak of the sanctuary, the surrounding countries and powerful forces began to win over the dashing empire. Even the fire feather gate is the same. It is precisely because of this battle that Han Feng has truly entered the eyes of the major forces in Beizhou continent. Being able to kill the peak of the sanctuary's fifth-layered heaven, this strength is not many people in the first-rank empire dare to provoke it at will. Ironwood country, one of the second-rank empires of Beizhou continent. As a weaker existence in the second-rank empire, there are very few strong people in the middle of the peak of the sanctuary of the Ironwood kingdom, and there are probably only 2 or 3 royal families. In the midterm, when the powerhouses fall or become seated, the throne of the top family will be unstable immediately. Under the top families, there are 3 major auction houses. The 3 major auction houses can be said to be tit for tat in Time of Kingdom. They do not give in to each other. There are at least a dozen or so at the peak of the sanctuary in their respective forces, and there are no powerhouses who have reached the peak of the sanctuary. The Hao family auction house is one of the 3 major auction houses in Time of Kingdom. Hao family auction house, the succession ceremony of the next chairman is now underway. Every time the Hao family auction house president competes, the younger generation looks for help outside, and then competes when the previous president is in charge. Of course, if the president has an accident or the president decides to resign in advance, then the chairman's succession competition will also be held in advance. This is the case. And the one who won this session was Hao Meili, the eldest daughter of the previous chairman, Hao Boran. On the high stage of the succession ceremony, Hao Boran's face was very ugly. He had planned to resign in advance because Hao Shouqi, his favorite third son, had already found all helpers and wanted to defeat Hao Meili while Hao Meili was caught off guard. So many great helpers. To talk about why Hao Boran treats his daughter the same way he treats strangers, it is necessary to talk about Hao Meili's mother. At the beginning, Hao Boran was just a concubine, and it could be said that there was not much chance of winning in the competition for president. However, the family that Hao Meili's mother belonged to at that time was one of the 4 major families of Time of Kingdom. Hao Boran was naturally unwilling to stay in Hao like an invisible man in the future. Therefore, Hao Mimi's mother was tricked into her hands. With the support of Hao Meili's mother's family, Hao Boran easily won the chairmanship. But after getting it, Hao Boran was dissatisfied with Hao Meili's mother. With a strong wife, Hao Boran always felt that his self-esteem was trampled on. Later, Hao Meili's mother's family offended an extremely powerful mid-level sanctuary powerhouse and fell, and it was close to extermination. Hao Boran was overjoyed and took the opportunity to divorce Hao Meili's mother. Pressure. Hao Meili's mother committed suicide in despair, leaving only the young Hao Meili. Hao Boran didn't like his wife, and he didn't even like his eldest daughter. Hao Meili ignored her father's displeased expression. Hao Meili had lost her feelings for Hao Boran for so many years. Seeing Hao Boran's shriveled face that didn't achieve her goal, Hao Meili felt mad. Taking over the seal representing the power of the president, Hao Meili turned her head to show gratitude to the person who helped her. These people include Wang Qingsong, Lu Yuer, Shi Tai, Shi Jun, Hu Shaodai, etc. Even Yang Yanheng, the sword emperor of the Northern Capital Academy, was invited by Hao Meili. Hao Meili naturally knew that Yang Yanheng was willing to take action because of Han Feng's relationship. Afterwards, Hao Mimi's affectionate eyes met with a pair of gentle eyes, and the owner of these gentle eyes was Zhen Shuai. Zhen Shuai came from the Zhen family and was one of the top families in Taima Kingdom today. Hao Meili didn't want too many people to know about her relationship with Zhen Shuai, so the Hao family auction house didn't know that they had a distinguished Zhen family master here. If Zhen Shuai's identity is exposed, he will be able to win the chairmanship without much competition with Hao Mei. Long position. The sanctuary peak elders sitting on the high platform also showed smiles. They could see Hao Meili's ability, and it could be said that she was the most suitable person to sit on the chair. If Hao Boran hadn't always targeted Hao Meili would never have only had so little power now. It's just that Hao Meili's business is Hao Boran's family background after all, and these elders are not easy to intervene. Now that Hao Meili has defeated Hao Shouqi in a dignified manner, these elders are extremely satisfied. They believe that the Hao family auction house will reach its peak under Hao Meili's management. It should be noted that under the leadership of Hao Boran over the years, the Hao family auction house has not only not improved, but has weakened. The elders have long been dissatisfied with Hao Boran. Humph, don't be proud of you. Do you really think you can safely complete the inheritance ceremony? Hao Boran's gloomy voice entered Hao Meili's ears. Hao Meili remained calm, but the sound transmission sneered, I have already defeated Hao Shouqi in a dignified manner. Could it be that, father, you are going to publicly violate the previous rules of the Hao family auction house? Hao Meili accentuated the word father, full of sarcasm. The first. Originally, I wanted to write about the battle scenes of Yang Yanheng and others, but then I thought about how it would take a few chapters to write, so I just skipped it. 1247 The arrival of Han Feng. Hao Boran's face was gloomy. He was so ridiculed by his own daughter. No one's face was any better, even this daughter did not admit it. Uneducated thing. Hao Boran cursed in a low voice. Hao Meili pouted, a scum like you who is ungrateful and abandoned his wife deserves to be raised. The two of them were a little angry, and they didn't even want to transmit the sound. The elder of the peak of the sanctuary on the high platform coughed lightly, the handover ceremony is about to end, don't let so many people see jokes. Only then did Hao Boran and Hao Meili restrained a bit. But at this moment, the crowd suddenly fell silent. The sanctuary peak elder, Hao Boran and Hao Meili all looked at the past. When Hao Boran saw the person coming, the corner of Hao Boran's mouth twitched and he showed a smile, but Hao Meili's face sank. The person who came was Hao Boran's third son, Hao Shouqi. The elders of the peak of the sanctuary frowned, Hao Shouqi, you are late for the handover ceremony. What do you mean now? The elders couldn't see that Hao Shouqi was not good, and were very angry. Over the years, the handover ceremony of the Hao family auction house has always been very sacred. Any disciple of the Hao family must be present and be humble. But Hao Shouqi didn't come before, and this time he came here with a sullen look on his face. How could the elders not be angry? Hao Shouqi ignored the elders' anger, and instead looked disdainful, and then Hao Shouqi looked at Hao Meili, eldest sister, I didn't expect you to work so hard all these years. To be honest, little brother never thought that he would lose before. But because of this, the younger brother had to pull out the last trump card. This year's president will only be me. Hao Shouqi raised his head proudly with the last sentence. Presumptuous. An elder of the peak of the sanctuary was furious, and suddenly took action to capture Hao Shouqi. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flew in, and the elder of the auction house was right in the palm of his hand. A terrifying shock wave swept out, and the elder of the auction house vomited blood and flew out. The third one. The other auction house elders were shocked, and after taking over the third elder, they looked solemnly at the figure who suddenly appeared. The chief elder of the auction house narrowed his eyes, and then said in shock, You are a saint of the world. What? It's the tyrant saint. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard that the person who came was a sage who dominated the world. Who is the overlord? That is the super powerhouse at the peak of the sixth heaven of the sanctuary, and the strongest of the Taima kingdom is only at the peak of the fourth heaven, which is 2 small realms lower than that of the tyrant saints. How Meili's fists clenched suddenly, her eyes were full of chills. Her mother's family was destroyed by this domineering saint. And her mother's dismissal and suicide were also because of the demise of the family. Master. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Hao Shouqi bowed towards the sage of domination. Everyone took a deep breath. This Hao Shouqi actually worshipped the sage of the world as his teacher. When did this happen? Hao Boran is really hiding something deep. Hao Meili is probably in danger now. With the support of the sage who dominates the world, Hao Shouqi is likely to snatch the position of the leader. Scumbag, this sage of the world has destroyed his wife's family. This Hao Boran will not take revenge, but also put his son into the sect of the sage of the world. How will the dead wife and the daughter-in-law be left behind? Hey, don't we know what kind of virtue Hao Boran is? Anyway, this scum has long stopped treating Hao Meili as a daughter, so naturally he doesn't care about Hao Meili's mood. In this world, bad people always live more dashingly than good people. No matter what everyone said, Hao Boran flattered, Sage Overlord, you are finally here. If it's later, I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle. This flattery was the same as Hao Meili's mother. The sage of the world said lightly, so what if things are settled? Just killing is enough. The great elder got up angrily, Sage Overlord, this is the matter of our Hao family auction house. It's not easy for an outsider to interfere. The sage of the world sneered, didn't you hear what the disciple called this seat before? Since the disciple of this seat is a member of the Hao family, how can the affairs of the Hao family have nothing to do with this seat? Hao Boran also said lazily, several old guys, the rules of the auction house have long been out of date, and today just changed the rules. By the way, the rights of you old guys have also been taken away. As elders, you should be safe. Enjoying life, what do you do with so much power? You. The first elder pointed at Hao Boran in shock and was speechless for a while. The old man really regrets letting you succeed as president. The elder had an expression that he knew would not be so in the first place. What benefits did you promise the sage of the world? Hao Meili suddenly interrupted coldly. What do you mean? The president doesn't understand. Hao Boran's face changed slightly. Hao Meili sneered, I don't know who you are, please use the sage of the world. I'm afraid you will distribute a lot of the wealth of the auction house to the sage of the world. Tianmuguo is powerful, the first must be the royal family, followed by the 4 major families, followed by the 3 major auctioneers. But when it comes to wealth, the 3 major auction houses are second only to the royal family. I don't know how many strong people have long been staring at the 3 big auction houses. It's just that the 3 major auction houses are not easy to provoke. Many warriors not only did not bite, but collapsed their teeth. You're a smart girl, not much, only 60%. Hao Boran hadn't spoken yet, but the sage of domination was the first to say it. Hao Boran gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the powerful saint, Hao Boran would definitely scold him. It would be nice not to admit it, but... What? 60%. All the elders were stunned. This was to directly damage the foundation of the Hao family auction house. Beasts. The beasts who led wolves into the house. All the elders scolded Hao Boran, and the first elder even roared, with the old man here, outsiders can't get the slightest bit. The old man will never allow Hao Shouqi to inherit the position of president. Tianmong. The tyrant saint's expression turned cold, his aura suddenly attacked the great elder, and the great elder was caught off guard by a mouthful of blood. The elders fell silent for a moment. The domineering saint said coldly, if anyone talks more, I will kill him. For a while, the space was quiet, and although the shouting elders were angry, facing the overwhelming strength of the saints of the world, they sadly found that they were not qualified to resist. The sage of the world looked at Hao Meili. "Little girl, do you quit by yourself or let this seat do it?" It just so happened that the Jing family was not wiped out. Once you die, there will be no more blood in the Jing family. The Jing family is Hao Meili's mother family, the four major families of the Taima kingdom decades ago. Zhen Shuai finally couldn't help standing up. "Senior, the junior is from the Zhen family, can you look at the junior's face?" Before the words were finished, the sage of the world interrupted directly, "What about coming from the Zhen family? The Zhen family is only comparable to the original Jing family. Even the Jing family dares to destroy the family, let alone the Zhen family. This seat advises you to intervene less, otherwise." After sneering a few times, a cold killing intent permeated the air. Zhen Shuai's face was extremely ugly. "Brother Zhen, you step back and leave this matter to me." A voice rolled in, and at some point, a young man with a handsome face walked in from outside. "The person here is Han Feng." "Han Feng. Han Feng." Hao Meili, Zhen Shuai, Wang Qingsong and the others widened their eyes and watched Han Feng approach slowly. "Who are you?" The overlord saint swept coldly towards Han Feng, because he couldn't see Han Feng's cultivation, and the overlord saint was a little afraid. "Sister House Jr." Han Feng said lightly. Baidu Academy does have the title of senior and junior to each other, but the strong ones of Baidu Academy are respected. Unless they have a good relationship, they don't take the title of junior and senior to heart. Hearing the words, the sage of the world immediately ignored Han Feng. Since he was Hao Meili's junior, his age could only be younger. "How strong can you be at such an age? I can't see that most of the cultivation bases have any special secrets." Hao Shouqi thought that he was going to inherit the position of president, but he thought of killing Qing Yaojin halfway, and he was very angry for a while. "Stinky boy, be careful and die here." Hao Meili thanked the voice transmission. "Han Feng, thank you very much for your willingness to come to help, but this time the enemy is too strong. It is the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and you are not able to compete. You are still young, and the future is boundless. Hurry up and leave. If one day your cultivation surpasses that of a sage of the world, it will not be too late to avenge me." Not only did the sound transmission to Han Feng, Hao Meili also transmitted the sound to Wang Qingsong and others. Yang Yanheng and others are entangled. They are not people who cannot share weal and woe, but the problem is that this tyrant saint is too powerful. Even if they are united, they cannot win, and desperate resistance is just a meaningless sacrifice. Although it seems cowardly to leave, you must know that sometimes forbearance requires stronger courage, and only if you save your life can you have hope of revenge. Zhen Shuai did not agree anyway. Hao Meili's expression sank, and she shouted in a stern voice, "Don't forget the Zhen family behind you. Do you want to be trapped in the family in crisis for your own self? If you do this, I won't forgive you even if I die." Just when Hao Meili tried her best to persuade Wang Qingsong and others to leave, the sage of the world grinned grimly. "Little girl seems to be affectionate and righteous, but unfortunately I didn't say that I want to let go of your friends." Hao Mimi's pupils shrank and her expression changed drastically. The tyrant Saint Jia Jia smiled strangely. "This seat is not weak, but it is not arrogant. Your friends are all talented people, and the power behind them is not bad. Dangerous. In order to avoid future troubles, it is better to kill them all here, so as not to grow up and become hostile to this seat in the future." Seeing that the sages of the world had the intention of slaughtering them, Wang Qingsong and the others were determined to unite and resist. "Have you finished speaking?" Han Feng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his eyebrows. The world sage's eyes narrowed. "You kid is calm." "Of course, because you can't kill me." "Ha ha ha, you are the first person who dared to say this to me. If I don't make a move, it looks like I won't be able to do it." All cats and dogs would dare to break ground on my head. While laughing, the rest of the people looked at Han Feng as if they were looking at a fool. Han Feng flew out directly. The space here is too small, let's go out and fight. Okay, let me see what you are capable of in this younger generation. The sage of the world sneered and flew out, following Han Feng. High in the sky, behind the hands of the sage of the world, because you are a junior, this seat asks you to do 3 moves. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged. I hope you don't regret it. The sage of the world was about to say that he would not regret it, but his expression changed in an instant. The domineering saint is the 6th level realm of the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng does not dare to keep any more hands. Once he makes a shot, it is the strongest blow. The 7th layer of the holy flame battle body and the celestial body were displayed at the same time. The celestial body was controlled in the realm of Xiaocheng, and at the same time, the aurora Xuanhuan was integrated into the 2 great sacred arts. Blood-eyed wolf claws. In the void, a huge blood eye slowly opened, and the entire space was instantly flooded with crazy killing intent. The madness and the meaning of destruction in the bloody eyes disappeared in a flash, and then the bloody wolf claws stretched out from the bloody eyes, and grabbed the tyrant saint with the momentum of tearing anything. Not good. Because Han Feng had to make 3 moves, the combat power mobilized by the sage who was caught off guard at the moment was only 6 or 7 points in the heyday. Basic General Fist. The sage of the world roared out, and threw the strongest punch fiercely, and he didn't care about the agreement that he said before that the 3 moves would not be shot. The power of Han Feng's outbreak greatly shocked the saints of the world. If the 3 moves can't be shot, whether they can persist until the 4th move is one thing. With all his strength, the blood-eyed wolf claws have surpassed the peak of the sanctuary. If the heyday of the sage of the world is enough to break out the exact same blow as the blood-eyed wolf claw at this moment, it is even stronger. But in the rush to exert only 60% of his strength, the saints of the world can't resist. Boom! The 2 ultimate moves collided in the sky, and the wind surged in an instant, and a whirlwind of energy ripped apart the space, and the space was constantly fluctuating and shattering. After all, the sage of the world is the 6th level powerhouse of the peak of the sanctuary. He fell into a disadvantage in a hurry, but as time goes by, there is a tendency to pull it back, and the power of the sage of the world is gradually increasing. Han Feng's eyes dimmed, knowing that he was able to gain the upper hand by surprise at first. Now that he wants to kill the saint who dominates the world, he must be surprised again. Unlike the previous battle against the Fire Feather Saint, at that time, Han Feng's comprehensive strength was greatly improved, and naturally he needed a good opponent to make a move. Therefore, Han Feng did not take advantage of the Fire Feather Saint's carelessness to kill him, but instead gave it to him. The opportunity for the Fire Feather Saint to do his best. This is the extremely difficult battle. And now that he has almost known his limits, and then fights against the sage of the world, Han Feng will naturally fight how to benefit himself, rather than foolishly giving the sage of the world a chance to unleash all his abilities. Boom boom boom. The silver-white flame skyrocketed, Han Feng's aura increased again, and the small realm of the celestial body instantly changed to the Desheng realm. Hold back. Han Feng roared in his heart, and the blood-eyed wolf claws were torn away. The cultivation base has soared, and the blood-eyed wolf claws have exerted incredible power. This power is enough to crush the domineering saints who have not yet shown their full strength. What? No. The overlord roared unwillingly, and was instantly swallowed by the blood-eyed wolf claws. There was a huge roar in the sky, and then gradually everyone swept away their primordial spirits, only to see Han Feng, who was pale and trembling, as for the saint who had already disappeared without a trace. Could it be? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How Shochi kept shaking his head, not wanting to believe what he saw. Yang Yanheng and others were also stunned. In the sky, Han Feng's body trembled naturally because the skyrocketing cultivation level put too much pressure on his body, and he couldn't slow down for a while. Fortunately, I only burst with all my strength for a second. If it takes longer, my body will burst before I can kill the opponent. Yuanshan swept his body with some dark wounds, and Han Feng knew that the next best thing to do, take a rest to recover, and can't skyrocket too much cultivation. Spreading out his palm, a storage ring appeared in Han Feng's palm. This storage ring was naturally obtained by killing the Sage of the World. Han Feng was going to look inside the storage ring of the 6th level powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary afterwards. Are there any spiritual things that can help him break through the peak of the sanctuary? The third one. 3 chapters are completed today, and tomorrow, without exception, should be 4. Accepting the storage ring, Han Feng sighed. Fortunately, the Sage of the World is careless, otherwise, if the Sage of the World is to go all out, even if I use the Blood-Eye Wolf Claws, I may not be able to win, and the gap between the cultivation bases is too large. Already. One is the peak of the 6th heaven of the sanctuary, and the other is the peak of the 9th heaven of the great sanctuary. This is still the case when the Tyrant Saint has no use field. The reason why the strongest tricks broke out as soon as he came up, on the one hand, he did have unexpected ideas, and on the other hand, he did not give this guy a chance to display his domain, otherwise, under the suppression of the domain of the peak of the sanctuary, I would never be able to. The possibility of winning, unless the Vermilion Skylark is summoned. Han Feng is still very self-aware. If his Aurora Tsungyan's formidable power reaches the top of the high-grade mid-level, and he is not afraid of the peak of the sanctuary, he will never be his opponent, but in Aurora Tsungyan only at the time when he was at the top level of high-grade and low-grade, he was definitely not the opponent of the Sage of the World, and he could only win by surprise. Flying down from the sky, many warriors were silent. Hao Boran and Hao Shochi's faces were ashen, but when Han Feng glanced over, the two immediately lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Han Feng. This is the innate awe of the weak for the strong. Hao Meili glanced at Han Feng gratefully, then turned around and her face became cold. Come here, arrest Hao Boran and Hao Shochi and lock them up. None of the elders said a word, and even the other warriors of the Hao family auction house did not plead for mercy. If they just broke the rules that the Hao family auction house's past presidents inherited, they might be able to forgive them. The act of giving up 60% of the auction house's wealth to the Tyrant Saints violated their bottom line. No. You can't do this, I'm your father, you're outrageous. Hao Boran exclaimed in shock. Hao Shochi also shouted again and again, I'm your brother, you can't be so ruthless. Hao Meili was disgusted by the shameless behavior of the two of them. Bah, you still had the face to say that you are my father, and you ignored me for so many years before. Did you ever think that I was your daughter? The sages of the world bullied me like this before. At that time you remembered that I was your daughter again. As for Hao Shochi, Hao Meili ignored it. No matter how Hao Boran and Hao Shochi shouted, they were eventually pulled down. Night. Peace and quiet. Somewhere in the courtyard of Hao's auction house, a group of friends sat together for a meal, toasting each other, and drinking happily. Among them, Han Feng is the most respected. Everyone knows that if Han Feng hadn't arrived in time today, it is still unknown whether they would be able to leave alive. Everyone is a friend, and Han Feng did not use Xingyuan to promote alcohol, not only Han Feng, but the rest as well. If you can't get together, naturally you have to vent. After Shirtai, Shijun, Shui and others all toasted, Hao Meili said solemnly, Han Feng, I won't say anything extra, I'll give you a toast. Among the crowd, Hao Meili was most grateful to Han Feng. Hao Meili was fortunate to help Han Feng more than once at the Baidu Academy. Han Feng raised his glass and drank it, teasingly said, Sister Hao, now that things are over, when is it time to have a wedding? Hao Meili suddenly blushed, and Shui giggled all the time. angrily glared at Jin Shui and Han Feng. How Mei rolled her eyes and said, "What's the hurry? Let's wait until I have completely established my foothold and my strength has improved to a certain level. The harder the generation is, the greater the probability that the next generation will be better qualified. I will definitely invite you at that time, you must come." Han Feng nodded and said with a smile that when he came back to Beizhou continent this time, there was nothing important to do except for the ancient race. Han Feng estimated that he would stay in Beizhou continent for a long time after the ancient race, should not miss the wedding. Yang Yanheng also gave a toast to Han Feng and sighed, "I still remember that you were not my opponent in Douling World, but I never thought that you would catch up with me in a short period of time, and even surpass me by far. I also passed through the thunder to become a sanctuary, and now it is the fifth heaven of the sanctuary. I thought I could catch up with you, but you. Sanctuary Peak, even killing Sanctuary Peak, what kind of combat power is this? Compared to this level of combat power, the ordinary Sanctuary 5th layer is too small. When it comes to this, everyone has a heart, and it has soared to this situation in just a few years. Is this still a human being? Will it become a true god in a few years?" Han Feng could only smile without saying a word. During the toast, Han Feng asked Wang Qingsong if he needed help. Han Feng remembered that Wang Qingsong's enemy family seemed to have not yet been born with a peak sanctuary powerhouse. For him now, it was not a threatening force. If he made a move, he would definitely be able to remove this force in a short period of time. Wang Qingsong's heart pounded. The enemy family would not be destroyed for a day, and he would not be able to relax completely in one day. But in the end, Wang Qingsong refused. Having an enemy family is like a stick in his throat, but it is also the driving force for whipping him forward. Wang Qingsong still hopes that he will take revenge himself. Hearing this, Han Feng had no choice but to give up his idea of helping. Xuanhuan, the residence specially arranged by the Hao family for Han Feng. On the stable bed, Han Feng sat cross-legged, and Xuanhuan expelled a trace of alcohol, and the originally turbid eyes gradually became clearer. "Huh. I almost vomited after drinking so much. Let's see how the harvest is this time." Han Feng took out the storage ring of the Sage of the World and destroyed the remaining primordial power of the Sage of the World. Han Feng's primordial spirit poured into the storage ring. The Sage of the World is worthy of being the super powerhouse of the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. The storage ring in the storage ring is extremely rich, and there are many high-grade holy stones. There are also many other kinds of sanctuary skills, but either the degree of fit is not high with the Sage of the World, or the level of the sanctuary is not high, so the Sage of the World has not practiced. Han Feng discovered a few high-grade, middle, and low-grade sanctuary secrets, but Han Feng found that only 2 of them were fire attributes, and the rest were other attributes. And among the 2 fire attribute sanctuary secrets, the highest degree of fit is 50% with him. With such a degree of fit, even if he cultivated it, it would not help much to improve his overall strength. After a few glances, Han Feng gave up. In the end, Han Feng discovered a 6-pointed star-shaped fire crystal, exuding strong fire property fluctuations, which made Han Feng's eyes light up. What a strong fluctuation! I can be sure that as long as this fire crystal is refined, there is a chance that I will be promoted to the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng was delighted. But what exactly is this fire crystal? Where did it come from? Can I get more? By the way, Sister Hao is from the auction house, and her eyesight should be better than mine. Maybe you can know the name of this fire crystal from Sister Hao's mouth. Origin. On the second day, Han Feng hadn't gone to look for Hao Mei, but Hao Mei herself took the initiative to look for it. Han Feng's heart was just right, so he took out the 6-pointed star-shaped fire crystal and asked aloud. Hao Mei took a few glances, and finally showed a moving expression. God, this is a magic flame and fire crystal. Where did you get it from? This thing is not good. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Star. Magic flame wedging? Han Feng thought for a while, but still couldn't find any news about magic flame wedging. But looking at how Mimi's appearance, could it be difficult to get this magic fire crystal? Knowing that Han Feng was the magic flame crystal obtained in the storage ring of the Sage of the World, how Meili's eyes flashed with a hint of clarity. No wonder, if it is a saint of the world, it is indeed possible. I almost forgot, you kid is a pervert who killed the saint of the world. If it is you, you should also be able to get the magic flame crystal. How Meili bad breath. Han Feng shook his head. If the Sage of the World shows all his strength, I am not the opponent of the Sage of the World for the time being. You haven't said the origin of the magic flame crystal? How Meili raised her head. What's the hurry, I'll tell you right away. The magic flame crystal comes from the magic flame mountain, which is one of the most peculiar areas in our Beizhou continent. It seems to be an area formed by the Beizhou continent itself. It is impossible for a strong person above the sanctuary small perfection to enter it. You will be repelled. If you have to forcefully enter, you will be hurt. It is said that there was once an ancient family's sanctuary great perfection strong man who did not believe in evil and rushed into that area, and finally the severely injured cultivation base fell to sanctuary small perfection realm. Since then, all strong people of sanctuary small perfection and above will no longer dare to enter it, and some warriors who offend sanctuary small perfection and great perfection will flee there, although it is equally dangerous there, but compared to the attack and killing of the small perfection or even the great perfection, it is much safer. At the core of that area, there is a magic flame mountain. Because of the magic flame mountain, that area is called the magic flame domain again. The demon flame realm is full of spirit monsters condensed from demon flames. The sanctuary is called the flame beast, the ordinary sanctuary above the sanctuary is the true flame beast, and the great sanctuary is called the blazing real flame beast. The equivalent of the sanctuary's peak strength is the demonic flame beast. Except for the demonic flame beast, the true flame beast and the blazing true flame beast all live on the surface, but the demonic flame beast lives under the bottom of the magic flame mountain. The magic flame crystal can only be obtained by killing the magic flame beast, but the magic flame beast lives in the underground as well as gregarious creatures, so I want to get the magic flame crystal. How Meili shook her head. Han Feng's face was slightly condensed, and only then did he understand why How Meili said that magic flames were rare. A single demonic flame beast is already a power at the peak level of the sanctuary. When a large group unites, the threat level is soaring. When the sanctuary peak enters the level of the magic flame mountain in the early stage, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get out alive. Perhaps only in the middle and late stages of the peak of the sanctuary would it be possible to hunt the flame beasts and obtain the magic flame crystals. No, even if you enter the middle and late stages of the peak of the sanctuary, the possibility of coming out alive is extremely low. These demonic flame beasts can't be a group of creatures in the early stages of the peak of the sanctuary. There must also be equivalent to the middle of the peak of the sanctuary. Strong presence. Han Feng's eyes flashed a ray of light that was bound to be obtained. If he got more of the magic fire crystal, it would be of great benefit to his strength, Aurora Tsangyan, and the 4 major martial arts. It was a rapid increase in strength. Shortcut. In order to get the magic flame crystal, Han Feng felt that it was necessary to know more about the magic flame mountain and the magic flame beast. Han Feng has an intuition. The Sage of the World won't simply break in directly to get the magic fire crystal. There must be other shortcuts. More specific? How Meili sighed. I only know that the demon flame beasts are also graded. It seems that there is also a demon flame king. I don't know about the rest. You really want to know about the demon flame beast and the magic flame crystal. If you are interested, just go to the demon flame domain and inquire about it. Anyway, with your strength, as long as you are not surrounded by demonic beasts, there should be no danger. Seeing Han Feng's strength, Hao Mei didn't think how dangerous it was for Han Feng to go to the demon flame domain. Han Feng nodded and decided to go to the demon flame domain after his cultivation base broke through. However, before that, he had to return to Dajin to do one thing. He was anxious to solve the crisis between Dashing Empire and Hao Mei after retreating, but he forgot a crisis in Dajin. By the way, senior sister came to me. With a decision in his heart, Han Feng was curious about the reason why Hao Mei came. Hao Mei smiled slightly. You are so strong, naturally the elders of my Hao family are moved. If there is a strong man like you behind our Hao family, even the Lord of Taima Kingdom would not dare to spy on me. How? The wealth of the family. The wealth of the three major auction houses of the Taima Kingdom is too amazing, and the royal family and the four major families of the Taima Kingdom have long been eyeing them. In order to win over you, those elders are generous for the first time. Follow me to the treasure house of the Hao family auction house. Han Feng was stunned, but did not refuse. Although the strength of the Hao family is average for the current Han Feng, it is not weaker than the existence of the third-rank forces, and there may be some amazing joy. After that, Han Feng was very glad that he did not refuse. In the treasure house, many treasures were no longer helpful to Han Feng, but one of the eyes surprised Han Feng. This eye was the eye of the one-eyed magic beast, before his death. The one-eyed magic beast is a huge flesh ball. The entire body has only one eye, which can be regarded as an organ, and the eye can fluctuate extremely powerful illusion power. The one-eyed magic beast is also divided into high and low. The low-level one-eyed magic beast can probably threaten the ordinary sanctuary, but the high-level one-eyed magic beast, even the powerhouse in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary, will be attacked accidentally. The eye in Han Feng's hand is the eye of the high-level one-eyed magic beast, which contains extremely pure magic power. After absorbing the power in this eye, the holy pupil of the star is enough to advance again. Han Feng couldn't believe that such treasure still existed in the Hao family. Hao Mei explained, the so-called common man is innocent and guilty. Auctioneers generally do not auction treasures beyond their ability. For example, the Hao family auctioneer will only auction the treasures that are enough to attract the fourth-level peak of the sanctuary. Either send it to a higher-level auction house to extract some benefits, or wait for your own auction house to be stronger before auctioning it, or keep it for yourself. Now, in order to keep a backer like Han Feng, the elders of the Hao family don't care whether they are distressed or not. After getting the eyes of the one-eyed magic beast, Han Feng couldn't wait to retreat. It was raining late at night. Han Feng didn't have the slightest feeling for the drizzle outside, and his whole heart was on the eyes of the one-eyed magic beast. The holy pupil of the star opened, constantly absorbing the illusion energy in the eyes. The holy pupil of the star spun violently, and the pupil of the seven-pointed star continuously fluctuated with the power of illusion. From a distance, the surrounding space of Han Feng seemed to be distorted, and various distorted things were constantly formed. Time flies by immersed in practice. When the pupil of the seven-pointed star reaches a certain limit, Han Feng's senses gradually recover from the mysterious state. The holy eye of the star is about to be promoted. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Not only did he not stop the holy eye of the star, but instead accelerated. The holy pupil of the star is about to advance, and the fluctuation caused makes Han Feng feel dizzy, and a feeling of vomiting rises. This is because Han Feng's own primordial spirit is too weak, otherwise there would be no such reaction. Boom! Han Feng only felt that the primordial spirit trembled, and the surging power surged out. The holy pupil of the star in the center of Han Feng's forehead gradually slowed down, showing an 8-pointed star. Second more. The promotion was successful. Han Feng thought in his mind. The power of illusion surged out, the 8-pointed star-shaped pupil spun again, and the terrifying power twisted the house. Han Feng knew that this was not the real distortion of the house, but the effect of illusion. Closing the holy pupil of the star, the distorted space really disappeared. Han Feng covered his head with some discomfort. Xuanhuan is too weak, some can't bear it. The 10-star holy pupil art is divided into 10 stars. The 10-pointed star is super inferior and super superior. This division conflicts with chapter 911, and this chapter will be the main one in the future, and the cabbage in chapter 911 will also be changed. The 8-pointed star's holy pupil has reached the top-grade sanctuary level, which is too oppressive to the current Han Feng's primordial spirit. After thinking for a while, Han Feng closed his eyes and imposed some restrictions on the 8-pointed star level of the holy pupil of the star, probably only able to exert the power of the high-grade and middle-grade sacred knowledge level. In this way, Han Feng felt much better, and Xuanhuan did not suffer so much pressure. Later, Han Feng began to sort out the changes brought about by the promotion of the holy eye of the star this time. It was only then that Han Feng discovered that his primordial spirit power was strongly stimulated by the promotion of the holy eye of the star, and because of the stimulation, the primordial spirit power, which had already surpassed the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary by a lot, can already be said to be comparable to the Holy Spirit. Domain Peak First Level. Han Feng smiled slightly, this time with the holy pupil of the star. The 2nd and 3rd heaven of the peak of the sanctuary will also be accidentally hit. In other words, the powerhouses of the 2nd and 3rd levels of the sanctuary peak have been unable to easily break the influence of Han Feng's illusion. Although the powerhouses higher up can be destroyed, the impact will be much greater than before. For example, the influence of illusions has not had much impact on the peak of the sanctuary at the 4th level, and it can only cause a 1% impact on the peak of the sanctuary at the peak of the sanctuary like the fire feather saint. It has no effect. And now, even if the sage of the world is alive, it is estimated that the influence of illusion cannot be avoided. Even if it is only 1% of the influence, it will cause a great reversal of the battle situation. Moreover, when Han Feng's cultivation base skyrocketed, the power of the primordial spirit would also increase slightly, not much, but at least it could enhance a little power. After the holy eye of the star was promoted, Han Feng stayed for a few more days until his body completely recovered, and he also got used to the holy eye of the 8-pointed star. This time, Han Feng did not return to Han's house, but came to Lei's house. Today, it is time to solve the unparalleled ancestor, who was the clone of the Tuoba ancestor, under the 9-story pagoda. Under the 9-story pagoda, Han Feng stared at the enchantment, feeling sad. At the beginning, he sacrificed the lives of the 2 seniors to seal the Xuanhuan ancestor. A trace of blood flowed out along the seal, and the space was filled with thick blood. Fortunately, I came in time. Looking at it like this, the unparalleled ancestor will break the seal again in a few years, but now that I am here. Han Feng sneered a few times. Breaking the seal, Han Feng jumped in. In the seal enchantment, the unparalleled ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, flashing with a deep surprise. The seal has been broken. The Holy Emperor on the side looked pale. What? The seal is broken? How is it possible? Didn't you say that it would take several years, Patriarch? The original Saint Emperor was a super expert in the later stages of the Great Sanctuary. Now, because of the last secret technique, only the Saint Emperor's cultivation base is only in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, and it has not eased up until now. The Holy Emperor, who was the culprit behind all of this, hated him to the core and vowed to slaughter the Lei family. Now that the seal has been broken, the Holy Emperor has already thought about how to take revenge on the Han family, and it is best to torture the original variable Han Feng to death. Xuanhuan ancestor's tone suddenly became solemn. It's the seal that was broken by outsiders, it's that kid back then. Xuanhuan ancestor's primordial spirit quickly found out everything. It's that kid. The Holy Emperor had a look of hatred on his face. Ancestor Xuanhuan said solemnly, this kid is very different from the last time. the old man can't even see the details. Humph, how many years has it been? How much can the genius of the ancient family improve in less than 10 years? The Holy Emperor didn't care, and the strong hatred made the Holy Emperor's figure suddenly move, and he ran directly to Han Feng. Xuanhuan ancestor did not stop him, and thoughtfully said, "Let this kid go and test it." Kid to die. As soon as the Holy Emperor saw Han Feng, he slapped Han Feng with his palm. Han Feng did not evade, and threw a punch directly. The flat punch collided with the punch of the Holy Emperor, which was full of Xuanhuan's murderous intention. Invisible momentum fluctuations erupted, and the sealed space shook. The blood of the Holy Emperor spewed out, turned into a mist of blood, and flew backwards. Impossible. How could you? The Holy Emperor raised his head with difficulty and looked at Han Feng in disbelief. How could a boy who had no resistance in his own hands have such terrifying strength now? Could it be that his memory is rough? It is not less than 10 years outside, but hundreds of years have passed? Han Feng said lightly, "In the middle stage of the great sanctuary, can't even take a punch from me now?" Han Feng's disdainful tone completely angered the Holy Emperor. Blood thunder demon blood, congeal. First form. Second form. The third form. The Holy Emperor broke out with all his strength and attacked Han Feng. Blood thunder dark moon. This is already the strongest power that the Holy Emperor can burst out at this moment. But Han Feng still shook his head, thinking about how insignificant he was under such an attack at the beginning, but now such an attack is like a tickling to himself, although Han Feng also knows that this has a great impact on the serious drop of the opponent's cultivation base. Relationship. If it is the heyday of the Holy Emperor, even if he still doesn't like this trick, Han Feng can't bear it directly with his body. The Holy Emperor's blow hit Han Feng hard and swallowed Han Feng. The Holy Emperor's face was already filled with joy, but before the joy disappeared, it was replaced by a touch of stiffness. How is that possible? The Holy Emperor's eyes widened. Han Feng, who was in the energy storm, was unscathed, and even took the time to look at the Holy Emperor mockingly. The Holy Emperor was finally terrified, and subconsciously he was about to retreat. "When you come, don't leave." Han Feng Xuanhuan broke out, and he punched the Holy Emperor without even using his martial arts, killing him. Today, the Holy Emperor has changed from a powerful pronoun to Han Feng into a past tense. On the verge of death, the Holy Emperor's eyes were full of unwillingness. Good boy, he has reached the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. The eerie voice of the Xuanhuan ancestor entered Han Feng's ears. At the moment when Xuanhuan broke out, Han Feng's cultivation base could not be concealed, and the cultivation base of the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary was exposed to the eyes of the unparalleled ancestors. Realizing that Han Feng was only the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, Xuanhuan ancestor felt relieved. The seal this time was not so stable. Not only did Xuanhuan ancestor's cultivation not fall, but it was slightly enhanced, and now it is no weaker than the peak of the sanctuary. The blood filled the air, forming a huge palm, and slapped it fiercely at Han Feng. "Boy, if you want to blame you for being too careless, you have grown to such a point in just a few years. If you endure a few more years, your cultivation may have caught up." Old man. The third one. Sanctuary. In the face of the bloody giant palm, Han Feng did not show the fearful face that Xuanhuan ancestor wanted to see. For a time, Xuanhuan ancestor felt uneasy in his heart, but now that the attack has been launched, it is impossible to stop it, and forcing it to stop will only make him suffer backlash. Go to hell. Ancestor Xuanhuan's face stern, no matter what means of hiding you have, you will die. Heavenly immortal body, congeal. This time, Han Feng only used the celestial body alone, so he could use it to the Deshang stage at one time, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared directly to the 2nd level of the sanctuary peak. With a palm shot, the bloody palm and Xuanhuan palm broke out with a thunderous sound, and the strong aftermath spread. What? Ancestor Xuanhuan was bombarded and retreated several hundred meters, looking surprised. This is your trump card? But it's on the same level as the old man. It's very tender to want to kill the old man. You shouldn't open the seal. When the old man breaks away from the seal, he will come back and kill you sooner or later. When he reached the same realm as him, Xuanhuan ancestor secretly thought that it was not good, and realized that it was impossible to kill Han Feng. Therefore, Xuanhuan ancestor did not want to fight anymore, but flew to the entrance of the seal with one movement. As long as he escapes the seal, he will be able to recover to the full strength of Tuoba's ancestor clone in a short period of time, and it will be easy to kill Han Feng at that time. Want to escape? Dream. The corner of Han Feng's mouth curled into a sarcastic arc, and the holy pupil of the star opened instantly. When the cultivation base does not skyrocket, it is enough to make it difficult for the second and third levels of the sanctuary peak to resist the power of illusion, not to mention the skyrocketing cultivation base now. The cultivation base has skyrocketed to the second level of the peak of the sanctuary, and the power of Han Feng's primordial spirit has also increased from barely comparable to the peak of the sanctuary peak first level to the real equivalent of the peak of the sanctuary peak of the first level. This improvement is very small, but after the power of illusion burst out from the holy pupil of the star, it is enough to make the sanctuary peak triple heaven powerhouse trapped in the illusion space and unable to escape. Oops! Surrounded by illusion, in the vast starry sky, with Xuanhuan ancestor inheriting the existence of Tuoba ancestor's memory, how could he not know that he was an illusion? Open to the old man. A layer of power bombarded out, but the power of the primordial spirit of the unparalleled ancestor was only restored to the peak level of the sanctuary. How to break free? Not long after, the primordial spirit of the unparalleled ancestor was forcibly killed in the illusion space. The primordial spirit perished, and the unparalleled ancestor's body fell to the ground. Finally completed the task that Senior Lin left me. Han Feng suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Before going to the central continent, the crisis of the Great Jin Kingdom has been hanging in the limelight, and he is afraid that he has not had time to return to the unparalleled ancestor. Just break free of the seal, that is, the Great Jin Kingdom will definitely suffer the disaster. Now that the problem has been solved, Han Feng only feels relieved. But at this moment, Han Feng's Xuanhuan fluctuated and suddenly soared, truly reaching the limit of the great sanctuary, and half of his feet stepped into the peak of the sanctuary. The current Han Feng can be said to be a peak powerhouse in the half-step sanctuary. Han Feng never imagined that after he completely relaxed his mentality, he would have such a big improvement. Han Feng said to himself, the real limit of the great sanctuary has been reached. If ordinary warriors can't break through the peak of the sanctuary, it is a common thing to say that they can't break through the peak of the sanctuary. But I have already realized the peak of the sanctuary. The essence of, before the cultivation base has not reached the limit of the great sanctuary, I can't feel the signs of breakthrough, so I need the help of foreign objects. But now I have really reached the limit. I have already touched the opportunity to break through, and if there is the essence of the peak of the sanctuary, I don't need the magic fire crystal. I will definitely break through within a year. It has been decided that this year, I will rely on my own hard work to break through, and the magic fire crystal can continue to improve after I break through. After showing his body, Han Feng left Lei's house and quickly returned to Han's house. The Great Jin Kingdom, the Han family, in the Holy City. The streets of the whole city were crowded with people, and it was bustling. This is... Han Feng returned to Han's house and was stunned by such a scene. He had never come back like this before. When I asked Bai Xian and Yizhu to ask Han Feng, I found out that my mother's birthday is coming. This is a birthday wish for my mother. Han Feng knows that his mother does not have a full lifespan. Generally speaking, when she is older, she will only have a full lifespan. Especially, the birthdays of the sanctuary powerhouses are basically 100 years and 100 years. Do a big one. It seems that the Han family is finally going to raise a high profile. It seems that the Han family is strong enough now. Without me, it is enough to become the top family in the Great Jin Kingdom. Master, are you going to Madam's birthday party? Bai Cai asked respectfully. Han Feng thought for a while and said, I'm still not going. If he went, it would be a bit eye-catching, and it would hide the limelight of my mother. In the end, Han Feng went to his mother alone and gave him a gift. After the banquet, he accompanied his mother and father to wander through the mountains and rivers of the Great Jin Kingdom, and retreated again a month later. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Han Feng has been in retreat for 9 months. As I said before, Han Feng did not use the magic flame and fire crystal, and completely relied on himself. With the quintessential comprehension of the peak of the sanctuary, Han Feng's only difference is time. Today, 9 months later, Han Feng suddenly spewed out a terrifying breath all over his body, and the breath directly penetrated the secret room and rushed into the sky. The terrifying aura caused dark clouds to roll, and the terrifying scene made countless strong people in the holy city uneasy, and the entire Jin dynasty was affected a lot. The breakthrough of the peak of the sanctuary can be said to be huge, and only by becoming the peak of the sanctuary can it be regarded as a real foothold in the North Continent. Bai Xinyezu was indeed a good administrator that Han Feng was looking for. Seeing that things were not going well, he immediately spread the reason for such a scene, and many warriors in the Great Jin Kingdom were ecstatic for a while. The peak of the sanctuary, their Great Jin Kingdom, finally gave birth to a peak of the sanctuary. Many forces, including the Lord of the Great Jin Kingdom, wanted to visit. Yizhu had no choice but to tell many forces that Han Feng had not left the customs, and refused the visit of these forces. In the secret room, a funnel-like vortex of spiritual energy was formed around Han Feng's body and poured into Han Feng's body. Han Feng still holds the holy stone in his hand to speed up the transformation of the holy yuan. I don't know how long it took. Han Feng woke up leisurely, and the realm in the early days of the peak of the sanctuary was completely stabilized. Feeling the surging power in his body, the corners of Han Feng's mouth turned slightly, but he couldn't hold back. Congratulations, I finally broke through to the peak of the sanctuary. Xuanhuan conveyed his congratulations to Han Feng. Han Feng said with satisfaction, thanks to the high-grade holy stone, otherwise I don't know how long it will take to stabilize the initial stage of the peak of the holy domain. Now I can finally use the magic flame and fire crystal to continue to practice. I don't know to what extent the magic flame crystal can help me improve at this moment. The magic flame and fire crystal source liquid Han Feng is much easier to absorb. In just 2 months, Han Feng has been absorbed, and the cultivation base has been upgraded to the peak of the sanctuary. It is extremely stable. Heaven realm. After leaving the customs, Bai Cai immediately came to ask, Master, do you want to meet those people's visiting master? No, I still have something to do, and the Han family will still be managed by you. Han Feng shook his head and immediately walked away. Today, Han Feng's status in the Great Jin Kingdom is not what it used to be, especially at the peak of the sanctuary, which has made Han Feng's status even higher than that of Lin Shunsheng. It's normal for these people not to see Han Feng, but it's a surprise when they see it. Therefore, Han Feng is not worried that these people will be dissatisfied because of this. On the contrary, it is because he often puts down his body to meet people that will cause some people to be unbalanced. Why is my high status and so-and-so's low status a treatment? Beizhou Continent, Demon Flame Domain. It has been more than 10 days since he left the Great Jin Kingdom, and Han Feng finally found the place where the Demon Flame Domain is located according to what Hao Meili said. Looking from a distance, the sky above the Demon Flame Domain is gloomy red, and the Demon Flame Domain itself is more like being enveloped by something. This is not an enchantment. The enchantment seems to be a very solid existence, but this envelope of the demon flame domain is more like a natural barrier between heaven and earth, like a constantly fluctuating airflow. Through the fluctuating airflow, Han Feng could not feel the feeling of crossing the barrier at all, as if this airflow did not exist at all. But Han Feng is very clear, once there is a small perfection in the sanctuary and the powerhouse above it wants to forcibly break in, this seemingly useless airflow will explode with amazing power and hit the small perfection in the sanctuary and above. After entering the demon flame domain, Han Feng immediately looked around. Because of the barriers outside, what you see is only a blurred and distorted picture, and you can't see the specific scene. When Han Feng saw the scene in the demon flame domain, he couldn't help taking a breath. I saw that this demon flame domain was as vast as a plain, the ground was flushed with red, and there was a faint smell of blood permeating the air, as if the earth was soaked with blood. And from time to time, human corpses can be seen on the ground, and flies are flying around. I heard that the warriors in the demon flame territory often fight with the true flame beast and the blazing true flame beast. It looks like this is the case. Han Feng shook his head. Those who survived in the demon flame territory either offended the sanctuary small perfection, or were originally, after entering the descendants of the demon flame domain. Han Feng couldn't understand why these people didn't leave. Those who have offended the sanctuary little perfection are fine, but the descendants of the warriors who have offended the sanctuary's little perfection are a bit intriguing. It is dangerous outside, but is it safe in this demon flame domain? The power of Han Feng Yuanshan opened up, and he was going to find someone to ask about the specific situation of the demon flame mountain and the demon flame beast. Somewhere in the demon flame domain plain, a huge blazing flame beast was chasing two warriors, a man and a woman. Roar! The blazing flame beast opened its huge mouth that was burning with flame. The surging flame is about to burst out. The surrounding air was squeezed out because of the flames that had not yet been launched, creating a vacuum. Oops! The man's expression changed, and he turned around and took out the sword. Sister Een, hurry up and let me deal with him. No, let's go together, stay together. Apart from this blazing flame beast, there are still those bastards chasing and killing them. Rather than die in the hands of those people, I would rather die in the mouth of the blazing flame beast with you. The woman who was called Inmei by the man was determined to stay. There was a slight affection between the eyes of the two, and it was obvious that both of them had some meaning for each other. The man was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, we were not born on the same day and the same month in the same year, but if we could die on the same day in the same year, the same month, and in the mouth of the same blazing beast, it wouldn't be wrong for the two of us." The man deeply glancing at the woman, the meaning is self-evident. Two people who love each other can die together, it is better than not being together. The real sword shocked the clouds. Lotus is bright. The sword in the man's hand burst out with astonishing power, turning into a cloud-like sword energy blasting towards the blazing beast. The woman swung her fists, and the blossoming lotus flowers were wrapped in strange energy and whizzed away through the space. Both of them are at the peak level of the ordinary sanctuary 9 heavens, and they have low-grade holy artifact swords and fists. The power of the combination of the two should be taken seriously by the ordinary great sanctuary first layer. However, this blazing flame beast is at least as powerful as the power of the fourth level of the great sanctuary. Although the attack of the two is strong, the blazing flame beast just spit out a flame and swallowed the attack of the two. Then the flame surged and exploded, rushing out a sea of fire-like power. Puff puff. The men and women vomited blood and fell to the ground, their faces filled with despair and relief. The blazing flame beast roared a few times and was about to enjoy delicious food. But at this moment, the blazing flame beast felt a chill and a terrifying crisis, and subconsciously retreated. Raising its head, the blazing flame beast only saw a flaming lotus attack, and a sea of fire burst out to swallow it in an instant. A man and a woman did not feel the arrival of the blazing flame beast for a long time, so they couldn't help but look at it, and they saw a scene that shocked them. A young man who looked about the same age as them just casually popped a flaming lotus flower, and easily burned the huge blazing flame beast to ashes. Okay, so strong. The two were shocked. Mei, this guy's lotus attack is much stronger than yours. The man muttered to himself. Mei gave the man a sideways look, and was somewhat dissatisfied with the man's belittling of the sanctuary she had learned, and the man immediately laughed. The woman tidied up her clothes, and respectfully thanked Han Feng. Little girl, thank you for your help. The little girl knows that for the strong in the sanctuary, you can't judge the age only by appearance, although their faces are similar, but the other party so strong, who knows how many years it has lived, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years old monster. It was her, who was over 300 years old now. The man thanked him immediately. Han Feng did not change his face, and said lightly, I will ask you something. The woman and the man looked at each other, but did not show any strange expressions. Obviously, the two had already guessed that Han Feng had a plan to save them. Those with weak strength are intentional, but they are afraid that they don't have the strength and courage to make a move, and those with strong strength may not be so kind. Since it is a casual shot, most of them will leave lightly after the event, waving their sleeves without taking away a cloud, let alone paying attention to their small ordinary sanctuary. Senior, please speak. The woman still respectfully said. Han Feng asked what he wanted to know. The woman and the man opened their mouths. This outrageous senior doesn't even know something as basic as the demon flame domain. Could it be? The two had guesses about the origin of Han Feng. Guessing that Han Feng was probably from outside the demon flame domain, the woman answered Han Feng's questions one by one. Over and over, Han Feng figured out a lot of things, and also knew the names of women and men. The woman's name is Li Yin, and the man's name is Tang Lai. From Li Yin's mouth, Han Feng knew that the flame beasts were also divided into 4 levels. The first and weakest level was the ordinary flame beasts, whose strength was roughly equivalent to the initial stage of the peak of the human sanctuary. The second level is the elite flame beast. The strength is equivalent to the middle of the peak of the human sanctuary. The number of the third level is rare. Among the demon flame beasts, it exists as the commander level. Most of them are the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and only a few have stepped into the 8th level of the peak of the sanctuary. There is only one last level, and that is the demon flame king, whose cultivation base has broken through to the limit of the 9 heavens, the peak of the sanctuary, and is the most powerful existence among the demon flame beasts. Knowing the specific level of the magic flame beast, Han Feng also knows how the sage of the world got the magic flame crystal. There are 6 floors under the magic flame mountain. The first floor has the largest number of ordinary flame beasts, and the second floor is second in number. Most of them are ordinary magic flame beasts. There are a small number of elite magic flame beasts leading the second floor. The demon flame beast has reached the elite level and already possesses wisdom that is no weaker than that of humans. The first. It is precisely because the wisdom of the elite flame beast is not weaker than that of humans that it can exist as the leader and commander on the second floor. Ordinary demon flame beasts also have not weak intelligence, but they are only equivalent to human children. The flame beasts, real flame beasts, and blazing flame beasts outside the magic flame mountain are naturally formed in the magic flame domain. They do not rely on the previous generation to give birth to the next generation like beasts and humans, so their wisdom is only equivalent to the level of beasts. The proportion of the number of elite flame beasts on the 3rd floor has greatly increased, and there are very few commander-level flame beasts on the 4th floor. The 5th floor is purely the territory of the commander-level flame beasts. Except for the elite-level flame beasts who are cronies of the commander-level flame beasts to meet and report some news within a limited time, the rest of the flame beasts are not allowed to enter, otherwise even if the flame beasts are a family at the same time, these commander-level flame beasts will kill them. These commander-level demonic flame beasts are said to be commanders, rather than the guardians of the Demon Flame King. The bottom 6th floor is the palace of the Demon Flame King. Only the commander-level demonic beasts who hold the post of guardian can enter, and the commander-level demonic beasts like the 4th floor are not allowed to enter at all. Now, this Demon Flame King is retreating in order to break through to the Sanctuary Small Perfection and leave the Demon Flame domain. In addition, Han Feng also learned that the magic flame and fire crystals are also divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the peak of the sanctuary from 1 to 9 layers of heaven, respectively. The magic flame crystals that the sages of the world got at the beginning were only the 3rd level magic flames, that is to say, the sages of the world got the magic flames after killing the ordinary flame beasts of the sanctuary peak triple heaven. Although the magic flame crystal comes from the body of the magic flame beast, not every magic flame beast has it, it depends on luck. The original sage should only have entered the 1st floor, or he didn't go too far on the 2nd floor. If he entered the 3rd floor and was surrounded by elite-level demon flame beasts, even the strength of the sage of the world would not be enough. Escape. Han Feng said to himself. Knowing everything he wanted to know, Han Feng's gaze towards Li Yin and Tang Lai also eased a lot. At this time, Han Feng remembered that the Demon Flame King was going to attack the sanctuary Xiaocheng, and couldn't help but say, "Can't the Demon Flame Beast leave the Demon Flame domain?" Li Yin said bitterly, "Yes, in fact, even descendants like us can't leave the Demon Flame domain, or in other words, all beings born in the Demon Flame domain can't leave the Demon Flame domain. You can leave when you arrive at the sanctuary Small Perfection, but the legend is just a legend. Little Perfection in the sanctuary outside can't get in. Could it be that the sanctuary Small Perfection inside can go out?" Han Feng suddenly realized that it is no wonder that he rarely hears about the Demon Flame domain outside, and rarely sees the Demon Flame Beast. It turns out that he can't get out of this place. Li Yin's words solved many of Han Feng's doubts. As for whether the sanctuary Small Perfection can leave, Han Feng smiled lightly. When the Demon Flame King succeeds in attacking, you can naturally know whether the sanctuary Xiaocheng can break the rules and leave the Demon Flame domain. But at this moment, the light in Han Feng's eyes flashed. There are many warriors who are rushing here, and many of them are super strong in the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Is it related to you? Li Yin's face changed greatly. It really is them. They really want to kill them all. Oh? Do you need me to take action? It's counted as your reward for answering the question. Han Feng said with great interest. Li Yin hesitated for a moment. There are experts from the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary in there, and the shadow hall of its power is not inferior to the peak of the 7th heaven of the sanctuary, and there are peerless powerhouses at the master level, senior. Obviously, Li Yin didn't want to drag Han Feng into it, nor did he think that Han Feng had the ability to compete against the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary or had the courage to oppose the Shadow Hall. The power of the Shadow Palace is enough to be equal to the weakest first-rank power. Han Feng tickled the corner of his mouth. Sacred Domain Peak 7th layer? I also really want to see how far apart I am from the Sanctuary Peak 7th layer. If it was in the past, Han Feng would definitely not provoke such a strong person easily, but now Han Feng himself has broken through to the peak strength of the sanctuary, and he plans to hunt the flame beasts to enhance his strength. As long as there are enough magic flame crystals, Han Feng is very confident that he can improve his strength in a short period of time, or soar. That being the case, what is there to fear in the 7th heaven of the peak sanctuary? If you can't even win the 7th layered heaven of the peak of the holy domain, how can you compete with the first true disciple of the ancient family? Ling Gan, the first true disciple of the spiritual clan, has the strength to surpass the peak of the sanctuary, not to mention the existence of the Yin clan, which is enough to rank in the forefront of all ancient families. The Yen clan is an ancient clan stronger than the Spirit clan. Even if it is in decline now, the strength of its first true disciple is definitely stronger than that of the Lingon. While speaking, Han Feng showed his body and shot into the distance like a streamer. Who dares to sneak attack on my Shadow Hall deacon? The leader of the great sanctuary Juzongshan shouted loudly, and punched Han Feng fiercely at the same time. Han Feng smiled contemptuously, and the whole body of Saint Yuan burst out, and smashed it with one punch. This punch, like a landslide and tsunami, made the deacon of the Shadow Palace look terrified. No, it's the peak of the sanctuary. No matter how arrogant the deacon of the Shadow Palace is on weekdays, he knows who can't be provoked, and the peak of the sanctuary is one of them. Boom! The shock surged out like an ocean wave, and it was completely destroyed in a radius of 10,000 meters. In the center, a huge pit with a width of thousands of meters and a depth of hundreds of meters was exposed. It was the deacon of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary of the Shadow Palace who fought against Han Feng, but under such an impact, the rest of the Shadow Palace members who came to chase and kill Li Yin along with the Shadow Palace deacon were also affected and devoured. Shaking his hands, Han Feng disappeared into the giant pit. It didn't take long for Li Yin and Tang Lai to rush over quickly, and they couldn't shut their mouths in horror when they saw the scene in front of them. That lord must be the pinnacle of the sanctuary. Tang Lai muttered to himself. Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. If that senior is at the peak of the sanctuary, then it would not be so easy for the Shadow Palace to capture that senior. Especially since the senior can leave at any time from outside the Demon Flame domain, and the Shadow Palace is a descendant of ancestors, and cannot leave. Han Feng did not meet Li Yin again. No matter why Li Yin was hunted down, it had nothing to do with him. Han Feng's main purpose now is to hunt demon flame beasts. The Magic Flame Mountain is located in the center of the Magic Flame domain, and Han Feng arrived at the Magic Flame Mountain not long after flying with all his strength. The probability of having magic flame crystals in the body of the demon flame beast is extremely low. Only a few hundred ordinary flame beasts will have one. The elite level has a higher probability, and the commander level must be dropped. With my current strength, it's better not to go to the 3rd and 4th floors for the time being. The number of elite level flame beasts on the 3rd floor has already increased, and there are even more command-level flame beasts on the 4th floor. One-on-one, Han Feng is not afraid of the elite flame beast, even if this flame beast reaches the level equivalent to the 6th level of the peak of the human sanctuary. But if they were surrounded, the consequences would be dire. These demonic flame beasts are not like the original lava creatures that cannot use the domain power. Once multiple elite-level demonic flame beasts display the superposition and fusion of the magic flame domain, Han Feng has no confidence to escape. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Intermediate. In the demon flame domain, a high mountain peaked straight into the sky and submerged into the clouds. On the top of the mountain stands a towering dark hall, and a sinister and evil charm fluctuates. Outside the main hall, several jet-black stone pillars were inserted there, and the stone pillars were full of terrifying giant beasts, so lifelike that ordinary people would be scared and panic at a glance. In the hall, sitting on the jet-black throne was a jet-black figure, with only a pair of green pupils showing off his body, emitting a green light, like a ghost hiding in the shadows. This figure is the Lord of the Shadow Palace, a rare sanctuary peak 7th level powerhouse in the Demon Flame domain, and one of the overlords of the Demon Flame domain. Known as the Demon Sage. In front of the Demon Saint, a light curtain flashed out of thin air, and in the light curtain, the scene where Han Feng killed the deacon of the Shadow Hall appeared impressively. After a long time, a gloomy voice resounded through the hall. The peak of the sacred area dares to oppose my Shadow Hall. Come here, spread this person's appearance throughout the entire demon flame domain, and send someone to kill this person as soon as there is news. Yes. I don't know when. 12 figures appeared in front of the demon sage. These are the confidants of the demon sage, the 12 shadows. Each has a mid-level sanctuary cultivation base, and is relatively powerful in the same level. Shadow 12 shot, and soon Han Feng's portrait spread throughout the entire demon flame domain. Han Feng still doesn't know that the Shadow Palace has wanted him in the entire demon flame domain. Maybe Han Feng won't care if he knows. On the first floor under the Magic Flame Mountain, Han Feng rushed in here to hunt the Magic Flame Beast. The space on the first floor under the Magic Flame Mountain is extremely wide, and Han Feng's power of Xuanhuan exerted his full strength to explore, but only a small part of the space was explored. However, under the glance of Xuanhuan, Han Feng found a lot of demon flame beasts. The cultivation base has broken through to the peak of the sanctuary, and the power of Han Feng's primordial spirit has greatly increased. Now it is comparable to the middle and late stages of the peak of the sanctuary, and it is close to the peak of the second layer. When the primordial spirit swept past, the strength of the demon flame beasts equivalent to the first level of the human sanctuary peak was almost trembling, while the powerful flame beasts were equivalent to the second and third level of the human sanctuary peak. It was a roar that took Han Feng's Xuanhuan investigation as a provocation, and some of them rushed directly to Han Feng's location. 2 hours later, in front of Han Feng lay numerous corpses of flame beasts. The demon flame beast was formed by gathering the flames of heaven and earth in the demon flame domain, and soon these corpses turned into flames and disappeared into the space. Han Feng grimaced. Sure enough, the probability is too low. There is not a single magic flame crystal. Maybe I should consider going to the second floor to hunt elite-level magic flame beasts. But if you are surrounded, forget it, let's hunt on the first floor first. At least wait for the cultivation base to break through to the second layer, and Aurora Tsangyan can also break through before going to the second floor. In that case, the safety will be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Han Feng did not step into the second floor, and was still hunting on the first floor. As long as it is not surrounded by ordinary flame beasts in a large area, Han Feng of Sanctuary Peak 1 and 2 is basically a hit, and there is no need to use the Celestial Body and the Holy Flame Battle Body. Only when facing the demonic flame beast of the Sanctuary Peak Triple Heaven will Han Feng put some effort into it, but that's all. He still hasn't used the Heavenly Immortal Body and the Holy Flame Battle Body. The cultivation base broke through to the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng has already completely mastered the top-grade and lower-grade sanctuary skills, which is the high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills, such as the 4th level of Lotus Smashing Fist, the 8th level of Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger, and the 5th level of Do Pajintian Fist. Can exert a large part of its power. It can be said that when Han Feng was promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, his comprehensive strength had already risen sharply. Han Feng is confident that if he fights against the Sage of the World again, even if the Sage of the World has exerted his domain power, he will be able to fight against the old, even if it is evenly divided, but he will not be defeated. Of course, if it is unexpected, it will be easier to win. After more than 10 days, Han Feng already had 10 third-level magic flame crystals, 18 second-level magic flame crystals, and 40 first-level magic flame crystals. These are enough for the time being. I'm tired after more than 10 days of hunting. I'll go out to practice first. On the way, Han Feng's face condensed, and he found that a young man in a green shirt and several old men were surrounded by a large number of demon beasts. These demonic flame beasts are generally not of high level. Most of them are in the first level of the peak of the sanctuary. There are only 20 to 30 of the peak of the second level of the sanctuary, and only 3 of the peak of the third level of the sanctuary. In addition to the youth on the side of the youth, who seemed to have just been promoted, the rest of the old men all looked like the second and third levels of the sanctuary peak, and it was these old men that made the demon flame beast unable to attack for a long time. But Han Feng can see that these old men have almost reached their limit. If they continue to fight, the Saint Yuan in the body will be drained for at most half an hour, and only the end will be swallowed by the demon flame beast. Han Feng threw a punch, breaking the heaven-shattering fist. The fifth level of Do Pujintian fist, the 48 levels of vibration force gathered together as soon as it erupted, and the terrifying vibration force shook the space, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. The vibrational force formed invisible ripples that continuously impacted, and the flame beasts were swallowed and annihilated. The cultivation base has reached the peak of the first layer of heaven. The power of the primordial spirit is comparable to the middle and late stages of the second layer of heaven, and the solidity of the holy essence is not weaker than the peak of the second layer of heaven. In addition, there is a high-grade and medium-level sacred art, and the power of Han Feng's punch has exceeded. At the initial stage of the peak of the sanctuary, a large number of demonic flame beasts were killed, and only those powerful sanctuary peak triple heaven demonic flame beasts were hit hard, not killed in seconds. The expressions of the old men were shocked, knowing that now was not the time to express their gratitude. They shot again and again, and all kinds of powerful killing moves were like densely woven spider webs slammed into the flame beasts. All the old men were killed. Led by young people, several old people came to thank them. Under Lai Yuanzong Lai Qianxing, thank you very much for your help. If there is any need in the future, I will definitely help and repay. The youth is not an arrogant playboy. In fact, he can break through to the peak of the sanctuary. The aptitude and character of the youth themselves, you are not comparable to ordinary people. Han Feng's face was slightly condensed. From Li Yin's mouth, Han Feng knew that Lai Yuanzong was not weaker than the powerful forces of the Shadow Palace. The current suzerain of Lai Yuanzong was also one of the major overlords of the demon flame domain. Han Feng was originally just helping him, knowing that the other party's origin was extraordinary. Han Feng was also happy to befriend the other party. Half a day later, Han Feng left, and Lai Qianxing sighed. If such a powerful person can recruit our Lai Yuan sect, it would be great. Elders, let's go back. I want to report Brother Han's information. I have a hunch, given time, this Brother Han will also become one of the overlords, maybe even stronger. Han Feng left Moyan Mountain. According to what Li Yin once said, he went to a place called Holy Flame City. There is a holy place for cultivation for martial artists. There are 3 levels of cultivation holy places, 1 level for ordinary holy places, 1 level for great holy places, and 1 level for peak holy places. Ordinary sanctuaries only need 10 low-grade holy stones a day, but the great sanctuary level requires 100 low-grade holy stones, and the peak level of the sanctuary requires thousands of low-grade holy stones a day. Han Feng chose to practice the secret room at the peak level of the sanctuary, preparing to attack the middle level in the late 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. The third one. In the secret room of practice, Han Feng sat cross-legged, holding a 3rd level magic fire crystal in each hand. Running the 9 flames different fire art, Han Feng began to absorb the energy in the magic fire crystal. A steady stream of fiery breaths poured in, and the Han Feng Jiao Yan Yi Huiju swirled more and more violently. Breaking through from the early stage to the middle stage in the later stage of the 5th floor means that the auroric Song Yan will not be weaker than the high-grade medium flame. It is not so easy to break through from the top-grade and low-grade top to the high-grade medium, and only 2 are not enough to break through. The power contained in the 3rd level magic flame crystal is only 1/10 of the sanctuary peak triple heaven magic flame beast, which is the essence of the essence. 2. Only 1/5. Immersed in cultivation, time always flies very fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Although there are magic flames and fire crystals that are enough to make Han Feng's cultivation soar, but when his cultivation reaches the peak of the sanctuary, anyone's speed will slow down, or every time he breaks through. Time will take a long time. Even the top geniuses of the ancient family usually stay at the peak of the sanctuary for a long time. In 2 months, 10 third-level magic fire crystals were all refined, but the 9 flames and different fire art was still in the late 5th stage and the early stage, and did not break through to the middle stage. Han Feng sighed secretly. If he had a few 4th-level magic flame crystals in his hand, I'm afraid that he would have broken through to the late 5th layer middle level. However, although he didn't make a breakthrough, Han Feng could feel the power of Aurora Tsungyan's flame going further, which can be said to be extremely close to the high-grade middle-grade holy flame. Moreover, Han Feng can also feel the fluctuations of the 9 flames and different fire art, which is the feeling of breaking through but not breaking through. Han Feng has an intuition, and the lack of energy should not be much. Without hesitation, Han Feng took out the secondary magic fire crystal and began to absorb it. The number of the 2nd-level magic fire crystals is more than the 3rd-level magic fire crystals, but the difficulty of refining is far less than the 3rd-level magic fire crystals. Han Feng absorbed the 2nd-level magic fire crystals in a month. And the 9 flames and different fire art did not disappoint Han Feng, and reached the late-stage mid-level of the 5th floor in one fell swoop. Boom! A terrifying flame surged out, forming a blooming lotus flower. Han Feng sat cross-legged on the lotus flower, like a lotus boy. It's just that this boy is obviously a big one, and he is much more mature than the boy. There was a smile on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. The current Aurora Tsungyan can almost devour the 4th-level domain of the peak of the sanctuary, and even the lower-level 5th-level domain can swallow part of it. As long as it is not too perverted, the peak of the sanctuary peak 4, the powerhouse above Chong Tian, will no longer be able to suppress me with the domain in the future. Without the suppression of the domain, the peak of the ordinary sanctuary, the 4th-level heaven, is the material to be killed in seconds in the hands of Han Feng. There are still a lot of 1st-level magic fire crystals left in his hand, but Han Feng did not continue to use it to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. The 1st-level magic flame fire crystal contains 2 little magic flame beast essence, and dozens of them are equivalent to several sacred peaks. No float. Even the 3rd-level magic flame and fire crystal, the improvement of the 5th-level middle level in the later stage, is very small. Next time I go to the bottom of Moyan Mountain, I must enter the 2nd floor. Han Feng secretly said. It cannot be used to improve the 9 flames and different fire art, which does not mean that these 1st-level magic fire crystals are useless. Don't forget that Han Feng's current cultivation base is only the peak of the sanctuary. One by one, the 1st-level magic fire crystals were absorbed to improve the cultivation base, and Han Feng's breath was about to move. A month later, Han Feng's body was shaken, and a terrifying breath permeated out, officially breaking through to the 2nd level of the peak of the sanctuary. With the improvement of cultivation base, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has grown again. It's time to go again. Han Feng muttered to himself. However, Han Feng did not know that the shadow palaces wanted for him in the demon flame domain had already been spread, and he had already attracted the attention of some people when he first came to the Holy Flame City. Come. Sir, there is a senior who said that he is your friend and is waiting for you outside. The heavenly rank warrior, who entertained Han Feng before the cultivation holy place, hurriedly said. Friend? Han Feng looked puzzled. He is an outsider. What kind of friends will he have in the demon flame domain? With doubts, Han Feng saw my friend, and then Han Feng knew that this so-called friend was the Lai Yuanzong Lai Qianqing he rescued on the 1st floor under the magic flame mountain. Next to Lai Qianqing was an old man with mid-level strength at the peak of the sanctuary. Brother Han. Lai Qianqing first clasped his fists. Brother Lai, what's the matter with you? Lai Qianqing smiled bitterly. It seems that Brother Han has been concentrating on his cultivation these days, and he doesn't know what's going on outside. Outside? Could it be? Han Feng thought about the killing of the deacon of the Shadow Palace, and he felt a little bit in his heart. Lai Qianqing was a little surprised by Han Feng's expression. He was puzzled and then suddenly realized. Does the other party know something? No matter what, Lai Qianqing seriously told Han Feng's wanted list from the Shadow Hall outside. Han Feng smiled. The Shadow Palace is really wanted. Lai Qianqing was speechless. Brother Han, can you still laugh at this time? That's the Shadow Palace. I heard that the palace master of the Shadow Palace has sent the 12 shadows to hunt you down. The mid-level peak of the sanctuary should not be underestimated. Han Feng cannot deny that the Demon Flame territory is only a small part of the Beizhou continent. These humans born in the Demon Flame territory are greatly restricted in both cultivation and vision. The so-called ordinary warriors of the same level in the Demon Flame domain are relatively low in the same level outside the Demon Flame domain, and can even be said to be at the bottom. The invincible powerhouse of the same level is just an ordinary level of the same level outside. And because of the limitation of vision, the human warriors in the Demon Flame domain will break through to the 7th level of the sanctuary peak at most. If you want to go further in your lifetime, it is as difficult as going to the sky. Otherwise, the human beings in the Demon Flame domain would not regard the Demon Flame mountain as a forbidden area. Back then, on the first floor under the Demon Flame mountain, Lai Qianqing and several Lai Yuanzong sanctuary peak early powerhouses would not be swayed by ordinary demons. The flame beasts were surrounded and unable to rush out. If it was the sanctuary peak sanctuary outside, it might be injured, but the possibility of rushing out is extremely high. As for the relatively powerful geniuses of the same level, they can completely kill those demonic flame beasts. Seeing that Lai Qianqing was more anxious than himself, Han Feng rolled his eyes. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. What are you worried about? What about the 12 shadows? Isn't it still not here? The big deal is that I will leave this place now. Sacred Flame City, is it? Lai Qianqing's eyes widened. Don't do this, it's even more dangerous outside. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Oh? Han Feng became serious. Seeing this, Lai Qianqing hurriedly said, as far as I know, the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 11th and 12th shackles of the Shadow 12 shackles have already gathered outside the city. Just waiting for you to go out of the city to intercept you and kill you. If it weren't for the fact that the city lord of Holy Flame City was also one of the overlords, the Shadow 12 shades would have rushed in and killed you directly. Holy Flame City stipulates that warriors cannot fight at will. Since the city lord is an overlord, no one dares to violate this regulation, even if it is a large-scale power, such as the Shadow Hall and Lai Yuanzong. Any 7th heavenly overlord at the peak of the sanctuary has a pivotal position in the Demon Flame domain. Han Feng squinted his eyes. Are 5 of the 12 shadows? He wants to see what his strength is now. Then Han Feng glanced at Lai Qianqing, and said with a half-smile, Brother Lai came this time, I'm afraid it's more than just reminding me. Lai Qianqing showed embarrassment, but he said bluntly, yes, next time I came here to remind Brother Han to be careful, and secondly, to invite Brother Han to join my Lai Yuan sect. Brother Han, you can use the initial stage of the peak of the sanctuary. The power will kill a large number of ordinary demon flame beasts, which is extremely rare among the geniuses in the magic flame domain. I sincerely invite Brother Han on behalf of Lai Yuanzong. Having said this, Lai Qianqing bowed to Han Feng, his face full of sincerity, and said, my Lai Yuan sect is not weaker than the Shadow Palace. If it is guarded by my Lai Yuan sect, the Shadow Palace will I don't dare to want Brother Han any more. This one is the 2nd elder of Lai Yuanzong, and his cultivation base has reached the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Even the first evil among the 12 shadows is not necessarily the 2nd elder's opponent. If the second elder makes a move, he will be able to protect Brother Han is safe. At this time, the second elder next to Lai Qianqing glanced at Han Feng arrogantly, but did not speak. No matter how great Lai Qianqing General Han Feng said, the second elder didn't quite believe that there was such a powerful sanctuary peak early stage. Furthermore, the second elder always felt that the timing of Han Feng's appearance was so coincidental that there might be some conspiracy. Han Feng frowned, and in the end he was still worried that Lai Qianqing didn't say anything, but he was still a little unhappy because of the attitude of the second elder. Lai Qianqing was a little embarrassed for a while. There are many elders in Lai Yuanzong, but these two elders are suspicious all day long. Everyone who sees them thinks that this person has some kind of conspiracy. It is said that the second elder was deceived when he was young. Originally, it was not the second elder, but the third elder who was going to accompany him this time, but in the end, the second elder grabbed it abruptly. Brother Han, you. Lai Qianqing hesitated. Han Feng bowed his hands and looked apologetic. Sorry, I have no idea of joining any forces. What? Although Lai Qianqing guessed that there might be such a result before, he was still stunned by Han Feng's neat refusal. The arrogant face of the second elder suddenly sank. Boy, are you looking down on me, Lai Yuanzong? Lai Qianqing smiled bitterly. It was you who thought Han Feng had a conspiracy before, but now they have rejected you and they think they look down on Lai Yuanzong. Lai Qianqing guessed that it was because of the previous attitude of the second elder that Han Feng refused so neatly, and immediately stopped the second elder and apologized to Han Feng. Han Feng waved his hand. No need to do so, I also know that you are well-intentioned, but I really have no idea of joining any forces. Well, I'm going to Moyan Mountain now, so let's just leave it alone. Han Feng is really too lazy to answer the second elder. Look at this face, as if I can't wait to eat him. After Han Feng left, the second elder widened his eyes. Look at this kid, what does he say? This elder came to invite Lai Yuanzong personally, but he actually refused. Lai Qianqing said speechlessly, it's not the attitude of the second elder, so who else can you blame? I'm just in case this kid is cheating. The second elder was righteous and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him. Lai Qianqing was helpless. Then if others refused, wouldn't it just suit your wishes? The second elder was suddenly choked, and finally realized that he might be a little unreasonable. With a shy face, the second elder muttered, isn't the old man just a little bit bad attitude? As for rejection, aren't you afraid of being killed by the 12 shadows? Lai Qianqing's face changed greatly. Oops, I almost forgot about this. The second elder follows me to stop Brother Han. Even if Brother Han refuses to join my Lai Yuan sect, he can't just watch the other party be shadowed by 12 shadows. Sha kill. The second elder was a little reluctant. What to save? If he seeks death himself, he must be prepared to bear the consequences. Besides, it's also a good thing to let that kid suffer some hardships. Maybe he agreed to join my Lai Yuan sect just because he was afraid. Lai Qianqing moved a little. Then we'll follow? The second elder thought for a while and said, it's possible. If the kid is in any danger, the old man can rescue him in time. Just let that kid see the prestige of our Lai Yuan sect. Lai Qianqing looked at the second elder with a funny look, still remembering that one. Outside the Holy Flame City, 5 figures stood in the air. Third brother, but that kid? Yes, it is him, and the influence of the palace master on us is exactly the same. After saying that, the 5 figures quickly flew away with a terrifying aura. 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng, and Han Feng said lightly, 12 shadows? Oh? You have a vision. Knowing that we are the 12 shadows, you are still so calm. You are still the first, but it makes us a little admired. The third said with interest. That's because it's impossible for you to pose any threat to me. Han Feng laughed, and after some induction, the 11th and 12th shackles are the 4th level cultivation base of the peak of the sanctuary. Chi Sha is only the peak of the 4th layer of heaven, the 5th evil is the early stage of the 5th layer of heaven, and the 3rd evil is the near peak of the 5th layer of heaven. These powers are weaker than what Han Feng thought before. Arrogant. The 3rd evil face, who had some admiration for Han Feng, sank and shouted angrily. "Third brother, since this kid is so arrogant, let me teach him a lesson." 12th Sha stepped out. "No, let's go together, I'm in a hurry." Han Feng made a provocative gesture. 12th Sha sneered, "I alone is enough." Darkness palm. The surging evil spirit condensed a palm, and the 12th evil spirit was sent to Han Feng with a palm. The thick evil spirit repelled the surrounding air, and the space squeezed Han Feng for a while. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Heavenly immortal body, congeal. Breaking the heavenly fist. The holy flame battle body and the heavenly immortal body were cast at the same time, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared from the early stage of the 2nd level to the 4th level in an instant. The 48th level vibration force surged out, and the 12th evil vomited blood and flew out. Second more. What? How is this possible? The ferocious smiles on the faces of the 11th, 7th, 5th, and 3rd shackles instantly stiffened, and their eyes were full of shock and inconceivable. To say the most frightening, it must be the 12th Sha. A heavy vibration force defeated his attack, and it poured into his body. The 12th Sha watched in horror as his body was a mess, and blood was sprayed out. Oops. The 11th shaman discovered the situation of the 12th shaman. He moved to the side of the 12th shackle, and put his hand on the back of the 12th shackle, and the holy essence poured in, trying to use his holy yuan help the 12th Sha to resist the force of the heavy shaking. However, the 11th Sha soon discovered that these shocking forces were not something he could easily resist. Han Feng's cultivation level soared to the 4th level, and he used the 5th level of Do Pujintian Fist, which was powerful enough to be comparable to the 5th level. Two people in the early and middle stages of the 4th level heaven want to resist a blow comparable to the 5th level heaven, which is completely beyond their own capabilities. "Leave it to me." The 3rd shouted fiercely. The 3rd evil is the cultivation base of the sanctuary's peak 5-layered heaven. After the 3rd evil is shot, it easily erases the vibrational power in the 12th evil. The 12th Sha, 11th Sha, and 7th Sha looked at Han Feng with a little fear, and asked themselves, none of the 3 of them could resist the previous blow. Only the 3rd evil spirit and the 5th evil spirit can barely keep their composure. Both of them are at the peak of the sanctuary, and especially the 3rd evil spirit is approaching the peak of the 5th layer of heaven. The 5th punch. The 3rd shackles looked at Han Feng coldly. "Boy, you didn't take advantage of the fact that running away was the worst decision you made before. I admit that we have underestimated you, but don't think that you are enough to be with us. The 2 evil spirits contend, and then I will take care of you." Boom. The 3rd evil obviously treats Han Feng as a powerhouse of the same level. Xuanhuan pours out like the sea, and the momentum goes straight to the sky. In the void, a large black cloud rolled out because of this momentum. "Haisha finger." The 3rd Sha shouted. A giant finger suddenly stretched out from the black cloud, and fell straight at Han Feng. This finger, with an overwhelming momentum, has not yet approached, and the earth has already shaken unceasingly. In the distance, Lai Qianqing said anxiously, "Second elder, you still haven't made a move." The 2nd elder looked solemn. "No hurry, let me see how this kid is going to deal with it." The 2nd elder was completely shocked by Han Feng's attack before. There are very few characters fighting across so many levels in their demon flame domain. The 2nd elder learned from Lai Qianqing that Han Feng was probably from outside the demon flame domain. Could it be that the geniuses outside the demon flame domain are also powerful? The second elder of Lai Yuanzong fell into a misunderstanding here, and Han Feng's cross-level battle was also ranked first outside. Fingering Sanctuary? It's a pity that the warriors in the magic flame field have limited vision, and the grade they create is too low. Han Feng shook his head regretfully. It is only ranked in the middle, and definitely not the top. The palm of the 12th evil before was ranked at the bottom. Since it's the fingering class, then I will also use the fingering class sanctuary to fight against it. Han Feng's face showed a smile that was not a smile, and then he shouted, Fentiandi respects the finger. A finger stretched out. Saint Yuan surged violently, and the tyrannical aura of the 8th level of Emperor Fentian's esteemed fingers rose into the sky, almost smashing the black clouds away. Groups of astonishing flames gathered on Han Feng's fingers, and then formed a giant flame of thousands of feet, which bombarded the black fingers in the depths of the black cloud. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of the bombing resounded through the sky, enough to destroy the spread of the air and sea of the powerhouses in the early stages of the peak of the ordinary sanctuary, and the space oscillated. Puff! The third shaman vomited blood and was blasted away, and behind him there was the remaining flames of Emperor burning Emperor's fingers chasing. The remaining flames were smashed by the third evil force. Then, the third evil face fell to the ground with an ugly face, full of embarrassment, and a lot of hair strands were burnt, and there was a burning smell. Third brother. Fifth Shah and the others were stunned. They were planning to watch Third Shah unleash his mighty power to defeat the opponent, and then fell into the pit and stepped on it fiercely. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by the embarrassment in the end? The third evil. The other party's real cultivation base is only the initial stage of the peak of the sanctuary. How can such a terrifying power burst out? This kid is evil, I am not an opponent. Let's go together, we must support the arrival of the big brother and the others. The big brother is the real master of the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. If the big brother makes a move, there is absolutely no possibility for this kid to escape. Fifth Shah, he spat out a mouthful of blood, resentful. Fifth Shah and the others were startled, and quickly prepared for battle. Let's go together? Let's do it. Since his self-cultivation has broken through to the peak of the sanctuary, Han Feng doesn't know where his limits are, and his desire to fight against the strong has always existed. Otherwise, Han Feng would have given these people a chance to catch their breath, and had already killed them with his ultimate move. Black Demon Fingers. Darkness Palm. Shadow Legs. Heavenly Fist. Crazy Palm. The third and other 5 evils all burst out their strongest tricks, blasting towards Han Feng like a tornado with the momentum sweeping the world. Han Feng laughed, the wind was blowing, Han Feng was dressed in clothes, and his black hair was scattered, but his pupils exuded amazing colors. The heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm. Clap clap clap. Han Feng slapped it with a palm, and the palm shadows turned into dragons roaring away. An astonishing sensation broke out within a radius of 10,000 miles. The peaks collapsed and dissipated in the confrontation of the 6 people. The entire ground was deeply dented by more than 10 meters. Destroyed. Lai Qianqing in the distance was stunned by the second elder's protector. This is too scary. The second elder gave a wry smile. Qianqing, you still want me to protect him? Unless the first shackles make a move, the other 12 shackles are not his opponents at all, and I also doubt that this kid has any means that he has not shown. This kid is too calm. You must know that these 5 evil spirits have not yet displayed domain suppression. Once they are displayed, it will have a great impact on the strength of that kid. If it were me, I would definitely take this opportunity to kill a few, but this kid, it seems that he is enjoying the battle, and he doesn't pay attention to the consequences of the 5 evils using the power of the domain. I can't think of any other reasons except for the hidden means. Of course, it is also possible that this kid is careless, but it is unlikely. But at this time, the confrontation between Han Feng and Wu Sha almost came to an end. After the last dozens of flood dragons broke out, Wu Sha was hit hard. A giant pit. The third one. How could it be so strong? The third and other 5 evils were a little unwilling to believe that the 5 of them were defeated together. The 12th Sha can no longer stand up. He was seriously injured by the dope of vibration boxing before, and now he was hit by the heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm again, and the injury is even worse. The tyrannical vitality, the 12th Sha may have perished long ago. It stands to reason that even if Han Feng's cultivation base has skyrocketed to the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and the heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm should not be so easily swept away by the 5 demons. After all, with the heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm, Han Feng's combat power is only at the peak of the 5th heaven. According to common sense, Han Feng should be similar to the 3rd evil, and in fact it is true, but Han Feng has practiced the 9 flames and different fire art. The 9 flames and different fire art has reached the 5th layer late stage, middle level. Han Feng's Saint Yuan's solidity is far from comparable to the 2nd layer. After the cultivation base has skyrocketed, the Saint Yuan's solidity is naturally higher, so the power of the unique knowledge displayed seems on the surface. It is similar to the Haisha finger, but it is actually much more. This is the fundamental reason why Han Feng swept the 5 evil spirits. Everyone, activate the power of the domain. The 3rd Sha suddenly realized something, and the dark domain expanded. 5th Sha and others followed closely. 4 4th layer domains and 1 5th layer domain are united, and the power of this domain has vaguely surpassed the peak 5th layer level of ordinary sanctuaries. This is because the 5 people's domains do not fit very well, otherwise they are comparable to the 6th level domain of the peak of the sanctuary. At the moment when the domain merged and formed, the domain repression rushed forward, like a dark emperor aloof. Han Feng's eyes were awe-inspiring, and there was even a hint of excitement hidden in the deep layer, and the Aurora Tsangyen swept out. If Aurora Tsangyen did not make a breakthrough, then under the suppression of these fields, it is not impossible for Han Feng Xiuwei to be suppressed to the 2nd level of Sanctuary Peak. However, now it is only suppressed to the peak of the Triple Heaven. Although the 3rd Sha and others were shocked by Han Feng and still had the means to resist the power of the devouring domain, it can be seen that Han Feng's cultivation base was suppressed to the Triple Heaven realm, and Wu Sha still showed a smile that he thought he was about to win. At this time, Han Feng looked up at the 5 people with a mocking expression. Immediately after, a scene that shocked Wu Sha happened. I saw the silver-white flame, and Han Feng was as majestic as the silver flame war god, and his momentum skyrocketed again. Under the extreme suppression of the field, Han Feng's cultivation level has increased even higher than before. It has fully reached the middle stage of Wu's Hongshan and is approaching the late stage. How can it be improved? Wu Sha looked horrified. The 2nd elder in the distance was also speechless. He could still improve so much under the suppression of the domain. What if there was no suppression of the domain? Isn't it enough to compete with the overlord level? Realizing this, the 2nd elder said bitterly, now the old man really believes that this kid has nothing to do with evil. Qianqing, let's go, this guy doesn't need our help, and I'm not even his opponent. It's so strong. Lai Qianqing was stunned, but he knew that the 2nd elder would not lie to him, and seeing that Han Feng had already had the upper hand, Lai Qianqing no longer worried about Han Feng, and returned to Lai Qianqing with Lai Qianqing. Yuanzong. In the field, the reason why Han Feng has improved so much is naturally that he has integrated Aurora Tsangyen into the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Celestial Immortal Body. Han Feng's eyes were burning with silver flames, and he glanced at the 5 evil spirits. In the despair of the 5, Han Feng finally punched. Holy flame strikes the sky. Like the mighty god of fire, this punch carries the aura of destroying the world. Wu Sha was unwilling to accept his fate, and they all took action to resist. Black demon fingers. Darkness palm. Shadow legs. Heavenly fist. Crazy palm. Broken. Han Feng snorted softly. Wu Sha's attack was easily pierced by Han Feng's punch like a piece of paper, and the next moment Han Feng's fire fist completely swallowed Wu Sha. Sure enough, my strength is no longer the same as it was before I broke through. My aurora Xuanhuan has not yet been integrated into the sacred arts such as the holy flame battle body, and the heavenly immortal snake and dragon fingers and blood eyes heavenly wolf claws have not been displayed, and the holy artifact is also not used. If these trump cards are used, how strong should I be? Maybe the mid-level peak sanctuary powerhouse can no longer force my limit. It's the limit. But before that, we should go to Moyan Mountain to continue hunting, and continue to improve the cultivation base and the Nine Flames different fire art. The domain was shattered. Han Feng turned into a flame and disappeared into the sky. As for the 5 evil spirits, they had been burned to ashes. Less than an hour after Han Feng disappeared, 7 figures rushed here one after another. The leader's eyes glowed with purple light. The last breath of the 3rd child disappeared here, and it looks like they have fallen. Who dares to kill the 3rd child? Aren't they afraid of our Shadow Palace's revenge? Boss, it's not so much who has the courage, but who has such strength. To be able to kill the 3rd and the other 5, the cultivation base is at least the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Even in our Shadow Hall, there are less than 10 elders with such strength, and there are no more than 100 in the entire Demon Flame domain. These people cannot have the courage to offend our Shadow Palace, so the most powerful and courageous ones are outsiders. Next to it, the one-eyed sewer has a sullen nose. The purple-eyed man, the first shaman, was slightly startled, and said in a hoarse voice, "Could it be that you think it's the kid we want to kill?" "Not bad." The one-eyed gutter-nosed man nodded. "Impossible. The Hall Master estimated that the kid is the early cultivation base of the sanctuary peak through the method of backtracking. How can he have such strength?" 4th Shah retorted without hesitation. They would rather believe that it was a hegemon-level shot than the second Shackle's speculation, which is simply too outrageous. The first evil is thoughtful. We also have some outsiders in the Demon Flame domain. According to what they said, some of the top geniuses outside are often able to fight across levels, especially the ancient family geniuses they say. Moared is able to cross a great realm, if that kid is from an ancient family. Seeing that the rest of the people didn't believe it, the first Shah lightly said, "This is all our guess, and everything can be left to the Hall Master." After that, the first Shah reached out and grabbed it in the void, and 5 black seeds flew away. Come on, if you look carefully, there are a few traces of evil spirits constantly rotating around these seeds. Sure enough, the demon seed is still intact, and it is indeed the means of the Palace Master. Number 2 smiled coldly. Everyone in our Shadow Hall has the devil's seed of the Hall Master in his body. If there is a devil's seed, the Hall Master can use the method of backtracking to know the scene before the 3rd man's death. Who is the murderer? It's not the person we're going to hunt down, you can tell at a glance. The first Shah put away the seeds and suddenly flew up, followed by the second Shah and others, flying to the Shadow Palace. In the Shadow Hall, the demon sage used the method of backtracking, and 5 demon seeds floated in the air and burst suddenly. At the position after the explosion, 5 light curtains appeared, and what flashed on the light curtain was the scene where Han Feng killed Wu Sha. The 4th Shah and others who didn't believe it fell silent. The first. It turned out to be really him. 4th Shah's eyes were dazed, and he really couldn't believe that someone could really defy the sky to such an extent. The first evil face was stern, and through the light curtain, the first evil himself did not have the confidence to compete, too strong, too perverted. The demonic sage waved his sleeves, and the light curtain disappeared. For the first time, the demonic saint showed a solemn expression on his face, revocation of the wanted. What? The first Shada raised his head in surprise, and the magic shaman said, if this seed is not wrong, then the boy's strength is enough to compete with the overlord level like me, and you will be killed if you shoot. Do you just let him go like this? Fourth Shah was unwilling, but they lost 5 brothers. The demon sage sneered, of course it's impossible to let him go, otherwise what is the prestige of my shadow palace? It's just that this time it's no longer you, but the lord of the palace. The first Shah and the others took a deep breath. The temple master has not taken action in person for many years. Now the cultivation base of the temple master has almost reached the limit of the 7th heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. If there is another breakthrough, then their hall master is the first human being in the demon flame domain. Thinking of this, the first Shah and others all smiled. The first floor under the magic flame mountain. With Han Feng's current strength, even if he is surrounded by a large number of ordinary flame beasts, Han Feng can sweep these ordinary flame beasts, and then rush out of the encirclement. After walking around, Han Feng has accumulated a lot of first dash, second dash, and third level magic fire crystals. Just with Han Feng's current strength, the first level magic flame crystal is almost useless, and the second level magic flame crystal can only improve the cultivation base, but it is only equivalent to 1/10 of the energy of the magic flame beast, and it cannot cause great damage to Han Feng. Increase in magnitude. Only the third level magic fire crystal can improve Han Feng's cultivation a lot, but it cannot improve the 9 flames. Han Feng stayed on the first floor for half a year, refining many second and third level magic fire crystals. Today, half a year later, Han Feng's cultivation base has risen to the peak of the 2nd heaven, which makes Han Feng sigh that this demon flame territory is his lucky star. If there is no magic flame and fire crystal, Han Feng knows that he can't do it within 10 years if he wants to rise from the early days of the first level of the holy domain to the peak of the 2nd level. Those super geniuses of the ancient families, such as the first true disciple, didn't reach the peak of the sanctuary peak in the 5th or 6th or even the 7th heaven for nearly 1,000 years. Most of the time was wasted on the level of the peak of the sanctuary, and the previous ordinary sanctuary level and the great sanctuary level did not delay them much time. This shows how difficult it is to improve the peak of the sanctuary, especially since the middle of the peak of the sanctuary. Putting away the remaining magic flame crystals that were useless to him, Han Feng looked in a certain direction, where a huge pit was sunken in the ground, and the huge pit was burning with raging fire. That's the entrance to the 2nd underground floor, and it's time to go to the 2nd underground floor. Han Feng showed his body, and a roared song yen burned on the surface of his body and burrowed in. On the 2nd floor under the magic flame mountain, the first feeling Han Feng felt when he came here was the fiery heat. The temperature here was nearly double that of the first floor. Hoo-hoo. When he first arrived, Han Feng welcomed several welcomers. It seems that the elite-level flame beasts are soldiers here, and the ordinary flame beasts in the 2nd level peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng sneered and suddenly shot. Now Han Feng, who has cultivated as high as the 2nd level of the peak of the sanctuary, does not need to use martial arts to deal with these ordinary flame beasts of the peak of the 2nd level of the sanctuary. Even with the solidity of Saint Yuan, Han Feng can compete with ordinary demon flame beasts in the sanctuary peak triple heaven empty-handed. Boom boom boom. After a few palms, a few ordinary demon flame beasts disappeared, leaving only potholes of different depths on the ground. With a move of his feet, Han Feng disappeared at the entrance of the 2nd floor in the blink of an eye. A month later, Han Feng's cultivation has not improved much, and the 9 flames and different fire art is still at the original level. On this day, Han Feng finally found the nest of an elite flame beast, and the elite flame beast was able to speak human language. Humans, it's been a long time since no humans came to court to die. The elite flame beasts stared at Han Feng with greed eyes. For the flame beasts, human beings can be described as a delicacy that they can't stop. The elite flame beast opened its mouth wide, saliva flowing down its sharp teeth, and it landed on the ground with a chi sound and turned into flames. Han Feng smiled. If you want to eat me, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Humph, stupid human. The elite flame beast was furious when he heard this, and grabbed Han Feng with one hand. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Heavenly immortal body, congeal. Holy flame strikes the sky. The fire fist shot away like a meteor, and the face of the elite-level demonic flame beast that stayed in the world at the last moment was full of horror. He never thought that the human beings he wanted to eat would be so strong. Boom! A circle of flame ripples spread, and a fire crystal fell into Han Feng's hands. The 4th-level magic fire crystal is not bad. Han Feng sighed. Coming to the place where the elite flame beast stayed, the hunting after Han Feng was more enjoyable. At least dozens of 4th-level magic flame crystals and 5th-level magic flame crystals were obtained, and even Han Feng occasionally encountered the elite-level magic beasts in the peak of the sanctuary peak, the 6th-level heaven, after killing the 6th-level magic flame crystals. There you go. Han Feng did not know that his behavior of hunting a large number of elite-level monsters caused panic among elite-level monsters. When Han Feng didn't know it, there were only 8 sanctuary peak 6-layer elite-level monster flame beasts left here. The peak of the sanctuary, the 4th and 5th layers of heaven, the elite-level demon flame beasts surrounded and strangled Han Feng. After killing another demon flame beast at the peak of the sanctuary peak, Han Feng muttered, with so many magic flame crystals accumulated, it is time to retreat to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. But at this time, Han Feng was surprised to find that there were many elite-level demon flame beasts surrounded by them, and each of them exuded a strong aura. Oops, I'm surrounded. If it was one-on-one, or if the number of these flame beasts was smaller, Han Feng might still stay here for a fight, but the problem was that there were too many of these elite flame beasts. Escape. Han Feng had only one thought in his mind. Half a day later, Han Feng hurriedly fled to the 1st floor, with scars all over his body and tattered clothes. At this moment, Han Feng was no different from a beggar. The elite flame beast is worthy of the existence of wisdom no less than that of human beings, and it has set a trap. After fleeing to the 1st floor, Han Feng breathed out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Speaking of combat power, Han Feng is actually better than those elite 6th heavenly flame beasts at the peak of the sanctuary. Using many means, it is not a problem to kill the 6th heaven elite class flame beast in seconds. However, it is different when the 6-layer elite demon flame beasts use their domain power. Especially the 8-headed 6-layer elite demon flame beasts combined are comparable to the 7th-layer domain, and the others include the 4th and 5th layers. The combination of the elite demon flame beasts has contributed to the strength of the domain. Under the suppression of the domain, Han Feng's strength can't show much at all, and he can only flee in embarrassment. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Battle body. Fortunately, I escaped fast, otherwise I would have to summon Zhu Tianyonk. Han Feng sighed. Although Han Feng was embarrassed, he was not depressed. His flaw was that his cultivation level was too low, and his realm was completely incomparable to the middle of the peak of the sanctuary. But when Aurora Tsongyan is there, he can devour the power of the domain, and he can even devour the suppression of the domain. As long as the Aurora Tsongyan becomes stronger, even if his domain is far inferior to other people's, it doesn't matter. At present, there are quite a few 4th level and 5th level magic fire crystals in his hands, and even a little 6th level magic flame crystals. Aurora Tsungyan's great improvement is not far away. Han Feng found a place on the 1st floor under Moyan Mountain to easily retreat. Although there are a lot of demonic beasts on the 1st floor, as long as Han Feng sets up a barrier, these ordinary demonic beasts cannot rush in, and their cultivation and strength are too low after all. The 4th level magic fire crystals were absorbed, and the Aurora Tsungyan in Han Feng's body was about to move, as if to break out of the shell. I don't know how many grade 4 and grade 5 magic flame crystals were absorbed, as if there was a sound of a shell breaking, and the Aurora Tsungyan suddenly became violent. At this moment, the Aurora Tsungyan is still a high-grade and middle-level holy fire, but its power is enough to swallow the domain power of the peak of the 5th layer of the sanctuary, and it can even briefly compete with the 6th layer of the peak of the sanctuary. But Han Feng knows that this is not enough, and he has to continue to improve. Looking at the few level 4 and 5 magic fire crystals left in his hand, Han Feng set his target on the 6th level magic flame crystal. Han Feng didn't focus on the improvement of his cultivation. If his cultivation improved too fast and his martial skills and Aurora Tsungyan couldn't keep up, then he would be an ordinary peak of the sanctuary, let alone fighting at a higher level. It's good to be in the middle of the ranks. How can you fight against those ancient family geniuses? Moreover, the improvement of the cultivation base is far less than the improvement of the martial arts. A slight improvement in the martial arts may be a relatively large increase in the overall strength, and the cultivation base may only achieve a relatively large improvement by breaking through a small realm. Therefore, when the 4 major martial arts and Aurora Tsungyan have not yet reached the limit that he can master, Han Feng would rather let his cultivation level slow down. The 6th level magic fire crystal is not so easy to refine. Basically, it takes a month to refine and absorb a 6th level magic fire crystal. But the results are also gratifying. The power of Aurora Tsungyan increased at an unprecedented rate, and after 3 months, it broke through to the high level of the high-grade and medium-grade holy fire, and it was already able to swallow up the domain of the 6th level peak of the sanctuary. It is not so easy to reach the top level of high-grade and medium-grade holy flames, and it is the same with 6th level magic fire crystals. At this moment, the 6th layered domain of the peak sanctuary that Aurora Tsungyan can swallow is only an ordinary level. If it is a relatively powerful and special 6th layered domain of the peak of the sanctuary, Aurora Tsungyan may not be able to devour it so smoothly. But for Han Feng, this is enough to deal with those elite demon flame beasts. Aurora Tsungyan has greatly improved, but Han Feng still did not choose to exit. There are still some 4th level and 5th level magic fire crystals in his hand, which Han Feng plans to use to improve the 4 martial arts. Boom boom boom. A month later, with the bombardment of a powerful breath, Han Feng spurted out dazzling golden flames all over his body. Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 clusters of flames shot out, breaking through the barrier and spraying them on the 2 ordinary flame beasts that were staring at them outside the barrier in an instant, turning them into ashes in the blink of an eye. The flames in his eyes gradually dissipated, and Han Feng gradually restrained his momentum, revealing a happy color. Holy Flame Battle Body, Holy Flame Rising Heaven Fist, Holy Flame Armor, and Holy Flame Rising Heaven Seal have all been elevated to the 8th level realm, and their power is comparable to that of high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary. For the ultimate sanctuary, my overall strength has skyrocketed. It's time to seek revenge for those elite demon flame beasts. The people who were besieged and killed before fled in embarrassment, but now they want to kill them back. With a move, Han Feng rushed into the 2nd floor again. Human, it's you again. An elite-level monster at the peak of the sanctuary's 6th level heaven sneered, bursting out with fiery killing intent. The last time I let you escape, this time I will kill you. The elite demon flame beast snorted coldly, and the flames gushed out, turning into countless sharp claws, piercing the space and tearing at Han Feng. Hey, if you joined forces like the last time, I would be a little more afraid, but you are the only one who wants to kill me? Han Feng didn't care about the opponent's attack. Under the circumstance, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed to the fifth heaven. The tyrannical breath filled the air, and Han Feng smashed it out with a punch, and the 48th vibration force spread around like a tsunami. Those seemingly extremely powerful flame claws were all slammed by the force of vibration, suddenly stagnant in space, and immediately collapsed, turning into sparks in the sky. Impossible. How can it be so strong? The elite flame beast roared, and the opponent's powerful elite flame beast was naturally clear, but it was clear that he was able to contend for a while alone last time, but now he is completely at a disadvantage. So, how to delay the arrival of other companions? Han Feng will not be a gentleman until the arrival of other elite flame beasts, before killing them. At the moment, there can be one less elite flame beasts in the peak of the sanctuary. The heavenly immortal snake and dragon fingers. As soon as the half-step high-grade sanctuary came out, the snake dragon roared out. The beast swallowed it. The field of fire, congeal. The elite demon flame beast was swallowed into the belly of the energy snake and dragon, and immediately opened up the power of the field. In the battle a few months ago, the elite demon flame beasts knew that the domain was the opponent's weakness, and they were able to completely defeat the opponent because the opponent's domain was too poor. Catching this weakness, the elite demon flame beast believes that he can completely escape the predicament that appears, and can even delay the arrival of his companions. By the time the elite demon flame beasts gave a sinister smile, this time they would not be careless and would not give the enemy a space to escape. But soon the face of the elite flame beast changed, and it found that the suppression of its own domain had no effect on the opponent. For a time, the elite flame beasts were filled with panic. Death. Han Feng let out a low voice, and an energy storm rolled up in the snake dragon, which instantly shattered the elite demon flame beast, and a 6th-level magic flame crystal fell into Han Feng's hands. Until this time, the rest of the elite flame beasts who got the information of the elite flame beasts had just arrived. Seeing the scene of their companions being wiped out by Han Feng, these flame beasts were all furious, and the strong fire flow broke through the sky like a galaxy. The third one. Human, you are courting death. I will never let you go this time. Many elite flame beasts became angry, and the space on the second floor seemed to come to the end, and the sky was covered with clouds of fire. A layer of powerful aura was overwhelming Han Feng. Han Feng's complexion remained unchanged, and Aurora Tsongyan instantly merged into the holy flame battle body and heavenly immortal body. Han Feng's cultivation level soared again, and it has far surpassed the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. 4-2. In the face of the overwhelming oppression of the ocean, Han Feng's aura was full, and the powerful aura that was infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary's 7th-level sky surged out, turning into a whirlwind whistling away. Boom! Flames exploded in the void, forming bursts of sparks falling. The elite-level demon flame beast headed by them was startled. Even they had never experienced such a momentum last time. Could it be that in just a few short months, the opponent's strength has improved greatly? How can that be? Even if the cultivation speed of human warriors exceeds that of their demon beasts, it is impossible for them to have such a large growth in just a few months. The last time they fought, Han Feng's holy flame battle body was only at the 7th level, and even in the early stage of the 7th level, this time it not only reached the 8th level, but also in the middle of the 8th level. Aurora Tsongyan, Han Feng's cultivation after rising is far more than the last time. But the elite-level demonic flame beast headed by it didn't care after being surprised. What if the momentum was strong? Domain is a big weakness after all. With a loud shout from the leader, the fields of many elite demon flame beasts were displayed one after another. The 7 sanctuary peaks and the 6th level domain, plus the numerous sanctuary peaks 4 and 5 level domains, the combined domain power directly reaches the 7th level. Han Feng felt a will like heaven and earth coming, pressing him tightly. Han Feng roared, and a roar at Xuanhuan gushed out desperately. The last time, Han Feng's cultivation base was directly suppressed and fell to the 1st level of the peak of the sanctuary, and even almost fell from the peak of the sanctuary. If it wasn't for Han Feng's hemorrhagic eyes and wolf claws, and the elite demon flame beasts were a little careless, Han Feng might not necessarily be able to escape. But this time, Han Feng's cultivation was only suppressed to the 5th level. The complexion of the leading elite flame beast finally changed. If this cultivation base was matched with the super powerful tricks that he performed last time, what incredible power would erupt? No, this kid is no longer comparable to a few months ago. Escape. At the first time, the elite demon flame beast headed by him had the intention of retreating. Han Feng smiled, since you're here, then stay. Don't worry, you won't need the blood-eyed wolf claws to deal with you. Now with the improvement of Han Feng's cultivation, the blood-eyed wolf claws can also play more. The power of the blood-eyed wolf claw now exceeds the level of the top-grade sanctuary. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. If it was just a 6th level elite demon flame beast at the peak of the sanctuary, Han Feng's simple punch of the holy flame would be enough to kill it, just like the one killed by Han Feng before. But now there are 7 elite flame beasts who have reached the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. The silver-white flame fist blasted out like a black hole. The surrounding space faintly collapsed. Joint shot. Seeing Han Feng's blow, the leader knew that they couldn't escape unless they resisted it. In an instant, many elite-level demon flame beasts joined forces. The flames burst into the sky. As if to poke a hole in the sky, some of these flames turned into sharp swords, some into sharp claws, and some into fangs and other strange-shaped things. The attacks made by these flames are enough to wipe out any sanctuary in the early stage, and the combined power is even more incredible. However, under Han Feng's punch, these attacks were all paper tigers. Looking majestic, they were actually broken with one punch. No. A group of elite demon flame beasts roared in despair. They never thought that it was only a few months. How could the other party become so strong? Die. Han Feng's expression was indifferent. The last time he fought, Han Feng's real combat power was not comparable to these elite flame beasts. It was only because he was suppressed by the domain that he finally lost and ran away. But now the power of Aurora Xuanhuan has increased greatly, and the domain suppression of the elite flame beasts can no longer have such a terrifying impact on Han Feng as last time. Boom! The entire sky on the 2nd floor formed a sea of fire, swallowing all the flame beasts. The power of the flames that Han Feng erupted was obviously still above the temperature of the flame beast itself, so even if the flame beast itself was formed of flames, it would eventually turn into nothingness. The magic flame crystals fell into Han Feng's hands, and Han Feng looked at a giant pit on the 2nd floor. It's time to go to the 3rd floor. However, before that, Han Feng first returned to the 1st layer of cloth under the enchantment and began to absorb the magic fire crystal. There must be some remaining elite flame beasts in the 2nd layer. Even the ordinary flame beasts are basically the strength of the sanctuary peak triple heaven. If these flame beasts are bombarded with all their strength, it is entirely possible to break the knot of Han Feng. Boundary. Cultivation should not be disturbed. The possibility of being disturbed by staying on the 2nd floor is obviously far greater than that on the 1st floor. It is too difficult to upgrade from the high-grade, middle-high level to the top-grade middle level. It may be better to have a 7th level magic flame crystal, but if it is only a 6th level magic flame crystal, it is not possible to do it with a few dozen or so. Han Feng killed a lot of elite flame beasts, but even for elite flame beasts, the probability of dropping magic flame crystals after death is between 1/10 to 1/10, so Han Feng got his hands on it. There are not many magic fire crystals. Han Feng is still lucky, there are 3 at the 6th level. Absorbing the 3 6th level magic fire crystals is still a long way from the top of the high-grade medium, not to mention the impact of the high-grade gap. Han Feng thought about the remaining 4 and 5 levels of magic flame and fire, but after all, it was not used to improve the 9 flames and different fire art, but to improve the 4 martial arts. After all the magic flame and fire crystals were absorbed, the 4 major martial arts such as the Holy Flame War Body have been promoted to close to the late 8th realm. Han Feng stood up, waved his hand to disperse the barrier, quickly went to the 2nd floor, and then entered the 3rd floor through the giant pit. The proportion of the 3rd-tier elite flame beasts has greatly increased, more than half, and it is obviously easier to obtain the 4th, 5th, and 6th level magic flame crystals, but Han Feng's purpose is not these 4th, 5th, 6th level 7 magic fire crystal, but the 7th level magic fire crystal dropped after the death of the commander level flame beast. Therefore, Han Feng quickly rushed into the 4th underground floor. 4th underground floor. A certain extinct volcano seemed to have been slashed in the middle with a knife, leaving only the lower half, and the cut surface was extremely smooth. On the ground on the top floor, a throne stands in the center. The throne is very large, and the back is carved with ferocious patterns, which just constitutes the image of the demonic flame beast. At this time, a huge flame beast was sitting on the throne. Unlike ordinary flame beasts and elite flame beasts, this flame beast had more agile eyes, and it was the commander-level flame beast. The commander-level flame beast sat reclining on the throne, and a group of flame beasts below performed various activities to please. Suddenly, the commander-level demon flame beast's eyes narrowed, and it suddenly flew into the void. "Commander, you are..." The elite demon flame beast waiting on the side looked stunned. The commander-level demon flame beast sneered, "There are humans coming to court for death, and no human has dared to come to the 4th floor in the demon flame domain for many years. It seems that it is a warrior outside the demon flame domain. Today, the commander will let this outsider. Humans know the power of our demonic flame beast clan." After all, the commander-level Warcraft released the imposing manner of the 7th level heaven of the peak of his sanctuary, and wanted to show off his power to those who came. This rapidly flying human warrior is Han Feng. "It has been several days since I came to the 4th floor, and I finally found the commander-level demonic flame beast. Magic flames." The commander-level monster waved his hand, and the surging flames turned into fire clouds and attacked Han Feng. Han Feng quickly displayed the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Celestial Body. With the integration of Aurora Xuanhuan, Han Feng's cultivation base has skyrocketed to a level that is close to wireless, or comparable to the level of the 7th heaven of Sanctuary Peak. The heavenly immortal snake and dragon fingers. The snake dragon condensed and swallowed the fire cloud in one bite. "What?" The commander-level demonic flame beast's face was horrified. Such attacks are enough to rank in the forefront among ordinary commander-level demonic flame beasts. How could this sudden appearance of human beings be so strong? This commander-level flame beast is considered a relatively weak existence in the same level, and it is only equivalent to the cultivation of the peak of the sanctuary in the early stage of the 7th heaven. Under the swallowing of the snake dragon, it was swallowed without resisting a few times. The commander was swallowed? This human dares to kill our leader. Run. The faces of the elite demon flame beasts, who were ready to watch their commanding great power, changed drastically. Those who couldn't see the situation were still yelling at Han Feng, but those who saw the situation clearly wanted to save their lives. Whether it was staying in the same place and scolding, or fled around, Han Feng didn't plan to let it go. Anyway, there are some magic fire crystals of 4th, 5th and 6th level. Even if they can't hit the late 5th stage of the 9 flames and different fire art, it's not bad to use it to improve the 4 martial arts. If even the 4 major martial arts have been raised to the limit that the body can bear, it is also possible to use it to improve the cultivation. Breaking the heavenly fist. With one punch, the vibrational force spreads suddenly around like ripples. The speed of its spread is far from that of the elite flame beasts. It quickly devoured many elite flame beasts, like waves. The quality and quantity of the 4th-tier elite flame beasts are higher than those of the 2nd tier, probably because of this, the probability of dropping the magic flame crystals even in death is greatly increased. Looking at the 5th and 6th level magic flame crystals in his hand, Han Feng smiled deeply, especially the 7th level magic flame crystals that fell from the death of the commander level magic flame beast, which made Han Feng's eyes hot. Perhaps it is just such a 7th level magic fire crystal, which is enough to make his 9 flame different fire art break through to the 5th level high level. This commander level demonic flame beast is too careless. If you use the power of the domain as soon as it comes up, it may not be so vulnerable. Han Feng shook his head, knowing that his current Aurora Tsangyan is not enough to swallow the peak of the sanctuary, peak 7th heaven level. Field. After showing his body shape, Han Feng looked for the next commander-level monster. The strength of the commander-level monsters varies, some are as careless as the first commander-level monsters, and some are cautious by nature, making Han Feng's battle quite difficult. In particular, there was a commander-level warcraft that was not only as powerful as the peak of the 7th heaven of the sanctuary peak, but also extremely cunning. In the end, Han Feng had to integrate Aurora Tsangyan into the Holy Flame battle body before killing it with the advantage of combat power. Before he knew it, Han Feng had accumulated 7 7th-level magic fire crystals in his hands. The commander-level demon flame beasts on the 4th floor are all connected to each other, and soon a panic spread. Who is hunting them in large numbers? Han Feng soon has the title, the Commander of the Killer. The panic-stricken commander-level monsters began to organize and unite, but Han Feng would not fall into the predicament of being surrounded again after having the experience of the 2nd floor, and he stopped immediately after feeling almost. The commander-level demon flame beast on the 4th floor was like a punch on the cotton. It wasted its strength and was extremely angry for a while, but Han Feng did not appear, and they had nothing to do. On the 1st underground floor, Han Feng returned to this place and began to retreat. After setting up the barrier, he sat cross-legged, and Han Feng held the 7th-level magic fire crystal in each of his hands. There are 2 7th-level magic fire crystals, which should be enough to make a breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art. Han Feng muttered to himself. The 2 7th-level magic fire crystals were absorbed by refining, and the 9 flames and different flames have indeed improved a lot. Aurora Tsangyan has truly reached the top of the top-grade medium, but it still owes a lot to the top-grade breakthrough. Heat. The magic flame crystal is the essence of the magic flame beast. It is only equivalent to 1/10 of the energy, or even inferior. It is a small hurdle to break through from the middle level of the 5th layer to the high level of the 9 flames. It's like breaking through from the middle stage of the sanctuary peak to the later stage. Not ordinary accumulation is enough. Frowning, Han Feng did not hesitate to refine and absorb 2 more. This time, Han Feng felt that the 9 flames and different fire art was just around the corner, as if he was about to break through. Han Feng's face remained the same, and 2 more 7th-level magic fire crystals were refined. Boom! Han Feng's body shook, and silver-white flame swept out, like a blooming lotus flower. The tyrannical flame broke through the barrier set up by Han Feng in the first place, and burned wildly. Han Feng laughed and burst into the sky. The 9 flames and different fire art finally broke through to the late 5th layer high level. Now he finally no longer has to worry about the suppression of his domain by the peak of the sanctuary 7th layer. Then Han Feng landed on the ground, and Aurora Tsangyan swirled and condensed in the center of Han Feng's palm, as if there was some suction in Han Feng's palm, and absorbed the surrounding Aurora Tsangyan into his palm to form a small ball of flame. Han Feng pinched, and Aurora Tsangyan dissipated. There is a 7th level magic fire crystal left. I don't know how much the 4 martial arts will be improved by running the 4 martial arts schools. With a touch of curiosity, Han Feng also absorbed the last 7th level magic fire crystal. In the end, the 4 major martial arts, including the Holy Flame battle body, were all elevated to the late 8th stage. This level was almost equivalent to the high-grade, middle high-grade or top-grade sanctuary unique skills. Reaching the peak of the 8th level, it will surpass the high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary secret knowledge level, and it will be between the high-grade middle and high-grade. Second more. Han Feng, who was practicing, didn't know that during the period of his cultivation, the external demon saints had already been looking for what he was looking for and almost became furious. Han Feng could not be found anywhere. In the end, I don't know how the magic sage learned that Han Feng was likely to come to the Magic Flame Mountain, and after a long hesitation, he finally rushed into the bottom of the Magic Flame Mountain. On the first underground floor, the demon sage waved his sleeves, and the demon chi spurted out like a sword, and a group of ordinary demon flame beasts were beheaded without any resistance in front of the demon saint. The demon sage looked solemn. I hope this kid is only on the 1st or 2nd floor. The demon sage does not dare to enter the 3rd or even 4th floor. It is true that his strength is comparable to that of the commander-level demonic flame beast. Even stronger than most common commander-level demonic beasts, but if he is besieged by several commander-level demonic beasts, he will not be able to please him. This is secondly, the most fearful of the demon sages is the demon flame king. After the demon flame beast dies, it can drop the magic flame crystal. Everyone in the magic flame domain knows that, especially the fire attribute warriors know that with the magic flame crystal, their cultivation speed will be greatly enhanced. It is impossible not to be greedy for the demon flame crystal, but the people in the demon flame realm deeply remember that because of their wanton hunting thousands of years ago, the demon flame king was furious and personally shot, and that bloody storm made the demon flame domain of human injuries. At that time, the demon flame domain was about to be dyed red by the blood of human beings. In the demon flame domain now, there are only about 5 or 6 overlords at the peak of the sanctuary, but there were more than 20,000 years ago. Almost all of them were killed by the demon flame king, and only 1 or 2 remained. Since then, Demon Flame Mountain has become a forbidden area in the demon flame domain. If the demon flame king is not retreating to a higher level now, no one would dare to take the risk to hunt the demon flame beast, but who knows when the demon flame king will be promoted successfully. In case they happen to enter the bottom world of Demon Flame Mountain, the demon flame king broke through and woke up successfully, that is, they hit the muzzle of the gun. The demonic sage can't guarantee that he has such good luck, and if he bears it, he will be finished. The power of the primordial spirit of the 7th-layered heaven at the peak of the sanctuary spread out like the sea, and frantically searched for the 1st floor. At the same time, the demonic sage spread out and flew rapidly. Suddenly, the primordial spirit of the demon sage felt a strong momentum burst out. That's. The devilish sage's face condensed slightly, and then he smiled. It seems that God is also on this side of the seat. This seat found you so quickly. Han Feng's body aura spread around like a whirlwind. After the 7th level and a few 4th and 5th level magic fire crystals were refined, and the 4 martial arts were temporarily raised to a limit, Han Feng began to improve his cultivation. Although the peak of the sanctuary from the 2nd level to the 3rd level is a bottleneck, the difficulty of this hurdle is not as difficult as the breakthrough from the early to the middle stage of the peak of the sanctuary. Therefore, it didn't take long for Han Feng to successfully break through to the sanctuary peak triple heaven realm, entering the last level in the early sanctuary peak. The next step is to gradually accumulate, and then hit the middle sanctuary peak. Thinking about the time since the breakthrough to the peak of the sanctuary, it has only taken a little more than a year before and after. Most of it is due to wasted time in refining. It took such a short time to advance from the first layer to the third layer. There will be no comers later, but there will be no predecessors, but it is certain. The cultivation base broke through, the martial arts level was improved, and even with the comprehensive strength, he was nervous. Han Feng was in a good mood for a while, and let out a long whistle, and the sound made the space vibrate. Finally found you. Xuanhuan's voice made Han Feng put away his cheerful mood and looked intently. Due to the previous concentration on the breakthrough, and the mood after the breakthrough was carefree for a while, Han Feng didn't notice a figure flying fast in the distance until this moment. The surrounding black air was like a cloud. If you look closely, it is actually a thick evil spirit. Magic sage. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. With such a huge evil spirit, all Han Feng could think of was the sage. The devilish saint has a devilish body. Since the Xuanjia, what circulates in the body is not the true essence and the holy essence, but the evil spirit. If it is outside, there are not many physiques equivalent to the body of the devil, but in the magic flame domain, the body of the devil possessed by the saints is extremely rare, which directly causes the saints to be at the same level. The combat power is extremely powerful. Because of this, the demonic saints are so arrogant in the demon flame domain, and the other overlords who are also at the peak of the sanctuary's 7th level heaven are also jealous of the demonic saints. One-on-one, the demonic saints are indeed faint. Have the strength of the first person. Soon, the demon saint flew to a distance of less than a kilometer from Han Feng and stopped. Your Excellency killed me, the deacon of the Shadow Hall, and then killed the 5 confidants of the Hall Master, but I am ready to bear the wrath of the Hall Master. Han Feng smiled lightly, but did not reveal the fear imagined by the demon sage. Alright, let me see what the famous demon sage in the demon flame domain is capable of. Han Feng's calm face made the demon sage's face flash a trace of displeasure. Hearing Han Feng's words, the demon sage was even more furious. Does this kid think he can't deal with him? Arrogant boy, die. Magic suppression fist. The thick evil spirit gathered crazily in the right fist of the demon saint, accompanied by the right fist of the demon saint, as if a 7-story pagoda was smashed towards Han Feng, as if to smash Han Feng. Permanent repression is the same. The demonic sage did not underestimate Han Feng. This punch used almost 9 layers of power, which was considered to be powerful in the 7th heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. The level of this punch is not very high, that is, the top level is mid-level. No, it's not even top level. It's about mid-high level. But because it is condensed by suffocating energy, it is stronger than the power caused by ordinary holy yuan, so the power of this punch is infinitely close to the top-grade sacred knowledge. The violent suffocation covered the sky, covering the sky that was originally sealed by fire clouds, and the hot space suddenly lowered the temperature by several layers. Boy, let me see how you can resist this punch. The sneering voices of the demon sage rolled out. Fusion, holy flame battle body. Fusion, celestial body. Fusion, heavenly immortal snake dragon finger. The silver-white flame swept out, and the shadow of immortals condensed behind Han Feng. The strong aura skyrocketed wildly, and soon it soared from the initial stage of the sanctuary peak to the 7th level realm of the sanctuary peak. This time it is no longer infinitely close, but truly reaches the 7th level realm of the peak of the sanctuary. A huge snake of silver flame suddenly sprang out of the white flame, and Aurora Tsong Yen merged into the finger of the heavenly immortal snake and dragon. The third one. Dagger. What? The demonic sage's expression changed in horror. The giant snake was like the transformation of heaven, and an overwhelming breath and coercion made the demonic sage unable to breathe. The giant snake opened its fangs, and the pagoda formed by the condensed evil spirit was instantly swallowed by the giant snake. In an instant, a jet-black airflow filled the serpent's house, which was the evil spirit, but after the evil spirit spread out, the aurora Xuanhuan also swept out in hot pursuit, completely engulfing and swallowing the black airflow. The sound of chi 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 was constantly heard in the sky. When the demonic sage saw this scene in the sky, he seemed to be frightened. The demon sage had never thought that his attack would be swallowed up so easily. He had to know that even a demon flame domain overlord of the same level as him would not be able to take it easily, so he had to be prepared. It's no wonder it's so arrogant, and it really has a bit of strength, but don't think that it's a win. The demon realm, congeal. The pitch-black domain spread out suddenly with a smoky suffocating aura, and the domain of the peak of the sanctuary, the seventh-layered heaven, attacked overwhelmingly, pressing heavily on Han Feng. The demonic sage sneered, and the lightning-fast Korean wind attacked, and slapped it with a palm. No. The demonic sage's expression suddenly changed. He did hit the shot, but the touch definitely seemed to be shot in the air. Looking at it, the devilish holy man's face was ashen and found that what he had shot with his palm was just an afterimage. The eyesight of the sanctuary peak powerhouses is very good, especially the eyesight of the sanctuary peak 7th level powerhouses such as the demonic sage is not simple, and it is difficult for ordinary afterimages to escape their eyes. How fast is it to form an afterimage that makes him misunderstand? But at this moment, the demon saint felt a crisis coming from behind, and he didn't care to look back, and the demon saint immediately hid to the side. But the demon sage finally underestimated Han Feng's attack. Although Han Feng's palm didn't hit the demon sage, the aurora Xuanhuan condensed in the center of his palm erupted. The flames spread like ripples, and the holy demons couldn't avoid them at all. The scope of the flames was too wide. Devil's body protection. The evil spirit formed a shield to firmly protect the evil spirit saint in it, and the flames continuously impacted the evil spirit's shield, which made the holy spirit in the body bombarded by the evil spirit saint become unstable. Han Feng took this opportunity. The Shinming heavenly wolf wing slammed abruptly from behind, and teleported to the side of the suffocating shield, and slammed it down with a punch. Breaking the heavenly fist. The first punch hit the suffocating shield, and the suffocating shield trembled violently, but it finally resisted. However, the shocking power that followed was destroying the evil spirit shield like a destructive force. Not good. The demonic saint's face changed greatly. Just as he was about to make a move, the vibration force had already bombarded the demonic saint's chest heavily. If the demonic saint was hit hard, his face turned pale in an instant. Incomparably, blood spurted out to form a blood mist. Boom! The body fell on the ground, and the demon saint also slid hundreds of meters, forming a hundreds of meters long pit on the ground. Cough cough. Impossible, how did you resist the suppression of this seat's domain? At this moment, the demon sage doesn't understand that the suppression of the domain that he exerts is useless to Han Feng. Han Feng naturally couldn't answer truthfully. In fact, the suppression of the demon sacred sage's domain was not ineffective. After all, the demon sacred domain was a mutated domain, and it was even better than the ordinary sanctuary peak 7th heaven domain. Han Feng's cultivation base is still skyrocketing, and he belongs to the middle and high class in the 7th heaven, but now he is only barely hanging at the end of the 7th heaven. The reason why he was able to gain the upper hand was because the demonic sage was careless because he thought that he would win the game if he displayed the domain, and Han Feng's speed and the shaking force of the dope vibrating fist were also beyond the demonic sage's expectations. Otherwise, the demonic sage would never have been hit so easily. Seeing Han Feng's silence, the demon saint stared at the wings behind Han Feng's back. Is it a flying sanctuary secret? No wonder the speed suddenly increased so fast. The speed of the demon sage is also extremely fast, but that is only the speed of the sanctuary peak 7th layer itself, and there is no bonus to the unique sanctuary, because the demon sage has not comprehended the flying sanctuary of the high-grade level. Absolutism. After all of this is due to the limited vision of the warriors in the demon flame domain. If the human warriors in the demon flame domain can walk out of the demon flame domain and enter a wider stage, the cultivation and strength of the demon sage will definitely not be just that. The demonic sage swallowed a pill and said coldly, "Sure enough, I can't despise you a little bit, and then this seat will go all out." The devil's soul claw. The billowing suffocating energy quickly gathered into giant claws, as if a giant stretched out a palm and grabbed it towards Han Feng. A great coercion came suddenly. Han Feng's pupils were slightly condensed. Is it comparable to the top-grade sanctuary because of the evil spirit? The power of this move is indeed not bad due to the fact that the 7th heavenly demon saint's cultivation is close to the peak, and because of the evil spirit in his body, then. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. The flame swept out and gathered around Han Feng's right fist like a whirlwind. A surging sea of fire appeared behind Han Feng, and the whole space was like a world of flames. The terrifying giant flame fist slammed straight at the pitch-black giant claws, with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The space on the first floor trembled violently, and then an unrivaled energy aftermath erupted. Han Feng's holy flame armor is on his body, and the flames are circulating on the surface, resisting this invincible shock wave. On the contrary, the demonic sage vomited blood and flew out. Han Feng was about to pursue the victory, but a sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. Subconsciously, the Xianming heavenly wolf wings flapped behind Han Feng, and Han Feng quickly left the place. Then Han Feng saw that a silver dagger passed through his previous position, and the silver dagger flashed with a faint cold light. If you didn't look carefully, it was easy to ignore. So it turns out, this is the real backup move of the demon sage. Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat and was careless. If it wasn't for a sense of crisis in his heart, he would definitely have been attacked by a dagger just now. Looking at the fluctuations emanating from this dagger, it is obvious that it is a high-grade medium-grade holy artifact. This holy artifact is placed outside, and many of the late-stage powerhouses in the peak of the sanctuary do not have it. The demon saint is so lucky. Have such a holy artifact in hand. It turned out to be hidden. The demonic sage's face was hideous, and he was even more frightened. This dagger is called the Xianming stabbing dagger. It was obtained by chance by the demon sage. It is precious on weekdays. It can be said to be the most powerful trump card of the demon sage's holy artifact. The lethality of the Xianming stabbing dagger is not that perverted, but its concealment ability and sneak attack ability are extremely strong. The demon sage is confident that if he sneaks up on the other overlords in battle, he will never fail. This time he used it for the first time. The demon sage is very self-aware. Before Han Feng's move, the heavenly immortal snake dragon finger has already made the demon sage see the gap between him and Han Feng, and the domain suppression has not suppressed Han Feng's cultivation. The reader is more aware of the fact that he will not be Han Feng's opponent if he hits himself hard, and this black silver dagger is already the last resort of the devil. The first. This last resort can be said to be the last hope of the demon sage. Even the mysterious silver dagger missed, and the demon sage's face was ugly in panic. This means that he has reached a dead end. It's dangerous. Han Feng wiped a cold sweat on his forehead, but his eyes were shining brightly at the black silver dagger in the sky. If this dagger is obtained by oneself, then the strength will also be improved. In addition to the Shantian holy brick, there will be another Inran magic weapon. If you add the holy eye of the stars, there are 3 methods that can take advantage of the unprepared people. Don't underestimate such methods. If the strength of the 2 sides in the battle is comparable, this method is enough to turn things around and make the situation unimaginable. To the changes. Go. The demon sage did not give up. He never wanted to die here like this. He was the hall master of the Shadow Palace and one of the overlords of the demon flame domain. The demonic sage has even sent a message to the first and others to come to the rescue. At this moment, the demonic sage doesn't care about shame. Han Feng dodged quickly and sneered, "The main function of your dagger, holy weapon, is its concealment and sneak attack ability. Now that it has been completely exposed, the threat is not as good as that of a high-grade and low-grade holy weapon. Just let you see how powerful the high-grade and middle-grade holy artifact you specialize in." The real fire fan appeared in Han Feng's hands, and Han Feng opened the real fire fan and fanned it violently. The flame burst out like a gust of wind, and the real fire of Xuanhuan roared away. The shining stabbing dagger deserves to be specialized in concealment and sneak attack. It can dodge very fast. Even if it can't dodge, it will use the sharpness of the dagger to cut Xuanhuan true fire. Xuanhuan's real fire roared above the black-silver dagger, and it was cut into two halves. The demonic sage showed a smug look, but this smear soon turned into panic. The demonic sage was horrified to discover that those flames were coming towards him. The demonic sage instantly understood that Han Feng's purpose was him rather than the shining stabbing dagger at the beginning. Not good. The demonic sage fully mobilized the suffocating energy in his body and retreated quickly. However, the demonic sage was already injured, and he did not have the flying attribute to increase the speed of the sanctuary. The speed can no longer be compared with the heyday. Naturally, it is impossible to dodge the devouring of the true fire of Xuanhuan. No. You don't kill me. I am willing to hand over my shadow palace to you, and I can be the deputy palace master. In the face of life-threatening threats, no one can calm down, including the demon sage. Sorry, I still don't like the position of the Lord of the Shadow Palace. Han Feng smiled sarcastically, ignoring the beggars and conditions of the demon saint. Ah! The shrill screams of the sacred demons sounded. At this moment, the sages of demons were full of regrets, but only a deacon died. Why should he offend such a terrible enemy for such a small person? If there are people who sell regret medicines in the world, the demon sages will definitely buy them without hesitation. The demon sage was dying by the fire of Xuanhuan, and then the sage was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the Xuanhuan fire was declining, or that Han Feng was taking back the Xuanhuan fire. Did he agree to my conditions? The demon saint was ecstatic, and anyone who thought he was going to die but suddenly had a chance to live must be so excited. At the same time as the ecstasy, the demon saint hated Han Feng even more in his heart, the hall master of the dignified Shadow Palace. Why has he ever been so embarrassed? Wait. As long as I live, I will kill you one day sooner or later. The demonic sage made a poisonous oath in his heart. No matter how much the devilish saint resents Han Feng in his heart, on the surface, the devilish saint shows a grateful face. Many, thank you for your stay. Before the words were finished, the devilish saint saw Han Feng. He came over with a large knife that gave off a strong bloody smell. For some reason, a very bad premonition arose in the heart of the demon sage. Han Feng's face was weird. When did I say I would let you go? It's just that your blood is still useful to me. It's not good to burn you to ashes. What Han Feng is holding in his hand is the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife, which should be strictly called the blood-drinking flying dragon knife now. What? The demonic saint has a stronger premonition, but at this moment, the demonic saint has completely lost the power to fight again, and is completely fish on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by others. Han Feng ignored the horror of the demon sage and stabbed it in. Feeling that the blood-drinking flying dragon knife is getting stronger and stronger, Han Feng smiled. As expected of a late-stage powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary, blood essence is a great supplement to the blood-drinking flying dragon knife. It's just a sanctuary peak 7th level heaven blood essence. It is impossible for the blood-drinking flying dragon knife to be promoted to the top-grade holy artifact, but the blood-drinking flying dragon knife was originally close to the middle level or comparable to the middle level in the high-grade middle level holy artifact, and now it is enough to be promoted to the top. It's the best in the class. After draining the demon saint, Han Feng took the shining dagger away, and left the dry corpse and left quickly. Not long after Han Feng left, several figures flew over anxiously, and it was the first Sha and the remaining 7 of the Shadow 12 Sha. The 7 people are all the confidants of the magic sages, and they are completely loyal to the 12 shackles. Is this the Hall Master? Fourth Sha looked at the skinny corpse on the ground, his scalp numb, and he couldn't believe it. Such a powerful person as their Hall Master died unexpectedly under the Demon Flame Mountain? If this news spreads out, what is the prestige of the Shadow Palace? The first evil face was ugly. The Hall Master clearly said that he found that kid. Could it be? Second Sha took a deep breath. Neither we nor the Palace Master underestimated that person. No, is it really him? Fourth Sha still couldn't believe it. The second coldly said, who else will there be besides him? This is the first floor, and there will be no commander-level demonic beasts. Even if they do appear, the Palace Master can still compete, unless it is a senior commander on the 5th floor. Only the Demon Flame Beast can kill our Hall Master, and in the end, it will only treat the Hall Master as food, instead of draining the blood of the Hall Master at this moment. The second shaman made a lot of sense, and the fourth shaman and others were silent. Are you going to take revenge? The first one smiled bitterly. Even the Palace Master was no match. They only had a few more corpses when they went. The 12 evil spirits looked at each other in dismay. Loyalty returned to loyalty, but if they knew they were going to die, wouldn't they have to? Ursha's eyes flashed. In the current situation, we can only go back to the Shadow Palace and report the situation to the elders truthfully. What we do depends on the elders' intentions. Everyone hesitated for a while before everyone nodded, and now that's all they can do. Han Feng didn't know the thoughts of the first Sha and others. At this moment, Han Feng found a convenient place to start refining the black-silver dagger, leaving his blood essence and the imprint of the primordial spirit in the black-silver stabbing dagger. After leaving the imprint of the primordial spirit, Han Feng really understood the name of the Shining stabbing dagger. Shining dagger, a good name. Han Feng played with the Shining dagger and smiled. Putting away the Shining dagger, Han Feng rushed to the 4th underground floor again, and it was time to continue hunting. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / The commander-level demon flame beast on the 4th floor didn't know that Han Feng, the commander killer, had come to the 4th floor again. When the 3 commander-level monsters were killed, the commander-level monsters on the 4th floor finally found out that something was wrong, and some commander-level monsters began to encircle and suppress Han Feng. If Aurora Tsangyan has not been promoted, Han Feng may be very scruples and give priority to escape. But now that the 9 flames and different fire art has broken through to the late 5th layer high level, it can completely devour the domain of the 7th level peak of the sanctuary, and Han Feng is more courageous. Even if the domains of these commander-level demonic flame beasts are merged together, if they die, they are comparable to the 8th heaven domain, the peak of the sanctuary, and cannot suppress his strength. Boom! In the palace of a commander-level demonic flame beast, the commander-level beast slammed on the ground with a punch. Who dares to hunt down our commander level like this? Saint Liuan? They may have the upper hand one-on-one, but if they are surrounded by us, they will never be able to resist. The other commander-level demon flame beast said with an ugly face, are we going to continue the siege? What is the encirclement and suppression? We only have 7 left now. There were nearly 20 people who participated in the encirclement and suppression before. 20. Nearly 20 were killed. What are the 7 of us? Even if the 7 of us are ordinary, the pinnacle of the commander-level flame beast, also. A lanky commander-level flame beast shouted angrily. At the beginning, the commander-level flame beast who punched the ground shone fiercely. Now, we can only go to the 5th floor. The space on the 5th floor is much smaller than the previous 4 floors, but there are only 6 commander-level demon flame beasts living here. They are the highest level in the commander class, and they also serve as the guardians of the magic flame king. The cultivation base is comparable to the 8th level of the peak of the human sanctuary. The high-level beings in these commander levels are very different from ordinary commanders, and their forms are close to humanoids. Among the 6 senior leaders, one of them said with a light blue flame on his body, "Brother, according to the news, there are human warriors on the 4th floor who are hunting a large number of elite and commanders." The one called eldest brother was a human-shaped demon flame beast with a purple flame burning in his body. He just listened to it and said, "Now the king is at a critical moment of breakthrough, and nothing can compare to the breakthrough of the king." The light blue commander knew what Big Brother meant. But he couldn't help but say, "Could it be that the human being is allowed to come here? What is the majesty of our demon flame beast? If that's the case, then the 4th child, you can kill that human being." The purple flame demon flame beast said lightly. "Yes." The light blue commander nodded in response. However, even if it is the highest level of the commander level, what if the cultivation level is comparable to the 8th level of the peak of the human sanctuary? If Han Feng wanted to hunt down ordinary commanders only to make the 4th-tier commanders angry and panic, the death of the senior commanders completely terrified them. The news reached the 5th floor, and Rao, the purple flame demon flame beast who had been calm, couldn't help roaring again and again. But at this moment, a violent and fiery aura suddenly erupted from the 6th floor, and with supreme majesty, several senior leaders subconsciously knelt on the ground. When several senior commanders reacted, they exclaimed in surprise, "King!" In such a situation, their king must have successfully broken through and reached the small perfection of the sanctuary. Can their demon flame beast finally lead the demon flame domain? At this moment, the momentum after the breakthrough of the demon flame king is still spreading, like a tsunami. The unfathomable pressure made all demon flame beasts kneel down and look reverently in the direction of the 6th floor. A wave of coercion descended, and the underground world of Demon Flame Mountain was like a sea of fire. Han Feng was hunting. Seeing this situation, his face changed greatly. How can there be such a terrible aura? Could it be? Han Feng's face condensed. Then the Demon Flame King has successfully made a breakthrough in 10 times. No, I can't stay here anymore, I have to leave quickly. If King Moyan didn't make a breakthrough, Han Feng would dare to fight, but since he had made a breakthrough, Han Feng would not be overbearing to fight King Moyan. How terrifying the sanctuary small perfection realm is, Han Feng is very clear. When he fought with the Water Ghost King, Han Feng remembered the feeling of powerlessness clearly. Even if this Demon Flame King broke through only the initial stage of sanctuary small perfection, and the cultivation base just broke through is still unstable, it cannot be regarded as a real sanctuary small perfection, but it is not comparable to the sanctuary peak. The original Lingon would not be the opponent of the Demon Flame King at this moment. Outside the Demon Flame Mountain, the entire Demon Flame domain began to vibrate. The fire clouds condensed between the heavens and the earth, raining fire, and flames were burning everywhere. I don't know how many warriors were shocked by this vision. Lai Yuanzong, Lai Yuan Saint took a breath. In this situation, could it be? In Sacred Flame City, the city lord's face was complicated. The Demon Flame King has finally been promoted to sanctuary small perfection. I hope it can really break out. otherwise the humans in the demon flame domain will probably have to live in dire straits in the future. The rest of the human overlords in the demon flame domain are also trembling. Usually they are high above the demon flame domain, but now they feel the overwhelming pressure from the demon flame mountain. They just feel like they are like ants. Small. On the 6th floor of the underground world, King Moyan's coercive voice came out. This king has just broken through, and it will be stable for a while. What happened recently? If not, this seat will continue to retreat. The purple flame demon flame beast was awakened, and quickly told what happened before. Boom boom boom. The terrifying flame blasted out, corresponding to the anger of the demon flame king, and the angry voice of the demon flame king sounded, which human being is so bold? Can they forget what happened 1,000 years ago? The purple flame demon flame beast said solemnly, this subordinate thinks that this is a human outside the magic flame domain, and those overlords in the magic flame domain absolutely do not have such strength. King Moyan sneered, what about the humans outside? If you dare to hunt down this king's subjects, you must have the consciousness of death. The fiery, supremely majestic Xuanhuan poured out frantically, and the demon flame king quickly sensed Han Feng, who was escaping quickly outside. With a sneer, the demon flame king disappeared on the 6th floor. Just as Han Feng fled to the 1st floor with all his strength, he was shocked to find that he was locked by a suffocating air machine. It's the king of demon flames. Han Feng's face was stern, and the Saint Yuan in his body was running faster. The large flames behind him condensed, and a burly man in armor came out of the flames. The man had no hair, only the burning flames rose into the sky. The terrifying breath bombarded all around like an explosion. This burly man is the demon flame king. Compared with the senior commander, the demon flame king is obviously closer to human beings in form. The third one. Humans, can you escape by killing many of this king's subjects? The demon flame king snorted coldly, but the flames turned into ripples and spread around. When he raised his hand, a flame hit Han Feng like a torrent. If it is the peak of the ordinary sanctuary, I am afraid that it will be burned to ashes in this torrent of flames, but Han Feng is not the peak of the ordinary sanctuary after all. The holy flame battle body and the heavenly immortal body were displayed at the same time, and the aurora Xuanhuan surged up. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky seal. The majestic flames condensed, and the huge fire marks condensed, blocking Han Feng and the demon flame king like a protective barrier. At the same time, the Xianming heavenly wolf wings behind Han Feng flapped violently, turning into a fiery wolf and quickly disappearing in place. Han Feng knows that the level of the demon flame king is really not something he can compete with at present. Fortunately, the demon flame king has just broken through, and even the cultivation base is not stable. To use the Xuanhuan Tower. Boom. The torrent-like flame slammed on the fire mark, and the fire mark protruded a large piece on the left side, but it was resisted abruptly. The demon flame king was furious in his heart, and the flame above his head burned more intensely, and the surrounding space was distorted by the intense temperature of the flame. It's no wonder that being able to kill this king's protector has some means, but that's all. The previous torrent of flames was just a casual blow from the demon flame king. As a sanctuary Xiaocheng, King Moyan thought that he could kill Han Feng with a single blow, so he was also standing upright. Down. Broken. The demon flame king said immediately, and the fire seal could no longer resist in an instant, shattering like a shattered mirror. With a cold smile, the demon flame king showed his figure and quickly chased after Han Feng. Han Feng's speed is fully open, and the speed is not slow. In the previous Hao family auctioneer, Han Feng also found a few drops of wolf blood essence, but this is the auction item prepared by the Hao family auctioneer, and Han Feng also got the one-eyed magic beast for free. The eyes of Hao's family made the elders of the Hao family feel distressed to death, so these drops of blood essence were exchanged by Han Feng with a lot of holy stones. With these few drops of blood, Han Feng's Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wing has been improved to a level that is no weaker than that of high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary. Previously, the reason why Han Feng was able to inflict heavy damage on the demon sage at an unexpected speed was also because the level of Xianming Tianlang Wing was improved. Otherwise, it's just an increase of high-grade and low-grade. How much can it improve for the 7th layer cultivation base of the peak of the sanctuary? With the high-grade and mid-level Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wings, the Demon Flame King was shocked to find that the ordinary speed could not catch up in a short time. The Demon Flame Beast is not a race that is good at flying. No matter how powerful the Demon Flame King is, it cannot change the weakness of his own race. If it weren't for the fact that the Demon Flame King had been promoted, he would not be able to catch up with Han Feng in a short period of time by flying with all his strength. Damn human beings! The Demon Flame King burst out with flames, as if dozens of arms were madly grabbing towards Han Feng. With the burst of flames, the speed of the Demon Flame King suddenly soared, approaching Han Feng at an extremely terrifying speed. No, I'm about to be caught up. Seeing that he was about to leave the underground world, Han Feng's holy pupil suddenly opened, and the power of illusion exploded. The cultivation base has been promoted to the 3rd level, and Han Feng's power of the primordial spirit is almost comparable to that of the 4th level. Now, with the help of the holy pupil of the stars, the 5th level of the peak of the ordinary sanctuary cannot be avoided at all, and the 6th level will also be affected a lot. Only in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary can be affected very slightly, and it is even more useless to the small perfection of the sanctuary. However, the Demon Flame King did not immediately stabilize the realm after the breakthrough. It is not a real sanctuary small perfection. It can only be said to be a pseudo-sanctuary small perfection realm. Therefore, the illusion that the holy pupil of the star burst out can still have a very weak influence on the Demon Flame King. This influence is not a big deal in normal times, but it can be combined with Han Feng's attack, but it is enough to stop King Moyan for a moment, and this moment of effort is enough for Han Feng to escape from the underground world. Fusion, Heavenly Immortal Snake Dragon Finger. The giant snake spewed out, and the holy pupil of the star cooperated. The Demon Flame King was about to squeeze the giant snake, but his expression suddenly became dazed. The giant snake took advantage of the Demon Flame King's trance time and slammed away. Boom! The flames around the Demon Flame King are so terrifying. The giant snake collided with the Demon Flame King's body and was directly swallowed by these flames. The giant snake struggled violently, and finally blew itself up. The power of this explosion is like a strong wind blowing to the body of the Demon Flame King, and it can't cause any injury to the Demon Flame King, but the impact of the explosion still makes the Demon Flame King's body stagnate in the air. Even fly backwards. Han Feng took this opportunity to immediately fly out of the underground world, flew out of the Magic Flame Mountain, and flew to the border of the Magic Flame Domain. Han Feng didn't know whether the boundary of the Magic Flame Domain could stop the Demon Flame King. If it is not good, it is still necessary to use the Jiuyantianhua Tower. It's just that the strength has increased greatly now. Han Feng believes that using the Jiuyantianhua Tower again will definitely be able to escape very far in a short period of time, and will not make the Jiuyantianhua Tower consume as much as the previous 2 times. Humans, don't even think about escaping from the hands of this king. After repeated misses, the Demon Flame King was furious. Moyan Mountain suddenly filled with terrifying flames, covering the sky and the sun. The sky was covered with clouds of fire, and a suffocating and depressing hot breath descended. The range covered by the fire cloud increased rapidly, which quickly attracted the attention of many warriors in the Demon Flame Domain. The Demon Flame King flew out from under the Demon Flame Mountain, and behind him appeared a huge phantom of the Demon Flame Beast, roaring in the sky, and the flames shot everywhere. Yes, it is the Demon Flame King. Oh my God, It turned out to be the Demon Flame King. How did it come out? Who provoked the Demon Flame King? This is causing us trouble. Humph, if you don't die, you won't die. This person is dead, but if he dies, he will hurt us. It's really hateful. The warriors in the Demon Flame domain were in an uproar. Lai Yuanzong, Lai Qianqing opened his mouth wide. Yes, it's Brother Han, and King Moyan is chasing after Brother Han. Beside Lai Qianqing, a middle-aged man in a grey robe stood with his hands behind his back, and was surprised when he heard the words, "Is that the one you said?" Seeing Lai Qianqing nod, the middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. A generation of outstanding people, it's just that the luck is not very good. I happened to meet King Moyan going out of the customs. With the temperament of King Moyan, I am afraid that this young man will not survive. Qianqing, I ordered the closure of the mountain, and King Moyan came out. I am afraid it will be another bloody storm. The older generation of powerhouses, who also remembered the tragic incident 1,000 years ago, also changed their faces and issued a series of orders hastily. The King Moyan is getting closer and closer to Han Feng, and the more the crisis is, the more calm Han Feng's heart is. With Xiaopeng's instructions, Han Feng escaped the attacks of the Demon Flame King again and again. In the same realm, Han Feng's perception far exceeds that of Han Feng. If King Moyan stabilizes his realm, Xiaopeng may not be able to detect King Moyan's movements in advance, but now, with his powerful perception, Xiaopeng can fully predict the trajectory of King Moyan's bombardment of flames. Han Feng only needs to avoid it in advance. That's it. Rao is so, the distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Han Feng turned around abruptly, and the heavenly immortal snake and dragon's fingers merged into the Aurorat Sangyan, and struck out again with one finger. Humph, how could this king be hit again by the same trick? King Moyan felt that he had been insulted. Is he just like an idiot? The Yuanshan is highly functioning, and the Demon Flame King is on guard. If Han Feng's Yuanshan's power is not weaker than that of the Demon Flame King, or slightly inferior, then the use of the Holy Eye of the Star is enough to make the Demon Flame King attack in a moment. But the reality is that the Demon Flame King Yuanshan is far more than Han Feng. Under the circumstance that the Demon Flame King has a defense, Han Feng once again urged the Holy Eye of the Star to seek death, which will only make his Holy Eye of the Star be attacked even more seriously. Therefore, Han Feng did not use the Holy Pupil of the Star, but closed it, which made the face of Moyan King, who was ready to give Han Feng a heavy blow, ugly, as if he was punched in the air. Without the influence of illusion, what is the mere energy snake? The Demon Flame King sneered and stretched out his hand, as if he had directly squeezed the giant snake before. The difference is that this time the Demon Flame King's body surface flames flowed and completely defended the impact force generated by the explosion of the giant snake. But at this moment, in the energy group of the giant snake's explosion, a golden light burst out at the Demon Flame King, and when it was approaching, it suddenly enlarged, like a giant mountain pressing down, with the momentum of Taishan pressing the top. What? The Demon Flame King was shocked, and he was smashed, before he was ready. Needless to say, the giant mountain transformed by this golden light is the Shantian Holy Brick. When Aurorat Sangyan broke through to the top-level middle level, Xiaopeng had already repaired the Shantian sacred brick to the top level of the top-level medium, which is not too powerful. If it wasn't for Aurorat Sangyan's promotion to the top-grade high-ranking class, he might have already repaired the Shantian Holy Brick to the top-grade high-grade Holy Artifact level. The violent blow of the high-grade middle-grade Holy Weapon was still caught off guard by the Demon Flame King, who was immediately pressed to the ground by the Shantian Holy Brick. Boom! The Shantian Holy Brick pressed the Demon Flame King and slammed into a giant mountain. The giant mountain was directly crushed into pieces. I don't know how many lives in the mountain died because of this. Some of the warriors who were watching here were stunned, and the Demon Flame King was pushed down the mountain. Is this the Demon Flame King? or the Demon Flame King after being promoted, who is the character being hunted down? This is too perverted. Inexplicably, some older warriors are gloating in their hearts. This gloating is for the Demon Flame King. 1,000 years ago, all human warriors hated the Demon Flame King, just because they were afraid of the powerful strength of the Demon Flame King. Don't hold it in your heart. Rao is the powerful king of Demon Flame, and it is inevitable that he will be dizzy if he is smashed by Shantian Holy Brick. Han Feng takes this opportunity to seize the time to escape again. Bastard! The dizziness of the Demon Flame King was only for a moment. After recovering, he punched the Shantian sacred brick, and a punch that was close to the small perfection of the sanctuary directly smashed the Shantian sacred brick into the air, and there were several cracks on the surface. Road cracks. Han Feng's thoughts moved, and Shantian Saint Brick turned into golden light and shot at Han Feng. Han Feng is very fortunate that the Shantian Holy Brick is hard. If an ordinary high-grade and middle-grade holy weapon is punched by a powerful one like the Demon Flame King, it will inevitably be damaged. The reason why the Shantian Sacred Brick only cracked a few cracks is not because the Shantian Sacred Brick is so special, but entirely because the Shantian Sacred Brick is only the second grade of the 3-day Sacred Brick. Although the power exerted by the 3-day Holy Brick can only be comparable to the high-grade and middle-grade holy artifacts, its own grade is a real top-grade level. Otherwise, don't even think about smashing the 3-day Holy Brick into pieces. The flames on the head of Demon Flame King's angry head soared. Seeing that he didn't destroy even the mere high-grade and middle-grade holy artifact with one punch, his anger was even higher. The whole world is hot at this moment, especially the radius of tens of thousands of meters with the Demon Flame King as the center, and the space is even more distorted. Magic Flame Death Kill. King Moyan finally realized that Han Feng's strength may not be very high, and his combat power is not a threat to him, but the means of sneak attack are more insidious than one, and if he is not careful, he will be overcast. If there is no more killing move, perhaps the other party has really escaped from the Demon Flame domain. The flames condensed, burst out suddenly, formed a spiral, and shattered the space all the way. Some of the broken spaces were burned directly. When a terrible blow came, Han Feng felt an unprecedented crisis. Aurora Tsangyan erupted with all his strength, and the holy flame armor was displayed to the extreme by Han Feng. At the same time, Han Feng's strongest move was displayed, blood-eyed wolf claws. Now that Han Feng's cultivation level has reached the peak of the sanctuary, the power of the bloody wolf claws has exceeded the level of the top-grade sanctuary. A blood-colored eye condensed in the void, and the emotionless blood color made all the warriors who noticed this blood-colored eye feel a chill. Even the Demon Flame King felt cold when he saw his bloody eyes, as if an unprecedented prehistoric beast was staring at him. How can this human being have so many evil tricks? The Demon Flame King gritted his teeth for a while. The death of the magic flame is approaching, and a bloody wolf claw suddenly stretched out from the bloody eyes, and grabbed the spiral flame fiercely. Boom! The Demon Flame territory trembled violently at this moment, and the place where the two ultimate moves collided even opened a huge space crack. The space turbulence in the crack made everyone's scalp numb. The breath exuded is completely capable of killing a small perfection powerhouse in the sanctuary. At the same time, the aftershocks of blood and flames burst out with dazzling rays of light, rendering the entire Demon Flame domain a blood-red, powerful energy swept out like a tornado. At this moment, the ground was directly bombed and collapsed, and the tens of thousands of meters in radius were deeply dented, and the tens of thousands of meters away were also dented in different depths depending on the impact. Puff puff. Han Feng is like a small boat in the sea going through a violent storm. The impact directly rolls to the back for an unknown distance, extremely embarrassed, and his hair is scattered. After all, Han Feng's cultivation is too weak, and most of the aftermath of the shock is borne by Han Feng. Click. Click. After a heavy aftermath, the holy flame armor finally broke away after resisting it again and again, turning into a little bit of starlight and disappearing between the heavens and the earth. Without the protection of the holy flame armor, the next impact was borne by Han Feng himself, and he was directly hit hard. On the other hand, the Demon Flame King looks a little embarrassed, but in fact he has no injuries at all. Moyen King sneered for a while, and noticed that the warriors here all sighed from a distance. Those who were chased and killed by Moyen King could not escape the palm of Moyen King after all. You can always pay attention to the warriors here, most of them are at the peak of the sanctuary. Although the distance is far, but to their realm, this distance does not affect their sight at all. However, what happened next that everyone didn't expect happened. I don't know when, a silver dagger came through the space, and I don't know how this dagger concealed everyone. What's even more terrifying is that even the Demon Flame King didn't notice it. Damn, this kid still has his back. King Moyen's angry voice resounded through the void, and the next moment, the silver dagger pierced into King Moyen's left chest and didn't go in directly. Everyone was shocked to see that the Demon Flame King sprayed blood mist from his mouth as if he was hit hard, but the blood mist turned into a raging fire and fell, and the ground formed a sea of fire. This dagger is the black-silver stabbing dagger. The concealment and piercing ability of the shining dagger. Han Feng has long seen that when he was hit hard by the aftermath of the energy shock, Han Feng secretly released the shining dagger. Han Feng knew that the previous Holy Eye of the Star and the Holy Brick of Shantian must have aroused the vigilance of the Demon Flame King, and it was not the best time to release the shining stabbing dagger when he was using his tricks. No matter how concealed the black-silver dagger is, it is only a high-grade and medium-grade holy weapon, while the Demon Flame King is a small perfection in the pseudo-sanctuary. Under vigilance, Xuanhuan could easily find the black-silver stabbing dagger. When he used the Bloody Eye Wolf Claw before, Han Feng did feel that the primordial spirit with supreme majesty swept across an area of his body. Obviously, the Demon Flame King was alert to Han Feng and made something similar to the Holy Eye of the Star and the same insidious trick as Shantian Holy Brick. It was the best time for Han Feng to think carefully about releasing the black-silver stabbing dagger when he was severely injured. At that time it was the easiest time for the Demon Flame King to let go of his vigilance. Facts have proved that Han Feng was absolutely right. Han Feng's various methods made Moyen King have to look tense. It was not until Han Feng was severely injured that Moyen King felt relieved for a while. This is a normal reaction, and then he must concentrate on observing the opponent's situation. The time when Han Feng let Shining Stabbing Dagger assassinate was between reassurance and observation of the enemy. This time is very short. The Shining Dagger can find this opportunity. I have to say that the opportunity of Han Feng to use the Shining Dagger is also very accurate. Even if the ordinary warrior knows this gap, he has no ability to do it. Moreover, the position where Han Feng let the Shining Stabbing Dagger kill was exactly the weakness of the Demon Flame King. After hunting down so many flame beasts, Han Feng almost also felt some rules. It's just that there is no magic flame crystal in the body of the flame beast. If there is, it is probably on the left chest, and the human heart is on the right. Exactly the opposite. Only a very small part of the magic flame beast's magic flame crystal will be in other parts, such as the head. Han Feng chose to let the Shining Dagger pierce the left chest of the Demon Flame King, which was also a gamble. The Demon Flame crystal of the gambling Demon Flame King was on the left chest. If the bet is right, Han Feng does not need to release the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, and he can escape with confidence. If the bet is wrong, he can only sacrifice some vitality to escape from the Demon Flame domain, and wait for his strength to improve in the future to take revenge. Han Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at the Demon Flame King, who was pierced by the black-silver dagger through his left chest. Seeing that the flame on the Demon Flame King became weak, Han Feng was overjoyed and knew that he had made the right bet. Human, you should be damned. The Demon Flame King is unprecedentedly angry. Since he became the Demon Flame King, how has anyone in the Demon Flame domain dared to treat it like this, and how has anyone ever had the strength to get it to such a degree? Boom! The powerful energy burst out, and the shining dagger did not go deeper, but was blown away, and cracks were cracked on the surface. Han Feng quickly communicated with the shining dagger and retracted the shining dagger. Magic Flame Death Kill. In the face of the powerful attack of the Demon Flame King, Han Feng was in no hurry, and the blood-drinking dragon knife appeared in his hand. Blood-drinking dragons die. The blood dragon roared out, Shantian Holy Brick and Shining Stabbing Dagger sneaked away, and a real fire fan appeared in Han Feng's hand, fanning out the real fire of Xuanhuan. Boom! The world shook again, and the Demon Flame King was seriously injured after all. When the magic fire crystal in its body is really pierced, it must be cultivated to fall to the ordinary commander level if it does not die. At this moment, although the Demon Flame King still has the upper hand, he is no longer as overwhelming as before. Han Feng was blown away again, rolling continuously in the void. It's not that Han Feng didn't use the bloody wolf claws, but that the Saint Yuan in his body was not enough to support the second time. The second time he was hit hard by the aftermath, Han Feng only felt that his bones and internal organs were screaming and he was about to reach the limit. Han Feng fully believed that if this continued, his body would end sooner or later. However, Han Feng did not panic because of this, but showed a faint smile. The two tumbling hits by the energy aftermath, although the injury was not light, also got closer and closer to the border of the Demon Flame domain. After realizing Han Feng's purpose, Queen Moyan's expression changed. After suffering such a big loss, what kind of majesty would he have in the future if he let the other party run away? As soon as his figure moved, the Demon Flame King passed through the aftermath and grabbed Han Feng with his flaming palm. But at this moment, a chirping sound resounded through the void, and the flames that were no worse than the flames burning around the Demon Flame King gushed out, and the Demon Flame King had to avoid it. Looking at it again, the Demon Flame King was stunned to find that a powerful flamingo had appeared beside Han Feng. Looking at the fluctuations in his body, he has already reached the 6th level realm of the peak of the sanctuary. The magic flame crystals that Han Feng obtained were not only for himself, but Zhu Tianyang also swallowed some. At this moment, his cultivation base was extremely stable in the realm of the 6th heaven. How noble is the bloodline of Zhu Tianyang, it is far from being comparable to a race like Demon Flame Beast. Perhaps Zhu Tianyang's combat power is not as good as that of the Demon Flame King, but the temperature of the flame that can be spewed is not weaker than that of the Demon Flame King. You are not his opponent, run with all your strength. Han Feng paled and patted Zhu Tianyang, who was full of fighting spirit. Zhu Tianyang obviously knew that the matter was urgent, so when Han Feng was put on his back, he turned into a flaming meteor and rushed directly to the border of the Demon Flame domain. Where to escape? The Demon Flame King was chasing after him. If it was the heyday, the Demon Flame King would catch up sooner or later, but now the Demon Flame crystal on the left chest of the Demon Flame King, which is equivalent to the human heart, was almost penetrated. Although it is a little faster than Zhu Tianyang's speed, it is impossible to catch up in a short time. On Zhu Tianyang's back, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. All the previous designs were for this moment. Han Feng knew the power of Sanctuary Xiaocheng and how big the gap between him and him. From the very beginning, Han Feng did not expect that he could escape the pursuit of the Demon Flame King alone, only with the help of other help. Among the several major warcraft, only Zhu Tianyang has the strongest cultivation base and the fastest speed, which is naturally the best choice for Han Feng. However, no matter how high the bloodline of Zhu Tianyang is, the cultivation base is a major flaw. In front of the small perfection in the sanctuary, the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary is no different from the 9th level. Moreover, the appearance of Zhu Tianyunk in advance will inevitably arouse the vigilance and attention of the Demon Flame King. The reason why Han Feng has been able to succeed in sneak attacks again and again is not that King Moyan doesn't know enough about Han Feng, or that he doesn't pay enough attention. If Han Feng and King Moyan both returned to their heydays and fought again, Han Feng knew very well that he would be captured soon. Sitting cross-legged on Zhu Tianyunk's back, Han Feng constantly disturbed the Demon Flame King with Shantian's sacred bricks and Xianin's sting dagger, making it impossible for the Demon Flame King to shrink the distance between himself and Zhu Tianyunk. In the fury of the Demon Flame King, Zhu Tianyunk finally came to the border of the Demon Flame domain and passed through it. The third one. There is only so much to write about escaping, and some people may say that it is delayed, but Cabbage feels that only in this way can it reflect the difficulty of escaping. After half a chapter, it will not show the gap between Han Feng and Moyan King. And even so, the Cabbage didn't write the kind of thrilling that I wanted to express. Maybe I still have insufficient ability. I must read more books and learn from it in the future. Bastard. Seeing that Han Feng finally escaped, the Demon Flame King roared in the sky, his voice rolling. The raging flames were rolling in the void, and the momentum was so great that countless human powerhouses were shocked, and even the Overlord level did not dare to approach. They know very well that these flames are enough to kill them. Because of this, the humans in the Demon Flame domain admired Han Feng, who escaped. If it was before, they would never have imagined that someone could escape from the pursuit of the Demon Flame King, and this person's cultivation and strength were far lower than the Demon Flame King. The Demon Flame King stayed in place for a while with an ugly face, and then said coldly, "This king has been promoted to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and I don't believe that the border of this Demon Flame realm can still bind me." Escape from the Demon Flame realm. Han Feng also turned his head and looked over. Only when the Demon Flame King is really blocked in the Demon Flame domain can he truly escape. The Demon Flame King showed his body and rushed straight over. Boom! The moment the Demon Flame King touched the boundary like a current surged wildly in an instant, like an impenetrable stone wall, which blocked the Demon Flame King abruptly, and even applied the anti-shock force to the Demon Flame King, causing the Demon Flame King to fly upside down as if he was hit hard. This is not over yet. An aura that is far stronger than the Demon Flame King rises up, looking down at the Demon Flame King like an aloof emperor, and the Moyan King's complexion changes greatly. The next moment, this powerful momentum slammed into the body of the Demon Flame King, and the Demon Flame King was hit hard again. This is a will formed by the Demon Flame domain, which is oppressing the Demon Flame King. The Demon Flame King was horrified to discover that its foundation was gradually becoming unstable and being destroyed. Once the foundation was damaged too much, it would not only fall from the sanctuary small perfection realm, but also had no hope of breaking through again in the future. Why? Why? This king has already been promoted to the sanctuary small perfection, why can't he leave this small place? The Demon Flame King roared frantically. The Demon Flame domain is indeed not big, and it is indeed extremely small for the peak of the sanctuary. The Demon Flame King's heart is full of deep unwillingness. Will he and the Demon Flame Beast clan be locked in the Demon Flame domain forever in the future? Although unwilling, the Demon Flame King chose the latter before continuing to resist and lay the foundation for his life. The Demon Flame King suddenly retreating tens of thousands of meters, and the momentum that made people feel unable to resist gradually disappeared. Go! Outside the Demon Flame domain, Han Feng grinned, Zhu Tianyunk's wings slapped, and Han Feng completely disappeared from the sight of the Demon Flame King. Seeing the smile before Han Feng left, the Demon Flame King roared again and again. Although the warriors who are watching here are gloating at the misfortune, the Demon Flame King suffered such a big loss, but they are also sad in their hearts. Not only the Demon Flame King, but they are also extremely hopeful to be able to leave here and see the outside world, but even the demon flame king who has been promoted to the sanctuary's small perfection can't leave, let alone them. Lai Yuanzong, the gray-robed middle-aged man, smiled bitterly at Lai Qianqing beside him. My father finally knows why he doesn't look down on our Lai Yuanzong, and even the demon flame king can't do anything about it. Our Lai Yuanzong exists. In his eyes, there is no difference between them and ordinary sections. In the Great Curtain Empire, there is a huge mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. Somewhere high in the mountain range, two men who looked about 30 years old stood facing each other for several hundred meters. One of them had both hands behind their backs, and a long sword in the cold wave around his waist was cold, and the space of more than 10 meters in the vicinity seemed to be full of coldness. It's like being frozen. This man is handsome, and has an indescribably powerful aura. The man who is opposite to this man is quite ordinary in appearance. He belongs to the type that cannot be seen when thrown in the crowd. However, this man's eyes are full of charm and starlight, as if he will be addicted at a glance. It is impossible to extricate oneself in it. An ordinary-looking man with a large knife on his back. He suspended in the void like this and said, Lu Xingyi, I lost to you last time, and I will never lose again this time. Lu Xingyi took out the long sword from his waist with a swipe. Come on Niahai, I will let you know this. You will still not be my opponent once. Lu Xingyi and Niahai were the leaders of the younger generation of the Great Curtain Empire hundreds of years ago, and they have been fighting since the moment they became famous when they were young. There have been at least 1,000 battles between the two, and both have lost and won. This time Lu Xingyi won, and the next time Niahai won. One-day talent. In the last battle, Niahai lost. The momentum of the two men was condensed, and they all reached the level of the Great Sanctuary. To be able to break through to the Great Sanctuary level within a few hundred years is considered a first-class genius anywhere. Coldine Lingsha / Starlight / Lu Xingyi stabbed out with a sword, as if condensed by countless cold currents. Niahai slashed down with a sword, and the stars gathered in the sky. Boom boom boom. Over the mountains, there was a roar, and the sword intent overflowed. 1 move, 10 moves, 100 moves, 1,000 moves. Lu Xingyi and Niahai are actually on a par. Lu Xingyi laughed loudly, as expected of this young master's eternal opponent. It is also a great blessing to have an opponent like you. It is hard to find one in the mainland. Niahai fought to the extreme, and his mood was also surging. On the entire continent, only you are worthy of it. I'll chase, come again, this time I will defeat you. Fight again, this young master will still be afraid that you won't succeed? Lu Xingyi swung his sword and stabbed. Between the words of the two, it seems that they are the top geniuses of the Beizhou continent. But at this moment, the mountains rumbled and vibrated, and countless birds and beasts flapped their wings and left in terror. What's the situation? Could it be that we were disturbed by our fight? The two looked at each other. Suddenly, a large cloud of fire condensed in the sky, burning like a sea of fire, and a heavy pressure filled the entire mountain range. At the top of the mountain range, a hurricane of flames surged out, with a huge momentum, and the entire mountain range was almost shrouded in flames. Hide! Lu Xingyi and Niahai were shocked. What kind of flame is this? They felt an unprecedented threat. Flying 1,000 meters away from the mountain, the two looked back and were startled. The mountain seemed to be swallowed up by a sea of fire. The two stared at the mountain, and suddenly the flames on the top of the mountain erupted more violently, and at the same time, a coercion that suffocated them swept out. This, is it the peak of the sanctuary? Lu Xingyi said sternly. The Great Curtain Empire is only a Tier 4 empire. There is no sanctuary peak in the empire, and the sanctuary peak is a legendary existence for the two of them. It was also the first time that Niahai felt the aura of the peak of the sanctuary, and was speechless. The sea of fire tumbled for a long time, and finally gradually subsided, but the scene of the mountain range being ravaged can no longer be restored. At the top of the mountain range, a figure was sitting cross-legged, looking young, although it was not handsome, but it was also beautiful and charming. This figure was Han Feng. At the beginning, Zhu Tianyang took Han Feng to find a direction to escape at will, and finally landed here. Han Feng did not care to check what was here, so he retreated to repair his injuries and improve his cultivation. Now that nearly a year has passed, not only has the injury completely recovered, but the cultivation base has gone a step further, breaking through to the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Not only has the cultivation base achieved a breakthrough, but since the peak of the sanctuary has entered the middle stage, the 9 flames and different fire art has also gone a step further. Today's Aurora Tsangyan is almost as powerful as the middle level of the top-grade holy fire, which is enough to devour the holy fire. The domain power of the peak of the domain 8 layers. In other words, unless it is the extremely powerful mutated 8-fold heaven domain and sanctuary peak 9 heavenly domain, only a very small part of the sanctuary peak can suppress Han Feng's domain. This does not greatly improve Han Feng's overall combat power, but it is enough to allow Han Feng to completely let go of his hands and feet when fighting, which increases the probability of Han Feng winning a lot from the side. Some of the remaining magic flame crystals were absorbed by Zhu Tianyang and other beasts. The flames like the wind and clouds gathered in Han Feng's body with Han Feng as the center, and gradually disappeared, and Han Feng slowly got up. Sensing the majestic energy in his body, a hint of war flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Now my cultivation is really at the top of the ancient family. Considering my age, the first true biography of those ancient families. The disciple is far inferior to me. It's just that the current me is still not necessarily an opponent of Lingon's heyday. The combat power of Lingon's heyday is beyond the peak level of the sanctuary. But I'm not bad, even if it's not as good, it's just a little inferior, the difference is not big. Although the Yen clan is stronger than the Spirit clan, it is not far beyond the level of the Spirit clan. Lingon is the first true disciple in the Spirit clan. In the Yen clan, it is also the top 5 or even higher. I am gradually getting closer to the goal. When he was in the ghost realm, Han Feng knew about the ancient race from the mouth of the ancestor Ziyun, and he also knew about some forms of the ancient race. The ancient race is divided into 3 parts. The first part is less than 100 years old, the second part is the battle of the great sanctuary level, and the third part is the battle of the true disciples of the major ancient families. Ancestor Ziyun wanted Han Feng to take the first place, showing the potential worth the Yen clan's attention. For the first place in the great sanctuary competition, Ancestor Ziyun did not expect Han Feng to get it at all, and Ancestor Ziyun never thought of letting Han Feng participate in the true disciple competition. Those who can become true disciples of the major ancient families, which one is not at the peak level of the sanctuary, where the peak of the sanctuary can be broken through in just 20 years. There are so many ancient families in the Forgotten Continent, and the top ones do not have such perversions. It's just that Han Feng is very ambitious, not only to win the first place in the competition within 100 years old, but also the first place in the great sanctuary level and the first true disciple. The greater the potential shown, the more attention it can get from the Yen clan, and perhaps with luck, it will fall into the eyes of the true gods. The Yen clan resisted the combination of the inner genius and the outer mainland warriors, but they were worried that the outside warriors would affect the aptitude of their descendants. If the outside warriors showed the potential to be no weaker than the true disciples in the clan or even exceeded, then the resistance would be greatly reduced. Han Feng knew that he was still a weak ant in the Yen clan, and it would be extremely difficult to forcibly take Meng Yaqing away, even with the help of the ancestor Ziyun. After all, the ancestor of Ziyun is a person, and there are dozens of great perfections in the sacred domain of the Yen clan. Only by getting the attention of the real masters of the Yen clan, even the true gods, can we have the best of both worlds, and we can take Meng Yaqing away, and we cannot be enemies of the Yen clan. Suppressing all kinds of thoughts, Han Feng frowned slightly. The skylark is flying so fast, I don't know where it is now. How far is it from the holy sect? Which direction should I go? Looking at the sight, Han Feng found two figures flying in the distance. Junior Niahai, Lu Xingyi, sees Senior. Han Feng raised his chin slightly. What is this place? There was a flash of surprise in Niahai and Lu Xingyi's eyes. Obviously, the two of them did not expect that the peak of the sanctuary would not even know where he was in retreat. The two of them covered their surprise and said in unison, "This is the fourth grade empire's Great Curtain Empire." Fourth grade big screen empire? Han Feng searched in his mind for a while, but found no news about the big screen empire. Thinking about it, it is only the fourth rank empire, and there are more Beizhou continents, and only the upper third rank empire has the ability to spread its prestige throughout the continent. Among them, the one that can really let the North Continent know is the first rank empire with the smallest number. Do you know the holy sect? Han Feng continued to ask. Lu Xingyi said respectfully, the younger generation knows. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Oh? Then tell me which direction I should fly to the holy sect. Lu Xingyi immediately pointed out the direction, and Han Feng smiled slightly. Thank you, I will give you 2 of these as a reward. Leaving some of the gains over the years can be helpful to the early days of the great sanctuary. Jean, the speed was incredible. Lu Xingyi and Niahai didn't realize how Han Feng disappeared in front of them. Is this the sanctuary peak powerhouse? Such a terrifying speed. Lu Xingyi took a deep breath. With this speed, I'm afraid we don't know how we were killed. Niahai was also terrified. It was just a sparring experience, and I actually met the legendary peak powerhouse of the sanctuary, really. The two looked at each other, and both saw the fiery heat in the other's eyes, which was the desire for the peak of the sanctuary. It's okay to have not seen the peak of the sanctuary, but now that they have seen it, they have also experienced the terrifying momentum of the peak of the sanctuary. The goal of the two has changed from the great sanctuary Juzongshan to the peak of the sanctuary. The fourth rank empire does not have peak sanctuary powerhouses. If they become the peak of the sanctuary, they will definitely be able to lead their family to become the first family of the Great Curtain Empire in the future. We are too arrogant. The world outside is very broad, although this adult is at the peak of the sanctuary, but his face is younger than us, maybe younger than us. Lu Xingyi sighed. Since breaking through to the peak of the sanctuary, the vitality consumed by Han Feng is only a quarter of the 4,000 years of life at the peak of the sanctuary. Today, Han Feng's appearance, although it has not returned to the most perfect 18-year-old state, is almost equivalent to 23 or 4-year-old. Compared with Lu Xingyi and Niahai's nearly 30-year-old faces, they are naturally much younger. Niahai nodded. Yes, our vision was too narrow before. Maybe only by entering a wider world, we can have a few chances to break through to the peak of the sanctuary. Lu Xingyi, after this time, I plan to go to the upper third rank empire, to experience. How about you? The family of the two did not allow the two to go to the upper third rank empire in the past, and in the end they were afraid of their fall. In the Great Curtain Empire, the early days of the Great Sanctuary were considered a very remarkable existence, but in the upper third rank, especially the first-rank empires, the Great Sanctuary was nothing in the early days, and it was enough to provoke a powerful force to be killed. It is precisely because the two have been detained by their respective families in the Great Curtain Empire that the two had high self-esteem and thought they were the top geniuses in the continent. This time, Niahai really made up his mind to go no matter what. Lu Xingyi laughed. You are like this, how can I fall behind? Why don't we break through to the peak of the sanctuary first? Why not? Niahai and Lu Xingyi looked at each other and both smiled. Not to mention what impact Han Feng's breakthrough has had on a certain two people. At this moment Han Feng is flying to the sacred sect with all his strength, ready to complete the agreement with the Emperor Venerable Saint. The first. In the holy sect, there are many sects. There may be several sects coexisting in a mountain range. The Chi mountain range is the place where the Saint sect domain is specially trained for the weaker disciples. The powerful monsters here have already been beheaded by the Saint sect domain powerhouse, leaving only the existence under the Saint domain. When Han Feng came to the holy sect, the first thing he saw was the endless mountains. The tops of the mountains seemed to have been cut off, and were replaced by various majestic halls, which must be the various sects of the holy sect. Han Feng initially learned that in the holy sect, only the masters of the great sanctuary can monopolize the mountain. Without the masters of the great sanctuary, they can only squeeze with other sects. Therefore, the sect battles in the holy sect are a frequent thing. In the same mountain range, if you want to become the strongest sect in this mountain range, it is best to urge other sects to squeeze out. When it really becomes the only sect in the mountain range, it will compete with other powerful sects for its position in the holy sect. Han Feng Yuanshan swept away and found that there were a lot of sect disciples in a mountain range under his feet, and they were wearing different clothes. Just in time, just ask a few people here. I hope Fentianzong doesn't change its name, otherwise the difficulty of finding it will increase. After showing his body shape, Han Feng flew towards the mountain range under his feet, which was the Chi mountain range. In the Chi mountain range, a group of sect disciples headed by a woman in a yellow shirt are besieging and killing a top-level monster. The faces of these disciples looked very young, except for the woman in yellow shirt, who might be 21 or 22 years old, the rest were all 10 years old. At such an age, even the top geniuses of the holy sect cannot have such a powerful cultivation. The woman in the yellow shirt is about the pinnacle of cultivation, and the disciples behind her have cultivations from the early stage to the later stage. The sword in the yellow shirt woman's hand slashed out like a falling moon, turning into countless half-moon-shaped sword chi. Puff puff. The sword chi shot into the body of the top-level beasts, and the top-level beasts were severely injured. Hoo-ho! The intense pain made the top-level beasts roar again and again. The tyrannical power made the yellow-shirt woman's face change slightly, but after all, the top-level monsters were severely damaged, so the yellow-shirt woman didn't care much. The woman in the yellow shirt turned her head to the younger brothers and sisters behind her and said, "This beast has been severely damaged by me, and I can't use 50% of its strength. Next, it's up to you." But. A junior sister looked at the terrifying beast and still didn't dare to issue. The woman in the yellow shirt looked sharp. Our four-sword sect is practicing swordsmanship, and it is the sword of killing. If you don't even dare to kill monsters, what's the use of learning this swordsmanship? Don't always show off your power in the sect, you will become a soft-footed shrimp when you go outside. If you don't do it, all the scores I gave you this time will be rated as unqualified. If you want to learn a stronger swordsmanship, wait for the next year's assessment. As soon as this threat came out, the expressions of all the disciples changed drastically. If it is not qualified, it is the second thing to learn a stronger swordsmanship, and the most important thing is to lose all faith in the sect. Thinking of this, a group of four-sword sect disciples finally took action. Although they couldn't make a move, they were still strong on the ground, and those who practiced not weak swordsmanship. After getting used to it, they finally got on the right track. It didn't take long for this top-level monster beast to be killed by the disciples of the four-sword sect. Maybe it was really bloody, and the disciples of the four-sword sect looked different, with a bit of blood. But at this moment, a roar that resounded through the sky rushed towards the crowd, and a giant beast that was similar to the previous Earth-level beast, but several times larger appeared in front of the crowd. Oops, this beast actually has relatives. The woman in the yellow shirt turned pale. This newly appeared warcraft, but the heavenly rank exists, none of them can compete. The disciple of the four-sword sect, who had just become bloody, was scared to the point of urinating again. I'll resist for a moment, you all run away, try your best to escape from the Chi mountain range and return to the sect. The woman in the yellow shirt shouted loudly. that senior sister. This group of disciples had a conscience anyway, knowing that it would be inappropriate for the woman in yellow shirt to fight the heaven-ranked beast alone. The woman in yellow shirt did not turn her head, and stared vigilantly at the heaven-ranked beast. As long as you escape, I will have some confidence in escaping from the pursuit of this beast, but it will be different if you are here, do you understand? Go. The women in the yellow shirt said so, and after a group of 4 sword sect disciples looked at each other in dismay, they could only withdraw first. However, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky, pointing at the heavenly monster in the unbelievable gaze of the woman in yellow shirt. I don't know how the visitor did it, but a hole was pierced through the forehead of the heavenly rank warcraft, and the strong body fell to the ground. Flying in the sky, it's either the heavenly rank or the sanctuary. If you kill the heavenly rank so easily, the sanctuary has the greatest possibility. The woman in yellow shirt immediately stepped forward and cupped her hands. The junior disciple of the 4 sword sect, Huang Ying, thank you for your help. The disciples of the 4 sword sect, who were about to flee, saw this and stopped fleeing. Han Feng waved his hand. I have something to ask you to save you. Huang Ying looked respectful, not surprised. What do you want to ask? Have you ever heard of burning Tianzong? Han Feng stared at Huang Ying. Huang Ying looked blank. Fen Tianzong? The younger generation has never heard of it. Huang Ying thought that she knew a lot about the sects of the holy sect, but she had never heard of Fen Tianzong. Han Feng secretly said that sure enough, without the Emperor Venerable Sage, the Burning Heaven sect either changed its name in decline, or was destroyed. I don't know if I can still find the descendants of the Emperor Venerable Sage. If I can't find it, I will kill the sect that destroyed the Burning Heaven sect, which can be regarded as a response to the Emperor Venerable Sage. Without finding out that burning Tianzong, Han Feng was a little disappointed. He was about to leave, but Huang Ying suddenly said, Sir, you must be from outside the holy sect. Han Feng nodded, yes, is there any problem? Huang Ying smiled, of course, everyone in the sacred sect knows that there is a Bai Shaoxing. This Bai Shaoxing knows everything, and nothing in the sacred sect can be hidden from him. If adults find this Bai Shaoxing, maybe they will, to be able to know about the Burning Heaven sect. Where is Bai Shaoxing? Han Feng's eyes lit up. Huang Ying smiled bitterly, Bai Shaoxing knows everything. There are naturally many strong people who want to find Bai Shaoxing, so Bai Shaoxing often changes places in the holy sect. It is difficult to find Bai Shaoxing, and Bai Shaoxing is also proficient in changing places. Even the primordial spirit of the peak of the sanctuary can't see through the face art, so. Han Feng's brows are slightly wrinkled, this is not easy. Seeing this, Huang Ying hesitated for a while and said, actually, this junior has some clues, but. Han Feng understood and said, what are the conditions, let's talk. Huang Ying exhaled and said solemnly, before this, the junior wants to know what kind of cultivation your lord is. If it's just the middle stages of ordinary sanctuary. Han Feng said lightly, don't worry, my cultivation is above the ordinary sanctuary. Huang Ying suddenly felt that she was hit by a pie, showing a look of joy and excitement. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Sijianzong is located on the top of the Xijian Mountains. The founder is a supermaster of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. It's just that the 4 Swords sect is now in decline, and the strongest person in the sect is the 8th heaven of the sanctuary. He is the current sect master of the 4 Swords sect and Huang Ying's father. Because of the decline of the 4 Swords sect, the small groups that were sheltered under the 4 Swords sect rose up one after another, and eventually became various sects in the 4 Swords Mountains. Today, there are 5 sects in the 4 Swords sect. In addition to the Four Swords sect, there are Tianyuan sect, Xianlang sect, Ta Di sect and Muyuan sect. The four sects have long been eyeing the Four Swords sect and want to replace it. At present, the situation of the Four Swords sect is very bad. The strongest of the four heavenly fate sects have already stepped into the seventh heaven realm of the sanctuary. Together, they are enough to threaten the Four Swords sect. How could Huang Ying not be ecstatic when he learned that Han Feng was above the ordinary sanctuary? Knowing the situation of the Four Swords sect, Han Feng said lightly, "I can help the Four Swords sect solve this crisis, but you must also make it clear, what clues do you have about Bai Shaosheng?" Huang Ying took a deep breath and said, "It's like this, thousands of years ago, a supreme elder of my Four Swords sect at that time accidentally rescued Bai Shaosheng who was seriously injured, so Bai Shaosheng stayed behind when he was well wounded and left. A communication jade talisman. Bai Shaosheng can be contacted through this communication jade talisman. As long as the Lord saves my Four Swords sect's crisis, I can persuade my father to give this communication talisman to the Lord." "Listen to what you mean, Bai Shaosheng's strength is not weak, and it is very likely that he has stepped into the peak of the sanctuary. With such a communication jade, why don't you let Bai Shaosheng help you solve the problem?" Han Feng asked with a frown. Huang Ying gave a wry smile. Father actually had the same idea, but he gave up, considering the consequences. The Supreme Elder really saved Bai Shaosheng, but Bai Shaosheng was only grateful to the Supreme Elder, not the Supreme Elder. For Sword Sect is just a little bit. If Bai Shaosheng makes a move this time, although Four Swords sect will be out of danger, those powerhouses who have been looking for Bai Shaosheng will not let us Four Swords sect be spared. Now, it is very possible to use our Four Swords sect to threaten Bai Shaosheng. Han Feng had an epiphany. If Bai Shaosheng is really the pinnacle of the sanctuary, then the force that dares to seek or even arrest Bai Shaosheng to force Bai Shaosheng to say something secret is very likely to have the pinnacle of the sanctuary itself. In the face of such forces, the Four Swords sect is absolutely powerless to resist. And Bai Shaosheng helped the Four Swords sect to solve the crisis even if it was a repayment. Who knows if the Four Swords sect will take action when it falls into the next crisis. If he takes action, Bai Shaosheng himself may be in crisis. If he does not take action, the Four Swords sect will most likely be vented and destroyed by that powerful force. "Understand everything," Han Feng said urgently. "Let's go. Four Swords Mountains." As soon as he stepped in here, Han Feng found something wrong, and there was a chilling air at the top of the mountain. Even if the Four Swords sect is practicing swordsmanship, such a chilling aura is too strong, unless it has experienced a war not long ago. Han Feng glanced at Huang Ying and had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't say it. The gate of the Four Swords sect. Huang Ying looked a little unhappy when she saw that there was no one guarding the door, but when Huang Ying saw some blood on the side of the road, Huang Ying's face changed greatly. "Oops, father." Huang Ying hurriedly ran into the sect. There were more and more bloodstains along the way. Huang Ying's face became more and more ugly, and the Four Swords sect disciple behind him did not dare to breathe. "Ha ha ha, isn't this Huang Ying, the little princess of our Four Swords sect, who has finally returned?" A loud laughter came, and a young man in a blue robe appeared in front of everyone. "Lu Zhen, is that you? What happened in Zhong'an'ai?" Huang Ying asked, coldly. Beside Han Feng, a female disciple whispered, "Sir, this Lu Zhen has always been entangled with senior sister Huang in the past, and she has been taught several times by senior sister Huang. If it weren't for Lu Xing, who is behind Lu Zhen, he is a powerful sect. Elder, this Lu Zhen has long been abolished by senior sister Huang." Lu Zhen sneered, "Are you questioning me? If you think so, then think so." Huang Ying didn't feel that her attitude was a little wrong. She usually had the same attitude towards Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen's face was hideous. "Stinky bitch, you think you are really the princess of the Four Swords sect?" "No, sorry, I almost forgot to tell you that there is no Four Swords sect anymore. and the Four Swords sect will soon become the past tense. Not long ago, the four sects including the Tianyuan sect have already leveled the four sword sections. What? Huang Yingru was hit hard, her face pale. Where's my father? Lu Zhen still sneered and did not answer. Han Feng stepped forward and said to Huang Ying, calm down, it seems that there are traitors in your sect. Huang Ying's expression was shocked, and she looked at Lu Zhen with a condensed gaze. The Four Swords sect is in danger, why are you still fine? Lu Zhen smiled and said, of course, I have already surrendered to the four sects, otherwise how did you think the Four Swords sect was broken so quickly? I am very fortunate that my father and I made the most correct choice, otherwise I am afraid that I will also be attacked now. Imprisoned in the underground prison of the Four Swords sect. If you want to blame it, you bitch and your father. If it wasn't for you who always rejected me, and your father always excluded my father, our father and son would not betray the Four Swords sect. Fart, I think your father and son have long been betrayal. Father must have found clues, but no evidence to keep suppressing Elder Lu. Women like Huang Ying couldn't help but hear Lu Zhen's shameless eyes. Yelled loudly. However, Huang Ying breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Being locked in a prison was better than losing her life. Lu Zhen just sneered when he heard the words, which virtually verified Huang Ying's guess. Glancing at Han Feng, Lu Zhen's eyes flashed with a coldness. Stinky girls, I just brought back a little white face after going out. I really thought you were so pure and clean, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and Huang Ying also had a gloomy face. Lu Zhen already regarded Han Feng as a dead person in his heart, and he would not let any man close to Huang Ying go. Then Lu Zhen glanced at the disciples behind Huang Ying, and suddenly opened a big smile. You junior brothers and sisters will not be ignorant and want to live and die together with the Four Swords sect. As long as you surrender to my father's door, I can keeping you alive, waiting for the elders of the four sects to completely occupy the Four Swords sect, and you will have a bright future with my father. Lu Zhen originally thought that when he said this, many junior brothers and sisters would surrender, but no one would say a word. Lu Zhen looked ugly, and found that the eyes of these junior brothers and sisters were all focused on Han Feng. How did Lu Zhen know that his junior brothers and sisters knew that Han Feng was a super existence above the ordinary sanctuary? With this existence, they would only rely on Lu Zhen and Lu Xing when they had a brain problem. Damn, what's going on? Lu Zhen was very shocked and angry, and after finding that these people's eyes were all on Han Feng, Lu Zhen finally looked directly at Han Feng. Boy, who are you? The person who wants your life. After speaking, Han Feng waved his sleeve robe lightly, and Lu Zhen's entire body was suddenly hit by a powerful force, which exploded in an instant. The third one. Han Feng is at the peak level of the sanctuary. A small ground level is not even an ant in the peak of the sanctuary. At most, it is an ant's legs. An ant leg shouted at sanctuary peak, exuding killing intent, just looking for death. Huang Ying's face showed a hint of joy, but the other sect disciples sighed in their hearts that the dignity of the sanctuary was not something that could be provoked at will, and Lu Zhen was a lesson from the past. In the discussion hall of the Four Swords sect, Lu Xing was discussing with the elders of the other four sects how to distribute the wealth of the Four Swords sect. Suddenly, Lu Xing was shocked, and a very uneasy feeling rose, as if something happened to the person closest to him. The primordial spirit at the sanctuary level poured out, and Lu Xing saw a scene that made his teeth crack. Boy looking for death. His son was blasted with a punch, and Lu Xing felt infinite anger in his heart. He never imagined that the four sects including Tianyuan sect would bring down the Four Swords sect, and the good day was coming, but his son died at the hands of a stranger. The speed of the sanctuary powerhouse is so fast. Not long after the sound fell, Lu Xing turned into a rainbow light and rushed out of the conference hall, blasting towards Han Feng. Han Feng still waved his sleeve robe lightly, and Lu Xing seemed to have hit some hard barrier. Puff. Lu Xing's face was pale, and there were bursts of pain in his internal organs, as if he was about to be torn apart. So strong. What's the origin of this kid? Lu Xing knew that he was a mid-level expert in the common sanctuary. Could it be that this kid is a late-stage common sanctuary? The disciples of the Four Swords sect looked at Han Feng with admiration. Lu Xing was the strongest expert in their Four Swords sect except the sect master and the great elder. No one dared to provoke him on weekdays, and he was also famous in the Four Swords Mountains. But such elder Lu Xing was so vulnerable in front of Han Feng. Huang Ying was grateful for her decision at the beginning, otherwise she would be forcibly tainted by Lu Xing now. For people, do you still want to keep watching? This kid is very likely to be in the late stage of the ordinary sanctuary. The five of us must work together to resist. If we let this kid rush into the dungeon and rescue Huang Tianhu and others, our effort it's all in vain. For the first time, Lu Xing knew that he could not be Han Feng's opponent, and immediately shouted, forcing the other four elders to take action. For auras like towering pillars descended on Lu Xing's side, and they all looked at Han Feng with solemn eyes. Unexpectedly, Huang Tianhu was all cleaned up, and finally another person appeared to disturb their plan. The elder of Tianyuanzong scolded, "If your excellency is smart, don't go into this muddy water, otherwise my Tianyuanzong sect master will not let you go. Although your excellency is in the late stage of ordinary sanctuary, it is definitely no match for the four of my four sections. The Union of the Sovereigns. What's so scary about a sect that you've never heard of?" Han Feng smiled casually. Looking for death. The four elders were angry. These words were an insult to their sect. They thought that their sect had some reputation in the holy sect, so in their opinion, this was what Han Feng said deliberately. Come out to provoke the four of them. How did the four elders know that Han Feng came from other parts of the Beizhou continent, not from within the holy sect, so he really didn't know anything about the four sects of the Heavenly Fate sect. Let's do it together, we just solved it together. Han Feng smiled lightly, but he didn't take the five people to heart at all. The five were furious, and they all shot. Various energy attacks blasted towards Han Feng like a torrent, covering the sky and the sun, and its powerful aura made Huang Ying and other disciples under the sanctuary shudder and suffocate for a while. However, for Han Feng, such an attack is too weak. He didn't even use his martial skills, so Han Feng spread his palms as usual. In an instant, the suction gushed out. The scene that shocked the five Lu Xing happened. The attacks launched by the five of them seemed to be attracted by something, and they swirled and concentrated in the center of Han Feng's palm, and finally turned into a small energy ball. In this energy ball, the attacks of Lu Xing's five people were compressed, condensing such a huge attack into a small energy ball, which shows how terrifying the compressed incomparably condensed energy is once it erupts. The five looked at Han Feng's palm in horror, as if they were watching something incredible. Such a method is definitely not something that ordinary sanctuaries can do, could it be? The five looked horrified. Give it back to you. Han Feng suddenly smiled evilly and threw the energy ball at the five people. Not good, run away. Lu Xing was the first to react, joking, the previous attack was all-out attack, even if they were doing their best, they wouldn't even think about taking it without injury. Not to mention the fact that the five moves are now compressed after the fusion, the power that bursts out to the extreme. This power is enough to kill them in seconds. It's just a pity, no matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than the explosion of the energy ball. Boom! The dazzling light is like a fiery sun suddenly appearing in the dark night. At the same time, the deafening bombing sound and aftermath surged around like a tidal wave. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom. With the explosion of the energy ball as the center, a black hole vortex with a radius of tens of meters was formed, which directly swallowed Lu Xing and the other five. No. Lu Xing and others roared unwillingly. They knew what terrible things would happen if they were swallowed in. It's just that the 5 people's struggles are useless, and in the end they can't resist the swallowing power of the black hole vortex. The shockwave spread, and the ruined appearance of the Four Swords sect was once again violently brightened. I don't know how many buildings collapsed under the aftermath of the shock. Huang Ying looked at the devastated sect and wanted to cry without tears. If it could be repaired before, it must be demolished and rebuilt now. Huang Ying, where is the underground prison? Han Feng was indifferent, as if he had done something small. With Han Feng's current state, killing a few ordinary sanctuaries could not cause any turbulence in his heart. Only then did Huang Ying deeply realize that the sanctuary powerhouse was still terrifying above the ordinary sanctuary, and his expression became more restrained. Under the leadership of Huang Ying, everyone rushed to the underground prison. In the underground prison, in a dimly lit cell, a decadent middle-aged man sat cross-legged. Hearing footsteps one after another, the middle-aged man said in a weak but firm tone, "Give it up, I won't give you the keys to the treasure house." The founder of the Four Swords sect was the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan, and there were also powerful formations around the treasure house. Although it has weakened a lot over the years, it is still enough to withstand the mid-stage attack of the great sanctuary. Without the key, Tianyuanzong's desire to forcibly break into the treasure house is a dream. "Father, it's a daughter, my daughter is here to save you." Huang Ying almost cried when she saw her father's injuries. "Inger." Huang Tianhu raised his eyelids with difficulty, his cloudy eyes full of disbelief. Seeing that it was really his daughter, Huang Tianhu yelled, "What are you doing back here? Hurry up and escape." Sect Master Huang, don't worry, Lu Xing and others have fallen. For the time being, the Four Swords sect is a safe place. Han Feng took a step forward. Only then did Huang Tianhu notice Han Feng, and his face immediately became vigilant. "Your Excellency is." Huang Ying wiped away the tears that were about to fall, and told what happened to Han Feng and what happened outside. Huang Tianhu was stunned. "Lu Xing is really dead?" Huang Tianhu didn't think his daughter would lie to him. In other words, is this person in front of him really a master of the great sanctuary? Immediately, Huang Tianhu's face became respectful. "Sir, I was offended before." "No need, I also have a purpose." Han Feng waved his hand. Huang Ying's narration before, Huang Tianhu already knew what Han Feng's purpose is. Huang Tianhu said, "The communication jade talisman is in a forbidden area of the sect, and Huang can pass on the password and manual for entering the forbidden area. Take the little girl away, as for me, I am ready to sacrifice." "Father, my daughter has already come, how can we not leave together?" Huang Ying looked anxious. Huang Tianhu smiled bitterly. "The material of this cage is extremely hard, and it is difficult to break under the great sanctuary." Boom! Before Huang Tianhu finished speaking, a bang came out, and Han Feng broke the cage with a punch. Huang Tianhu. "I almost forgot, this one is really the great sanctuary, but..." Huang Tianhu raised his wrists and saw that both wrists were bound by hand shackles. He stretched out his legs, also bound by shackles. This shackle is not an ordinary thing. It is made of a kind of forbidden spirit stone. It can seal the holy essence in the body of the strong sanctuary, and the ordinary great sanctuary cannot break it. The holy essence in my body is now sealed, and I am fleeing. Going out is no different from ordinary people, it will only hold you back." Han Feng pointed out that Xuanhuan transformed into a streak of energy and bombarded the shackles and shackles, only to hear a few crisp sounds. The shackles and shackles were smashed into pieces and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Huang Tianhu was dumbfounded again. Taking a deep breath, Huang Tianhu took a deep look at Han Feng and said, "If that's the case, then let's go quickly, or we'll be finished when the 7 stars old man comes." "Old 7 stars?" Huang Ying and the sect disciple behind him changed. Who was the old man of 7 stars? Seeing the faces of several people, Han Feng guessed that the old man of 7 stars might not be easy, but Han Feng didn't care much. Judging from the actions of the 4 sects who wanted to torture Huang Tianhu * to force out the keys to the treasure house, the 7-star old man's strongest combat power definitely did not exceed the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. Sure enough, Huang Ying said, Old man 7 stars is a master of the 4th heaven of the great sanctuary, and he is also a well-known person in the vicinity. I really did not expect that the Heavenly Fate sect invited him to destroy my 4-sword sect and obtain the wealth of my 4-sword sect. Waiting for the strong, I really don't know what the price is? The 4th heaven of the great sanctuary. The sect disciple, behind him gasped. This is the middle stage of the great sanctuary. Can the adult in front of you handle it? It's true that Han Feng has shown strength that is superior to ordinary sanctuary, but Han Feng's appearance is always misunderstood. Not only these sect disciples, but also Huang Ying only thinks that Han Feng is the early stage of the great sanctuary. In the early days of the great sanctuary, how could it be an opponent in the middle of the great sanctuary? Only Huang Tianhu. I vaguely feel that Han Feng is not very simple. In response to everyone's suspicion, Han Feng did not say much, but instead said, saving 1 person is also saving, and saving 100 people is also saving. Sect Master Huang, please lead the way to rescue the remaining elders and disciples of the 4 Swords sect. Perhaps realizing that Han Feng is not easy, Huang Tianhu has not said anything about escaping immediately. Not long after, the elders and disciples of the 4 Swords sect who survived the detention were rescued one after another, and all the Koreans thanked them. One of the elders said anxiously, Master Han, the sect master, the 4 sect masters and the 7-star old man will return to the 4 sects to hold a banquet for the 7-star old man after leaving Lu Xing and others. At this moment, the banquet is almost over. Once it is over, the sect master and the 7-star old man will definitely come again, we must hurry up. Yes, if the 7 stars old man comes, we will not be able to escape. Sect master, we can't stay here any longer until the green hills are left without worrying about no firewood. A group of elders and disciples opened their mouths one after another. Han Feng suddenly turned his head and said meaningfully, we don't have to run away, they are already here. What? Many elders and sect disciples turned pale. In the sky outside the gate of Xijianzong, behind the hands of the green-robed old man, a group of experts quickly flew over. There are 2 figures on both sides of the old man, who are the 4 sect masters of Tianyuanzong, Xuanlangzong, Tadaizong and Muyuanzong, all of whom are the 7th level cultivation of the peak of the sanctuary. The sect master of Tianyuan sect flattered, thanks to Senior 7 stars taking action this time, no one expected that there would still be formations set up by the ancestors in the 4 Swords sect. It came back without success. The 7-star old man raised his chin, showing a proud look, as if he did not take the 4 sect masters in his eyes. However, with the cultivation base of the 7-star elder great sanctuary 4th layer, the mere sanctuary 7th layer is really not qualified to be seen by the 7-star elder. I hope you don't breach the contract for the reward this time, otherwise. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 7-star old man, and the temperature in the air became cold at this moment. The 4 sect masters shuddered together, and the Tianyuan sect master hurriedly said, Senior 7 stars, rest assured, when you force out the keys to the 4 Swords sect's treasure house, 60% of them will be dedicated to Senior 7 stars. Not only that, our 4 sects, in each case, 2 layers, will be given to the 7-star elder. The 7-star old man showed a happy color. The old man of 7 stars also knew that the founder of the 4 Swords sect was a master of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and several of the sect masters in the back were also cultivated in the great sanctuary. 60% of the wealth. Seven-star elders are already fantasizing about the day when they break through the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary. The 5 people came to the Four Swords sect, and the sect master of Tianyuan sect didn't find anyone to greet him, so he couldn't help but feel displeased. No, there is no more of their breath here. Xianlang sect master Xuanhuan had already opened up, and there was no sign of it. Soon, Xianlang sect masters Xuanhuan swept over Han Feng. What's going on? The sect master Xianlang sect was dumbfounded. How did Huang Tianhu and the others who had already been imprisoned come out again? What happened? Asked the sect master of Tianyuan sect. This, you have a look at it. Xianlang sect master didn't know what to say. Second more. Sensing several temptations of the primordial spirit, a sly smile flashed across Han Feng's face. With a sudden snort, Han Feng's primordial spirit stabbed and slashed like a sword. The 4 sect masters groaned, their faces pale in an instant, and their bodies involuntarily took a few steps back, and blood overflowed from the corners of their mouths. The 4 sect masters looked suspicious. When did the 4 Sword sect recruit such a strong person to help them out? Could it be that the reason why the elders and Lu Xing of their 4 sects disappeared was because of this person? At this time, the 4 sect masters almost expected that the elders of their 4 sects and Lu Xing were likely to fall, and the murderer was the one who severely injured them with the primordial spirit. Interesting, there are such masters in the 4 Swords sect. The old man of 7 stars showed a smile. With a show of body shape, the 7-star old man stepped into the air and flew to where Han Feng was. The 4 sect masters followed, and they also wanted to see where the other party came from. At the entrance of the dungeon, the elders and disciples of the 4 Swords sect looked at the sky nervously. For them, the great sanctuary was an unsurpassable mountain. Facing the 7 stars old man, everyone who had suffered a loss already lost the will to fight and could not even resist. Han Feng calmly stared at the 7 stars old man, letting the momentum of the great sanctuary wash over his body. The old man of 7 stars laughed. The boy has the guts. There are not many people who dare to look directly at the old man. It just so happens that the old man lacks a servant to bring tea and water. If you are willing, the old man can spare your life. Stop talking nonsense, let's make a move. With a flick of his sleeve robe, an aura that was no weaker than the 7-star elder rose into the sky. Facing the 7-star elder, Han Feng didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. The expression of the old man of 7 stars laughing suddenly became condensed and gloomy. No wonder you know the name of the old man and dare to resist. You really have some strength. Since you are not wise, then go to die. 7-star finger. The gathering of starlight turned out to be a finger with bright starlight, exuding majesty. Humph, so provocative of the 7-star old man, this kid is dead. For swordsmen will only recruit such idiots. It's a pity, the great revenge, that Xuanhuan was injured by the sneak attack, can't be avenged in person. The 4 sect masters sneered. Broken. Han Feng shouted loudly, and Xingyuan rushed out, like a monstrous sea, and rolled in the starlight giant finger with a mighty force. If you don't even use martial arts, what's the point of relying on Saint Yuan alone? The words of the 7-star old man were choked, only to see that the starlight giant finger collapsed completely after being swallowed up, and turned into starlight and disappeared in the heaven and earth between. Impossible. How could it be? 7-star old man seemed to see something incredible. Boy, you must have used some kind of conspiracy method, but in the face of absolute strength, what kind of conspiracy is useless? Take this old man's strongest blow. 7 stars fragmenting palm. The starlight gathered again, and the 7-star old man punched out, as if countless stars turned into fists and attacked, and even the space was strongly affected and distorted. Broken. Facing such a powerful move by the 7 stars, Han Feng still drank it lightly. No matter how many fists the starlight gathered, Xuanhuan did not give these fists any chance to pass through. Who are you? You are definitely not in the middle stage of the great sanctuary? The old man of 7 stars finally panicked. His strongest move was taken so easily. No matter how you look at it, this helper of the Four-Sword sect can't be the great sanctuary. Quadruple heaven. Boom. Han Feng suddenly laughed, and his momentum instantly soared to the peak of the sanctuary. The 7-star old man stared at Han Feng, and the next moment he turned around, he was about to run away. Damn it. It turned out to be the peak of the sanctuary, which is also the top powerhouse in the Holy Land. How could such a powerhouse appear here? A few nasty guys, it's so miserable to betray the old man. Even if you want to destroy the Four-Sword sect, you don't even carefully investigate the foundation of the Four-Sword sect. The 7-star old man even resented the suzerain of the Four sect. Since you're here, just stay. Han Feng let out a long roar and finally punched. Xuanhuan gathered in Han Feng's right fist, and along with Han Feng's swing, it blasted away like a laser. The speed was extremely fast. Before the 7-star old man could respond, he was punched in the chest and shot through a hole. Dead? Old man 7 stars is dead? What did the 7-star old man just say? This guy is the peak of the sanctuary? Whether it was the death of the 7 stars or the escape of the 7 stars before they died, all the 4 sect masters set off a storm in their hearts. What kind of existence did they provoke? Han Feng's eyes swept over, and the legs of the 4 sect masters were shaking. Contrary to the 4 sect masters, the people of the Four-Sword sect burst out with joy. Huang Ying and Huang Tianhu both stared at Han Feng in a daze. They never thought that what Han Feng said was above the ordinary sanctuary was not the great sanctuary, but the peak of the sanctuary. After killing the 4 suzerains, Han Feng turned around and flew down, and Huang Tianhu and others bent down deeply. The peak of the sanctuary, this is the peak combat power of the sanctuary. The founders of the Four-Sword sect did not step into this step. The matter has been resolved. It is time for Miss Huang and Sect Master Huang to complete the agreement. Han Feng said lightly. It was Huang Tianhu who came to his senses first, and said quickly, Sir, wait a moment, the juniors will gather the communication jade talismans. Although Huang Tianhu called Han Feng an adult before, he called himself Huang, but now he is a junior. All the changes are due to Han Feng's strength. The Great Sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary are another different level. Not long after, Huang Tianhu uncontrollably took out a green jade talisman. Sir, you just need to tear open this communication jade. Huang Tianhu said cautiously. Han Feng nodded, tore open the jade talisman, and then sat cross-legged directly on the spot, waiting for Bai Shaoxing to arrive. However, Huang Tianhu led the remaining many strong men to attack the Tianyuan sect and other 4 sects, robbing the wealth of the 4 sects to make up for the loss. As time passed, Huang Tianhu started to repair the building of Sijianmen after killing the 4 remaining powerhouses on the first day. 4 days after Han Feng tore apart the communication jade, suddenly there was a gust of wind over the Four-Sword sect, and the dark clouds rolled, covering the Four-Sword sect in darkness. When the darkness disappeared, a figure appeared beside Han Feng unknowingly. This figure looks a little weak, dressed like a scholar, but exudes a luxurious atmosphere, and its cultivation base has been restrained, making it impossible to see the realm. But under Xuanhuan's fiery eyes, this person's cultivation base has been completely exposed to Han Feng, which is the limit of the first level of the peak of the sanctuary, and half of his feet have stepped into the second level of the peak of the sanctuary. This weak man with the appearance of a scholar is Bai Shaoxing. The third one. Hey, this Bai Shaoxing is not only good at disguising and changing his breath, but even his own cultivation is covered by secret techniques. Unfortunately, it is useless under the eyes of this seat. Little Fatty said proudly. Han Feng realized something after hearing the words. It seems that Bai Xiaoxing's true face is not such a weak scholar. Bai Xiaoxing didn't set his eyes on Han Feng. He was covered by the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, and Han Feng's current cultivation level and Jiuyan Yuhua level, and even the great perfection of the sanctuary was when Han Feng was not showing his momentum. It is also difficult to sense Han Feng's cultivation. Therefore, Bai Xiaoxing subconsciously ignored Han Feng. You are the current sect master of the Four Swords sect? What's the matter? Bai Xiaoxing looked at Huang Tianhu and asked lightly. Huang Tianhu swallowed a mouthful of spit. Although Bai Xiaoxing didn't show any momentum, Huang Tianhu still felt an invisible pressure coming towards him. Thinking that Bai Xiaoxing is very likely to be a peak of the sanctuary, Huang Tianhu's heart thumped, afraid that he might accidentally offend such a strong man. But when Huang Tianhu saw Han Feng, he returned to normal. What were he afraid of? Didn't he also have a peak sanctuary powerhouse here? Senior, it's like this. Huang Tianhu explained the ins and outs of the matter one by one, and Bai Xiaoxing finally swept his gaze to Han Feng. The moment he saw Han Feng, Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank, his scalp was numb, and all the hair on his body stood up. No one knows that Bai Xiaoxing has a talent. When he observes a person carefully, he can feel the sense of threat that this person brings to him. Although this sense of threat can sometimes not accurately judge the cultivation of opposition, he can roughly estimate the opponent's combat power. Han Feng gave Bai Xiaoxing the feeling that he was like an ancient beast that could devour him at any time. Who is this person? If I'm not wrong, it should be the peak of the sanctuary. I don't know if the cultivation base is high or low, and I don't know how many heavens it is. But this sense of crisis is no less than that of the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary. It feels like this person can't be offended. Bai Xiaoxing was awe-inspiring, and he suddenly became cautious about Han Feng. When he thought about ignoring Han Feng when he came before, Bai Xiaoxing knew that the other party had the same secret technique to cover up his cultivation as he did. Han Feng bowed his hands. This gentleman, I don't know what you want to ask. Huang Tianhu looked at Bai Xiaoxing in surprise, but he heard that Bai Xiaoxing was quite arrogant, and even the average sanctuary peak Bai Xiaoxing watched with his chin up, but now. Huang Tianhu's face condensed, and his gaze towards Han Feng became deeper. Huang Tianhu knew that maybe they still underestimated this lord. Han Feng also asked for others, and also bowed back to Bai Xiaoxing and said, Does your excellency Bai Xiaoxing know about the Burning Heaven sect? Bai Xiaoxing's face was slightly condensed, and Han Feng, who noticed the change in Bai Xiaoxing's complexion, was delighted. Could it be that Bai Xiaoxing really knew something? Otherwise, it would not be such a change, but rather a look of doubt. Bai Xiaoxing said solemnly, I don't know why Mr. Han asked about the Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Heaven sect has disappeared for thousands of years. I have some kindness with an old man of the Burning Heaven sect, and I haven't paid it back yet, Han Feng said lightly. Emperor Venerable Saints have existed for a long time, almost 2,000 or 3,000 years, and the lifespan of the Great Sanctuary is only 2,000 years. Since Bai Xiaoxing regards Han Feng as a sanctuary, he naturally thinks that Han Feng has lived for a long time. If the Burning Heaven sect still existed in the sanctuary, Han Feng was still very young, and it is normal to live until now. Bai Xiaoxing naturally knew that 999.9 out of 1,000 people in the sacred sect knew that there was an overlord-level force, the Burning Heaven sect, thousands of years ago, but now there are very few people in the sacred sect. Some of the sanctuary peaks still remember the Burning Heaven sect. This was because when the Burning Heaven sect ruled the sacred sect, these sacred sect peaks were still young people, and they still remembered the domineering and might of the Burning Heaven sect. However, the powerhouses who have broken through to the peak of the sanctuary in recent years do not know the Burning Heaven sect that once ruled the sanctuary. Maybe you don't even know about it. So that's the case, do you want to repay this kindness, sir? Bai Xiaoxing said clearly. Good. But the Burning Heaven sect has already been destroyed, so I'm afraid that the love of Mr. will not last. Bai Xiaoxing sighed. Han Feng's eyes changed slightly. The Burning Heaven sect has indeed been destroyed, but isn't there some blood and descendants left? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing hesitated for a while. Han Feng said quickly, "Do you have anything to say?" Bai Xiaoxing shook the white fan in his hand and sighed, "Forget it, it's okay to tell Mr. Burning Tianzong." At that time, when the Burning Heaven sect was destroyed, there were indeed some descendants and disciples of the Emperor Venerable Saint who escaped, and finally re-established a low-key one. Mountain Gate Fire Heaven sect. It's just that the Burning Heaven sect at that time was too domineering and offended too many forces. The Fire Heaven sect was discovered after hiding for so many years. The life of the Fire Heaven sect has not been easy these years. If you want to repay your kindness, Mr., I am afraid that I will get into a lot of trouble. I know that Mr. is powerful, but the development of the holy sect has been very rapid for thousands of years. There are also old guys in the late peak. If these people unite, even if the gentleman is very strong. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head and persuaded. Han Feng smiled faintly, "Since you owe your kindness, you have to pay it back. As for the trouble, come on, I also want to know how strong the powerhouses of the holy sect are." Seeing Han Feng's lack of oil and salt, Bai Xiaoxing shook his head again. "If that's the case, then..." Telling Han Feng the news about Huatian sect, Bai Xiaoxing said to Huang Tianhu indifferently, "I will have nothing to do with Xijian sect in the future." He immediately ignored Huang Tianhu, and Bai Xiaoxing showed his body and disappeared in Xijian. Zong Nei. Han Feng also got up to leave. Huang Tianhu knew that Han Feng had something important to do and did not dare to stop him. After Han Feng and Bai Xiaoxing both left, Huang Tianhu muttered to himself, "Thousands of years ago, there were such powerful sects, but unfortunately according to Bai Xiaoxing's predecessors, it is now." Huang Tianhu sighed. Outside the Xijian mountains, Han Feng turned his head and glanced at a certain place in the void, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, turning into a meteor and disappearing into the sky. The space in the void was slightly distorted, and a figure appeared. This figure was still holding a white fan in his hand, but he was not dressed as a scholar, but Bai Xiaoxing's true appearance. It seems that the holy sect will be in chaos soon. A deep sigh sounded, and the figure gradually disappeared. Han Feng flew to the Leiyuan Mountains according to the information told by Bai Xiaoxing. The most powerful sect in the Leiyuan Mountains is the Leiyuan sect, and its sect has a total of 5 great sanctuary-level powerhouses. In addition to Leiyuan sect, there are other sects in the Leiyuan Mountains. Basically, there are 1 or 2 great sanctuaries. The Huatian sect is one of the sects in the Leiyuan Mountains. There is only 1 great sanctuary. Before reaching the Leiyuan Mountains, Han Feng's face suddenly changed, his palms were spread out, and a drop of bright red blood was beating like a heart. This drop of blood essence was left to Han Feng by the Emperor Venerable Saint. On the one hand, it can allow future generations to confirm Han Feng, and on the other hand, Han Feng can sense where the Emperor Venerable Saint's descendants are. Of course, it must be near distance. Now that the blood is beating, Han Feng has a feeling that the Emperor must have descendants nearby. Want to escape? Dream. Hand over Huang Xinghua. A group of men in black were chasing and killing a handsome young man with bright eyes and an unyielding expression. The young man shouted coldly, "I got Huang Xinghua, but you guys want to steal it shamelessly, a group of robbers. Ha ha ha, we have never failed to pursue what we want to achieve in the Shadow Hall." The men in black laughed, all of them were half-sacred masters. The young man being chased was also a semi-sacred, or a relatively high level among the semi-sages, but the number of opponents was too large, and the young people were outnumbered and had to run away. Damn, chasing Shadow Hall is just a low-level force, and now they dare to chase and kill me. I really think that my Huatian sect is finished. If I can escape this time, I will destroy Chasing Shadow Hall. The young man hated in his heart. Hate road. But at this moment, the young man felt a palpitating breath rushing towards here. The North Shadow Hall Master. Everyone in black was overjoyed. The young man's heart sank. The young man is called Xuanhuan. Over the years, he has been training outside in order to break through the sanctuary. He has almost reached the limit of what he can achieve since he first entered the semi-sacred realm when he left. He is only a foot away from being promoted to the sanctuary. However, even if he reached the limit that his body could reach, it would be very difficult to break through to the sanctuary because of this, and Xuanhuan, who was ready to cross the heavenly tribulation, was not yet fully prepared. But an adventure made Xuanhuan get Huang Xinghua. With Huang Xinghua, not only can you break through to the sanctuary in a short period of time, but you can even generate a force of Huangxing to resist the calamity and increase the success rate of the crossing. It's just that Xuanhuan didn't expect that one of his close friends at the time was actually someone from the Shadow Chasing Hall, and now he is being chased and killed by the powerful Shadow Chasing Hall. Chasing Shadow Hall is notorious in the sacred sect domain, and they often do things like looting, but Chase Shadow Hall has some eyesight, and the disciples of large forces never provoke them. Therefore, only the lower third-rate forces like Chasing Shadow Hall have been able to survive until now. Xuanhuan secretly complained, it turned out to be the owner of the North Shadow Hall. Although the Chasing Shadow Hall is a low-level force, there are also some masters of the early sanctuary in its power, especially the North Shadow, East Shadow, West Shadow, and South Shadow 4. A Shadow Hall Master is in the middle of the sanctuary, and the Shadow Chasing Hall Master is a late-stage sanctuary master. There is a middle stage of the sanctuary, the Lord of the Northern Shadow. Can I still escape? Xuanhuan was desperate, and in desperation, the young man had a heart to fight. Even if he died, he would die in battle, and by the way, Huang Xinghua would be scrapped. He can't get Huang Xinghua, and he will never let these villains in Chasing Shadows get Huang Xinghua. Feng Yuanzhong. True Yuan and Xing Yuan condensed, and a fiery palm shot out. Humph, even a mere half-sage dares to shoot at this hall master. The North Shadow Hall Master snorted angrily, and shot it with the same palm. Puff. A half-sacred can be an opponent of a strong sanctuary, especially since this sanctuary has reached the mid-level of the sanctuary. Xuanhuan fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, vomiting blood. The men in black immediately surrounded Xuanhuan, and one of them, Xuanhuan, who looked simple and honest, couldn't stop sneering. It is a simple and honest face, but at this moment, his eyes are flashing with a sinister light, which is extremely weird. Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan endured the pain in his body, staring coldly at the man in black, who had a simple and honest face, but sinister eyes. It was obvious that Xuanhuan was the one who betrayed Xuanhuan. No, it can't be said to be betrayal, at most deception. After all, Xuanhuan has been chasing shadow halls from the very beginning. Boy, hand over Huang Xinghua, and this hall master can spare your life. The North Shadow Hall Master descended. Huang Xinghua was tightly held in Xuanhuan's hand, and would be crushed to pieces at any time. The North Shadow Hall Master was also worried and did not kill him. In case Xuanhuan smashed Huang Xinghua at the moment of his death. That's all in vain. The North Shadow Hall Master suffered serious injuries when he was young and has not recovered until now, so he was stuck in the 6th level of the sanctuary and could not break through for a long time. The realm of domain 6th layer. And Huang Xinghua is precisely one of the spiritual fruits that can cure the injuries of the North Shadow Hall Master. The North Shadow Hall Master is bound to win, even if the people who are chasing and killing are behind the power of the great sanctuary. Moreover, the North Shadow Hall Master also investigated that the current situation of the Fire Heaven sect was not good, which further reduced the North Shadow Hall Master's fear of Fen Juanxiang and the Fire Heaven sect. Dream. Fen Juanxiang said coldly, but he was thinking about how to escape. At this time, Chang Chuanhe, who had a simple and honest face but sinister eyes, said, "Brother Junxiang, why are you so ignorant? Do you have to be killed by Hall Master Beiying?" Fen Juanxiang sneered, "Can you save your life by handing over Huang Xinghua?" The North Shadow Hall Master seemed to see hope, and his eyes lit up. "Of course. This Hall Master has skyrocketed with his character of chasing shadow." "Fart, do you guys have any character in chasing shadows?" Fen Juanxiang scolded. The face of the North Shadow Hall Master suddenly sank, and Xuanhuan's biting killing intent swept out and rolled into a gust of wind. "A shameless fellow, this Hall Master wants to see whether you are moving fast or this Hall Master's movement is fast." Before the words were finished, the North Shadow Hall Master suddenly shot, extremely fast. Fen Juanxiang's face changed wildly, his right hand was surging, and he was about to destroy Huang Xinghua. But at this moment, a ray of light turned into a violent energy burst from a distance, as if running through the Milky Way. Puff! The North Shadow Hall Master was horrified. He never thought that someone would intervene at the critical moment, and his strength was still so strong. The hand grabbed by the North Shadow Hall Master immediately changed his offensive, facing the vigor that burst from the shot. The momentum was like a broken bamboo, and it defeated the attack of the North Shadow Hall Master, and finally shot it from the palm of the North Shadow Hall Master, and then pierced it out. "Ah!" The North Shadow Hall Master screamed, and his body shot back. Qi Jin slammed on the ground, forming waves of ripples that spread around, and I don't know how many trees and rocks turned into ashes at this moment. These aftershocks all bypassed Fen Juanxiang as if they had spirituality, and hit all the other men in black. The stronger ones still have some breath, and the weaker ones have fallen directly. Fen Juanxiang swallowed and spit, his heart was terrified, shaking like a huge wave. What's going on?" Fen Juanxiang slowly turned his head and found that a figure in the sky was walking slowly. It was not so handsome, but only a handsome face. At this moment, Fen Juanxiang seemed to be so supreme and full of majesty, making life impossible for him to do anything of resistance. "You. Who are you? How dare you fight against me in chasing Shadow Hall?" the North Shadow Hall Master said in shock. Han Feng slowly shook his head. "Why are these words? They have already taken action. Naturally, it is impossible to be afraid. Besides, what is chasing Shadow Hall? Looking for death." The North Shadow Hall Master suddenly made a move, and he attacked while Han Feng was speaking. "Too weak, get out." Han Feng flicked his sleeve robe, and in Fen Juanxiang's view, he just waved it lightly, but in the senses of the Northern Shadow Hall Master, it was a force like heaven and earth, and he couldn't resist. Who is this person? There was a storm in the North Shadow Hall Master's heart. At this time, if the North Shadow Hall Master didn't know that Han Feng's strength far surpassed him, he would be an idiot. Puff wow! The bones of the North Shadow Hall Master's whole body were about to shatter, and he flew out backwards, spitting out blood. I don't know how many trees he hit, and the ground was in a mess. Cough cough. The blood was still spewing out continuously, like a spring, and sometimes some organ fragments were mixed with it, which looked so miserable. Even Fen Juanxiang couldn't help turning his head, it was too miserable. The North Shadow Hall Master raised his head with difficulty and stared at Han Feng. Regret. He would never have known such a terrifying existence that he would encounter when chasing and killing a small half-sage. We'll go after Fen Juanxiang. After a sentence, the North Shadow Hall Master completely lost his breath, and his head smashed to the ground again. Fen Juanxiang swallowed his spit again, looked at Han Feng cautiously, and quickly lowered his head. I'll go, how could such a terrifying guy appear? At this moment, there was a light sound behind Fen Juanxiang, and Fen Juanxiang turned his head, just in time to see Chang Chunxiao, who was struggling to get up and trying to escape. Fen Juanxiang flashed evil spirits in his eyes, raised his feet and walked towards Chang Chunxiao. Chang Chunxiao showed a flattering smile, squeezing her simple and honest face so much that she couldn't see it. Jun. Brother Jun Xiang, all this belongs to Hall Master Beiying * mine. You see that we have had friendship after all. No, why don't you let me go? Let your brother-in-law go. Fen Juanxiang scolded, killing Chang Chunxiao with one palm. Han Feng's ears moved, and the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard the words, "Let your brother-in-law." Suddenly Han Feng's face froze, staring at the corpse of the North Shadow Hall Master. I saw bursts of golden light on the corpse, and the golden light condensed in the sky to form a light curtain. On the light curtain, a dignified middle-aged man's eyes burst out with cold light. Your Excellency dares to kill my chasing Shadow Hall. This Hall Master remembers it. A golden light shot out, and Han Feng watched indifferently as the golden light formed a golden talisman on his arm. The middle-aged man sneered, "This Hall Master has left a mark on you. You can't escape. Wait for me to chase after the Shadow Hall cruelly." Han Feng shrugged and said with a smile, "It seems that you have obtained some special secrets, by chance. You can even leave a mark on me, through Yuanshan, even after such a long distance." The middle-aged man said proudly, "It's too late to regret it now." Han Feng laughed, "Regret? I will never regret it. Since you showed me some primordial spirits through a secret technique and left a mark, you should be ready to be attacked." What? A bad premonition rose in the middle-aged man's heart. The next moment, the primordial spirit that was as unfathomable as Chao Hai was actually the primordial spirit that attacked the middle-aged man through the imprint and the light curtain. Boom! The light curtain burst, and Han Feng just saw the middle-aged man vomiting blood. He raised his eyebrows. "It's a pity, I didn't see the expression of that guy now." Frowning, he looked at the mark on his arm. Han Feng Yuanshan moved and cleared it in the blink of an eye. Han Feng's Yuanshan is at the peak level of the sanctuary, not comparable to ordinary sanctuary Yuanshan. If the peak sanctuary powerhouse uses this move, Han Feng may not be able to get rid of it easily. In fact, if Han Feng didn't want to see what the golden light was for, there would be no primordial spirit imprint on his arm, and he would be defeated by Han Feng before it was imprinted. In the desolate swamp, in the black hall shrouded in black mist, the middle-aged man sat on the dragon's seat, screamed and fell to the ground, rolling around. After a long while, the middle-aged man retched a few times, and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before finally getting better. For this reason, the middle-aged man still looked terrified and fearful. "It's terrifying, my primordial spirit almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the distance, and the primordial spirit mark I left had a very weak connection with my primordial spirit, am I going to die now? What the hell did that guy from Beiying do to provoke such a terrifying existence? The early stage of the Great Sanctuary? The middle stage? The later stage? Or?" The middle-aged man moved his throat arduously, and he swallowed the order that he was about to issue a chase before he swallowed it. Such a terrifying existence was not something he could provoke with his little chasing Shadow Hall. "Are you all right?" Han Feng looked at Fen Juanxiang, and the drop of blood essence left by the Emperor Venerable Saint in his body vibrated violently. It seems that it should be the bloodline of the direct line, otherwise the blood essence left by the predecessors of the Emperor and the saints would not be shaken so violently. Han Feng thought secretly. Fen Juanxiang bowed to Han Feng and said, "Junior's injuries are not serious, so I would like to thank my senior for saving me." "Are you from the Fire Heaven sect?" Han Feng said again. Fen Juanxiang's grateful face was instantly replaced by vigilance. "Junior is a disciple of Huatian sect." "I don't know why senior asks so." Fen Juanxiang knew that the firelight was always at the time of the wind and rain. For some unknown reason, some powerful sects thought that their Huatian sect had amazing treasures and wealth and wanted to plunder. Just kidding, if it really exists, their fire heaven sect has grown, and they will still be reduced to this point. Fen Juanxiang decided to return to the sect after knowing the current situation of the Huatian sect. According to Fen Juanxiang's initial plan, he would not return unless he was promoted to the sanctuary. From Fen Juanxiang's point of view, although the benefactor who saved him didn't seem like a bad person, maybe he wanted to get those treasures that didn't exist at all. There is no hostility now, and in the future if you can't get anything, then everything is uncertain. Han Feng looked at Fen Juanxiang's complexion with wonder, but he also knew that Fen Juanxiang must have misunderstood something. Han Feng smiled helplessly. Don't worry, I just have an old relationship with your Huatian sect, so I shot, and there is no other meaning. Have an old relationship with my fire heaven sect? Fen Juanxiang's heart moved. Han Feng's powerful Fen Juanxiang saw it in his eyes. If he could get the help of such a master, then the situation of the fire heaven sect would undoubtedly improve now. Not a lot. Fen Juanxiang was a little moved, but he still said cautiously, I don't know which senior from my Huatian sect is old. Han Feng had a headache. This kid was too cautious, and said silently, you will know when you reach the fire heaven sect. Fen Juanxiang began to doubt again. This is not a secret, what is there to say? Han Feng had no choice but to say, you treat your injury first. Han Feng did not take out the blood essence. After all, Fen Juanxiang was young, so he didn't necessarily know the secrets of the family. Han Feng plans to enter Huoshanzong and then take out his blood. Although Fen Juanxiang was suspicious, he knew that his injury could not be delayed, so he immediately sat down cross-legged to recover. Seeing that Han Feng did not make any movement, Fen Juanxiang couldn't help but shake again. How could it be seen that this benefactor didn't seem to have any intentions for Huatianzong? Half a day later, Fen Juanxiang recovered from his injuries. His face was cloudy and uncertain, and it took a long time to make up his mind. The sect is in crisis now. What can I do when I go back with this strength? Well, just to take this opportunity to see if that senior really has no malicious intentions towards my Huatian sect. The third one. Fen Juanxiang directly took out Huang Xinghua, unexpectedly trying to break through to the sanctuary level in one fell swoop. The energy brought by Huang Xinghua was very considerable, and soon the sky gathered a burst of dark clouds and thunder shook. It's just that Fen Juanxiang's face suddenly turned ugly. After all, the injury in Fen Juanxiang's body has not fully recovered. At this moment, there is some energy that Huang Xinghua in his body can't be fully refined. The residual energy slammed into Fen Juanxiang's body, and Fen Juanxiang almost spurted blood. Oops, it's too quick for quick success. Going to cross the sky in such a state is absolutely lifeless. Fen Juanxiang was horrified and full of regrets. He shouldn't be blinded by anxiety and unease, and made irrational actions. Behavior. Han Feng also saw that something was wrong with Fen Juanxiang, and immediately waved his sleeves, and a burst of energy poured into Fen Juanxiang's body. Under the guidance of this energy, the uncontrollable energy in Fen Juanxiang's body was slowly suppressed. Fen Juanxiang opened his eyes and glanced at Han Feng gratefully. Only then did he really believe that Han Feng had no malice towards him. As a result, Fen Juanxiang became even more curious about which elder Han Feng and the sect were old, and why was it so mysterious and unwilling to say. Turning his attention from Han Feng to the thunderclouds in the sky, Fen Juanxiang looked solemn. Although the energy in the body was suppressed, it also caused the possibility of successful transcendence to decline. Now Fen Juanxiang doesn't know whether he can survive the calamity and achieve the sanctuary. Han Feng smiled mysteriously, but did not withdraw his energy, which circulated in Fen Juanxiang's body again. Huh? Fen Juanxiang let out a startled cry, and was stunned to find that the energy of Huang Xinghua that had not been fully absorbed in his body was absorbed by Qi Jin assisted by his Xingyuan. This, can you do this? Fen Juanxiang was astonished like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. In the Huatian sect, Fen Juanxiang had never seen an elder with such abilities. Otherwise the number of sanctuaries within the gate will definitely be greatly increased. Fen Juanxiang was even more certain that Han Feng was an extremely powerful warrior, at least stronger than their Fire Heaven sect's strongest great sanctuary at the beginning, or the two were not at the same level at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Feng's face was too young, and he was a little younger than him, Fen Juanxiang would have guessed at that level. Huang Shuhua's energy was fully absorbed, and Fen Juanxiang was full of self-confidence, not to mention 100%, at least 70% to 80% of the time may have passed. Next, Han Feng stopped shooting, and Tianlei descended immediately. Han Feng could help Fen Juanxiang to refine the energy in his body, but he could not help Fen Juanxiang to resist Tianlei. Once the shot is made, Tianlei will directly increase to the level that is enough to threaten or even kill Han Feng according to Han Feng's cultivation. Speaking of which, Han Feng has really never seen a few scenes of a warrior crossing the sky. Looking at Fen Juanxiang's crying father and mother, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the scene when he crossed the sky. Fen Juanxiang's sky thunder was naturally incomparable to Han Feng's. It didn't take long for it to end. Fen Juanxiang sat cross-legged. Although he was in a state of embarrassment, his powerful aura was fluctuating from one level to another, and a whirlwind surrounded Fen Juanxiang. Jun Xiang stormed around with Fen Juanxiang as the center. These whirlwinds contain strong winds, and if ordinary warriors are here, they will be cut into pieces by the wind. However, such a strong wind is afraid, so it is the same as avoiding Han Feng. When it is about to approach Han Feng, it splits in half and brushes away from both sides of Han Feng's shoulders. In the heavy wind, Han Feng did not feel the feeling of being blown by the wind. It took half a day for Fen Juanxiang to stand up, sensing the strong strength in his body. If Fen Juanxiang hadn't been worried about Han Feng being by his side, he would have laughed long ago. If I had such strength before. He had already killed a shadow-chasing disciple like Chang Chenxiao. Even facing the Hall Master of the North Shadow, I at least have the possibility of escaping, and the possibility is not small. Fen Juanxiang secretly said in his heart. Han Feng glanced at Fen Juanxiang, and he had to admit that Fen Juanxiang was also an extraordinary genius, who had passed through the thunder and directly achieved the third level of the sanctuary. Han Feng could see that if it wasn't for the limitations of Fen Juanxiang's own body, coupled with the fact that something happened to the sect, Fen Juanxiang could not feel at ease to continue to cultivate and accumulate. Heavy sky is not impossible. The matter has been done, let's go to Huoshanzong together. Han Feng said. Yes, senior. With Han Feng's life-saving grace twice, Fen Juanxiang couldn't refuse Han Feng no matter how suspicious he was. The two showed their bodies and flew towards the Leiyuan Mountains. The top of the Leiyuan Mountains is shrouded in thunderclouds all year round, and every now and then, thunders roar, descending one after another. From a distance, the top of the Leiyuan Mountains seems to be a naturally formed thunder cage. At this moment, in this thunder cage, in a purple hall, the sect master of Leiyuan sect and the sect masters of the other 5 sects of the Leiyuan Mountains are sitting here. Sect master Lei Yuanzong was sitting high on the head, a big man with a square face and an ordinary face. Even if he was wearing a somewhat wide robe, the big man still stretched his robe and outlined an extremely majestic figure. Is a deterrent. As the most powerful existence in the Leiyuan Mountains and Leiyuan sect, the sect master of Leiyuan sect is already a supermaster of the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. There were 2 people sitting on the left side of the hall. One was close to the sect master Lei Yuanzong. He was wearing a green robe with a gloomy face. It was a wrinkled little old man. There was an extremely uncomfortable smell on the little old man's body. Even the sect master Lei Yuanzong, who was sitting high above the head, shook his eyebrows from time to time. This old man is the suzerain of the green poison sect in the Leiyuan Mountains, and he has the 4th level of cultivation in the great sanctuary. Opposite the old man is a middle-aged woman, wearing elegant and luxurious clothes. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, and a pair of dancing eyes flashes from time to time. It is Leiyuan Mountain Bai Huaman sect master, and the cultivation base is also the 4th of the great sanctuary heavy days. On the left of the Bai Huaman sect master is the sect master of the Leiyuan Mountain Fierce Sword sect. He has a sturdy figure and is comparable to the sect master of the Leiyuan sect. However, compared to the ordinary face of the sect master of the Leiyuan sect, the sect master of the Fierce Sword sect looks extremely ferocious. Lost in the crowd belongs to the kind of existence that will inevitably attract people's attention and fear. Opposite the sect master of Lijian sect, that is, to the right of the sect master of Green Poison sect, is a low-key old man. The old man is not full of momentum like other sect masters, so he just sits there calmly. Sanctuary level master. The last one is Fen Yanjun, the suzerain of Huitian sect. Compared with the great sanctuary level of other sect masters, Fen Yanjun is only an ordinary sanctuary Juzongshan. In the hall filled with the majesty of the great sanctuary, Fen Yanjun felt breathless. In the silent hall, Fen Yanjun's face was ashen. On the first seat, sect master Leiyuan sect swept Fen Yanjun contemptuously before saying, "What do sect master Huitian sect think of the previous decision?" Fen Yanjun took a deep breath and said with an ugly face, "Sect master Lei, originally our 6 major sects had already broken down the division of holy stone or veins, and now it would be bad to reduce the proportion of my Huitian sect." The old man of the green poison sect sneered, "It was back then, and now is now. I'm afraid that the old guy from your Fire Heaven sect is approaching the deadline, but where is the new great sanctuary of your Fire Heaven sect?" The sect master of Bai Hua sect also said, "That's right, there must be no great sanctuary level in the Huitian sect in the near future." At that time, the Huitian sect would not be eligible to be ranked as one of the 6 major sects in Leiyuan Mountain, qualified to share the middle grade holy stone or veins. Anyway, our 6 major sects have coexisted for so many years, and it is not bad to leave half of it to your Huitian sect. The sect master of Lijian sect suddenly smiled and said, "This sect has heard that there are treasures in your Fire Heaven sect. If you don't have the qualification to share the middle grade holy stone veins, you can use your treasures." Fen Yanjun shrank his pupils and shouted, "Sect master Lai, don't talk nonsense. If my Huitian sect really has treasures, why would I still be here to let you bully?" The last old man was the head of the Vulcan sect, but it was rare to say some kind words for Fen Yanjun. It's not how kind the Xuanhuan sect master is, but the fact that Xuanhuan has been in a dilemma recently. If Huoshanzong is completely suppressed at this moment, it will be their Xuanhuan's turn next time. Anyway, the state of disconnection is only temporary. The sect master of Vulcan sect has already discovered that there is a super genius under his sect. As long as he lasts for a while, then the Fire Heaven sect will have nothing to do with him. The high-ranking sect master of Lei Yuanzong also does not believe that there is any treasure in the Huoshanzong, otherwise the Huoshanzong would have risen long ago, and Li Yuanzong's position in Leiyuan Mountain would be replaced by the Huoshanzong. Sect master Lei did not dare not to listen to what a large sect had told him to suppress Huitianzong. In the face of such a behemoth, Lei Yuanzong is as powerless as a weak baby. Once he angers the other party, Lei Yuanzong may be destroyed at any time. With the passage of time, Fen Yanjun became more and more unable to bear the power in the hall. He bowed his hands to Sect Master Lei with difficulty, and said with difficulty, "I also ask Sect Master Lei to give him some time to think about it next time." Sect Master Lei smiled lightly, "Do you want to talk to Brother Tianli, please? I'll give you 3 days to think about it." Fen Tianli was the only one in the great sanctuary of the Huitian sect. He was nearly 1,000 years old, and the deadline was approaching. The gloomy-faced Fan Yanjun returned to the Huatian sect, and when he learned that his proud son had returned, he immediately ignored the sadness in his heart and went to see Fan Juanxiang with a little joy. Okay. As soon as he saw Fan Juanxiang, Fan Yanjun said a few excitedly. Fan Juanxiang had just been promoted, and his momentum was not stable enough to restrain himself. What is the cultivation base of Fan Yanjun's sanctuary, Juzongshan? It could not be seen that Fan Juanxiang was already in the sanctuary third heaven realm. A breakthrough will be the third level of the sanctuary. The great sanctuary is promising, and it's not even the initial stage of the great sanctuary. What is the fire heaven sect lacking now? Isn't it the great sanctuary? As long as Fan Juanxiang becomes the great sanctuary, those sect masters. Thinking of this, Fan Yanjun's expression suddenly darkened. What if his son hoped to be in the great sanctuary? He would not be able to be promoted to the great sanctuary in a short time. The other party only gave 3 days. Perhaps most of the disciples of the entire sect think that the oppression of the 5 major sects is that there is no new great sanctuary born in their sect, and if they are suppressed now, as long as there is a great sanctuary in the future, they can go up again. But Fan Yanjun, who knows some secrets, is clear that the 5 major sects are not strictly Lei Yuanzong. It is very likely that he received an order from a major force to suppress his Huatian sect. This suppression is not only the end of the fight, but it is very likely to destroy the family. Fan Juanxiang's face became more and more ugly, and he raised his head suddenly. Son, as a father, I have something very important to tell you. And then you should leave quickly and don't come back here again. It was only then that Fan Juanxiang suddenly realized that there was another person beside his son, and looking at his son's attitude, he actually had some respect for this person. Junxiang, this is. Fan Yanjun looked at Fan Juanxiang suspiciously, and immediately swallowed the secret he was about to tell. Fan Juanxiang will tell the story in the future. Fan Yanjun's face changed. He didn't expect that his son almost died, and he cursed Chang Tang a few words in his heart. Then Fan Yanjun raised his hand and bowed to Han Feng. Thank you for your kindness to save the dog's life. I don't know. Senior, and which elder of my sect is old? Han Feng smiled slightly. Does the sect master know about the Burning Heaven sect? Boom. Like a thunder blasting in his mind, Fan Yanjun's face changed greatly, and his whole body couldn't help surging. Who is your excellency? Fan Yanjun shouted sharply, staring at Han Feng with a sullen expression on his face. Fan Tianzong? Fan Juanxiang didn't know anything, he just looked at his father's face suddenly like a great enemy in doubt. It's just that I don't understand, but Fan Juanxiang knows that this must be a great secret, otherwise his father would not be like this. Fan Juanxiang was a little embarrassed. On the one hand, he was his father, and on the other hand, he was the one who saved his life twice. Fortunately, Han Feng didn't make Fan Juanxiang uncomfortable for too long, only to see Han Feng breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the sect master knows about Fan Tianzong, since that's the case. Han Feng flicked his fingers slightly, and Fan Yanjun thought that Han Feng was going to shoot, and Xuanhuan immediately condensed, but Fan Yanjun saw a drop of blood essence floating in the air. In an instant, the blood in Fan Yanjun's body boiled, but he seemed to be suppressed by the supreme coercion. No matter what, Fan Yanjun could no longer use his holy yuan. This is. The boiling of the blood, and the throbbing and oppression from the depths of the soul and blood. Fan Yanjun had some vague guesses. Could it be? Fan Yanjun's gaze towards Han Feng was no longer vigilant, full of excitement. Senior, the junior is still a little uncertain. The junior needs someone to confirm it for the junior. Han Feng nodded, yes. Not long after, an old man rushed over in a hurry. This old man was Fan Tianli, a third-level heavenly cultivation base in the great sanctuary. Fan Tianli danced and danced around the blood essence. Gua. It really is the blood essence of the old ancestor. the emperor and the saint, our Huatian sect is saved. Old ancestor? Emperor venerable saint? Fen Xuanhuan was confused again, but he felt that he had touched some terrible secret, and his mood was a little surging. Fen Yanjun saw his son's doubts, and briefly talked about the relationship between Fen Tianzong and Huatianzong. Fen Xuanhuan was completely stunned. There is still such a powerful person in his ancestors? The only overlord of the holy sect, how powerful is this to be able to do it? At present, several major forces in the holy sect coexist, but there is no strong person who can deter the entire holy sect, and no one in the holy sect can match. After being excited, Fen Tianli said cautiously, "Senior, I don't know about my ancestor." Han Feng smiled and helped Fen Tianli, "Senior, don't call the junior like that, the junior is younger than you." Although it is said that the strong are respected, and the weak called a strong senior, it is right, but the trembling body of old Fen Tianli makes Han Feng unable to accept the title of senior with peace of mind. Fen Yanjun was shocked. According to his son, this benefactor is very likely to be the peak of the sanctuary, less than 900 years old or even younger. It is no exaggeration to say that such a genius is expected to have a small perfection in the sanctuary. Fen Tianli didn't expect Han Feng to be younger than him, so he stayed for a while, and finally said, "Then, the old man will call you Lord." This, okay. Han Feng knew that this was Fen Tianli's limit, so he no longer objected. Fen Tianli asked again, "Sir, the ancestor he?" Han Feng shook his head, "Naturally, he has already fallen." Fen Tianli and Fen Yanjun were suddenly disappointed. They had already guessed this, otherwise their ancestors would not have come back for thousands of years, but they still carried tiny. Perhaps the ancestors were just trapped in a secret territory? All expectations are now dashed. The relationship between the senior and the lord is. Fen Yanjun interjected. Han Feng told the last wish that he had inherited the Fenchen emperor's finger and the emperor's saint, but Han Feng blurred the time, otherwise if a few people knew that he was still less than 30, God would know what would happen. Fen Tianli said in pain, "It's all incompetent from the younger generation. They didn't defend the land laid down by their ancestors, and even lost their sect." Han Feng sighed, "This has nothing to do with you." Senior Emperor Venerable Sage also said that he was too cruel to people outside the Burning Heaven sect. This is because the Burning Heaven sect eventually caused public anger and was destroyed. Why do you have to blame yourself for things that senior saints don't care about anymore? Hearing that even the ancestors said that it was his fault, Fen Tianli and Fen Yanjun couldn't say anything. Fen Yanjun said cautiously, "Your Excellency is here this time." Han Feng smiled slightly, "Naturally, it is to realize the last wish left by the senior emperor, and help you to tide over the difficulties." Hearing this, Fen Tianli frowned slightly and said, "My lord, the old man doesn't tell any lies. I'm afraid that the details of the Huatian sect will be found out by those major sects, and it may not be long before the Huatian sect will be destroyed. Although the adults are strong, it is still a bit difficult to face those big sects. Could it be that the old gentleman doesn't have confidence in him?" "No, no, no." Fen Tianli hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It's not what your lord thinks, but now it's different from the sacred sect of thousands of years ago. In the sacred sect of thousands of years ago, the peak of the sacred sect was not much at all. Most of them are still in the early and middle stages of the peak of the sanctuary, and only one of the ancestors is in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary. The ancestors killed all the other peaks of the sanctuary and established the name of the strongest in the sanctuary. But now there are quite a few peaks in the sanctuary, especially the top sects, and there are late-stage powerhouses in the sanctuary. Although it is impossible for each of them to be the opponent of the ancestors alone, but together they are enough to compete with the existence of the ancestors." Han Feng laughed and said, "In the end, the old gentleman doesn't think I'm better than the senior emperor, do you?" Fen Tianli smiled and didn't know what to say, and Fen Yanjun was also embarrassed. Han Feng didn't blame the two of them. The two were obviously the brains of the Emperor Venerable Saint. They thought that the Emperor Venerable Saint was the strongest under the small perfection of the sanctuary. Han Feng thought for a while and said, "Anyway, the Fire Heaven sect is already at stake. There is always some hope for me to take action, isn't it? Or do you have already accepted your fate?" "How is that possible?" Fan Yanjun retorted immediately. Han Feng spread his hands. "Well, then, since you didn't accept your fate, you all bet to see if I have the ability to protect your Huatian sect." Fan Tianli smiled bitterly. "Originally, I wanted the adults to leave with the younger generation. We didn't accept our fate and just stayed for the final resistance. Don't worry, I already said that I would do what I can when I promised the senior emperor. If I really can't protect it, I will bring Fan Juanxiang and other descendants who have the blood of the senior emperor and the genius of the Huatian sect." The disciple leaves. "That's it." "Okay." Fan Tianli finally responded. Han Feng then turned his head to Fan Yanjun and said, "The sect master looked a little bad when he came in, what happened?" Fan Yanjun was a little excited to tell what happened in Lei Yuanzong before. Although Fan Yanjun did not believe that Han Feng could compete against the four top sects alone, he could deal with the mere Lei Yuanzong. Fan Yanjun believed that Han Feng was still can be easily done. Han Feng smiled coldly after hearing this. "Are the dog legs of the top sects? Before dealing with the top sects, it's okay to pull out the disgusting top sections. Not only the 5 major sects such as Lei Yuanzong, but also the sects of other mountain ranges are going to fall into the ground." Fan Yanjun said disappointedly. Han Feng waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, first solve the 5 major sects to unify Lei Yuanshan, and then solve other problems until the 4 top sects are also solved. Unify Lei Yuan Mountain." Fan Yanjun and the 3 were heartbroken by what Han Feng said. For a while, the 3 of them were full of confidence in Han Feng. Maybe Han Feng could really compete with the 4 top sects. If it is true, then not only will they not have to escape, but they will be able to restore the name of the sect like burning Tianzong in a grand manner. 3 days later, Fan Yanjun went to Lei Yuanzong again, but this time he was accompanied by Han Feng. Inside the Lei Yuan sect on Lei Yuan Mountain. It was still the Purple Hall. Sect Master Lei Yuanzong said forcefully, "What is Sect Master Fan thinking about?" The Green Poison Sect, 100 Flower Sect, and Fierce Sword Sect all showed the look of watching a good show. Unexpectedly, Fan Yanjun said firmly, "I firmly disagree with the previous division. If a few of you want to force it further, let's go to war." Several sect masters widened their eyes and stared at Fan Yanjun. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Go to war? Just relying on that old great sanctuary? I'm afraid that Huatianzong will be captured and destroyed in less than a day. The sect master of Lei Yuanzong suddenly stood up, and Xing Yuan burst out, only to hear the sect master of Lei Yuanzong gloomily say, "Toasting, not eating or drinking fine wine, Huatianzong will pay the price for this." The third one. Fan Yanjun looked at sect master Lei without showing weakness, with a mocking expression on his face. "Pay the price? Could it be that my Huatianzong will let go if Lei Yuanzong backed down? Oh? It seems that you don't know anything." Sect master Lei narrowed his eyes, and all the light flashed by. Fan Yanjun's face was calm. "Is it one of the 4 top sects, Tiangang sect, Ben Lei sect, Ancient Demon sect, Luojian sect, or all 4? The sect master of the Green Poison sect, the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect, the sect master of the Fierce Sword sect, and the sect master of the Vulcan sect all took a deep breath. Before, they simply thought that the Lei Yuan sect wanted to divide the holy stone or veins, but they didn't know the root cause of everything. The 4 top sects of the holy sect. What the hell did this Huatianzong do to make the 4 top sects like this? Is it really a treasure of rumors outside? The 4 sect masters were a little surprised. It stands to reason that the claim of this treasure should be false. If there is a treasure, the Huatian sect would not be so miserable. But if there is no treasure, why are the 4 top sects targeting Huatianzong so much? The corner of Sect Master Lei's mouth was slightly raised. Since you know, then you should know that the end of the Fire Heaven sect's destruction cannot be avoided no matter what. In fact, whether you hand over the original contract or not today, you will not be able to get out of me today. Lei Yuanzong. For sect masters, who of you is willing to take action to capture this person? It is unlikely that they will be valued by the 4 top sections. Lei sect master said in a tempting tone. However, the 4 of them are not stupid. It is impossible for the 4 top sects to target Huoshanzong for no reason. If Huoshanzong really does not have any hidden trump cards, the first person to come forward must be the end of the chicken and the monkey. Seeing that the 4 of them didn't move, Sect Master Lei cursed inwardly, but said strangely on his face, "Isn't anyone shooting?" TSK, then don't blame Ben Sect for taking this credit. Ben Sect stopped at the Great Sage. The 7th layer of the domain has been at the level for a long time, and it is just by virtue of this time's credit to ask for some precious treasures in one fell swoop to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Sanctuary. The expressions of the 4 sect masters changed suddenly. The surnamed Lei's cultivation base of the 7th heavenly layer of the Great Sanctuary alone is strong enough, and the combination of the 4 strongest sects of them is worthy of being able to compete with the surnamed Lei. If the surname Lei goes a step further, then Lei Yuanshan is really the dominance of Lei Yuanzong, which is not a good thing. If the 4 of them are united and have no resistance, the fate of Huatianzong will be a lesson from the past, and they will never believe that the surnamed Lei will mercifully let them go. Thinking of this, the 4 of them couldn't sit still. The first to take action was the sect master of the Fierce Sword sect. Among the 4, the sect master of the Fierce Sword sect had the greatest temper and was the easiest to rage. The fierce fire element Saint Yuan erupted, and the entire hall seemed to become a crater. The flames that spewed out were extremely terrifying. But the people present were not weak except Feng Yanjun, and these flames only made them frown, but could not move them. Feng Yanjun, go to hell. The sect master of Lijian's sect turned these flames into a sharp sword and shot at Feng Yanjun. Feng Yanjun is just an ordinary sanctuary level. As early as when the sect master of Lijian's sect burst into a powerful momentum, he was so shocked that he couldn't move. Although Feng Yanjun's face was a little ugly because he was oppressed and suffocated, Feng Yanjun's complexion was a little ugly. Always calm, because Feng Yanjun knew that there was Han Feng behind him. Just when the flaming sword was about to pierce Feng Yanjun's body and burn it to ashes, a strange and powerful breath suddenly burst out in the hall, and this breath hit the sword like a hammer. The sword was destroyed in an instant. The next moment, this momentum was even more powerful, breaking the momentum of the sect master of the Fierce Sword sect, and violently bombarded the sect master of the Fierce Sword sect. Puff! The sect master of Lijian's sect vomited blood and flew upside down, hitting the hard stone pillar in the main hall. When the stone pillar was smashed into pieces, the sect master of Lijian's sect himself was dying. The pupils of the 4 sect masters, including sect master Lei, shrank, and they made the sect master of the Fierce Sword sect look like this just by virtue of their aura, which is very strong. The eyes of all the suzerains were condensed on Han Feng behind Feng Yanjun. They thought it was just the bodyguard brought by Feng Yanjun, but he didn't expect to be a super expert who could not hide it. Han Feng turned a blind eye to the solemn gazes of sect master Lei and others, but smiled slightly, but that's it. One sentence ignited the anger of the sect master of the Green Poison sect and the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect. They were equal to the sect master of the Lijian sect. If they looked down on the sect master of the Lijian sect, wouldn't they even look down on them? Boy, it's just a surprise attack, you're too crazy. The green poison sect master flicked his sleeve, and the unbearable smell spurted out with the green smoke, and the Baihuaman sect master also sneered, "Old poison, let's join forces together, I don't believe that we can't take this kid." Thousand Flower Soul Burial. Humph. In the face of the attack of the two, Han Feng just snorted heavily, and the minds of the sect master of the green poison sect and the sect master of Baihua sect suddenly seemed to explode with thunder. Before the attack of the two was completely hit, blood overflowed from the corners of the mouths of the Yuanshan's heavy injury. The sect master of the green poison sect is better. His attack was just poison. After being attacked by the poison, the sect master of the green poison sect survived by relying on his body tempered by thousands of poisons. The sect master of the 100 Flower sect was different. A simple cold hum left the two strong men seriously injured and temporarily unable to move. "It's so strong." The sect master of Xuanhuan shivered, looking at Han Feng with fearful eyes. Could this be the last card of Huoshanzong? Is it because of this that the four top sects target Huotianzong? Sect Master Lei Yuanzong was also horrified with cold sweat all over his body. He also did not expect such a terrifying expert to suddenly appear to help Huotianzong. Seeing the other party's gaze swept over, Sect Master Lei resisted his fear and shouted, "Don't you want to fight against the Tiangang sect?" Huotianzong is the sect that the Tiangang sect wants to kill, and helping the Fire Tianzong is the enemy of the Tiangang sect. Tiangangzong? So what, let's take care of yourself first. Han Feng didn't care. Sect Master Lei secretly screamed that it was not good, as soon as he made a move, it would be 1,000 thunderbolts. If the main hall was not covered by a powerful enchantment, at this moment, the main hall would have been unbearable and collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng and Fenyanjun were swallowed up by the thunder, making a crackling sound, and the purple light shot into the sky. Sect Master Lei breathed a sigh of relief and sneered, "I thought it was so powerful. It seems that it is like that. This sect is in the late stage of the Great Sanctuary. How can it be compared to the middle stages of the previous Great Sanctuary?" The remaining words of Sect Master Lei choked in the mouth. I saw that the purple thunderbolt kept shrinking, and finally it shrunk into a small thunderball in Han Feng's hands. "Take a taste of your own attack." Han Feng threw the thunderball, and it exploded in the horrified face of Sect Master Lei, slamming it into it. "Ah!" The shrill scream sounded, and it didn't take long for Sect Master Lei to turn into a charred corpse from the previous high. The sect master of Vulcan sect swallowed a mouthful of spit and said flatteringly, "Sect Master Fen, the old man said a lot of good things to you last time, today you see." Fenyanjun hesitated for a while, then nodded towards Han Feng. Han Feng took back, "Xingyuan, in this case, I will leave you alive." Han Feng naturally saw that the old man was not greedy for Huotianzong, but no matter what. What is the reason? Since he helped Fenyanjun to clear the siege 3 days ago, he should repay the situation today. The first. Right now, the sect master of Lei Yuan sect is dead, the sect master of Baihua sect is seriously injured, but there is still a breath left, the sect master of Lai Sword sect is not far away from death, the old guy of Green Poison sect is only temporarily unable to move because of the poison, but it is not a big problem. The sect master of the Green Poison sect will see the whole process in his eyes. At this moment, Han Feng is no different from the Demon King in his eyes, and he is an irresistible existence. The old guy has already lost his resistance, and only hopes that Han Feng can let him go. It's a pity that Han Feng will not let the tiger go back to the mountain, and it is impossible for him to stay in the Huotian sect forever, so it is best to solve some threats before leaving. Han Feng tapped out 3 Chi energy and shot them into the bodies of the sect master of the Green Poison sect, the sect master of the Baihua sect, and the sect master of the Lijian sect. The 3 of them were dead now, and could no longer die. The sect master of Vulcan sect wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a look of happiness on his face. Fortunately, 3 days ago, he was worried that his sect would not be connected and did not fall into the trap. Otherwise, the fate of Sect Master Lei and others today would be a lesson from the past. As soon as Sect Master Lei and others died, the pressure in the hall dissipated, and Lord Fengyan was finally able to take a breath. Looking at the corpses of several people, Fengyanjun couldn't help but secretly said, as expected of the peak level of the sanctuary, the great sanctuary is like a child who has no power to fight back, and is easily defeated and killed. Sir, the oppression problem of Lei Yuanzong and other sects has been solved, but that day Gongzong. Fengyanjun looked worried. The 4 top sects, and the strongest of their sects have at least one late sanctuary peak. Han Feng said lightly, it will come sooner or later, don't worry, I will keep Huatianzong safe. Up to now, Fengyanjun can only trust Han Feng. The sect master of Vulcan sect interjected at this time, this lord, when sect master Lei dies, the rest of Lei Yuan sect. It's not easy. Those who are willing to surrender and join the Fire Heaven sect join, and those who don't want to be killed directly. Han Feng didn't care. The sect master of Vulcan sect groaned in his heart, looking at this tendency, could it be? Sure enough, Han Feng said next, it's the same with Lijian sect, 100 Flower sect and Green Poison sect. Those who are willing to surrender will be tested for their quality, and those who are qualified will be used. Those who are unqualified will be killed together with those who are unwilling to surrender. Within 3 days, I want to let the Huatian sect have only one voice up and down Leiyuan Mountain. By the way, it's time for Leiyuan Mountain to be changed to the Burning Sky Mountain Range. Fengyanjun's expression was shocked. What is the Fenchen Mountain Range? For a while, Fengyanjun fell into some kind of thought that he couldn't extricate himself from. The sect master of Huashan sect looked puzzled. If the Huatian sect was the dominant one and became the most powerful sect in Leiyuan Mountain, shouldn't Leiyuan Mountain be changed to Huatian Mountain Range? How could it be changed to the Burning Heaven Mountains? Is there any secret in this? This secret is also related to the rumored Huoshanzong treasure? The sect master of Huishanmen felt as if he had guessed some kind of great secret, and his heart was pounding, but Han Feng glanced at the sect master of Huishanmen. If the Huatian sect unites Leiyuan Mountain, I don't know the Fire God's Gate sect master. The sect master of Huishanmen immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly flattered, my Huishanmen is willing to join Huatian sect. Han Feng nodded, you are very interesting, and I hope you will be like this in the future. After saying that, Han Feng lifted his foot and left the hall first. A day later, something that shocked the large and small sects up and down Lei Yuanshan happened. The Lei Yuan sect, the Fierce Sword sect, the Baihua sect, and the Green Poison sect were all wiped out. Except for a small number of disciples who took refuge in the Huatian sect, none of the other disciples survived. Now that 4 of them have been destroyed at once, the remaining Vulcan sect has already taken refuge in the Huatian sect, although nothing happened. It is said that it exists as an outer door. Lei Yuanzong, Fierce Sword sect, Baihuamen, and Green Poison sect have all been wiped out. The murderer is still the Huatian sect at the bottom of the 6 major sects. How is this possible? There are many sects in Leiyuan Mountain that are unbelievable. The Huatian sect is the weakest sect of the 6 sections. Now, because of the rumors outside, how could it be possible to destroy the Leiyuan sect and other 4 sects? Shu, I heard from my cousin in Vulcan sect, it seems that a senior from the Huatian sect has returned. His strength is incredible, and he is very likely to be the pinnacle of the sanctuary. Hey! The peak of the sanctuary! God, this is the top combat power of our sanctuary. Huatianzong has such a senior, so lucky. Yeah, it's no wonder that the 4 sects of Lei Yuanzong will be destroyed. With the peak of the sanctuary in charge, as long as the foundation of the Huatian sect is deepened and there are dozens of great sanctuary levels, the Huoshanzong can immediately be promoted to the first line of the sanctuary. The ranks of the sections. If there are more peaks in the sanctuary, if that senior also steps into the peak of the sanctuary, the Fire Heaven sect will be enough to become the 5th top sect in the sanctuary. Knowing that Xuanhuan has a strong man at the peak of the sanctuary, the sect forces in Leiyuan Mountain no longer doubt that the 4 sects including Liyuanzong have been wiped out by the Xuanzong. The peak of the sanctuary is invincible in the eyes of these warriors. The pronoun. Not long after, the major forces up and down Leiyuan Mountain finally recognized the hegemony of the Fire Heaven sect, and Leiyuan Mountain has since been changed to Burning Heaven Mountain. The news that Leiyuanshan was changed to Burning Tianshan quickly spread, and it didn't attract too many people's attention. Although they were a little curious that Leiyuan Mountain had not been changed to Huoshanshan, that was all. However, some of the old monsters who survived when the emperor and the saint ruled the holy domain changed their faces. Deep in the back mountain of Tiangang sect. When an old man heard the news, Xingyuan's operation became chaotic for a while, and he almost rioted, and it took a long time to stabilize with difficulty. This old man, known as the Sage of Tiangang, is the one who has contributed the most to the growth of Tiangang sect to the current top level, and is also one of the 4 most powerful people in the holy sect. The Tiangang saint will never forget when he was young, the dark period when the holy sect was ruled by the emperor. I still remember at that time that although I was an amazing and brilliant genius, at a young age, I was already at the celestial level. I could see that any ordinary disciple of Fen Tianzong, even if the strength of this ordinary disciple was not as good as his, he would be a genius. Bend down. Otherwise, they would be wantonly insulted by the frenzied disciples of the Burning Heaven sect, and the sect behind him would not dare to find their way back. It's just because the Emperor Venerable Saint of Burning Heaven sect is the overlord of the sacred sect, an extremely cruel and fierce king, the only existence in the sacred sect's peak 9 heavens, and he is a super genius who is expected to reach the small perfection realm in the sacred sect. Although the Emperor Venerable Saint is likely to have perished now, and despite his hatred for the Burning Heaven sect, the Heavenly Gang Saint has to admit that even now, he has not pursued the God Venerable Saint, and his cultivation is only at the peak of the 7th heavenly realm. In one's lifetime, not to mention the promotion of the sanctuary small perfection, even the 8th heaven is difficult to reach. Change the mountain range into Burning Heaven Mountain. Is the Fire Heaven sect going to publish the history of thousands of years ago? Humph, it's really bold. The current sacred sect is not the sacred sect of 3 or 4,000 years. The current fire the Tianzong is not the burning Tianzong thousands of years ago. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Emperor Saint, I'm afraid you didn't expect that the Burning Heaven sect would collapse so quickly after you disappeared, but who told you to be so cruel? You have offended too many people. Tiangang sage muttered to himself. Suddenly, the face of the sage of Tiangang changed. No, the current Huoshanzong does not have the arrogance of the thousands of years of burning Tianzong disciples, and it is no different from ordinary sect disciples. How can they have the courage to rebuild burning Tianshan? Could it be that? The news of the treasure that the old man casually disseminated accidentally hid it? But if there is really a treasure, why is it not used until now? After the face was cloudy for a while, the Tiangang saint carefully read the message sent. There is actually a strong person from the peak of the sanctuary? Who is it? The Tiangang sage thought about the direction of the conspiracy. Could it be that Hua Tianzong used the treasure left by the emperor and the saint to invite a certain peak of the sanctuary to take action? Thinking of this, the Tiangang saint sent out several messages. In the back mountain cave of Tiangang sect, the saint of Tiangang sat there silently, his eyes closed. Suddenly, the Heavenly Gang saint opened his eyes and burst into light. On a futon on the left of the Tiangang saint, a figure appeared at an unknown time, and said in a hoarse voice, "Old Tiangang fellow, are you sure? This figure is filled with black air, and it is gloomy. It is the strongest of the ancient demon sect today, the ancient demon saint, and the cultivation base is also the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary. In fact, the 4 most powerful people in the sanctuary today are the peak 7 level strength of the sanctuary, otherwise the 4 sects would not be so peaceful." The Tiangang saint said lightly, "Let's talk when everyone arrives." After a while, figures appeared on the remaining 2 futons. One of them was surrounded by thunder, and a pair of pupils looked like the eyes of judgment. Anyone who sees these pupils is terrified, as if they are sinners who do all kinds of evil, and the other party is the god of thunder, waiting to be judged. This person is the Saint Ben Layman. The last person sat there quietly, doing nothing, but the fierce sword chi surrounding his body could not be underestimated. That incomparably trained sword chi seems to be able to split the space at any time. This person is Luo Jianzong Luo Jiansheng. The 4 of them were genius-level figures thousands of years ago. They witnessed the battle between the Burning Heaven sect and the major sects of the Holy Sect at that time. The 4 of them rose when the level of the warriors of the Holy Sect was greatly reduced, and brought their respective sects to the top. In order to show their respect to the 4 sects would take the name of the sect as the name of the sect. The title of saints for the 4 of them. To be able to use the name of the sect as his title of saint is absolutely a supreme honor. After the 4 of them arrived, the ancient demon sage said again, "Tiangang, didn't you just spread the news of the treasure out of nowhere? How did it come true again?" Saint Luo Jian and Saint Ben Lei both looked at them. The Saint Ben Lei was still somewhat dissatisfied. The strength of the Burning Heaven sect has long since passed, and the Fire Heaven sect formed by its descendants is also in a state of decline. To my 4 major sects, it is like an ant, so why bother to care about things that are so long ago? Isn't it because a direct disciple of the Burning Heaven sect beat you up at that time? Is it worth taking revenge and remembering until now? Heavenly Gang Saint's face is ugly. He is worried about Fire Heaven sect's restoration to the glory of Burning Heaven sect in the past, but what Saint Ben Lei said is also one of the reasons. With a cold snort, the Heavenly Gang Saint said, "It's my business to deal with the Fire Heaven sect. What's your business?" The Saint Ben Lei pouted, "Why is it none of our business? You were the one who spread the news about the treasure and wanted to destroy the Huatian sect. Now it's you who said that the treasure is real. Who knows if you are trying to cover up other conspiracies? We will come up with a shield against the Huoshanzong incident." After saying that, the eyes of the Thunder Saint became sharp. "I know that you knew about the relationship between the Fire Heaven sect and the Burning Heaven sect hundreds of years ago. Why didn't you do it at that time?" As soon as these words came out, the ancient demon sage and Luo Jian sage became suspicious. The Tiangang saint cursed secretly. Could it be said that he once looked at the Emperor Zun from a distance thousands of years ago and was stunned by him, so he has been hesitating for hundreds of years? I want to make a move, but I am afraid that the Emperor Venerable Saint has not really fallen, but is trapped in a secret realm. This kind of thing hasn't happened before. If he told the truth, the old face didn't know how much he would lose. The Tiangang saint avoided talking, and changed the subject. "Look at the news sent by my Tiangang sect master." Seeing the saint of Heavenly Gang like this, Saint Ben Lei is not good to say anything. Even if Saint of Heavenly Gang doesn't say anything, Saint Ben Lei can probably guess something. Saying this today is just to want the Heavenly Gang saint to make a fool of himself. As the 4 top sects of the Holy Sect, the relationship between the 4 is not good. After reading the news, the ancient demon sage pondered, and the thunder sage said again, "It's just that there is a peak of the sanctuary to help the Fire Heaven sect." Does this mean that there is really a treasure? Humph, it's just that the ordinary warriors of the Holy Sect don't know about the Fire Heaven sect of my Tiangang sect, but will the peak of the sanctuary know? Why did Zong still choose Huotianzong against Huotianzong? Are you not afraid of my Tiangangzong? In my opinion, it must be the Fire Heaven sect that promised the other party. This promise is of great value, so this sanctuary peak knows that it will greatly offend my heavenly gang, but still chooses to protect the Fire Heaven sect. With the background of Huotianzong itself, how could there be a treasure that would attract the peak of the sanctuary and would rather go against my Tiangang sect? So I guess, this treasure must belong to the Emperor's saint. You should have also investigated it. The current sect master of Huotianzong is the direct descendant of the Emperor Venerable Saint, and he has a great possibility of possessing the Emperor Venerable Saint's treasure. After some remarks, the three ancient demon saints were all thoughtful, and even the Thunder Saint who didn't advocate thinking about things thousands of years ago at first became excited. Who is the Emperor Sage? That is the supermaster of the Holy Domain Peak Jizongshan, and it is the overlord of the Holy Domain. How can the collected things be simple things? Tell me, what are you going to do? Sword Saint Luo said lightly. The Tiangang sage smiled. I think I should send someone to investigate the news first. It is best to communicate with that sanctuary peak powerhouse, and share the good things together. If not, then you will get nothing. Speaking of the word, can't get, the heavenly gang saints were murderous. Then who is suitable for this candidate? The ancient demon sage said hoarsely. The Tiangang saint looked at the Thunder Saint. I think the Thunderbolt Mind Saint is quite suitable. The sanctuary's peak 5th level cultivation base is second only to the 4 rare masters in the Saint sect. With this kind of cultivation, if the opponent is too strong, it is enough to escape back and pass the news to us, and we will decide how to act later. If the opponent's cultivation base is too low, the Landmine Saint is enough to capture the opponent. A grin flashed on the face of the Tiangang Saint. The 3 saints Ben Lei were all startled, and then nodded slowly. At this moment, in the Burning Heaven Mountain Fire Heaven sect, Fen Tianli carefully brought a box and handed it to Han Feng. The third one. What a big surprise today. When Cabbage entered the low tide of codewords recently, a brother gave a big reward to 500 heads. It's equivalent to 50,000 wave-chasing coins. I'm so excited, I'm too embarrassed to be depressed. Cabbage decided to prepare for these few days, and it will explode on August 1st. Thanks to A10094050 for the super awesome tip. Congratulations to A10094050 for being promoted to the leader position. The God Stone. Old Fan, you are. Han Feng looked at Fen Tianli suspiciously. Yuanshan swept over, but did not pass through the box. This time, Han Feng was surprised. With his current primordial spirit power, he couldn't penetrate this box. This box is not simple. Fen Tianli said a little disappointedly, Sir, have you heard those rumors outside? Does it mean that there are treasures in the Huotian sect? Han Feng recalled what Fen Juanxiang said at the beginning, but this should be spread by the 4 top sects outside. Fen Tianli nodded, yes, I probably want to use the power of other forces to destroy our Fire Heaven sect, but everyone is not a fool, so they didn't make a rash move for a while. But as time passed, after too much suspicion there will always be a shot. If it is not for the arrival of adults, the future fate of Huotianzong will still be destroyed. After saying that, Fen Tianli raised the box again. He smiled and said, Master should have used Yuanshan to scan it, but what did you find? Han Feng shook his head, my primordial spirit can't get in, and I didn't find anything. A glimmer of pride flashed on Fen Tianli's face. This was obtained by the ancestor of the Emperor Zun in a secret realm. Although even the Emperor Zun didn't understand what this box was made of, he could rely on the Emperor Zun. Judging from the fact that the primordial spirit of the Holy One cannot pass through it, this box must be an extremely precious item, and what is inside this box is the treasure that I want to give to the adults. There really is a treasure. Han Feng was surprised. Fen Tianli shook his head. That's right, but it's not like it was passed down by the sage emperor. Thousands of years ago, after the ancestors of the sage emperor disappeared, Fen Tianzong was besieged by major forces. They also hurriedly selected some valuables in the treasure house and left, and thanks to those valuables, they were able to avoid hundreds of years and thousands of years later and rebuild the Fire Heaven sect. It's just that for such a long time, everything that should be used is used. It's over, all that's left is this box and the pieces inside it. The box was obtained by the ancestors of the emperor, but the fragments inside were obtained by accident by an earlier ancestor. The treasure I'm talking about is this fragment. Fragment? Han Feng raised his eyebrows, guessing that this fragment is not easy, otherwise Fen Tianli would not be so solemn. Fen Tianli solemnly opened the box, and the space froze in an instant, as if a terrifying airflow was about to spew out. This terrifying airflow did not make people feel fear, but a more noble feeling, which squeezed out the air in the surrounding space. The reason why space is stagnant is because there is not much air in the space, which is similar to a vacuum state. This is. Han Feng's pupils shrank, and he felt that the pores all over his body were about to open. Fen Tianli said bitterly, I don't know what this is, in fact, even the Emperor Venerable does not understand, but we know that this fragment must be a treasure. The Emperor has studied for a long time at the beginning, and there is a general guess that the energy flow contained in this stone is a kind of existence that far exceeds the inner strength, true energy, true essence, and holy essence. If it can absorb this energy airflow, strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. But it is precisely because this airflow is too high that the Emperor Venerable Saint spent hundreds of years without absorbing a single bit of it. Instead, the airflow in the fragments lost a lot, and the loss did not stop until it was placed in the box. Han Feng was a little excited when he heard that the absorption can advance by leaps and bounds, but at the end he was quite disappointed. I really can't absorb it. If that's the case, what's the use of giving him this treasure? Fen Tianli coughed dryly. I was a little embarrassed, and then said in a low voice, although it can't absorb the airflow inside, but according to the word of the ancestors, as long as you practice in the space covered by this airflow, the speed will be improved, and it will also make your own Holy Spirit. Yuan is even more condensed. It seems that the reason why the ancestors of the emperors and saints were able to cultivate to the peak of the holy realm in a short period of time is because of this. There is still such a credit? Han Feng took the stone and felt a little depressed in his heart. Maybe for someone like Fen Tianli, it would be great to be able to consolidate Xingyuan and increase the speed. But Han Feng has the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, and there are all things that melt the flames and all things in the world into energy, and the training speed can't be slowed down at all, so this fragment seems a bit tasteless. It's just that this is Fen Tianli's good intentions after all, and Han Feng is not easy to push back, so he can only accept it. Suddenly, Han Feng's heart moved. There is such a treasure, why don't you use it yourself? If the speed of cultivation can be accelerated, Huatianzong should be able to add a lot of great sanctuary. Speaking of this, Fen Tianli showed a depressing look on his face. How could we not want to use it? It's just that when this air current fills the space, the heavy pressure is too severe, and the ordinary sanctuary and the great sanctuary can't hold on at all. I can't even get into the cultivation state. How can I condense the holy essence and increase the speed of cultivation? Han Feng was stunned and sensed it carefully. Indeed, as soon as the pieces were taken out, there was a sense of stagnation and a heavy sense of oppression in the space. He didn't feel much, just because his cultivation reached the fourth level of the peak of the sanctuary. And as more and more airflow fills up, the pressure will be heavier. Han Feng estimated that at least the peak of the sanctuary was needed to be able to completely resist it. Looking at Fen Tianli, Han Feng found that there were beads of sweat on Fen Tianli's temples, and it was estimated that Fen Tianli would have a hard time talking after a while. I see, I understand. Han Feng put the pieces back in the box, and Fen Tianli breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, you should study it first, I'll retire first. It is estimated that Fen Tianli had suffered from this strange piece of debris, and when he left, he couldn't wait to have more legs. Han Feng, you're really lucky, you got such a precious thing empty-handed. Han Feng was about to put the pieces of chicken ribs into the storage space, but Fatty suddenly held excitedly. What? Precious things? Han Feng's body was shocked. Xiaopeng's vision was not wrong. Even Xiaopeng said that it was an extremely precious thing, so this fragment definitely has functions that he doesn't know. Little Fatty, what is this fragment? Han Feng took out the fragment from the box. The fragment was only about 1/3 to 1/4 of the whole, showing a dreamy purple color and flashing a beautiful luster. Hey, this is a fragment of a divine stone. Do you know that? Just like the holy stone's effect on the sanctuary powerhouse, the divine stone is used by the true God-level powerhouse for cultivation. Xiaopeng said with an incredible face, the forgotten continent and the world of the gods has been separated for so long, and it seems to have flowed out during the separation, so it is no wonder that it will be broken into pieces. What? It's a divine stone. Han Feng's eyes widened, staring at the pieces in his hand, never thinking that this was actually a divine stone used by true god powerhouses for cultivation. For a while, Han Feng felt that his palm was a little hot. After a long while, Han Feng calmed down and said, "Sacred stone is indeed precious to me at present, but this is just a fragment. Besides, just like the holy stone cannot be used under the sanctuary, is it true that I am in the sanctuary realm? Is it possible to absorb the divine stone if you exist? The Emperor Zun and others can't absorb the air flow, I'm afraid that's the case." The first. Fat glared at Han Feng, "I'm a treasure, just because it's a broken piece. If you can't cultivate a complete god stone, what's the difference with a broken stone? You have to worry about being discovered by the true god powerhouse. A piece of god stone is useless to a true god, but the true gods of the forgotten continent are a bunch of poor and frustrated. It is estimated that there is no god stone. If a god stone suddenly appears, it will not be robbed like chicken blood. With your current strength, the time will come. It's over." Han Feng's eyes narrowed. "Fat, do you mean?" Fat He smiled and said, "It's exactly what you guessed. Chi, that is, the airflow in Fen Tianli's mouth is not so easy to suck out of the divine stone. If it is a complete divine stone, you may not be able to cultivate to the limit of the great perfection of the sanctuary. It is able to suck out the divine energy from the divine stone. But the broken one is different. If there is no barrier, the divine energy will be revealed involuntarily. But with such a high level of aura, Aurora Tsangyan may not be able to refine it." Han Feng asked. Fatty shook his hand, "What's the matter? 10 chopsticks are hard to break when tied together, but it's easy to break one chopstick. It's easier for me to separate them one by one and refine them." Of course, this comparison is only compared to the complete divine stone. "So, you still need a lot of time?" Han Feng quickly pointed out the problem. "Of course, it will be peeled off and refined, and God knows how long it will take until all refining is completed. However, you don't have the means to quickly increase your strength. It is already very good to be able to absorb the divine chi source liquid to improve your strength. With the current amount of divine energy, it is probably enough to support you to cultivate to the 6th or 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Don't you still have a high-grade fire attribute holy fruit in your hand? After refining, your strength can be improved. In other words, you don't need to worry about being stuck in a bottleneck before you can break through," Fatty said. Han Feng also knows that he is greedy. Even the geniuses of the ancient family need a lot of time to cultivate to the 4th level of the sanctuary peak, but he did it in a short period of time in his life. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? From the peak of the sanctuary peak 4th level heaven to the 7th 8th level heaven and even the highest level, some people may not be able to reach the lifespan of a lifetime. The peak of the sanctuary has 4,000 years of life, and 4,000 years may not reach the realm. What does it mean to spend more time? By the way, there is one thing I forgot to ask, since Xuanhuan was promoted. In addition, my cultivation base has broken through to the peak of the sanctuary, and the replica of the high-grade fire attribute holy fruit has been planted in the planting space. How long does it take to mature? Han Feng just remembered the holy fruit in the planting space. Guess what? Fatty smiled strangely. Han Feng really guessed that it took 8 years to get the middle grade and medium grade holy fruit, and the middle grade high grade must need more, not to mention the high grade low grade, medium or even high grade. More than 50 years? Or 60 or 70 years? Han Feng made his own guess. Wrong, it's more than 100 years. Fatty shook his finger and said. Han Feng was a little dumbfounded. For more than 100 years, it was several times his current age. More than 100 years, which means that if there is no adventure, I have to cultivate myself for more than 100 years. For the peak of the sanctuary, more than 100 years may not be able to improve much. But my current aptitude is in Lingquan. In addition to the 9th level of the Holy Flame art, it is not worse than the aptitude of the 1st level Holy rank, and it is even better. More than 100 years should be enough for me to break through to the 5th level, even in the 5th stage has reached the late stage and even the peak. Han Feng made a comparison, and finally had to admit that it is still very useful to start absorbing God, Chi source liquid, to cultivate. In addition to improving the cultivation base, there are some divine qualities in the divine stone. These divine qualities are very weak, but if you are assisted by the heaven and human effect in the time room, you may be able to understand some divine qualities. With divine qualities, it will be easier to walk on the road to the true God. Fat has another function of absorbing spirit. Han Feng was really moved by this effect. If Fatty had this effect earlier, he would not be disappointed even if he couldn't absorb the divine energy source liquid Han Feng. Swinging the fragments of the divine stone in his hand, it's really unbelievable. Putting the fragments of the God stone into the box, Han Feng stared at the box for a while. Fat, you can probably tell what material this box is made of? It's weird, you are really lucky today. The materials used in this box are only available at the level of true gods. It is also considered a relatively important material in the world of gods, and can be used to refine artifacts. Unfortunately, this is the Forgotten Continent 6. No one can refine artifacts. For now, this box is of no use to you, or there are no divine stone fragments that are useful to you. But if one day you can find the way to the world of the gods, the value of this box will be much greater than that of the God stone. Just the God stone in your hand, Han Feng, if it is complete, it will take at least tens of thousands to be able to connect with the box. Comparable value. This time, Han Feng looked at the box differently. Unfortunately, as Fatty said, the current box is tasteless to him, and Han Feng had to temporarily retract the box into the storage space. For the next few days, Han Feng stayed in the Huatian sect to practice, and at the same time, he was waiting for the reaction of the 4 major sects. There is no source fluid, no heaven and earth spirits, only relying on his own simple cultivation. Han Feng's current cultivation base is growing very slowly, but Han Feng knows that this is the normal speed. Inside the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, Fatty has already begun to strip away his spirits one by one. On a certain night, the sky was full of stars, sparkling, and a bright crescent moon hung quietly on the horizon, shedding a gentle silver glow, but it brought out the strangeness of the night. Around Huatianzong, an unusual aura began to permeate. Han Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared into the room. Huoshanzong's back mountain is high in the sky. Han Feng's figure flashed, and he said coldly, "Since your excellency has already come, why hide your head and show your tail?" "Hee hee, I don't know who you are, the Mind Saint who is under the Thunder Gate. I don't know about 10% of the Saint's Peak, but 70 or 80% are still there, but I have never heard of your holy peak. Hee, the high-altitude space distorted, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe flashed out. The middle-aged man's face is handsome, with the charm of an adult man. I don't know how many ignorant young girls will be fascinated. Ben Layman Mind Saint. Han Feng's face was slightly condensed. It seems that the speculation of Fen Yanjun and others is true. It is not only the Tiangang sect that dealt with the Huatian sect. It is very likely that the four major sects are all sections participated in. Han Feng still doesn't know that it is because of his appearance that the alliance of the four major sects is now formed. Han is from outside the sacred sect, and it is normal for your excellency to not understand. Han Feng said lightly. Sure enough. There was a flash of clarity on the face of the Mind Saint. As early as the moment he saw Han Feng, the Mind Saint guessed that Han Feng should come from outside the holy sect. Sanctuary is only a part of Beizhou Continent 6. The number of sanctuary peaks in Beizhou Continent 6 is far beyond that of sanctuary, and anyone that comes out is no weaker than most of sanctuary peaks. However, the Mind Saints still have confidence in their own cultivation. The Mind Saints believe that the cultivation level of the Sanctuary Peak 5 layered heaven cannot be considered weak in the entire Beizhou continent. The four heavenly gang saints are at least among the top. Therefore, even if he knew that Han Feng was from outside the sacred sect, the Mind Saint still did not look down on Han Feng too much. Taking back the gaze that looked at Han Feng, the Landmind Saint smiled. Your Excellency, eating alone is not a good habit. The Tiangang Saint and other adults will pass on the message to Your Excellency. As long as you are willing to share the treasures of the Fire Heaven sect together, let go of the fire. Tianzong is fine. Treasure? Isn't that the fake news spread by your four sects? Han Feng smiled disdainfully. The face of the Landmind Saint did not change in the slightest. Indeed, the rumors were spread by us, but who would have thought that the Fire Heaven sect really has treasures? Why do you make such a decision? Han Feng was a little puzzled. There is indeed a treasure, but only a small number of fragments of the divine stone know about it. It is absolutely impossible for these few people to go out. How can the four major sects be so sure? Does Huatianzong have treasures? The Landmind Saint said incomprehensibly, if there is no treasure, how can he of Huoshanzong get your help? And it is knowing that we are the enemy of the four sections. Han Feng suddenly realized that this was the reason. After understanding the reason, Han Feng was a little bit dumbfounded. He never expected that his shot would actually confirm the news that the Fire Heaven sect had treasures, and even the people behind the spread of the rumors. Believe it, that's a lot of bullshit. Shaking his head, whether you believe it or not. There are no treasures in the Fire Heaven sect. Han's willingness to help Huoshanzong is only because he has an old relationship with the Emperor. The Landmind Saint's face suddenly sank. Joke, the Emperor is a person from thousands of years ago, and the Emperor is old. Which one is not an old guy now? Your Excellency is so young and you are not afraid of the wind when you lie. I flicked my tongue. It seems that Your Excellency is unwilling to hand over the treasure. I don't want to eat or drink a toast, so let this saint see how powerful you, an outside saint, can be. Suddenly, the Landmind Saint slapped a palm, and purple thunder light burst out. This palm is just a test, and the Landmind Saint did not use all his strength. Han Feng's momentum exploded, and Xuanhuan surged out, forming a big net to completely intercept this palm. The Landmind Saint smiled. It turns out that it is only the early stage of the peak fourth heaven. Even with this strength, I dare to be the enemy of my four major sections. I don't know whether to live or die. Landmine fingers. Like a meteor, like a rainstorm. Thousands of thunders turned into purple energy fingers and shot towards Han Feng. With this blow, the Mind Sage shot almost with all his strength, and the sky above the back mountain of Huatian sect filled with purple thunder. From a distance, the back mountain seemed to be surrounded by thunder, just like the previous Yuan sect. Breaking the heavenly fist. The fifth shocking fist burst out, and the power of heavy shock spread invisible, as if rolling out towards the sea. A strange scene appeared. Thousands of thunder fingers seemed to have touched something, and collapsed, before they got close to Han Feng. The landmine saint's cultivation base is at the early stage of the peak fifth heaven, only one level higher than that of Han Feng. However, Han Feng's Saint Yuan condensation, holy body, and primordial spirit power are all in the category of Inua's fourth heaven. Taken together, the landmine saint may not be much stronger than Han Feng. Now in the sanctuary, the mind sage is far inferior to Han Feng, and it is not surprising that the mind sage's attack was easily dispelled by Han Feng. But obviously, this was aimed at Han Feng, and to the landmine saint, it was like the sun came out from the west. It's impossible to defeat my attack with one blow. He is only a fourth heaven. The face of the landmine saint finally changed. If the mind saint didn't take Han Feng seriously before, then now the mind saint really treats Han Feng as a big enemy. Taking a solemn look at Han Feng, the landmine saint shouted in a deep voice, "You are qualified to let me use all my strength, and it is also your honor to die under my move." "It's not certain who will die." Han Feng sneered. "Arrogant." The mind saint shouted angrily, "The sword of the four elephants of mine." The purple light illuminated the sky, and the purple thunder seemed to cut through the night, shaking the world. Han Feng was stunned to discover that when the landmine saint swayed, there were 3 clones, each of which exuded the aura fluctuations of the peak of the sanctuary. Even the landmine saint himself, his cultivation base has dropped from the 5th level to the 4th level. However, when the 4 landmine saints were photographed according to the position of the 4 elephants, an aura that was stronger than the early stage of the 5th heaven was oppressed by the Korean wind-like waves. Lightning flashed, gust of wind surged, and the momentum was like a sharp sword, cutting away all around. The 4 mind saints raised their right hands high, forming a purple thunder sword. The 4 thunder swords are fused together to form a more terrifying thunder sword. This thunder sword is no longer just purple, but more of a bright white color, as bright as day. There is still such strength. Han Feng is also serious. The terrifying aura of this thunder sword is no worse than the momentum of peak 6th layer. Die. The 4 landmine saints shouted loudly, and the thunder swords slashed towards Han Feng's head as if they were about to cut through the space. Before approaching, Han Feng felt a numbness on his scalp and face. The 4 landmine saints all showed strange and hideous smiles. I don't know how many strong men of the same level were killed by this trick. It is precisely because of this trick that the landmine saints are called the sharpest after the 4 Tiangang saints. The landmine saint is full of confidence in this move. The landmine saint seems to have seen Han Feng being split in half by his sword, the entire Huoshanzong was destroyed by him, and the treasure was obtained by him. Holy flame battle body, congeal. The golden flame spewed out like a tsunami. At the same time that the golden flame armor appeared on Han Feng's body, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation was elevated to the 6th level realm of the peak of the sanctuary. Holy flame strikes the sky. Like a whirlwind, the flames condensed with Han Feng's right fist as the center, and finally blasted out like a volcanic explosion. Thunder sword and fire fist collided, and the earth-shattering sound of bombing spread throughout the entire burning heaven mountain. Countless strong men were awakened by the shock of self-cultivation or deep sleep, and stared at the sky in stunned silence. Lei Jian and Hua Fist only stalemate for a moment. Hua Fist smashed Lei Jian into pieces like a broken bamboo. What? The 4 landmine saints screamed in horror. His strongest blow was broken so easily? Han Feng was not surprised by such a result. The holy flame battle body has reached the 8th level, and because of refining many magic fire crystals, it has reached the 8th level peak, and its level is already between the high-grade middle and high-grade holy domain secrets. Under the increase of the 8th level peak of the holy flame battle body, Han Feng's cultivation base has soared to the middle and late stages of the holy domain peak 5th level. The blow of the ultimate powerhouse is even stronger. And the mind sage's sword of 4 images of minds, the power of the explosion is only close to the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary. The fire boxing smashed the bright white thunder sword, and slammed into the mind saint without the slightest decrease in speed. Not good. Retreat. The landmine saint moved, like a fish swimming in the water, dodging extremely nimbly. It is another sanctuary unique trick of the mind sage, mind 7-step flash. Huh? A hint of surprise flashed on Han Feng's face, and then he didn't care. Since you're here, stay here, what are you running for? The holy pupil of the star opened, the pupil power was activated, and the illusion broke out. With Han Feng's present primordial spirit power, after the enhancement of the holy pupil of the star, it is extremely easy to trap the mind saint in an illusion and cannot escape. This is still an octagonal star. The holy pupil of the star Han Feng can't exert much power, otherwise even the peak of the sanctuary is difficult to escape, and the later stage of the peak of the sanctuary will also be greatly affected. Trapped in the space of stars, the entire body of the landmine saint in the real world suddenly stiffened in midair. The next moment, the fire fist slammed the landmine saint and devoured it. The flames dissipated, and the entire body of the landmine saint had been burnt to black. But at this moment, the violent thunder power spewed out from the body of the landmine saint. The power of thunder formed a phantom in the void. This seat is the saint of thunder, and those who dare to kill me, the door of thunder, will die. The violent power of thunder turned into a giant knife, slashing down towards Han Feng with the momentum of cutting through the space. The surrounding air was forced out, forming a vacuum. I may be more serious when the real person is here, just a thought. Han Feng sneered, this kind of thought is not much stronger than the previous mind saint, and it is equivalent to the limit of the 6th level of the sanctuary peak, and it is a one-time use. Holy flame strikes the heaven fist. It was still a fire fist, which smashed the thunder blade abruptly and slammed into the phantom in the sky. With a bang, the phantom completely collapsed. Withdrawing his fist, Han Feng watched the warriors attracted by his battle with the mind saints turned into a fire and flew into the fire heaven sect. Sect Master Fan, get ready, maybe we will fight the 4 major sects soon. Han Feng said immediately when he saw Fan Yanjun. In the Tiangang sect. Heavenly Gang Saint, Luojian Saint, Ancient Demon Saint are all waiting for news from Landmine Saint. Suddenly, the Saint Ben Lei, who was sitting on the futon, opened his eyes and said with a slightly ugly expression, don't wait, the Saint of Landmines has fallen. What? The Landmine Saint has fallen. Is the peak of the sanctuary of the Fire Heaven sect really that strong? Luo Jianxing was astonished. The Ancient Demon Saint and the Tiangang Saint both have solemn expressions, and it seems that they all underestimate the peak of the sanctuary of Huatianzong. Under them, the Mind Saint is not the strongest. But it is also a first-class level. There are not many stronger than the Mind Saints. If they can kill the Mind Saints, their combat power is probably close to the 4 of them, or even comparable to the 4 of them. The Saint Ben Lei said with a slightly condensed expression, my mind and that guy had a confrontation, that kid probably hasn't used his real strength yet, once he uses his real strength, it's no worse than any of the 4 of us, this is me. The feeling that comes after the mind is defeated. The 3 saints of Tiangang frowned, and the feeling of saints running thunder should not be wrong. It seems that the 4 of them must make a move. The Heavenly Gang Sage moved his finger and said, the shot must be shot, but we also need to give the outside world a reason, otherwise our 4 major sects will be crowned with cruel names, and the other sects will definitely be self-sufficient. Dangerous, this is not good for the rule of our 4 great sections. Sword Saint Luo's eyes flashed, Do you want to release the news that has been blocked for so many years? Burning Tianzong's rule over the sacred sect was a dark period when the 4 Tiangang saints were young. Tiangang saints and others were unwilling to recall this past, so they blocked everything about the burning Tianzong. The most important thing is that they don't want the warriors of the holy sect to always bring God to honor the saints when they talk about them. For example, the 4 saints of Tiangang deserve to be the overlords of our holy domain, but the original emperor was even more powerful and was the only ruler. If there is a sage of the emperor, the 4 of them always have to bow their heads. Even now they know that they are still better than the sage of God. As soon as Saint Luo's suggestion came out, the other 3 saints nodded. Not long after, rumors about the Burning Heaven sect and the Fire Heaven sect spread throughout the holy sect. I really didn't expect that a powerful sect like the Burning Heaven sect existed thousands of years ago. This can't be fake, right? How could such a powerful sect not have any news spread? Hey, the forces that participated in the siege of the Burning Heaven sect at the beginning were all dead. After the rise of the 4 seniors including the Heavenly Gang Saint, they blocked everything about the Burning Heaven sect. Naturally, no news will be passed down. It turns out that the 4 Heavenly Gang Saints are not the strongest geniuses and the strongest in our saint sect. The strongest is the Emperor Venerable Saint of the Burning Heaven sect, who has stepped into the small perfection realm of the saint sect with 1 foot. No wonder there were rumors that the Fire Heaven sect had treasures before, so I said how could the Fire Heaven sect possibly have treasures, but if the Fire Heaven sect was founded by the descendants of the Burning Heaven sect Emperor Venerable Saint, then it would be true. Not necessarily. When the Burning Heaven sect ruled the holy sect with such brutality, how can the Fire Heaven sect be good? The Fire Heaven sect must not be allowed to rise. The discussion of the warriors of the holy sect was originally just astonished that there was such a powerful force as the Burning Heaven sect thousands of years ago, and then gradually evolved into requiring the 4 major sects of the Tiangang sect to eradicate the Fire Heaven sect, or the remnants of the Burning Heaven sect. In the news from the Heavenly Gang Saints, the domineering and cruel actions of the Burning Heaven sect made some warriors feel terrified and shuddered. If the same happens after the rise of the Fire Heaven sect, then the good days of the saint sect warriors may come to an end. Within the Tiangang sect, the 4 saints all laughed when they learned that more and more warriors were asking them to eradicate the Fire Heaven sect. Even after that, many small and medium-sized forces wanted to join it, and some loose cultivators also came to Tiangang sect to request to join. Before long, a large number of people gathered in the Tiangang sect. More and more people joined, which made the 4 great saints happy, so eliminating the Fire Heaven sect would not cause any bad rumors, but many warriors would praise them. However, the 4 great saints calmed down and knew that the joining of these people might not necessarily be so jealous. Although the Burning Heaven sect ruled the holy sect at the beginning, it was domineering, but it was because of the backing of the Emperor Venerable Saint. Today's Huatian sect is no different from ordinary sections. Even if it rises, it may not act like the Burning Heaven sect at the beginning. The 4 saints know that once the warriors of the holy sect calm down, their feelings towards the Huatian sect will change. Return to normal, so they will continue to find people to fan the flames and never let the warriors calm down so quickly. But this is just an ordinary martial artist, a real powerhouse, who will look at the problem calmly from the beginning. For them, the Fire Heaven sect was not the most important, but the legendary treasure was the most important. The small and medium-sized forces and some loose cultivators who have joined now are only for treasures. It has nothing to do with them. If Huatianzong really rises, the headaches will only be the 4 major sects. At this time, the Tiangang saint regretted letting out the treasure rumors. If you want to share the treasure, they are also worthy? The ancient demon saint said coldly. We'll talk about the treasure when things are over. Now the first task is to use these people to eradicate the peak of the sanctuary. So far, we have not tried out the details of the peak of the sanctuary. It is best for the people of our four major sects not to take action for the time being, otherwise we will lose again. A master like the landmine saint will have a negative impact on the rule of our four major sections. Tiangang saint said solemnly. Humph. The thunder saint snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the suggestion of the heavenly gang saint, how could the landmine saint who was Ben Layman have fallen? Burning Tianshan, the sect master of Xuanhuan, and the rest of the forces finally understood the reason why Lei Yuanshan was changed to burning Tianshan instead of Huoshanshan. The fact that the ancestors of the Huatian sect had such a super powerful person, and that the Huatian sect was once the overlord of the sacred sect, the Fenchen sect, all the martial artists in Fenchen Mountain were surprised. Some warriors were eager to move. At this moment, they believed that there were treasures in the Fire Heaven sect. Otherwise, how could they have invited the peak of the sanctuary to be their backing? It's just that this is Burning Heaven Mountain after all, and it is the place where the Fire Heaven sect ruled. No force has dared to openly take refuge in the four top sects. Fire Tianzong. Sir, there are already many people who have changed. Fen Yanjun said anxiously. Han Feng smiled lightly. This is not right, just to test which ones are available. When this storm passes, we will focus on cultivating those who have no two hearts. As for those who have different hearts, we also have a plan. This? Fen Yanjun smiled bitterly. In fact, what Fen Yanjun really wanted to say was that he really had such great confidence to resist the four major sects. The four major sects have been dignified in the holy sect for a long time, even if Fen Yanjun still thinks about restoring the former glory of the Burning Heaven sect, the pair of the four major sects are still a little trembling. Han Feng naturally knows what Fen Yanjun thinks, and is a little helpless and dissatisfied with Fen Yanjun always not believing in his strength. Still suppressing his unpleasant emotions, he said, if Sect Master Fen is still worried, then implement the second plan and send away the younger generation with good qualifications such as Fen Juanxiang. Seeing Han Feng's cold face, Fen Yanjun was embarrassed and had to leave in embarrassment. While the Huatian sect was waiting, the four major sects, Tiangang sect, Luo Jianzong, Ancient Demon sect, and Ben Laymen, led many strong men to surround the Burning Heaven Mountain and the Huatian sect, and would not let any of the Fire Heaven sect warriors go. In the high sky, the four saints of Tiangang stood in the air, and the strong breath was oppressed like waves. Under such pressure, numerous warriors were short of breath and pale. Especially the dense figures in the sky brought unspeakable oppression to the Huoshanzong warriors. But at this moment, a breath sprayed out like a spring, covering the entire Huoshanzong, and the Huoshanzong warriors felt a lot better, and they all focused their grateful eyes on a certain figure in the sky. The Tiangang saint stepped forward and stared at Han Feng. Your Excellency really want to be the enemy of my four great sects? Of course, the Emperor is kind to Han, and it is necessary for Han to protect the Huatian sect. After speaking, Han Feng looked around and said coldly, don't be a chess piece for the four major sects, Huatianzong. Tianzong doesn't have any treasures. Jia. If you say it doesn't, it's gone? Maybe it's you who swallowed it? Yes, I advise you to hand it over obediently, otherwise even if you are the peak of the sanctuary, you will fall today. There are many peaks of the sanctuary gathered here today. There was a burst of screams and jeers from the crowd. The Tiangang saint is also disdainful. Your Excellency must be serious when you lie. The Emperor Zun is a man for thousands of years, and Your Excellency is so young. Don't tell me that you have lived for thousands of years, or that you are a small sanctuary. Complete? Many warriors in Tiangang sect laughed out loud, and looked at Han Feng with a playful look. Sanctuary small perfection can live for 8,000 years. If the cultivation base reaches sanctuary small perfection, he is indeed still in his prime for 3,000 or 4,000 years. But will the other party be sanctuary small perfection? Some hypocrites said righteously, the Burning Heaven sect was so domineering and cruel thousands of years ago, and it was hard for the ancestors to sacrifice countless blood to destroy the Burning Heaven sect. Han Feng's face sank. In the end, you don't believe that there are no treasures. There are 4 major sects. Don't say how much you seem to think about the holy sect. In the end, it's not for your own selfishness. Today I will put my words here. If you want to destroy Huatianzong, just walk over my body. Jia, then let our 3 brothers compete with your excellency. Tiangang Saint, what do you say? 3 people came out of the crowd. The first sentence was to Han Feng, and the second sentence was to Tiangang Saint. The Tiangang Saint glanced at the 3 of them and recognized that the 3 brothers were also well-known Feng Fin brothers in the holy sect. The 3 Feng Fin brothers are all cultivation bases of the sanctuary peak Triple Heaven, and they also have the bloodline of the Wind Fin beast. After using the bloodline, each of them is equivalent to the sanctuary peak 4th level Heaven Master. Moreover, the 3 Feng Fin brothers are triplets, and the individual combat power may be average, but once the 3 of them unite, the burst of combat power will even be terrified by the sanctuary peak 5th layer. The Tiangang Saint knew that even the landmine saints died in the hands of Han Feng, so he didn't have much expectations for the 3 Feng Fin brothers. Although the 3 Feng Fin brothers are powerful, they are definitely not the opponents of the Mine Saint, but the Tiangang Saint did not leave any thoughts on the Mine Saint, so it is not clear what ability Han Feng has. Forget it, just use these 3 people to see what means that guy has? Thinking of this, the Tiangang Saint nodded. The 3 Feng Fin brothers had a happy expression on their faces, saying that eliminating the Fire Heaven sect to prevent the reappearance of the Burning Heaven sect thousands of years ago was bullshit. The purpose of the 3 brothers from the very beginning was treasure. It's just that the 3 brothers also know that there are too many people who want to share the treasure, and how can they get it without effort? Now if the 3 brothers killed each other and destroyed the Huatian sect, no matter how unwilling the 4 sects were, they could not give them some. In the crowd, some sanctuary peaks were full of annoyance, envy, and jealousy fell on the 3 brothers. How could they be a step behind? Alas, the first power was taken away by the 3 brothers Feng Fin. Yeah, these 3 brothers will definitely share some treasures, but we don't necessarily. The big deal is to grab it from these 3 brothers. The names and previous records of the 3 Feng Fin brothers are there, and no one thinks that the 3 Feng Fin brothers will lose. So young at the peak of the sanctuary, where can the strength be stronger? If these people knew that the landmine saint fell into the hands of Han Feng, I am afraid they would not think so. Jia, boy, you are unlucky to fall into the hands of our 3 brothers. The 3 brothers called out, and the 3 brothers surrounded Han Feng. The boss of Feng Fin took the lead, and there was a dense amount of Xuanhuan flashing in his fist, and the punch smashed the space a little distorted. The second and third Feng Fin laughed at their elder brother's attack, but the next moment they both widened their eyes. Han Feng reached out his hand lightly, and took the punch with ease. What? Feng Fin boss was shocked, and Xuanhuan burst out. Han Feng slapped the palm of his hand suddenly, and with his mighty force, the boss of Feng Fin spit out blood. You spit out blood from the Wind Fin boss with one palm? Hey, this kid is so powerful, we underestimate him. Haha, come on kid, it's best to kill the 3 Feng Fin brothers, and then let Benzong kill you. Feng Fin boss was slapped with a palm, not only did not surprise the sanctuary peak in the crowd, but made them laugh out loud. They saw the hope of getting the treasure, as long as the 3 Feng Fin brothers were defeated. Under the temptation of the treasure, these people completely forgot, if even the 3 Feng Fin brothers are defeated, how many of them are stronger than the 3 Feng Fin brothers? The boss of Feng Fin felt the ridicule of the rest of the sanctuary peaks, and became angry. You are courting death. The blood of the Wind Fins, coagulate. Dense scales flashed on the Feng Fin boss, and dorsal fins appeared behind him, and the breath of the fourth level of the peak of the sanctuary burst out. If the boss of Feng Fin still wanted to play with Han Feng before, then he can't wait to kill Han Feng quickly to save the face he lost before. Meteor Double Holy Fist. Feng Fin boss's fists blasted out like lightning, forming a shadow of fists in the sky. These fist shadows are like meteors, covering the sky and the sun and blasting towards Han Feng. Han Feng raised his finger. Fentiandi respects the finger. The 8th level Burning Heaven Emperor's venerable fingers formed a terrifying torrent of flames, condensing into giant flame fingers. The flames erupted, consuming all the meteor fists. This is. The pupils of the 4 sages of Tiangang shrank. How could they not recognize that this Fenchen Emperor's venerable finger is the unique skill of the Emperor's sage's fame? This guy turned out to be. Luo Jianxing murmured to himself, could it be that what this guy said is old with the Emperor Venerable? Is it referring to this Burning Heaven Emperor Venerable finger? The ancient demon saint narrowed his eyes. It seems that the Emperor Venerable Saint has indeed fallen. It is estimated that this kid met the inheritance place left by the Emperor Venerable Saint. The Saint Ben Lei looked ugly, so, there is really no treasure left? This kid protects the Fire Heaven sect purely for the sake of inheritance? A super strong, if the treasure is fake, then the loss is too great. For a while, the anger-filled eyes of Saint Ben Lei fell on Saint Tiangang. The heavenly gang saint's face was stiff, and he said dryly, it can't be said that there are no treasures. The ancient demon sage nodded, indeed, if there is any treasure, you will know when you catch this kid. And we come with great fanfare, we must have a result, otherwise we will leave in a daze, and I am afraid that it will be affected by many forces in the holy sect. Laugh at. Powerhouses like Han Feng, if it weren't for the treasures left by the Emperor's sage, who would be so tempting, how would the 4 major sects be so lazy to provoke such existences? On the ground, Fen Yanjun and Fen Tianli were very excited. Emperor Fen Tian pointed out that the most powerful secret of their Fen family's strongest emperor, Venerable Saint, finally appeared in the world again. So strong, the 2nd and 3rd, you guys are not ready to take action. Feng Qin boss saw that the 2nd brother and the 3rd brother were standing not far away, and couldn't help shouting. The 2nd Feng Fin and the 3rd Feng Fin were suddenly awakened, and they were all stunned by the power of Han Feng. The 2 of them showed the blood of the wind fins one after another, and the 3 gathered together, and the terrifying Saint Yuan poured out like a waterfall. The energy attack like a waterfall broke through the space, hit Han Feng fiercely in the eyes of everyone in amazement, and swallowed Han Feng in an instant. The 3 Feng Fin brothers all smiled. Their joint attack, even if the sanctuary Peak Wu's Hongshan is not careful, will be severely injured, or even killed. How can this kid resist? But at this moment, golden flames soared into the sky, rushing out like a tornado. The 3 Feng Fin brothers' energy attack, like a waterfall, spread from the middle in the blink of an eye, replaced by a rich flame. At the same time, the aura of the many sanctuary peaks present erupted. At this moment, Han Feng has already used the holy flame battle body, and his cultivation has soared to the 5th level of the peak of the sanctuary. A tornado flame rushed out of the energy waterfall. How strange it looked, the tornado flame and the energy waterfall kept resisting. The tornado flame wants to completely defeat the energy waterfall, but the energy waterfall wants to swallow the tornado flame again. Han Feng raised his right finger again, and Emperor Fen Tian roared away. It seems like a sharp sword is shuttled through the water, and the giant flame fingers shuttle through the energy waterfall without hindrance. Not good. The 3 Feng Fin brothers were shocked. The 3 brothers wanted to escape. Han Fengxing's holy pupil opened at this moment. The 3 brothers' bodies froze in midair for a moment, and the next moment the giant flame slammed on the 3 brothers. There was no scream, and the 3 brothers were burned to ashes by the flames. The death of the 3 brothers finally made the greedy warriors recover a little, and their faces became solemn. they finally realized that Han Feng was a tough bone. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the 4 Tiangang saints. Only the 4 Tiangang saints can overwhelm this kid. The eyes of the 4 Tiangang saints flickered, and with their eyesight, it was natural to see that Han Feng did not use all his strength. The 4 of them have survived to the present, and it can be seen from the fact that they haven't shot again for a long time. After all, there will be dark wounds in every battle. When the dark wounds are too serious and cause qualitative changes, Xuanhuan will be affected. The 4 of them were obviously not willing to take action until they found out Han Feng's details. The third one. In the crowd, an old man with hump feet walked out slowly, and many warriors' eyes fell on the old man, all of them condensed. Thunder Flame Saint? This old guy is here too. I didn't notice it before. Nonsense, I heard that the Thunder Flame Saint once inherited a secret technique that can reduce your sense of existence. If you don't deliberately look for it, it will be difficult to find. Sometimes the Thunder Flame Saint will stay by your side, but until the Thunder Flame Saint when you leave, you don't even know that there is such a strong man who has stayed by your side. Lei Yan Saint is already at the peak of the sanctuary's peak 6th heaven, and half of his feet have stepped into the sanctuary peak 7th heaven. It is rumored that in 200 or 300 years, the Lei Yan Saint will definitely step into the late stage of the sanctuary peak. Saint Lei Yan is comparable to Saint Tiangang and others, and is in the same level. If the Thunder Flame Saint takes action, this kid is dead. Yeah, in this way, Saint Thunder Flame will definitely occupy a lot of treasures. He also has such qualifications. Our hope of getting treasures is even slimmer. It is estimated that even if there are some gains, it is just some treasures that are better than nothing. Seeing the old man, the crowd talked a lot. Obviously, the strength and status of the old man are extraordinary in the holy sect. The 4 saints of Tiangang were startled when they saw the Saint of Thunder Flames. Saint Lei Yan raised his head and looked at Saint Tiangang. If this old man makes a move, he will occupy 10% of the treasure. The 4 heavenly gang saints pondered. If it was another strong man, the 4 would definitely refuse without hesitation, but the Thunder Flame Saint was different. Lei Yan Saint's own cultivation base is the first person under the 4 of them, which is just one of the reasons. The second reason is that Lei Yan Saint is a loose cultivator. In other words, the current Thunder Flame Saint is still without sect. If such a strong person is pulled into the sect, the strength of the sect will definitely increase, so the 4 of them are not willing to offend the Thunder Flame Saint. Thinking of this, the 4 Tiangang saints all agreed after looking at each other. And the 4 of them also wanted to know whether a master like the Thunder Flame Saint could force the opponent's limit. Little guy, it's good to have potential, but there are so many fallen geniuses in this world. It's not easy for this old man to see that you have cultivated to this point. As long as you stop and hand over the treasure that Hu Tianzong gave you, this old man can let you leave safely. Saint Lei Yan stood with his hands behind his back and said condescendingly. Stop talking nonsense, see the real chapter under your hand. Han Feng's eyes were stern, without the slightest fear. Saint Lei Yan frowned slightly. If that's the case, don't blame this old man for being cruel. Crimson Thunder Day Promise. Saint Lei Yan stretched out his hand and stroked lightly in the void, and a dazzling light like the sun rose into the sky, illuminating the sky. Immediately, with the sound of terrifying thunder, the red thunder turned into a small sun. It's just that the small sun is no longer a flame, but a red thunder. Crimson thunder was densely covered, surging frantically and orderly, and then blasted towards Han Feng like a machine gun. Every crimson thunder contained a terrifying power, enough to kill the initial stage of the peak of the sanctuary in an instant, and even the powerhouse who had just entered the peak of the sanctuary's 4th level heaven would be severely injured if he didn't pay attention. The dense red thunder and lightning gather, and its power is even more terrifying. Before this mighty power hit Han Feng, the world shook, and the warriors and the crowd in the distance were all horrified. Okay, such a strong power. My body trembled involuntarily. Terrorist, if it is me who is facing such an attack at this moment, it is estimated that before the attack comes, I will die of oppression and suffocation. Don't say it, it's possible if I'm scared to pee. As expected to be called the fifth powerhouse of the holy sect, second only to the four adults of the heavenly gang saints, his reputation is well deserved. Han Feng's face also became solemn. The unique skills displayed by the Thunder Flame Saint can't be considered weak among the top grades. Combined with the Thunder Flame Saint Sanctuary's peak 6th level limit cultivation, the power of this blow far exceeds the Sanctuary peak. 6th heaven, infinitely close to 7th heaven. Can't be careless. Double shake fist. The power of vibration is like a densely woven web, disrupting the red lightning layer by layer. It's useless, your cultivation is too weak. Saint Lei Yen said lightly. Sure enough, not long after the red thunderbolt was disturbed, a lot of red thunderbolts passed through the 5th level vibrational force of the Dopa vibration fist, and bombarded the Korean wind in all directions. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. The giant flame finger condensed, but just after it was condensed, it was entangled by the red lightning. The red lightning was like a rope that firmly bound the flame finger from beginning to end, and it kept indenting, and it was possible to collapse the flame finger at any time. Break! Han Feng shouted, his body continued to retreat. The giant finger of flame exploded, and the heaven and earth trembled faintly at this moment, and endless flame spread in the sky, bombarding the surroundings. Go back! The sea of fire spread quickly, and many warriors retreated in horror, for fear of being affected. Many of the weaker ones who were too late to retreat were all burned to ashes. Han Feng has no guilt for the fall of these people. These people came here with bad intentions, and now they are considered retribution. The Tiangang saint flicked his sleeves, and Tiangang Xuanhuan formed an oval Tiangang barrier in front of him, blocking the flames firmly. The other three saints also used their own means to resist the flames. The powerhouses of the four major sects are relieved. Fortunately, the strongest of their sects is one of the four most powerful people in the holy sect. Otherwise, their fate will not be good at this moment. Let's take a look at other sect forces. It can be seen that the strong will either die, be injured, or flee in embarrassment. At this time everyone looked at Han Feng differently. With this strength, in the entire holy sect, apart from the four heavenly gang saints and Lei Yen saints, who else can be overwhelmed? It's just that a group of warriors also have some regrets in their hearts. Since this guy chose to be the enemy of Saint Lei Yen and the four major sects, no matter how wonderful his performance is, he will surely fall here today. I don't know how much the red lightning was bombed and annihilated, but after all, a part of it remained. After shaking around in the void for a while, it attacked Han Feng again. Lotus bursting fist. The silver lotus rose up, and when the red thunder and lightning circles came around, it bombed again, and the silver flames covered the sky and the sun. This time, the red lightning was finally annihilated. 3 high-grade and middle-level sanctuary peculiarities erupted, and finally resisted the move of the Thunder Flame Saint. A glimmer of admiration and regret flashed in the eyes of Saint Lei Yen. You can achieve this step with the cultivation of your body's 4th level heaven, and you have already gained the respect of this saint. It's just a pity that, since we are already on the opposite side, this old man will not have it. Any hold. The next move, old man, see how you can resist it? Red flames burn the sky. Scarlet flames spewing out into the void like a volcanic eruption. The rich red flames turned into fire clouds, and the entire sky was covered with red fire clouds, as if to burn the entire sky. This guy actually has 2 attributes. Han Feng's pupils shrank. He has mastered the thunder attribute, and the fire attribute, and thinking that this person was called the Thunder Flame Saint before, Han Feng understands the origin of this title. Han Feng exhaled with a sharp look. The level and power of this move are more powerful than the previous Red Thunder promise. The first. The fire cloud is like the thunder cloud when the sanctuary powerhouse transcends the calamity, and the fire pillars like thunder calamity erupt from the fire cloud, like a torrential rain. The entire burning heaven mountain is like the end of the world. This vast scene made a group of warriors change color again, and the warriors in Huoshanzong were filled with wry smiles. Faced with the current situation, is Huoshanzong unable to return to the sky after all? Some who were grateful to Han Feng even shouted for Han Feng to leave. Of course, there were also some disciples who looked at all this with a cold eye and felt strange in their hearts. Han Feng doesn't care about the thoughts of the warriors, the Fire Heaven sect and the disciples of the major Fenshin mountains. At this moment, Han Feng's eyes are only filled with clouds of fire and pillars of fire. Han Feng knew that now is not the time to continue hiding, leaving some trump cards to deal with the 4 heavenly gang saints in the future. Han Feng immediately cast the heavenly immortal body. The heavenly immortal physique reached the realm, which made Han Feng's cultivation soar once again, reaching the 6th level realm of the peak of the sanctuary. The cultivation level was only one step behind the Thunder Flame Saint, who was at the limit of the 6th level heaven. Holy flame strikes the sky. The golden flame fist spun into the sky, turned into a vortex of flames in a shocking gaze, emitting a terrifying suction. All the pillars of fire were involuntarily sucked into the flame vortex. Saint Lei Yan also had a solemn expression on his face at the moment. The cultivation base has skyrocketed again, and the power of the sanctuary's secret knowledge is stronger than the high-grade medium, but weaker than the high-grade. This child's attack is stronger than the old man's vaguely stronger. The scene that the Thunder Flame Saint can see, the Tiangang Saints can naturally see it. Heavenly Gang Saints' eyes are full of coldness. Is this the trump card of this kid against my 4 major sects? It is really strong, but it's not enough to see. I don't know if this kid has hidden strength. If not, Lei Yan, the saint, is enough to solve this son. The top-ranked powerhouses in the Holy Sect still have some understanding of each other. The Heavenly Gang Saint naturally knew that red flame burning the sky was not the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Saint. Compared to the 4 Tiangang Saints, the rest of the warriors were all shocked. This Huoshanzong's protector has reached such a level of combat power that at this time, those who had said with certainty that the Lei Yan sage would definitely win and kill Han Feng did not say anything. Domain suppression. Seeing that his attack was about to be broken, the domain of Saint Thunder Flame erupted, covering Han Feng. Han Feng did not use his own domain to fight, and the aurora Song Yen swept out, directly swallowing the domain of the Thunder Flame Saint, and then broke out of the domain. All of a sudden, the 4 saints of Tiangang are not calm. They can ignore the suppression of the field and swallow the power of the suppression of the field. What kind of monster is this? Doesn't this mean that between the sanctuary levels, the innate oppression of the high-level sanctuary on the lower-level sanctuary is useless to this child? The importance attached to Han Feng, the Tiangang saints raised another level in their hearts. Saint Lei Yan's face was solemn, his hands were constantly forming seals, and the Saint Yuan rioted in his body. Without the output of Saint Yuan, the fire clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, but 2 terrifying forces filled the entire sky again, one fiery and the other with a domineering atmosphere. It is the fire attribute power and the thunder attribute power. The Thunder Flame Saint actually displayed 2 attributes at the same time, that's all, but the 2 attributes have a tendency to merge. Thunder Flame Saint will have such a title. It is not simply having 2 attributes, but the Thunder Flame Saint can fuse the 2 attributes together. The fusion of 2 different attributes of the holy essence, the increased power, is not as simple as 1 + 1. This is the strongest blow of this old man. If you can resist this blow, this old man will withdraw from this treasure competition. This sentence made many people look embarrassed. Layers of fig leaf. At this moment, the four saints of Tiangang were a little embarrassed when Lei Yan said so. Thunder Flame Remnant Moon Slash. The power of thunder flames condensed, and a large amount of holy essence spewed out, forming a crescent-shaped slash in the void. The slash exudes a fierce aura, as if to cut the space in half. The power of this blow has truly reached the late stage of the sanctuary peak. The incomparable waning moon slash came whistling with two different momentums. In Han Feng's senses, everything around him disappeared. It was pitch black and empty, only a sharp slash was getting bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer. Breaking the heavenly fist. Boom! The sky and Fenchen Mountain were shaking, and the shocking force of the shock surged out, and the shocking force erupted like a tsunami. It is also the Dou Pajintian fist. This punch has reached the highest level of the Dou Pajintian fist, the 6th level. The 6th level Dou Pajintian fist was not considered weak among the top-grade and high-grade sacred arts, and the 99th level vibrational power erupted one after another. Since the cultivation base has broken through to the middle of the peak of the sanctuary, the various levels of martial arts under the ultimate sanctuary, the degree that Han Feng can control has greatly increased. Especially after practicing in the time house, Han Feng has already fully mastered the top-grade and lower-grade techniques, and the top-grade and top-grade sanctuary techniques are infinitely close to perfection. A heavy vibrational force bombarded the thunder flame slash, and the speed of the thunder flame slash slowed down. The vibrational force had a resonance, so that the energy condensed by the thunder flame slash had a tendency to collapse. I don't know how much vibration force bombarded it, and the thunder flame slash finally stagnated in the air, and did not continue to move forward. After a while, a crack suddenly appeared on the thunder flame slash, just like the Minoan effect. After this crack burst, one after another cracked open. In the blink of an eye, the cracks on the thunder flame slash were densely packed, and the next moment, the thunder flame slash was completely shattered, turning into a thunder flame starlight and vanishing between the heavens and the earth. It's blocked. The faces of the crowd of warriors were stunned. The murderous intentions of the four Tiangang saints became more intense. Regardless of whether Huoshanzong had treasures, it was a fact that they had offended Han Feng. The waning moon slashed by the thunder flames shattered, but it also exhausted the power of the shock. This time, the two of them were considered opponents, and they were evenly matched. In terms of cultivation, the Thunder Flame Saint is even better, but Dou Pajintian Fist surpasses the Thunder Flame Remnant Moon Slash in the rank of the top-grade sanctuary. In other words, Lei Yan Waning Moon Slash is only a high-grade middle-grade sanctuary peculiar skill, and it is only because of the fusion of Thunder Flame attributes that its power is upgraded to high-grade and high-grade. If Han Feng hadn't fully used the power of Duba Zentianquan, Han Feng would have won this battle. Saint Lei Yan sighed, "It seems that the treasure is destined to miss me." He took a deep look at Han Feng and continued, "Since I said before that as long as you block this old man's blow, the old man will no longer participate in this matter, now that you have blocked it, it is time for this old man to leave." After speaking, Saint Lei Yan showed his body and disappeared directly in front of everyone. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and it was too straightforward to leave. The Tiangang Saint Yuan violently swept out around the body of the Tiangang Saint, and the Tiangang whirlwind distorted the surrounding space torn apart. It seems that the old man has to take action. Tiangang Saint's cold eyes fixed on Han Feng. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Everyone who has the ability, try to read the genuine version. Please support Cabbage more. It is not easy to code words. As soon as the Tiangang whirlwind came out, the whole world was shrouded in a terrifying Tiangang coercion. This terrifying aura is the Heavenly Gang Saint. Is the Tiangang Saint finally going to take action? That's right, even Saint Lei Yan can't help this person. Saint Tiangang can't do anything. It's finally your turn to shoot yourself? Han Feng smiled softly, and didn't look dignified because of the Tiangang Saint's shot. Heavenly Gang Saints can see that Han Feng is not pretending, but is really relaxed. In an instant, the Heavenly Gang Saint laughed furiously. He was really an arrogant boy. Could it be that he thought he could easily get rid of him, but he was the 7th level limit of the sanctuary peak, which was a whole day higher than that of the Thunder Flame Saint. Junior looking for death. Tiangang Finger. Tiangang Xuanhuan condensed and turned into Tiangang giant fingers to break open the space and roared away. The 3 ancient demon saints watched with all their attention. Although the 4 of them were of equal status, and it was rumored that the strength of the 4 of them was about the same, in fact, the 4 of them still knew each other. Among the 4, the Sage Ben Lei and the Sage Ancient Demon are really on par, and Sage Luo Jian is slightly better than Sage Ben Lei and Sage Ancient Demon because he has a high level of sword intent. The strongest is the Heavenly Gang Saint. All of this is because of the Heavenly Gang Saint Yuan. The Saint Yuan, composed of Tiangang, surpasses the ordinary Saint Yuan, composed of true Yuan, in all aspects. With Tiangang Xingyuan, no matter what kind of holy domain skills you use, you can improve a lot of power. The 3 ancient demon saints were very interested in how Han Feng resisted the Tiangang Saint. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. The giant finger of flame broke through the void and descended to the earth. This time, Han Feng was not using the 8th level of the Fen Tian Emperor's Respect Finger, which was a high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary, but the 9th level of the highest realm. As soon as the flame giant pointed out, the space shattered, and many spaces burned directly. The terrifying scene made many warriors look incomparably horrified. The 9th level Burning Heaven Emperor's venerable finger with near-perfect power. The power of this finger is not weak in the 7th level peak of the sanctuary. However, the Tiangang Saints were originally the 7th layer of the sanctuary peak, and after the Tiangang finger broke out, they even surpassed the 7th layer. The fingers of Tiangang and the giant flame collided, like 2 stars colliding, and the earth-shattering sound seemed to break open the sky and spread to a farther place. Heavenly Gang, Chi Jin, and flame meteors rushed frantically around. The Tiangang Saint directly opened the Tiangang barrier to block these energy and flame meteors. However, Han Feng did not suffer too much damage with the flame armor on his body. It's just that Tiangong's fingers are stronger than the giant flame fingers, so most of the energy and flame meteors are bombarding Han Feng. Therefore, the holy flame armor on Han Feng's body is also full of cracks. Obviously, if it is not guarded by the holy flame armor, the aftermath will definitely be given to Han Feng. Han Feng caused a lot of damage. Suddenly, the Tiangang Saint moved, forming afterimages, and his palms were condensed into claws, and they were caught by Han Feng. A fierce air force locked Han Feng. Rather than the speed? Han Feng Xuanming's heavenly wolf wings opened, also forming various afterimages to dodge in the void, and the Heavenly Gang Saint only caught one empty space. In terms of attack power, the Saints of Tiangang are indeed much higher than the same level, but the speed is different. The Saints of Tiangang have not comprehended any decent speed-like sanctuary skills. Tiangang is a power that destroys attributes, and it is much more difficult than others to develop the secret of speed. This may be the price that Tiangang Saints need to pay after owning Tiangang. Run, run, I want to see where you can run. He failed to catch Han Feng several times, and the Tiangang Saint became angry. Tiangang Storm. The storm composed of Tiangang Xingyuan was earth-shattering, the sky was violently gloomy, and the terrible fluctuations in the air made the warriors in the crowd tremble. Some warriors have regretted coming here, and the treasures have not been obtained, but because they have been affected by some powerful energy aftermath, it is fate that they do not die. A violent storm was chasing Han Feng, and while the storm was rolling, it fluctuated a terrible suction. Aurora Xuanhuan, fusion. The silver-white flame quickly merged into the holy flame battle body, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared again at this moment, reaching the astonishing sanctuary peak 7th heaven. What? The Tiangang saint's pupils shrank, and his face changed greatly. 6th heaven and 7th heaven, that is the gap between the middle and late stages, which is not too big. This is why Han Feng's sanctuary must surpass the heavenly sages by a lot, but the heavenly sages frequently fall into it. The reason for the downwind. But now they're all on the same level, so it's different. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. The 9th level Burning Heaven Emperor's venerable finger rushed into the Tiangang storm, a rumbling sound could be heard, and a moment later, overflowing flames rushed out of the storm. The Tiangang storm has since dissipated. Damn it, this guy still kept his trump card when he fought against the Saint Lei Yan. Did he leave it specifically to deal with the old man? What a cunning boy. The Saint Tiangang cursed in his heart. Tiangang rotation technique. Centered on the heavenly gang saint, one after another of the heavenly gang streamer condensed and then burst out violently, just like a Tiangang vortex. The light of Tiangang constantly erupted from the vortex. Boom. The sky is full of the sound of the light of the sky being bombarded. Lotus smashing fist. 9 lotus flowers condensed, and 9 lotus flowers were condensed, and the lotus bursting fist had exerted its strongest fifth power. Because the silver-white flaming lotus was directly condensed by Aurora Xuanhuan, its formidable power was even better than that of Emperor Fan Tian. The 9 lotus flowers exploded, forming a huge flame that directly swallowed up the light of the sky, and then swallowed the vortex of the sky. The temperature that even the peak of the 8th level peak of the sanctuary will tremble at the temperature makes the vortex of Tiangang engulfed by burning and swallowing cleanly. The Tiangang saint continued to retreat, dodging the silver flames. His face was extremely gloomy. The warriors in the crowd were all in an uproar, and the heavenly handle saints all took action. They thought that the strength of the heavenly handle saints should be handpicked. Over the years, the majesty of the heavenly handle saints in the holy sect has made them believe this. But the reality is that they slapped them fiercely. Not only did the Tiangang saints not quickly capture the opponent, but looking at the situation, are they still at a disadvantage? The warriors of Huatianzong, including Fan Yanjun and Fan Tianli, were dumbfounded for a moment, and then they burst into endless surprises. They seemed to see the hope of living. The expressions of the 3 ancient demon saints also changed greatly, but the ancient demon saint sneered, "Tiangang, what are you hiding and doing? Use the strongest tricks." The Tiangang saint took a deep breath and said coldly, "Boy, it's not in vain for you to force the old man to this point if you die under this old man." Tiangang, destroying God strike. The third one. Tomorrow is August 1st, and there will be about 6 shifts in cabbage. Some readers may think that it is a little less, but for cabbage, which is in the low ebb of codewords, this is really doing the best of cabbage. Tiangang, destroying God strike. At the moment when the Tiangang saint shouted these 5 words, the sky suddenly darkened, and then endless brilliance erupted from the Tiangang saint. Every brilliance contains frightening power. These brilliance condensed and turned into a spear that exuded the aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The first part of the spear pointed directly at Han Feng, and the terrifying Qi machine firmly locked Han Feng. Han Feng's face became solemn, as expected of an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, although his understanding is not comparable to those of the ancient family geniuses. It is not comparable to those ancient family geniuses in terms of time. Some things, once the foundation is deep, can still burst out with infinite power. For example, the sanctuary secret skills displayed by the Tiangang saints are not weak at all in the high-grade and high-grade sanctuary secret skills. When you reach the peak of the sanctuary, you are able to display the level of sanctuary secret skills that match your own cultivation realm. The genius of the ancient family was able to comprehend in a very short period of time the unique sanctuary skills that matched or even exceeded the level of cultivation, which was an outstanding talent and understanding. Heavenly gang saints have lived for thousands of years before they realize it, and after the background reaches a certain level, it has caused a qualitative change. Han Feng knew early in the morning that he would have a battle with the Tiangang saint, so he learned a lot about the Tiangang saint from Fen Tianli. There has never been such a powerful secret. Obviously, this heavenly gang destruction strike was realized by the heavenly gang saint after years of precipitation in the Tiangang sect. The Tiangang spear waved and pointed at Han Feng, and Xuanhuan's murderous intention burst out. If it is an ordinary sanctuary peak 7th level powerhouse, it is normal to be so stiff and unable to move at this moment, but it is Han Feng who is facing the Tiangang spear. Aurorat Songyan was burning fiercely, resisting the gushing murderous intent. At the same time, Aurorat Songyan also merged into the holy flame rising heaven fist. The silver-white flames illuminated the darkened sky, like a bright sun rising into the sky. Xingyan Hongtianquan itself has already reached the peak of the 8th stage, and after integrating into the Aurorat Songyan, the power that erupted has exceeded the range that can be achieved by the top-grade sanctuary. The flaming giant fist, which was as bright as the sun, slammed into the Tiangang spear fiercely. Boom! 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 The terrifying aftermath spread like a storm, and the Tiangang spear tried its best to penetrate the flame fist, but it couldn't penetrate it anyway. Tiangang Qi Jin rubbed against the giant flame fist, and the nearby space distorted and collapsed. How is it possible? This kid has such a strong strength. The eyes of the Tiangang saint were full of disbelief. Broken! Han Feng shouted loudly, and the power of the giant flame fist increased again. Feeling the oppression from the Tiangang spear, the Tiangang saint's face flushed red, and there was a tendency that he couldn't resist. Thinking of the 3 ancient demon saints watching behind him, the Tiangang saints were full of embarrassment. Boy, don't be mad. The Tiangang saint seemed to have made up his mind. With a throw of his right hand, a small pitch-black tower burst out, and it became bigger and bigger on the way. From the very beginning, it quickly turned into a huge tower hundreds of meters high. The pitch-black giant tower descended from the sky with a mighty momentum. Like a hill. There was a strange flash on Han Feng's face. The function of this giant tower is too similar to Shantian's sacred brick, but it is not as powerful as Shantian's sacred brick in terms of power and speed. The black giant tower should be the top-grade holy artifact. Although its power is not bad, for the Tiangang saints, in addition to sneak attacks, facing the enemy head-on is not as good as their own sacred masters. I think this is also the Tiangang saints before. The reason for using the giant black tower. It was only when Han Feng was forced to have no way out that he thought of using the black giant tower for a sneak attack. Go! Han Feng stretched out his hand, and the golden light roared away. Since the power of Aurorat Songyan has been raised to the top-grade holy fire, the Shantian holy brick has also been restored by Xiaopeng to the limit of the top-grade holy artifact. As long as Han Feng Jiuyeni Huaju breaks through to the peak in the late stage of the 5th layer, Xiaopeng will be able to repair the final brokenness of the 3-day holy brick, and the Shantian holy brick will also be promoted to the 9-day holy brick that is comparable to the best holy artifact. The golden light roared away, so small compared to the black giant tower, but this small golden light hit the black giant tower with a deafening roar, and many warriors covered their ears and looked ugly. The place where the black giant tower and the golden light collided waved ripples, and the space where the ripples passed was shattered. The little golden light forcibly blocked the black giant tower, and no matter how the black giant tower rotates, it can no longer get close to Han Feng. Click. Click. After a stalemate for a while, a crisp sound suddenly sounded, and the sharp-eyed powerhouse suddenly realized that the crisp sound came from the black giant tower, and a crack had been cracked on it. With the first crack, more and more cracks spread and opened, only to hear a rumbling sound. The golden light pierced through the black giant tower, and the dignified high-grade middle-class holy artifact was scrapped. The golden light continued to attack the Tiangang saint, and an unprecedented sense of crisis rose from the heart of the Tiangang saint. At this moment, the golden light turned into an existence larger than the black giant tower, and Taishan slammed into the Tiangang saint. At this time, the Tiangang saint is still urging the Tiangang destroyer to resist Han Feng's holy flame bombing the sky. Facing the attack of the Shantian holy brick, the Tiangang saint can't resist or even dodge at all. If you resist, the heavenly game destruction strike will be broken in an instant, and you will face the double attack of the golden giant brick and the silver fire fist. You three haven't shot yet. The Tiangang saint roared, and now he has to ask the three ancient demon saints for help. The three ancient demon saints did not say anything sarcastic. The three of them could see that Han Feng's strength far surpassed them individually, and they could only kill this evil star together. The ancient demon seals the sky. The right palm of the ancient demon saint seemed to support the sky, and countless gloomy and sharp bones in the sky shot down like needles. Ben lay bomb. The Thunder Saint was surrounded by violent thunder and lightning, and behind him appeared a huge figure that was like a thunder god, completely composed of thunder. Luo Jian destroys the sky. Luo Jianqing's sword intent erupted, and the entire sky seemed to be targeted by the infinite spirit sword, and the sword energy overflowed. Numerous warriors felt cold all over, as if countless spirit swords exuding Morihan's murderous intent were aimed at their vital points. The full blow of the three saints, although not as terrifying as the heavenly gang destruction strike, is only slightly inferior. The four major attacks are combined, and the whole world seems to be blasted. The unparalleled power makes many warriors unable to resist any resistance. It is too strong, it is too powerful. Han Feng's eyes flashed. It seems that this is all of your strength. Since this is the case, I don't need to cover up anymore. Aurorat Song Yan poured out from his dantian and quickly merged into the holy flame battle body and the celestial immortal body. The first one is complete. Ask for basic flowers. There are not too many updates in July, but it is a little more than in June. When you are in the low ebb of codewords, you have to slowly recover. If you are correct in August, the number of updates should be more than that in July. In 8 or 9 months, the update should be completely improved and stabilized. Under the shocking eyes of countless people, Han Feng's cultivation level climbed again and again. It was still the cultivation base of the 7th layer before, but in a blink of an eye, it was upgraded to the 9th layer. Just in terms of cultivation, Han Feng has the qualification to crush the 4 Tiangang saints. Under the increase of cultivation base, the power of Xingyan Han Tian Fist has also skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. Now, the power of this punch is beyond the peak of the sanctuary. This kind of power made the 4 Tiangang saints feel panic for the first time. Even if the 4 of them join forces, so what if all 4 of them use the secret technique of pressing the bottom of the box? It is not bad that the 4 of them can fight against the ordinary sanctuary peak Jizongshan powerhouse. The slightly more powerful ones in the Jizongshan are enough to defeat the 4 of them, not to mention the power of this move beyond the peak level of the sanctuary. A smile slowly appeared on Han Feng's face, and now his strength is no worse than that of Lingon back then. Now that the two meet again, it is still unknown who will die. No. The flaming giant fist defeated the combined strike of the 4 saints with the power that swept the world. Puff puff. The 4 of them vomited blood like a kite with a broken string falling from the sky. Master Saint. The 4 major sect powerhouses never imagined that things would change so drastically in the blink of an eye. The 4 great saints united a blow and were defeated so vulnerable. Now, it's your turn. Han Feng's eyes focused on the four strong sects. The rest of the participating general forces all wanted to take a look and slip away at this moment. Suddenly, a vast coercion that enveloped the entire burning heaven mountain slammed down on these people. Many warriors vomited blood and looked dispirited. The wind's eyes were full of fear. Han Feng flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "Since you're here, just stay here." "No, we didn't make a move. My lord, although we have evil intentions, we haven't had time to take action yet, please forgive me." "My lord, atonement." A group of warriors knelt down and begged for mercy. Han Feng thought about it, but in the end he didn't make a move. If all these people were killed, Hu Tianzong might be rejected by other sects, or even feared. "You can leave, but you must leave something behind," Han Feng said lightly. Many warriors were stunned, and immediately overjoyed, and immediately took out various spiritual objects and holy stones from their respective storage containers. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction, then flicked his sleeves, and many warriors left in unison. Han Feng can spare these forces that have not yet been able to take action, but the four major sects are different. With the powerful momentum of the Han Feng sanctuary peak Jizongshan at this moment, the power of each Qi Jin is not bad. Except for a small number of the peaks of the sanctuary, the powerhouses of the four major sects were not able to resist, and they were killed in seconds, and the shrill screams resounded in the sky. The major sects in burning Tianshan shuddered together, but luckily they hadn't had time to leave the Huatian sect, otherwise the fate of the four major sects would be a lesson from the past. In the Huatian sect, Fen Yanjun and Fen Tianli stared blankly at all this, as if they were in a dream, and they only felt incredible. At this moment, they understood why Han Feng seemed so confident from the very beginning. That was because Han Feng really had the confidence, and this confidence came from the powerful strength of Han Feng itself. Fen Tianli smiled reassuringly, "So it seems that the strange fragment is not wrong. Maybe this lord can study the true function of the fragment." Fen Tianli didn't know yet, but soon after he gave Han Feng the divine stone fragments, Han Feng knew the origin of the divine stone fragments. Fen Yanjun was a little uneasy. Before, he had always worried that Han Feng would not be able to compete with the Saint of Tiangang, so he persuaded Han Feng several times. Although this is also a good intention, it is not necessarily willing to listen to powerful warriors. Fen Yanjun is afraid that Han Feng will give him a look. In the Fire Heaven sect, some disciples who were already loyal to the Fire Heaven sect became excited from their hearts, while some who had dissent at the moment were horrified and immediately let go of their strange thoughts. In the sky, under the constant bombardment of Han Feng's energy, the warriors who came from the four major sects were bombarded and killed. The four major sects naturally have some mid-level sanctuary masters, but even these mid-level sanctuary peaks, at most 10 times of resistance, will have to fall with hatred. Suddenly, Han Feng's face flashed a bit of strangeness. "You four old guys have good vitality. You recovered so quickly after being hit hard by my punch. Is it because the four of you shared the damage?" Han Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void. The terrifying suction force was like a whirlpool. Spread around. For space waves turbulent, and then four figures with terrified faces were sucked out by Han Feng. It was the four saints of Tiangang. These four guys actually hide in secret and want to escape, and they don't even have the idea of fighting Han Feng. Han Feng shook his head. "I really don't know how your bravery and achievements spread throughout the holy sect. It's not that you are not as energetic as you were when you were young." Han Feng's words touched the truth. The four Tiangang saints were not so afraid of death when they were young, and it was a common thing to fight against being stronger than them. It's just that the four of them are now approaching their deadline. Not many people can face death so calmly, and the four Tiangang saints are obviously not among the very few. Originally, there was not much life left, and the four of them cherished their lives. This young man, can't we stop attacking Xuanhuan? We don't have many days to live, let's save our lives. Saint Ben Lei said with a sad face. The Saint Ben Lei was full of regrets. From the very beginning, he never wanted to destroy the Huotian sect. In the end, he only joined in because of the temptation of being unable to resist the treasure. Who would have thought that it would fall to this point now? The hatred for the saint of Tiangang surpassed the fear of Han Feng at this moment. That's right, it's fear, not hate, or this is the sadness of the weak, who dare not hold grudges in the face of those who are far superior to oneself. Under the threat of life, the three saints of Tiangang had to let go of their former dignity and begged for mercy. Such a scene made all the warriors in Tianshan stunned again. Han Feng squinted slightly, and suddenly shot. The four saints were caught off guard, and had to hurriedly condense Xuanhuan to resist. Break! The 9 silver lotus flowers condensed by Han Feng burst into a terrifying flame, which once again severely injured the 4 Tiangang saints. The Tiangang saint said in shock, "Are you really going to kill them all?" Han Feng snorted disdainfully, "You are the least qualified to say such a thing." Han Feng pointed his finger and shot a few Qi energy, temporarily sealing the 4 people's cultivation base. Descending from the sky, Han Feng ordered the 4 saints to be imprisoned in prison, and he couldn't wait to lead the Xuanhuan powerhouse to fly to the 4 major sects. The 4 major sects have been standing for so long, and there must be many precious spiritual objects in the treasure house. When Fen Yanjun heard that he was going to rob the treasure house of the 4 major sects, his eyes lit up, and the disciples of Huotian sect were even more eager to try. Not long after, the 4 major sects were completely captured by Han Feng. Under the powerful strength of Han Feng, the remaining strongmen of the 4 major sects had no resistance. The second one is complete. Ask for basic flowers. The 4 saints of Tiangang were arrested, and the news that the treasure house of the 4 major sects was robbed quickly spread throughout the holy sect, and there was an uproar in the holy sect. No one thought that things would develop to such a point. All of a sudden, Han Feng's fame spread so fast that even some forces outside the sacred sect had heard of it. One person competes with the 4 Tiangang saints. This strength makes the warriors in the holy sect not dare to provoke Han Feng in the slightest. Some people even think of everything about the Fire Heaven sect before. Could it be that the Emperor Venerable Saint was so powerful back then? Involuntarily, many sects began to envy the Burning Heaven sect. No, it should now be called the Burning Heaven sect. In the Burning Heaven sect, Han Feng took out all kinds of spiritual objects and holy stones that he found, and only took out those that were useful to him, and only a part of those that were useless to him. In the future, when he returned to the Han family, he could use it to train the warriors of the Han family and the Lei family. Although it is only a part of it, the 4 sects have accumulated so much over the years. For the Han family and the Lei family, there is no problem in supporting the rapid improvement for more than 100 years. For Burning Tianzong, this is also the foundation that supports their rapid rise. Fen Yanjun was so happy that his eyes narrowed and he was about to lose sight, while Fen Tianli's heart was surging. He never dreamed that he would see the day when Fen Tianzong reappeared in the holy sect and carried it forward. It was Han Feng who came to all this. Therefore, Fen Tianli is more respectful and grateful to Han Feng, and can be said to be responsive to Han Feng. On this day, Han Feng called Fen Tianli over. "Sir, what's the matter with you?" The day when the senior emperor, the sage, passed on the emperor's venerable finger to me, he once said to me that if I wanted to pass on the venerable finger of the emperor to his descendants, you will now have the blood of the senior emperor and sage. The descendants will call, "Let me see who is more suitable." Han Feng said slowly. In fact, Han Feng already had a general spectrum in his heart, but he did not finalize it. Fen Tianli was stunned at first, then overjoyed, and in a panic, he summoned the younger generation who had the blood of the emperor venerable saint. He didn't have the calmness that a great sanctuary powerhouse should have. This shows that Fen Tianli was in his heart at the moment shock. Emperor Burning Heaven respectfully pointed out that the highest level reached the top-grade sanctuary secret skills, and if such sacred skills were inherited, the strength of the Burning Heaven sect in the future, needless to say, would greatly increase. Soon, a row of younger generations stood in front of Han Feng, looking at Han Feng with curiosity, respect, and desire. Fen Juanxiang was among them impressively. At this moment, Fen Juanxiang's expression was still full of tension. The power of Han Feng Yuanshan poured out and enveloped everyone. The majestic power of Yuanshan brought endless oppression to a group of younger generations, and many people's faces turned pale. The power of the primordial spirit swept to Fen Juanxiang, and Han Feng said in his heart. Sure enough, when he met Fen Juanxiang, Han Feng felt that the fit between Emperor Fenshen and Fen Juanxiang might be relatively high. After personal verification, it is even more certain. The fit between Fen Juanxiang and Emperor Fenshen's esteemed fingers is as high as 90%. Having inherited Emperor Fen Tian's respect finger, Fen Juanxiang may not be able to play the 9th level of Emperor Fen Tian's respect finger, but at least he can perfectly play the 8th level of Emperor Fen Tian's respect finger. What Han Feng passed on to Fen Juanxiang was the Fenshen Emperor's finger that was first passed down to Han Feng by the Emperor, not the Fenshen Emperor's finger that Han Feng was practicing at the moment. The two seem to be only slightly different, but the essence is already a huge gap. The latter is completely in line with the Han style after passing through the divine light. It changed into the Fen Tian Emperor's esteemed finger that belonged to Han Feng himself. Fen Juanxiang had a 90% fit with the former Fen Tian Emperor esteemed finger, but only 50% with the latter's Fen Heaven Emperor esteemed finger. Huh? Han Feng was about to take back his primordial spirit, but suddenly found a dark-skinned boy on the left of the younger generation. This boy's fit with Emperor Fen Tian's fingers, who belonged to the Emperor's sage, was only 40%, but his own. But Emperor Burning Heaven's esteemed fingers had an 85% degree of fit. I didn't expect an unexpected harvest. Han Feng smiled. Under the envious gazes of the rest of the younger generation, Han Feng waved to Fen Juanxiang and the black boy. It has been a few days since the sanctuary's secret knowledge was passed down, and the energy consumed after the Han Feng War and after the inheritance has been restored, and it has reached its best state. Taking the 4 saints of Tiangang into the room from the prison, Han Feng smiled maliciously. Perhaps knowing that they were doomed, the 4 saints rarely showed a calm state. Han Feng felt a little boring after reading it. He stopped talking nonsense and took out the blood-drinking dragon knife, slashed it on the Tiangang saint, and sucked out the blood essence of the Tiangang saint in the late peak of the sanctuary. With the screams of the heavenly gang saint, the blood-drinking dragon knife shone with a dazzling blood-colored light, and the momentum became stronger and stronger. Now it has reached the level of the top-grade and middle-level top-level holy artifact, and there is a vague trend of promotion. At the beginning of the Demon Flame Mountain, after absorbing the blood of the demon sage, the blood-drinking dragon saber has been upgraded to the top of the top grade. The light grew stronger and stronger, but in the end it still returned to calm. It seems that one is not enough. Han Feng set his sights on the next one. The tragic death of the heavenly gang saints greatly changed the expressions of the 3 saints who had calmed down. Luo Jianqing said with an ugly face, "Boy, if you want to kill, just be quicker, why bother to torture people like this?" Han Feng smiled. Han didn't mean to torture you. Who told you that your blood essence can improve my holy weapon? If your cultivation is only in the middle of the peak of the sanctuary, Han will not look down on it. A knife was inserted into the body of Sword Saint Luo, and after the blood of Sword Saint Luo was absorbed, the blood-colored light of the blood-drinking dragon sword finally fluctuated violently. Boom! The dazzling blood light rushed out of the room, and even outside, one could feel the pressure brought by the blood-colored light. The warriors of the Burning Heaven sect saw that the light burst out from Han Feng's house, and mistakenly thought that the blood-colored light was something Han Feng was cultivating, so they didn't care. Finally promoted. Han Feng's face was happy, and since then, the blood-drinking dragon knife has been regarded as a top-grade holy weapon. Suck out the blood of the last ancient demon saint and the saint who is running for thunder, and the blood-drinking flying dragon knife goes a step further. It is also considered a middle level among the high-grade holy artifacts, but with the continuous improvement of the blood-drinking flying dragon knife, the required essence, the blood energy level, is also getting higher and higher. Now, unless there are a lot of blood in the peak of the 7th heavenly heaven, it can hardly bring much improvement to the blood-drinking dragon saber. Unfortunately, in the ancient race, I will not be able to use the blood-drinking 9 dragon knife. Han Feng tapped the flying dragon knife with his fingers, regretting. The blood-drinking flying dragon knife is a thing of the Tuoba family's Shok clan, and it is impossible for the Yen clan to not know it. If it is just a high-grade holy artifact, the ancient families of the Yen clan are not necessarily greedy, and the top-grade holy artifact is estimated to be a little hot, but the super-grade holy artifact is different, especially the highest level of the super-grade holy artifact, but it has the characteristics of a half-divine artifact. It is said that if the sanctuary great perfection masters master it, the strength will definitely increase greatly. Putting away the blood-drinking dragon knife, Han Feng put some holy-level spiritual fruits in front of Han Feng, which were obtained by searching the treasure houses of the 4 major sects. I hope these holy fruits can make me go further. Han Feng's face flashed with determination. In the Burning Heaven sect, he was immersed in cultivation, and he practiced for a year. A year later, with the Han Feng retreat as the center, a majestic energy whirlwind swept out and shot straight into the sky. The third one. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky gathered at this moment, bringing heavy pressure to the many warriors of the Burning Heaven sect, and all the warriors' expressions changed greatly. This aura. Could this lord have broken through his cultivation? Fen Tianli's face flashed a hint of surprise. If he remembered correctly, this lord was only in the early stage of the 4th level at first, and he was about to break through to a small realm so soon. Already? Although the 4 major sects have a lot of holy-level spiritual fruits, the effect is not so great. It has only been a year. Forget it, this lord is able to break out with a strength that surpasses the peak of the sanctuary with a 4th-level cultivation base. He must be a super genius among geniuses, and he can't take it as usual. Fen Tianli waved his hand, causing everyone to disperse. Knowing that it was the phenomenon of heaven and earth brought about by Han Feng's breakthrough, all the warriors relaxed. Before they thought it was an unknown powerhouse attacking. In the house, Han Feng sat cross-legged, and as his cultivation broke through to the 5th heaven, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily here, forming a funnel-like vortex of spiritual energy. More and more spiritual qi gathered and turned into holy yuan, and the realm of Han Fengwu's Hongshan was gradually stabilized. A few days later, the aura vortex gradually dissipated, and Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, full of light. What a strong strength! My cultivation base has broken through the 1st level, and my overall strength has improved by 1 point. Han Feng clenched his fist and felt the majestic power in his body. The breakthrough in cultivation has also led to the exhaustion of the holy fruit obtained from the search. Although the 4 major sects are the most powerful sects in the sanctuary, there are not many in the treasure house that are useful to Han Feng. Think about it, if there are really strong people who can make the peak of the sanctuary increase in strength in a short period of time. The holy fruit of the 4 sects, will the peak of the sanctuary not be used? The most that remains is to help the great sanctuary break through the peak of the sanctuary, or the treasures that can improve the peak of the sanctuary in the early stage, and there are almost no treasures that can improve the peak of the sanctuary in the middle. If it weren't for the 4 sects that were being searched, I'm afraid that one would not be enough for Han Feng to break through. Moreover, this is Xiaopeng refining these holy fruits into source liquid, and the absorption efficiency reaches 100%. Otherwise, at this moment, Han Feng's cultivation can progress to the late 4th stage or even the peak, which is God's blessing. Han Feng, I have also extracted a trace of the divine aura from the fragments of the divine stone and refined it into the source liquid. You can absorb it to make your realm in the early stage of the 5th layer more stable. Xuanhuan's voice came from Tianhua. Out from the tower. Have you finally finished refining? As expected of the spirit in the divine stone, it took you a year for just a trace. Han Feng sighed a little. After absorbing the divine energy source liquid, Han Feng entered the practice again. This time, Han Feng's cultivation base was fully raised to the initial limit of the 5th heaven before he woke up. After the next ray of divine chi source liquid is absorbed, it is estimated that it will be able to break through to the middle stage of the 5th heaven. Han Feng estimated. I won't go home anymore. I've been cultivating in the Burning Heaven sect for the past few years. It's not long before the ancient race competition. I have to hurry up and cultivate. Yacheng, wait for me, I will definitely bring you back from the Yen clan. A light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. But at this moment, the entire area of Xingzong territory shook like a magnitude 10 earthquake. I don't know how many buildings collapsed at this moment. A huge coercion came crashing down, even some peak sanctuary powerhouses only felt that this breath was unfathomable and could not resist. What is this breath? What happened? The Saint Sect warrior was shocked. Han Feng also changed his face, and his figure appeared in the air with a swipe. Earthquake? No, it should be caused by this breath, but this breath is so strange, what is going on? Han Feng looked around, grabbed his big hand in the void, and the power of the enchantment at the peak of the sanctuary poured out wildly. Covering the entire burning heaven mountain within, this blocked the violent force used by the earthquake. Fen Tianshan's warriors were still terrified, and they all focused their gratitude on Han Feng. For a large mountain range like Fenchen Mountain, perhaps such an earthquake would not be able to defeat Fenchen Mountain, but it would also severely damage Fenchen Mountain, which would be very detrimental to their future cultivation. In particular, there is a sacred stone or vein inside Burning Heaven Mountain. If it breaks due to an earthquake, it will be a huge loss. The sacred sect domain was filled with smoke and dust, many small mountain ranges collapsed because of this, and many warriors flew into the sky one after another, looking at the apocalyptic scene of the sacred sect domain without saying a word for a long time. Some of the weaker warriors in the sanctuary did not even escape at all. What the hell happened? Damn it, which powerhouse did it? Even the one from the Huatian sect is not so capable. Could it be the sanctuary small perfection? The sanctuary small perfection does not have such ability, I'm afraid it is the sanctuary great perfection. Yes, it must be the great perfection of the Holy Land. Damn, our Holy Land has never provoked the great perfection of the Holy Land. Han Feng has never heard the conclusion of the martial artist of the Holy Sect, and if he hears it, he will definitely sneer. It is not that Han Feng, a strong man in the great perfection of the sanctuary, has never seen it before, and there is absolutely no such power. Somewhere in the sacred sect, a young man dressed in pitch black curled his mouth. Interesting, the great perfection powerhouses in my clan do not have such power. Could it be the ancestor of the true God? The ancient race is about to start, and it's time to end the training and return to the family. I heard that there is a new genius and powerhouse in the sanctuary. I have to see if there are rumors about this person. So powerful. After fighting this person, I will return to my family to prepare for the ancient clan competition. This time, I will compete for the number 1 true disciple of the ancient clan in Beizhou continent, outside. Boom. A vortex of thousands of miles was rolled up in the sky, and the vortex was blood-red. Through the blood-red vortex, you could vaguely see the world in the vortex. This is... The young man's figure suddenly stagnated in midair. Could it be that a secret realm that has not yet been discovered has appeared? In this way, there must be good things in this secret realm. If I can get one or two, my strength may be great. Enter. There was a trace of greed in the young man's eyes, and Han Feng had already been left behind by the young man. With a movement, the young man turned into a lightning bolt, directly submerging into the blood-colored vortex. In Huoshenzong, Han Feng frowned and stared at the blood-colored vortex in the sky, and a pure energy swept out, making many warriors appear intoxicated. "Little Fat, what do you think?" Han Feng asked cautiously. "Something's wrong, but I also feel that it is an opportunity for you. Do you want to go?" "Let's go, even if there are any traps, as long as it can really improve my strength, it's all worth it." "And which secret realm is not dangerous?" Han Feng said. After communicating with Xiaopeng, Han Feng came down and asked, "Any one of you want to go?" Fen Tianli shook his head and refused. "The old man is about to die, so I won't join in the fun." Fen Yanjun hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "It's just an ordinary sanctuary below, and entering it will only hinder the adults, so I don't go." Han Feng nodded. "Well, I'll go by myself." The entire holy sect can see that there is a secret realm that has not yet been discovered in the bloody vortex that suddenly appeared. Generally, such a secret realm has the richest treasures and opportunities. But the blood color also made many people feel uneasy, and those who finally entered the blood-colored vortex were basically the powerhouses above the level of the great sanctuary. Fourth, more complete. Ask for flowers. The warriors of the holy sect did not know that the blood-colored vortex that suddenly appeared was not just their place. In Beizhou continent, blood vortexes appeared in many regions, except for Beizhou continent, Central continent, Dongzhou continent, Shizhou continent, and Nanzhou continent. Even the North-Central Seas, the Central-South Seas, the Central-West Seas, and the Middle East Seas also appeared bloody whirlpools, and even the sky in the demon domain was no exception. With the appearance of the blood-colored vortex, it is very likely that the inside of the blood-colored vortex is a new type of secret realm that has not been discovered, attracting many powerful warriors, and even the small perfection powerhouses of the sanctuary have been attracted in some areas. When a large number of warriors poured into the blood-colored vortex, there was a dim sky in the distance, and the ground was blood-red, as if it was dyed red with blood. The blood red continuously penetrated into the ground. Under the ground, a blood pool absorbed the scarlet blood that had infiltrated from the ground, and a strong smell of blood permeated out. The blood pool surged for a while, and a head slowly floated out of the blood pool, making a cold laughter. In the bloody vortex. The space twisted, and Han Feng's figure emerged. What a strong bloody smell. Han Feng covered his nose. It's not that Han Feng has never killed people, and he has smelled a lot of blood. Even the blood-drinking dragon knife is full of blood. But compared with the bloody smell here, the blood-drinking Nine Dragon's knife is like a child playing at home, and it is not worth mentioning at all. Looking around, there is a blood red everywhere, like a bloody plain. Buzzing. Not far from Han Feng's side, several spaces were distorted, and then several figures appeared. These figures saw Han Feng, their faces changed greatly, and they quickly retreated. These are all Saint Sect domain warriors, and Han Feng's portrait has long been spread throughout the Saint Sect domain, and these people recognize Han Feng at a glance. They didn't have the courage to provoke Han Feng, and Han Feng could only watch these people flee as if they had discovered some terrifying monster. Am I so scary? Han Feng shrugged and didn't care. Looking in a certain direction, Han Feng shot away. The bloody plain gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of Han Feng was a large pool of blood. The blood pond is very big. Han Feng stared at it. It would take him at least 10 minutes to fly over, but God knows what is in the blood pond. And in the center of the blood pond, a blood-colored giant tree with a height of 100 meters is suspended above the blood pond. The roots of the giant tree are inserted into the blood pond, beating continuously like a heart, absorbing the energy in the blood pond. Weird to the extreme. On the top of the giant tree, there are many blood-colored fruits. Go and have a look. Han Feng showed his body and quickly swept away, while Xuanhuan glanced at the blood pool below vigilantly. These blood pools have the function of blocking the primordial spirit to investigate. If you don't pay attention at all times, if something suddenly pops out of the blood pool, it will be too late to resist. Halfway through the flight, the blood pond tumbled, and a bloody fish with a length of 30 feet jumped out, opening its fangs and biting towards Han Feng. The strong bloody smell spit out, and Han Feng almost vomited. Dead. Han Feng slapped it with a palm, and the strong Saint Yuan energy bombarded the bloodfish, and the bloodfish immediately collapsed. It is only equivalent to the initial strength of ordinary sanctuary. Han Feng has a general understanding of the strength of the bloodfish. Continue to fly towards the giant tree, the blood pond tumbles again, and this time there are several bloodfish. However, no matter how many bloodfish, the strength is only the initial stage of the ordinary sanctuary, and it is really no threat to Han Feng, even if dozens of them attack at one time, it is just a few palms of Han Feng. Not long after, Han Feng came to the blood-colored giant tree and looked up. It was densely packed with blood-colored fruits. Han Feng picked up a blood-colored fruit and sensed it, and found that the fruit contained extremely pure energy, but it was a pity that this pure energy was only useful to the ordinary sanctuary, and to the peak of his sanctuary, it was just like ordinary sanctuary. Fruit is no different. Although it's useless to me, it's of great use to my mother and the others, enough to make them stronger. Han Feng thought of the Han family and the Lei family. No, let me take a closer look. Han Feng was about to take off the blood when the chubby dignified voice sounded. Han Feng's expression froze. What's wrong with this fruit? To make Xiaopeng so dignified, this fruit is probably not as simple as he imagined. A blood-colored fruit was passed into the hands of the little fat man in the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. Little Fatty looked at the blood-colored fruit, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the next moment his little hand flapped suddenly, shattering the fruit. After the fruit was shattered, a fruit pit appeared in Xiaopeng's hand, but this fruit pit filled with a messy smell, and the bloody smell was dignified, even worse than a bloody fish. Sure enough, this blood-colored fruit is harmful. Xuanhuan said decisively. Harmful thing? Han Feng's face changed. What's going on? Xiaopeng explained. Han Feng, if I guessed correctly, this blood-colored fruit should be formed by the blood of various creatures condensed together, and it contains the crazy will of various creatures. If it's a single creature, it's not a problem. You can indeed increase your strength by absorbing it, and the will can easily be eliminated by you. But so many fused together will not work. Many messy consciousnesses are fused together and eliminated. Difficulty increases geometrically, and it is difficult to eliminate. Even if you absorb the strength increase, the messy will of these creatures will one day affect you, and eventually make you crazy. The most important thing is that there is any special power in this fruit core. Your 9 flames and different fire art level is too low, and I can't tell it. But my intuition tells me that the special power in this fruit core, this is the most dangerous place for this blood-colored fruit. That's actually the case. It seems that I can't practice with this bloody fruit. Han Feng looked regretful. Little Fatty smiled. That's not true. This blood-colored fruit will indeed constantly disturb a person's will, and eventually make him crazy, but if one day you fall into a dangerous situation, you can use this blood-colored fruit to improve your strength and get through it. Difficulties, the big deal is to soak in the spiritual spring and solve all the negative effects. Just in this way, the strength improved by the blood-colored fruit will also disappear, and your own holy essence will also be contaminated with some impurities. You need to, if it is eliminated, the cultivation base may be lowered a little. Is that so? Holding his chin and thinking for a while, Han Feng still gave up the blood-colored fruit on this giant tree. It is really that the level of the blood-colored fruit on this giant tree is too low. Go and see if there are blood-colored fruits in other places. If I guessed correctly, the blood-colored fruits and blood trees should not be the only one here. The fifth is complete. Ask for flowers. After that, it didn't take long to encounter the blood pool. The blood pool was big and small. The monsters in it were called blood beasts by Han Feng, and the strength of the blood beasts was also high and low. The low one is like a blood fish, and the high one is comparable to the great sanctuary level. The blood beasts are not all blood fishes. Han Feng has encountered a blood whale before, and the strength is enough to cause headaches for the powerhouses in the later stages of the ordinary great sanctuary. Huh? The blood-colored fruits of this giant tree are a little different from the previous ones. Han Feng came to a blood pond again, and felt that the atmosphere around the blood-colored fruit was a little different from a distance. Little Fatty's solemn voice came out. This blood-colored fruit is of a higher level than the previous fruit, and it contains more wills. If the previous blood-colored fruit was only composed of the blood of a dozen or so people, the will if there are only a dozen or so, then this blood-colored fruit is at least formed by the blood of hundreds or hundreds of people, and the will is too disordered. If you absorb this blood-colored fruit, within a few decades, you will definitely be crazy. This is because your cultivation has reached the peak of the sanctuary. If it is the great sanctuary, it will take less than 10 years. Ordinary sanctuary will probably go crazy on the spot, and the huge energy contained in this blood-colored fruit will directly explode the ordinary sanctuary. Han Feng frowned. Who is the powerhouse who made the secret realm? With so many blood-colored fruits and such a wide blood pool, how many people have to be killed to form it? Little Fatty sighed, at least above the sanctuary. True God. Han Feng's face flashed a trace of doubt. What is the true God powerhouse doing in such a secret realm? If it is to give the other warriors some opportunities, this blood-colored fruit is obviously malicious. Anyway, be careful. Little Fatty said. By the way, can I absorb these bloody fruits with the blood-drinking dragon knife? Han Feng asked suddenly. Since these blood-colored fruits can be unsealed by blood-sucking, these blood-colored fruits are condensed from blood, isn't it? You can try, but I don't think it's possible. The blood-drinking flying dragon knife absorbs blood essence, and the effect of ordinary blood cannot be said to be non-existent, but it is very small. These blood-colored fruits themselves are of low level, and the blood-drinking flying dragon knife can be improved. The effect is even more negligible. Fatty, shaking his head. That's right. Han Feng was startled and nodded. As soon as the figure moved, Han Feng flew towards the blood tree, and the primordial spirit was highly concentrated. Several previous experiences have confirmed that there must be blood beasts in the blood pool. The higher the level of the blood-colored fruit, the stronger the blood beasts in the blood pool. Han Feng estimates that the blood beasts in the blood pool this time are likely to be comparable to the peak of the sanctuary. Just when Han Feng was about to approach the blood tree, a shocking roar resounded through the sky, and the next moment the sea of blood swelled, and a blood dragon roared out with a length of hundreds of feet. A flash of aura flashed in the eyes of this blood dragon, making the whole dragon seem a little spiritual. The powerful aura of the peak of the sanctuary bombarded out. Sure enough, the strength is comparable to the peak of the sanctuary. Such spirituality is a qualitative change, caused by the strength reaching the peak of the sanctuary. Unfortunately, the spirituality is too weak, and it is still far from true wisdom. Han Feng slapped it with a palm, and the surging Saint Yuan turned into a big handprint and roared away. Although the spirituality is weak, the blood dragon still has some instincts, instead of rushing towards Han Feng recklessly like the previous blood beasts. With the instinct, the blood dragon immediately felt the unprecedented crisis flooding the whole body. A pair of huge pupils flashed a hint of fear and retreat. However, there was a voice in the blood dragon's brain that kept blocking the blood dragon's retreat, and finally the blood dragon finally roared and rushed forward. Boom! The sea of blood exploded at this moment, and the blood dragon was forcibly stopped by the big Madra in midair, and then the whole body swelled and finally exploded. The body was blown into a rain of blood and sprinkled on the blood pool. The blood-colored fruits on the giant tree were all accepted by Han Feng soon after. Just as Han Feng was about to leave, 2 rays of light burst towards her at an astonishing speed, and the breath gushed out wildly around. When 2 rays of light flew above the blood pool suddenly exploded, forming 2 passages. "Kid, keep the bloody fruit." A ray of light dissipated to reveal the figure inside. This person's pupils did not look like humans, but they were similar to snakes, and his aura was extremely cool. The other figure has an ordinary face, a square face, and looks ordinary, but when this person grins, the fangs covered with the cold light up and down are like the mouth of a giant beast, extremely hideous. The auras of the 2 people are all in the realm of the 4-layered heaven at the peak of the sanctuary, and they surround Han Feng in the middle. Han Feng's face froze. "This fruit is what I got myself, why should I give it to you?" "Ha ha ha, boy, it seems that your hair is not fully grown yet. You dare to speak like that in the face of someone stronger than yourself. I have decided that not only will I take all the bloody fruits, but I will also teach you a hard lesson." The snake-eyed man sneered. The sharp-mouthed, fawn-toothed man's eyes flashed with greed. Along the way, they also devoured a lot of blood-colored fruits, but the blood-colored fruits were too low level, and they were little improved. But now, they actually saw a blood dragon comparable to the peak of the sanctuary being killed. What does this mean? It means that the blood-colored fruit guarded by the blood dragon is very likely to be of great use to the improvement of the cultivation base of the peak of the sanctuary. Even if it is only a relatively obvious improvement in the initial stage of the peak of the sanctuary, there are so many blood-colored fruits here, and the number is too large, and the cultivation base of the middle of the peak of the sanctuary can go further. Then let's do it. Han Feng smiled sarcastically. The man with sharp mouth and fangs squinted his eyes, feeling that something was wrong. This kid was too calm. After taking a closer look, the sharp-mouthed and fawn-toothed man was a little shocked to find that although this kid was young, he could not see through his cultivation at all. Moreover, the man with pointed mouth and fangs always felt that the person in front of him seemed to have seen him somewhere. While the man with pointed mouth and fangs was thinking about why he felt familiar, the man with snake eyes had already shot. A strange luster burst out from his eyes, and a giant purple snake phantom appeared behind the snake-eyed man. Han Feng suddenly felt that the world had changed, and only a giant snake was left staring at him with fierce pupils. Han Feng did not know that at the moment, his body was bound by an invisible giant snake, and his body could not move. This invisible giant snake also wants to get into Han Feng's mind and bind the primordial spirit. This snake-eyed man is obviously good at primordial spirit attack. "Brother Zhang, don't make a move." The snake-eyed man shouted at the sharp-mouthed and fangs man. But at this moment, the holy pupil of Han Feng's forehead opened, and the light was brilliant. The snake-eyed man suddenly looked terrified. The phantom of the purple giant snake was broken, and the force of backlash directly caused the snake-eyed man to vomit blood and suffered heavy losses. The 6th is complete. Ask for flowers. Wow. The snake-eyed man vomited blood, his face pale and indifferent. Impossible, how can you break free from my attack? How can your primordial spirit be stronger than mine? The snake-eyed man looked horrified. His primordial spirit was stronger than him. Doesn't it mean that the person in front of him is cultivating to surpass him? The man with sharp mouth and fangs finally remembered why he felt familiar. You are the silver fire saint from the holy sect domain? The man with pointed mouth and fangs said in horror. What? Is he the silver fire saint? The snake-eyed man's face changed greatly, and he was extremely terrified. Although they are not warriors in the sacred sect domain, their forces are close to the sacred sect domain. Generally, they can know what happens in the sacred sect domain. Isn't it the perverted silver fire saint who defeated the 4 heavenly gang saints with the power of one person? I heard that no one knows the specific title of this person, only that the silver flame seems to burn the sky when this person defeated the 4 heavenly gang saints, so it is called the silver fire saint. The Tian gang saint alone is not something that their forces can contend against, let alone the silver fire saint who is more powerful than the Tian gang saint. The snake-eyed man never thought that his luck would be so bad. He finally tried to rob someone, but he was such a terrifying existence. You must know that among the warriors who entered the blood-colored secret realm this time, the 4th layered heaven at the peak of the holy domain is already considered a superior existence, and it is not so easy to encounter warriors who are stronger than themselves. The snake-eyed man and the pointed-toothed man looked at each other and fled in 2 directions. Facing the legendary silver fire saint, they had no intention of resisting at all, and just wanted to do their best to escape far away. You've already shot, do you still want to leave alive? Han Feng's Aurora Song Yen rushed out, turning into 9 flaming lotus flowers and roaring away. Boom! Boom! An astonishing sea of fire exploded in the 2 places, only to hear 2 screams, and then there was no sound. With Han Feng's current cultivation base, killing 2 mediocre areas in the middle of the peak of the ordinary sanctuary is like playing Silver Fire Saint? This is the title given to me by the holy sect? It's so vulgar. After killing 2 people, Han Feng held his chin and couldn't help laughing. Why don't you call me Tsang Yen Saint? Shaking his head, Han Feng continued to fly to the center of the secret realm. Another blood sea in the bloody secret realm. The black-robed youth accepted the blood-colored fruit with disdain. I thought there could be any treasures in the secret realm, but now it seems like that. My cultivation base has been promoted to the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and the combat power exceeds the peak of the sanctuary. The blood-colored fruit is almost useless to me. But if I take it back to the clan, it may be able to exchange for other treasures in the clan, but it is of little value, and I still need more. And, maybe the real value in the secret territory is not these seas of blood, and we need to continue to go deeper. Just as the black-robed youth was about to leave, the black-robed youth seemed to have discovered something, and said coldly to the space behind him, "Since you have come, you will come out. Do you really think this young master can't find you?" As the space distorted, an old man stepped out. If Han Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this old man was the original Thunder Flame Saint. The future generations are terrifying. Apart from that Silver Fire Saint, you are the second person I have seen that I can't see through. Lei Yen Saint stared at the black-robed youth. Rode slowly. The black-robed youth's eyes flashed. It seems that you have played against the Silver Fire Saint. If this young master guesses correctly, you are the Thunder Flame Saint. Just in time, I will use you to practice your skills before you fight against that Silver Fire Saint. I heard that you persisted in the Silver Fire Saint's hands for a long time, but I don't know how much you can hold out under this young master. Saint Thunder Sky Flash. The black-robed youth did not give the Thunder Flame Saint a chance to refuse, and the thunder flashed like a teleportation, slamming into the Thunder Flame Saint. Crimson Thunder Day Promise. The dazzling thunder of the sun blasted out, and thunder bursts in the sky. It's all thunder attributes. How could this young man lose to this old guy like you? The black-robed youth looked proud, and didn't take the attack of the Thunder Flame Saint at all. The Thunder Flame Saint was repeatedly bombarded by the aftermath, with a solemn expression on his face. The black-robed youth's sanctuary skills were almost half-step high-grade, much more powerful than his red thunder promise. If it weren't for this, his cultivation level was better than that of the black-robed youth. How could he be bombarded into a disadvantage? Moreover, the Saint Lei Yan sensed that the black-robed youth's Saint Yuan's solidity was far from comparable to the sixth layer, and the Saint Yuan still contained some kind of terrifying power and did not burst out. Taking a deep breath, Saint Lei Yan did not dare to be careless, and Saint Yuan surged throughout his body. Red flames burned the sky. The fire cloud covered the sky and the sun, and the blood-colored secret realm was already full of blood color. Columns of fire erupted from the cloud of fire. Hey, it's interesting. The black-robed youth smiled, and the violent power of thunder gathered in the black-robed youth's right hand. The right hand was raised high, and the thunder quickly condensed into a long spear. Tianlei cut off the gun. The thunder gun exudes a terrifying power of destruction, and it pours into the fire cloud in an instant. The flames in the sky riot, and a large sea of thunder spreads, replacing the fire cloud. A thunder gun pierced through the fire cloud, sank into the sky, and then suddenly flashed, appeared not far behind the Thunder Flame Saint, and slammed into the Thunder Flame Saint at a speed that was unbelievable. Oops! The Thunder Flame Saint was horrified. This move was already a real top-grade, high-grade sanctuary. Thunder Flame Protection. The two attributes of Thunder Flame were transformed into a shield to protect the Saint of Thunder Flame. At the moment when the shield was just formed, the Thunder Spear had already hit the shield hard. The invincible impact and the violent thunder force made the shield crackle in an instant, and the Thunder Flame Saint did not hesitate to dodge away, and the next moment the shield was broken. The thunder gun sank into the sea of blood, and the sea of blood exploded, and the place where the thunder gun did not enter the sea of blood rolled up monstrous waves. Even the surface of the sea of blood can see the continuous flickering of the thunder arc. Thunder Flame Waning Moonslash. 2 times in a row he fell behind, and the second time he was almost killed by one move. The Thunder Flame Saint broke out in cold sweat. The most powerful move was immediately cast without any hesitation. The fusion of the two attributes? It seems that there is indeed something worthy of praise for those who can create a little reputation, and this young master has to take it seriously. The body spewed out at the center. The body of Xianlei, congeal. The purple-yellow thunder armor was attached to the black-robed youth, and the black-robed youth's cultivation level skyrocketed at this moment. There was a sea of fire under the feet of the black-robed youth. The body of Xianlei? You are a member of the ancient Xianlei clan. Saint Lei Yan exclaimed. The first. The Xianlei ancient clan was also one of the ancient clans, ranking among the major ancient clans in Beizhou continent, and it could almost be said to be second only to the Yan clan and the God of War clan. The genius of the ancient Xianlei clan is definitely an extremely powerful existence at the same level. A little knowledge. The black-robed youth raised his lips. The next moment, the black-robed youth Xuanhuan's power surged out fiercely, turning into a sword and roaring away. Xianlei Holy Slash. The sword condensed by the purple-yellow thunder and lightning slashed fiercely on the crescent moon condensed by the power of thunder flames. Boom! The earth-shattering sound spread throughout the sky, and a gust of wind swept out, and the torn space was distorted. Below. The sea of blood rolled up in waves of blood. Almost like a broken bamboo, the attack of the black-robed youth easily defeated the Thunder Flame Saint's Thunder Flame Remnant Moon Slash, and slashed at the somewhat stunned Thunder Flame Saint with a fierce offensive. Saint Lei Yan was horrified. Stop, this old man just came here by chance, and has no intention of snatch it, so I stay here. As soon as the words fell, Xianlei Xingzhan had already passed through the body of the Thunder Flame Saint. The Thunder Flame Saint's voice stopped abruptly, and was cut in half by the black-robed youth. The remaining power of Xianlei Sacred Slash fell on the sea of blood, and the sea of blood tossed in an instant, splitting the sea of blood into 2 halves. Humph, show mercy? That's the right for the strong, the weak. The black-robed youth was full of contempt. I heard that this old thing persisted in the hands of the Silver Fire Saint for a long time. It seems that the rumors of the Silver Fire Saint are a bit exaggerated. Interest has dwindled. With a show of body shape, the black-robed youth turned into a thunderous light and disappeared in the sky. The center of the bloody secret realm. A 5-story blood-colored pagoda stands tall, surrounded by an invisible barrier. A great sanctuary-level warrior immediately flew away when he saw the blood-colored pagoda, only to bump into the barrier. At the same time, the originally invisible barrier instantly turned blood-colored, and the strange blood color filled with a frightening aura, like a peerless beast. The next moment, the blood-colored rays of light were prosperous, and one after another of blood rays spurted out, all of which slammed into the great sanctuary martial artist. The great sanctuary was completely reduced to ashes, before it even had time to scream. This scene made the pupils of some warriors who came later shrank. After that, more and more warriors gathered here. Naturally, some people didn't believe it. They sneered and rushed to the blood-colored pagoda. This made some people who were just around the corner were shocked. The warriors who have persuaded them before sneered, this is not believing their fate. Not long after, another group of warriors arrived, and what happened before changed again. Up to now, thousands of sanctuary powerhouses have gathered in the place separated from the blood-colored pagoda by several kilometers, most of which have the cultivation of the great sanctuary level. These powerhouses are not all from the holy sect, and there are many powerful forces from the surrounding areas of the holy sect. Suddenly, a huge purple lotus flower burst out from a distance, and a middle-aged man in purple robe sat cross-legged on the lotus flower. It's the Purple Lotus Saint, and he actually came too. There's a good show to watch now. The Purple Lotus Saint is the peak powerhouse of the sanctuary. I don't know if he will pass through this invisible barrier. If he is also killed by bombing, hee. The man made a sound of schadenfreude. There are good things in the blood-colored pagoda. Since they can't get in, it's best that everyone can't get in. But the Purple Lotus Saint is not someone who does not know each other here. This familiar person transmits the voice to the Purple Lotus Saint, and in the future, he will tell the Purple Lotus Saint. The Purple Lotus Saint laughed. Since this blood-colored pagoda appears, it is impossible to stop everyone, and the power that the enchantment can threaten is bound to be limited. This seat is the pinnacle of the sanctuary. The sanctuary is comparable. Watch this seat break this enchantment. Purple lotus blooms. The purple lotus flowers condensed and bloomed in the air, turning into pieces of lotus leaves, and slammed into the barrier like a sharp sword. Boom boom boom. The blood-colored rays of light were extremely dazzling and burst out. When all the lotus leaves disappeared, the enchantment was extremely stable, and no cracks were revealed. What? The Purple Lotus Saint's expression changed, and then the Purple Lotus Saint sensed a fatal crisis rising. Not good. The Purple Lotus Sage's footsteps grew lotus, and fled to the distance at a very fast speed, followed by blood-colored rays of light. These blood-colored rays of light shone with bloody light, and the smell of blood filled the entire sky. Each ray of blood-colored light contained a power that far exceeded the previous burst, and this power was enough to suffocate the great sanctuary. Boom! The Purple Lotus Saint did not fly far before being hit by the blood-colored rays of light one after another. He only had time to let out a scream and then stopped abruptly, completely silent. Everyone took a deep breath. Even the peak of the sanctuary was so easily killed. What kind of cultivation was able to break through the enchantment and enter the blood-colored pagoda? Even those who were gloating before couldn't help but feel a little unwilling at this moment. After another half-day, the peak of the sanctuary also gathered a lot. After hearing the end of the Purple Lotus Saint, these peaks of the sanctuary did not make a rash move. Han Feng arrived in this space. This is... Seeing a group of people gathered here, Han Feng noticed something was wrong. Han Feng's prestige in the sacred sect has now reached the highest level in history. The four saints of Tiangang are far behind, and there is a portrait of Han Feng, so Han Feng has just arrived, and there are many sacred sects. The warrior recognized Han Feng. The Silver Fire Saint is here. I finally met the Silver Fire Saint in person, and he is as young as the rumors say. What's wrong with youth? That strength is leverage. I wonder if the Silver Fire Saint can pass that barrier. It's hard to say. Before, there was a sanctuary who made a bold attempt in the middle of the peak, and the result was the same as the Purple Lotus Saint. Now I don't know if the peak of the sanctuary can pass. It's just the four saints of our sanctuary. The late peak of the domain has all fallen, and only some of the peak of the holy domain outside is here, but these guys who cherish their lives will not try it easily. When all the powerhouses were talking about it, the peak of the holy domain from outside the holy domain also looked at Han Feng with a dignified expression. Obviously, they had heard nothing about Han Feng during this period of time. Han Feng found a random person to ask about the ins and outs. It happened that this person was from the holy sect, so naturally he knew everything. Little fatty, can you see anything? Knowing the ins and outs, Han Feng pondered for a moment, and then asked little fatty. Second more. My head is so foggy, I can't think of anything, so let's make 2 shifts, today. Xiaopeng's perception came out, and after a while, he replied, this barrier is preventing people below the peak of the sanctuary. If they can burst out with power comparable to the peak of the sanctuary, they can enter. As long as you have a combat power comparable to the late peak of the sanctuary, it doesn't have to be a late stage of the sanctuary, right? Han Feng's expression moved. Yes. In this case. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and his figure swept away. Silver Fire Saint moved. When the surrounding warriors saw Han Feng's movement, they all focused on Han Feng. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Heavenly Immortal Body, congeal. Holy Flame strikes the sky. A punch comparable to the late sanctuary peak erupted. This punch slammed into the barrier, and the invisible barrier instantly burst into a blood-colored halo. The blood-colored light that everyone imagined did not appear. The punch directly passed through the blood-colored barrier. Han Feng's face did not change, but he took the time to pass through. Go in. All the warriors were stunned. So many were killed by the blood-colored light before, but when it was the turn of the Silver Fire Saint, there was nothing. A sanctuary outside the sanctuary's peak late stage flashed his eyes, and a unique trick burst out, which also penetrated the enchantment. Now, everyone understands. Damn, this enchantment is only preventing the sanctuary from reaching the peak of the late stage. A group of warriors were full of unwillingness. And some sanctuary peak late stage is overjoyed, and even some sanctuary peak 6th level extreme powerhouses are also excited. Obviously, these excited 6th level extremes must have some means to make their combat power in an instant. Soaring to the 7th heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. Brush brush. With Han Feng's verification, several sanctuaries in the late stage of the peak wanted to pass through the barrier and go straight to the Scarlet Pagoda. Boom boom boom. But at this moment, a large sea of thunder rushed into the distance, and a powerful breath oppressed everyone. Ha ha ha, this young master knows that this secret realm is definitely not just a blood-colored fruit. The black-robed youth stood on the sea of thunder, and the purple-yellow thunder armor was extremely shining. Some people with good eyesight immediately recognized this thunder armor. It's Xianlei battle armor. This guy is from the ancient Xianlei clan. Let's get out of the way. A group of warriors panicked. These ancient family members were not rewarded, and they were extremely arrogant. If they blocked the way of these guys, they would definitely be killed by the way. Roll. The youth in black robes was surging with momentum, and some of those who had not had time to retreat far were blasted away by the momentum and vomited blood. Although everyone was furious, they didn't say that the momentum of the black-robed youth at the moment was not something they could contend with, or even the black-robed young man's identity as a member of the ancient Xianlei clan. They didn't dare to say anything. Some warriors at the peak of the sanctuary who were about to rush into the barrier retreated in a hurry. They didn't dare to follow after the black-robed youth passed through the barrier. Huh? Han Feng, who was running towards the blood-colored pagoda, could not help but frown when he felt the powerful momentum coming from behind. This momentum is not weaker than the 8th-9th level peak of the sanctuary. Where did the strong come from? Although Han Feng is powerful, he is too young in age, which also causes Han Feng to have no corresponding background knowledge, so he did not recognize it. The identity of the black-robed youth. However, Han Feng didn't know the black-robed youth, but the black-robed youth recognized Han Feng the moment he saw Han Feng. The portrait of Han Feng has spread almost all over the holy sect, and even some forces outside the holy sect have also obtained the portrait, specifically telling their disciples not to provoke Han Feng. The black-robed youth wanted to fight with Han Feng, so naturally he already knew the appearance of Han Feng through the portrait. Thunder surged, and the speed of the black-robed youth instantly soared. In a few breaths, the black-robed youth surpassed Han Feng and blocked him not far in front of Han Feng. "Who are you?" Han Feng asked coldly. "Haha, you are not qualified to know yet." The black-robed youth was arrogant. "Saint Thunder Sky Flash." The black-robed youth didn't say a word, and immediately shot. Fortunately, Han Feng had already been vigilant and did not panic because of it. Facing the whistling thunder light, Han Feng used Aurora Xuanhuan to condense 9 lotus flowers and rushed towards him. In an instant, the sea of fire erupted, and thunder light roared. The powerful aura that spewed out made the warriors who were flying fast from the rear unstable, and their faces were horrified. "It's too strong. If we get too close, it will definitely be affected." "Yes, if we are affected by this mighty energy, unless we go all out, we will definitely be hit hard. And these two people are obviously just testing, and they didn't use their full strength. Once they use their full strength, I'm afraid we will be hit hard if we block them with all our strength. Anyway, I see that the Scarlet Pagoda has a total of 16 entrances. We can fly a certain distance from the left and right to other entrances." The peak of the sanctuary left the place where Han Feng and the black-robed youth were fighting far away, and continued to fly to the blood-colored pagoda. Lightning surged, quickly suppressing the sea of fire. The young man in black robe pouted. "It seems that you are nothing more than this. It is this young master who looks at you highly. Since this is the case, you don't deserve to know my name. Go to hell." At this moment, the thunder light surged wildly, and the atmosphere of destruction filled the entire space. Han Feng's expression sank. "Your Excellency will do it without saying a word, and now you have to kill Han, so don't blame Han for being ruthless." Aurora Xuanhuan, Rong. Aurora Xuanhuan merged into the holy flame battle body and the heavenly body. The silver-white flame armor was majestic, and Han Feng's aura soared to be no worse than the black-robed youth, and he was even better than him. Breaking the heavenly fist. The 4th heavy fight broke the sky and blasted out, and the 36th heavy shock force was like a wave of waves. The thunder light was twisted and shattered under the vibration of the vibration force. Click. The mysterious thunder armor on the black-robed youth also cracked at this moment. The black-robed youth moved and retreated. Glancing at Han Feng with bright eyes, the black-robed youth grinned. "I underestimated you, so I will take you seriously. You are qualified to know this young master's name. This young master Xianlei ancient clan Xianqing Tian. Remember this name, you will be defeated by this name today. Of course, if you beg for mercy, this young master can spare your life." The previous Saint Lei Yan was not considered by Xianqing Tian at all, so he killed him, but Han Feng's situation was different. At least based on his aura alone, Han Feng and Xianqing Tian were on the same level. Xianqing Tian has always been very patient and forgiving when dealing with powerhouses of the same level. As long as Han Feng is willing to beg for mercy, Xianqing Tian doesn't mind having one more powerful subordinate. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Begging for mercy? I'm afraid it will be you who will beg for mercy later. Han Feng smiled disdainfully. Xianqing Tian smiled but not smiled. It seems that my Xianlei ancient clan has not been born for a long time, and some people have been forgotten. Although your aura is strong, today I will tell you with facts, in the same level, you are strong outside. He is by no means an opponent of the genius of our ancient family. Tianlei cut off the gun. The thunder gun condensed, shook it to Han Feng, and bombarded away with heavy vibrations, but was directly pierced by the thunder gun. The unparalleled piercing power made the space a little condensed. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. The eighth-fold Burning Heaven Emperor's esteemed finger exploded away. The giant flame finger and the thunder gun collided fiercely, and the monstrous flames and violent thunder and lightning raged out again, with great momentum. Fortunately, there are no warriors around the two of them at the moment, otherwise, once they are involved in the restricted area, they will die. Unless it is the peak of the holy domain, Jizangshan, I am afraid that it will be able to resist. The piercing power of the thunder gun continued to pierce the flame giant finger, but the temperature of the flame giant finger continued to burn the thunder gun, making the power of the thunder gun constantly weaken. Xianqing Tian's face condensed, and then he smiled. There are 2 times, you are indeed much stronger than that Lei Yen saint. With your strength, you are not weak among the true disciples of the ancient family. It is hard to imagine that there will be such outside. Great existence, but that's it. Xianlei Holy Slash. As soon as the high-grade and high-grade sanctuary came out, the entire blood-colored sky changed. The incomparably violent purple-yellow thunder turned into a monstrous slash and slashed towards Han Feng suddenly. Han Feng's expression didn't change, he was still shooting away with the Fen Tian Emperor's finger, but this time the Fen Tian Emperor's finger had reached the 9th level of the highest realm. The sea of fire rose into the sky, and a giant finger of flame with the ability to burn through the sky rushed out from the sea of fire. The thunder knife slashed, and it was embedded in the giant flame finger, and it could no longer fall, let alone the Korean wind. The flames spread, and soon the thunder blade was surrounded by flames, forming a huge fire blade. The fire knife finally merged into the flame finger, and the flame finger expanded in a circle, blasting towards Xianqing Tian with more powerful force. What? Xianqing Tian's complexion changed. Xianqing Tian also experienced a lot of days outside, in the peak of the sanctuary. Except for those at the peak of the sanctuary, the others could not support his move Xianlei Holy Slash, but today. Thunder surging on Xianqing Tian's body, the whole body turned into a raging thunder and disappeared, and then condensed on the other side again. The giant flaming finger disappeared from its target and landed on the blood-colored pagoda in an instant. The blood-colored pagoda erupted into a huge blood-colored beam of light, rushing into the sky, swallowing the giant finger of flame. Xianqing Tian stared at Han Feng, laughing wildly for a long time. Xianqing Tian said with fiery eyes, "Okay, good, apart from being the true disciple of the ancient family, I haven't met an interesting powerhouse like you for a long time. The previous ones were all appetizers, and the next thing is the real battle." Han Feng suddenly withdrew his aura, ignoring Xianqing Tian's fighting intent. "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Xianqing Tian's face was very ugly. Han Feng snorted coldly, "If you want to find other people, I have to enter the Scarlet Pagoda. I don't have time to accompany you here, to waste time. There are a total of 16 entrances in the blood-colored pagoda." Han Feng saw it before. Once someone enters, one entrance will disappear. In other words, the Scarlet Pagoda can only enter 16 people. At present, 10 entrances have disappeared, and if the battle continues, all 16 entrances have disappeared. Xianqing glanced at the blood-colored pagoda, consciously, his expression condensed. Apparently also saw the disappearance of the entrance. Xianqing Tian is not an idiot, he quickly guessed the reason for the disappearance of the entrance, and immediately did not bother to read with Han Feng. Before leaving, Xianqing Tian said solemnly, "When you leave the blood-colored pagoda, you can't escape a fight with me. When the time comes, this young master will let you know the true strength of this young master as the first true disciple of the Xianlei ancient clan." "You didn't use your real strength, did I use it?" Han Feng snorted coldly. No longer talking to Xianqing Tian, Han Feng unfolded the Xianming heavenly wolf wings and rushed towards the nearest entrance like lightning. At the same time, there was also a 6th-level extreme powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary who rushed to the entrance. Seeing Han Feng coming quickly, this powerhouse was also anxious. Those who can cultivate to the peak of the sanctuary are not fools, and naturally they all know that the Scarlet Pagoda only allows 16 people to enter. It's just that no matter how fast this person is, it can't be faster than Han Feng at the moment, and he is finally rushed into the entrance by Han Feng. Xianqing Tian shouted loudly, and the thunder and lightning surged away, and the terrified warrior who was about to enter the entrance quickly dodged, otherwise he would be killed by lightning before he entered. When the warrior reacted, Xianqing Tian had already rushed into the entrance. The warrior sighed and could only choose another entrance to compete for. The first floor of the Scarlet Pagoda. Han Feng came to a bloody plain in a flash. "This is the first floor of the blood-colored pagoda?" Han Feng looked up at the sky, a blood-red color that seemed to have no end. Looking around, I still didn't see any signs, and the horizon was endless. The power of the primordial spirit poured out, and Han Feng frowned. In this blood-colored pagoda, his primordial spirit power was actually suppressed, and he couldn't do without his body. Huh? Han Feng suddenly saw a ground shaking, his eyes fixed on the ground. The next moment the ground was broken by a blood-colored monster, and the monster broke out of the ground. This is a leopard-shaped blood beast, and the breath it exudes is comparable to the peak of the sanctuary. Roar. When the blood beast saw Han Feng, he rushed over with a roar. Han Feng pointed out a finger, and the energy penetrated the body of the blood beast, and the blood beast fell to the ground. A burst of blood-colored light surged, and the blood beast gradually turned into nothingness, with only two things floating in the distance. One is a blood core that is very similar to the sacred core in the body of a sanctuary powerhouse, exuding an endless bloody smell, while the other one also exudes a bloody smell, but it is an irregular gray stone, and there is a faint smell. The evil spirit spread out. Han Feng called this stone the Blood Devil Stone. Before the blood beasts outside were killed, these two things didn't appear. Han Feng thought to himself, "Is it because this is a blood-colored pagoda? Little fat, come and see these two things." Han Feng took the blood core and the blood evil stone and passed it to the little fat in the Xuanhuan Tower. The blood nucleus and the blood evil stone appeared in Xiaopeng's hands, respectively, and he began to study it. After a long time, little fatty sighed inwardly. This blood core should have almost the same effect as the blood-colored fruit, but the energy is more condensed in essence than the blood-colored fruit, which is enough to greatly increase the strength of the powerhouses in the early stages of the peak of the sanctuary. Of course, the madness contained in it, the will is stronger. Second more. The same effect as the blood-colored fruit? Han Feng's face condensed, and then he smiled bitterly. Then this trip to the secret realm didn't get anything. Both the blood-colored fruit and the blood core are things that can improve their strength, but they cannot be used. This made Han Feng a little disappointed, but compared to his life, it was nothing. Han Feng didn't want to become a lunatic after absorbing the blood-colored fruit and the blood core strength, and became a tool for the people behind the scenes. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Since I can't absorb it, let's just let the blood-drink flying dragon knife absorb it. Han Feng took the blood-drink flying dragon saber, slashed it on the blood core, and the bloody energy was absorbed by the blood-drink dragon saber. Xiaopeng said at this time, this blood core is different from the blood-colored fruit. The blood-colored fruit is only made of ordinary blood, but the blood core is made of blood essence. Therefore, the effect of the blood core on the blood-drinking dragon knife should be far away. Much larger than the blood-colored fruit. In this way, Han Feng, although you can't use it to improve your cultivation, but Xianming Tianlanji can cultivate. Xianming Tianlanji needs wolf blood essence to cultivate, these blood essences are useless at all. Han Feng shook his head. Fatty said, I haven't finished yet. The blood beasts outside are made of ordinary blood, so there are many races of blood, but I found that the blood beasts in this blood-colored pagoda are different, they are made of blood essence. To make. This is probably because the blood beasts in the blood-colored pagoda can drop blood cores when they die. Blood essence is different from ordinary blood. Ordinary blood can be fused with many races, but blood essence is different. Essence and blood are the essence of a creature, and it is extremely difficult to integrate with other races, so this leopard blood beast is made up of the blood of many kinds of leopard monsters, and it is not mixed with the blood of other creatures, that is to say, if I encounter a wolf-like blood beast, I can absorb the blood core to improve the Xianming Tianlanwing? Han Feng said quickly. That's right, the little fat he said. What about this bloody stone? You haven't said what the bloody stone does? Han Feng picked up the irregular gray stone, and a bloody light flashed from time to time on the surface of the mountain, full of evil spirits. I don't know how this blood evil stone was formed, but the general function is inferred, it should be similar to the effect of the enlightenment stone. The fat man scratched his head, and was a little annoyed that he did not investigate the composition of the blood evil stone. Similar to the effect of the enlightenment stone? Han Feng's eyes lit up, then dimmed, and said with a wry smile, it doesn't contain any crazy will. That's right, this blood evil stone has also been manipulated. Once the blood evil stone is comprehended, the primordial spirit will unknowingly be infected with crazy will, and eventually, the primordial spirit will be completely crazy. Han Feng sighed, who created this damn secret realm? It's just trying to kill people. Xiaopeng saw that Han Feng was a little depressed, and couldn't help but say, Han Feng, you don't have to be too disappointed, it's not that you can't use this blood stone. The blood fruit and blood core are directly condensed with blood and blood essence, which contains the crazy will as the result of the fusion of various wills in the blood essence, so once those wills are expelled, the blood-colored fruit and blood core will disappear, and they are only equivalent to ordinary blood and blood essence, which can be used to improve drinking. The flying dragon knife with blood can't be used to improve your strength. But this blood evil stone is different. The crazy will inside is directly stuffed into it. If I guess correctly, the original situation of the blood evil stone should not be like this, so it is completely possible to use the spiritual spring to eliminate the blood evil stone. The crazy will within. It's just that, the blood evil stone's ability to improve comprehension should be weakened. Hearing this, Han Feng quickly took down the blood demon stone. If you weaken it, weaken it. If I am not mistaken, the blood beasts in this blood-colored pagoda will not be small, and the number will be enough to make up for the weakened loss. Throwing the blood evil stone into the Lingquan, Han Feng continued to move forward. In a sea of blood in a certain space, a head slowly surfaced. Suddenly, the head opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with thick madness and blood. The deep voice came out slowly, and the sea of blood roared, there is someone who can remove the blood demon will of this god king, who is so capable. Even if this king's current strength is less than 1/10,000th of the heyday, the blood demon will it is even weaker, but it cannot be eliminated by the warriors of this broken continent. Forget it, this God King will be able to go out immediately, and everything will be known. Even if this person eliminates this God King's Gorfiend's will, there will always be countless people who will become this God King in 100 Gorfiend towers. Blood slaves, there is no shortage of this one. Jia Jia, Huang Fuxian, Saint Lady Yan, you and this king competed for the immortal artifact, and in the end, this king won. Although the body was damaged by you, this king can be resurrected immediately, but you are forever fallen in here, Jia Jia Jia. On the first floor of the Scarlet Pagoda, Han Feng has killed dozens of blood beasts. Some of these blood beasts are still in human form, apparently condensed from human essence and blood. And blood beasts in human form accounted for nearly half. With dozens of blood nuclei and blood evil stones in hand, Han Feng put the blood nuclei and blood-colored fruits together, and let Xuanhuan refine them into source liquid. Although these blood cores and blood-colored fruits are harmful, if one day really falls into a desperate situation, they can only absorb these blood cores and blood-colored fruits to improve their strength. After the big deal, soaking in the spiritual spring will eliminate all side effects. Just lower it a bit, and then recultivation comes back. As for the blood demon stone, Han Feng threw it directly into the spiritual spring. Boom! When 100 blood beasts died in the hands of Han Feng, the bloody plain shook instantly and gradually collapsed. This is... Han Feng looked at this scene in amazement. When the bloody plain collapsed completely, Han Feng was in a pitch-dark space. This space had no sense of direction at all. It was pitch black up, down, left, and right, but his feet seemed to be stepping on the ground. Suddenly, the space in front of Han Feng flashed, and a martial artist in the late stage of the sanctuary appeared here. This martial artist was also confused and a little horrified. Han Feng is somewhat clear, this person may have experienced a scene similar to the collapse of the bloody plain before. Are you a saint of silver fire? The man stammered when he saw Han Feng. Han Feng nodded and stopped talking, thinking about the purpose of the bloody pagoda. The late sanctuary peak saw Han Feng thinking, and did not dare to say a word. As long as they have seen Han Feng and Xianqing Tian fighting at the peak of the sanctuary, there is a little bit of fear for the two of them, and the strength of the two can completely kill them in seconds. Han Feng, it seems that every time the Scarlet Pagoda advances to the first floor, half of the people need to be eliminated. If you want to enter the second floor, you can only defeat the peak of the sanctuary in front of you. The little fat voice came and Han Feng was guessing. Same. The third one. I think so too. Knowing that Xiaopeng had the same guess as his own, Han Feng suddenly raised his head, looked at the opposite sanctuary peak, told his guess and said, let's do it, I might as well enter the first place. Second floor. The opposite sanctuary peak gave a wry smile. How dare you take action with Lord Silver Fire Saint, and directly admit defeat. At the moment when the sanctuary peak warriors conceded defeat, a huge force descended, and the scene in front of Han Feng changed drastically. When it appeared again, it was already a bloody plain similar to the first floor. It's just that the blood here is more intense, and the bloody smell is stronger. A giant blood beast stepped on the ground and the ground shook. The flesh on the giant's face seemed to be stuck on it, and it was extremely hideous. The bones inside could be seen through the incompletely connected gaps between the pieces of flesh. Through the fight, Han Feng found that the strength of the second layer of blood beasts was roughly equivalent to that of the sanctuary peak. Broken. With a loud shout, Han Feng Xingyuan poured out, turned into a big handprint and slapped it fiercely. While smashing the giant blood beast into pieces, it also shot a huge pit out of the bloody plain. The blood core and the blood evil stone fell into Han Feng's hands. Put away the blood core and blood evil stone, Han Feng continued to attack the blood beast. It's not over until the first floor kills 100 heads. I wonder how much the second floor needs to kill. Han Feng thought to himself. Later, Han Feng discovered the difference between the second floor and the first floor. The blood beasts on the first floor are generally one-on-one, while some blood beasts on the second floor are shot together by several. Huh? Wolf-type blood beast. A hint of joy flashed on Han Feng's face, and 7 lotus flowers burst out, swallowing the 7 blood beasts and blasting them away. Han Feng took the blood core dropped from the death of the wolf-type blood beast in his hand, and silently ran the Xianming heavenly wolf wing. As expected, he found that the blood core dropped by the wolf-type blood beast was somewhat helpful to the cultivation of the Xianming heavenly wolf wing. Although the energy level of the blood core is not high, it can only play a small role in helping Xianming Tianlang wing, but as long as the number increases, Xianming Tianlang wing can still be rapidly improved. When the 150 blood beasts were killed, the bloody plain world collapsed again, and Han Feng came to the dark space again. Han Feng's opponent is a sanctuary peak from outside the sanctuary. Before entering the Scarlet Pagoda, this late-stage sanctuary master was not convinced by Han Feng. No matter how powerful the rumors were, he had never seen this late-stage sanctuary, and he always thought that the rumors were exaggerated. But the battle between Han Feng and the black-robed youth in front of the blood-colored pagoda completely quelled the martial artist in the late stage of the sanctuary, especially the kind of momentum that broke out in the battle between the two, which was frightening. Therefore, the master of the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary also immediately chose to admit defeat. With the opponent's admission of defeat, Han Feng entered the 3rd floor, followed by the 4th floor. There are 5 floors in the Scarlet Pagoda, and only the last floor is left. The 4th layer of the bloody plain world collapsed, and Han Feng's face became solemn. If he had to be eliminated by half every time he entered the 1st floor, now there should be only 2 people left with him. This second person, apart from Xianqing Tian, Han Feng, can't think of others. Are we going to fight again? Let me see what level I am in the real disciples of the ancient family. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the Saint Yuan in the body quickly moved. In the preliminary battle with Xianqing Tian before, Han Feng noticed that Xianqing Tian should be a powerhouse at the same level as Lingan, no, even stronger. The reason why Lingan's comprehensive strength surpassed the peak of the sanctuary. Inseparable from the holy artifact in his hand. The space in front of him flashed, and Xianqing Tian and Han Feng were facing each other, far away. Xianqing Tian also grinned. You really didn't disappoint Ben Young Master. Ben Young Master's last opponent is indeed you. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, Xianqing Tian's aura fluctuated endlessly, and he actually reached the middle stage of the 6th stage and approached the late stage. Is it because the blood core was swallowed? This is still too short a time. If it takes a long time, I'm afraid I will break through to the 7th layer of the sky. Once I break through to the 7th layer of heaven, the situation will be very unfavorable for me. Han Feng was a little fortunate that the Scarlet Pagoda did not give the other party so much time. Go ahead. Han Feng waved his hand and made an attacking action. At this time, the dark space changed, and there were bright stars everywhere, and the two were actually in the infinite starry sky. Drink. Drink. There has been a fight before, so this time both sides did not try again. Han Feng has already displayed the Holy Flame Battle Physique and the Celestial Immortal Physique, and has integrated the Aurora Tsangyan into them. Xianqing Tian has also displayed a special physique that is no less than the top-level Holy Aptitude, the Xianlei Physique. One is the Silver-White Flame War God, and the other is the Purple-Yellow Thunder War God. The two war gods clashed, hitting from the bottom to the high altitude, and then from the high altitude to the bottom. The surrounding stars were shattered, and endless storms and energy whirlwinds gushed out. The two fought hard. Okay, have fun. The warm-up is over, you have to be careful with the next move. Thunder Dragon's Wrath. Roar. With a dragon roar, Xian Qingtian's body was filled with thunderous rays of light, bursting out, forming a huge thunder dragon in the air. Thunder Dragon opened his mouth and roared, not knowing how many stars collapsed at this moment. A fierce murderous intent enveloped Han Feng, and Thunder Dragon roared away, breaking the heavenly fist. The 6th level of the highest realm broke the Jintian fist, and the power of the 99th level of shock swept out like a tsunami. The power of vibration turned into the ocean, and quickly swallowed the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon roared again and again, and the power of thunder continued to pour out of his body. Some of the destruction and domineering power of the power of thunder destroyed the vibration power, but there was also the power of vibration to shatter the thunder. Xian lay, shattering the sky. Xian Qingtian's expression remained unchanged, as if he did not intend to defeat Han Feng through Thunder Dragon's wrath. It's just a little bit stronger. Endless thunder brilliance shot out, as if to poke a hole in the sky. Large swathes of stars were shattered, and thunder turned into countless thunderstorms, with a terrifying momentum. With this move, he has reached the top level of the top-grade sanctuary peculiar skills. With this move, Xian Qingtian's aura is extremely fierce. Fusion, Heavenly Immortal Snake Dragon Finger. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Aurora Tsongyan spewed out, turning into a giant silver snake and swaying away. The silver giant snake swayed very slowly, but it actually rushed into the thunderstorm in the blink of an eye. With a flick of the snake's tail, with violent power, in Xian Qingtian's astonished eyes, a tail smashed the thunderstorm. Before entering the Scarlet Pagoda, after Han Feng displayed the celestial body and the holy flame battle body and then integrated into the Aurora Tsongyan, his cultivation base was stronger than that of Xian Qingtian. The body is just the same as the Korean style. The victory or defeat of the two will depend on the level of their respective sanctuary skills. The first. Thunder Dragon's Wrath is indeed a top-grade, high-grade sanctuary secret, and its power is unbelievable. If Han Feng can exert all the power of the 9th level of Emperor Fentian's venerable finger, it is only at this level. But the Heavenly Immortal Snake and Dragon Finger is a half-step high-grade sanctuary secret knowledge level. Among Han Feng's current trump cards, the power is second only to the Holy Flame Raging Fist and the Blood-Eyed Wolf Claw, which was integrated into Aurora Tsongyan. Seeing that his attacks were broken again and again, Xian Qingtian's pupils shrank. Even in the ancient family, there were not many people who realized and displayed the top-grade and high-grade sanctuary skills even in the ancient family, and they were still high-grade. The top level of the elite sanctuary secret knowledge is simply rare, and almost only the top few true disciples of the major ancient families have such abilities. As for the outside world, Xian Qingtian never thought that someone would also display such a unique skill with a power comprehension that is only in the middle stage of the peak of the sanctuary. Even if Xian Qingtian could see that it was because of some kind of extremely powerful flame, you could still prohibit others from using special flames during battle. The battle only depends on the result, not the process. Seeing that the giant snake was approaching, Xian Qingtian retreated sharply, and while the thunderstorm stopped the giant snake, Xian Qingtian's power surged in his body, and his hands formed complicated handprints. Because the speed of forming the fingerprints was too fast, afterimages were formed. Xianlei Emperor Blade / With a loud shout, the power of Xianlei poured out wildly, turning into a sky-high blade, and the aura of destruction and domineering madly permeated. At the moment when the Qingtian blade was formed, the surrounding stars could not bear the power emanating from the Qingtian blade and collapsed. When the blade slashed towards Han Feng, the momentum that erupted was stronger, and more stars shattered because they couldn't bear it. This move came from Xian Qingtian's understanding of his own mysterious thunder body, and its grade was as high as half a step of the best sanctuary secret knowledge level. Because the level of the secret knowledge is too high, Xian Qingtian has not been able to play a perfect level, and even needs to bear extremely huge pressure every time he performs. Xian Qingtian's face is a little pale, but his eyes are bright, he wants to see, how can the opponent resist this move? With a forward-looking domineering arrogance, the Qing Tian blade slashed straight at the silver flame snake, and with a loud noise, the monstrous flame bombarded out. In the flames, the Qing Tian blade was like an invincible god of war, splitting the sea of fire in half, and the flames could not cause any damage to the Qing Tian blade. Fusion Xingyan Bang Tianquan. Han Feng did not expect Xian Qing Tian to have such a powerful trick, so he could only praise the genius of the ancient family, which should not be underestimated. Even with the combination of Aurora Tsangyan, Xingyan Hong Tianquan can't reach the high level of the half-step best sanctuary secret knowledge, but Xian Qing Tian can't play the 100% formidable power of Xianlei Emperor Blade Slash for the time being. It's comparable. The giant flame fist hit the sky-high blade, and the blade erupted with terrifying thunder and domineering blade chi. However, the flame temperature of the fire fist cannot be underestimated. I don't know how many thunderbolts were completely burned and evaporated before they approached. Moreover, the fire fist also contains terrifying destructive power. Dense cracks. Xian Qingtian's face became gloomy. He had already used the most powerful sacred technique, but he didn't expect that he would still be unable to help him in the end. This guy is really an outsider warrior? But if it is an ancient warrior, I've never heard of any ancient race with such a silver flame. Could it be the Yan family? No, it's impossible. I know all the geniuses of the Yan clan, and there is no such person. This person is an outsider martial artist. When did such a metamorphosis occur in the outside world? Xian Qing Tian cursed the villain in his heart. Do you really want to use the last move? Xian Qing Tian hesitated in his heart, and then pressed down. No, I haven't mastered that move yet. Once I use it, I may really be able to defeat this son, but I will also because I was hit hard by the backlash, and soon it will be the ancient race, and I must prepare in a good state before that. Furthermore, with so many blood nuclei in the Scarlet Pagoda, as long as I retreat for a period of time, I have a 100% chance of breaking through to the 7th level realm. With so many ancient tribes in Beizhou continent, only the Yan family and the God of War family have broken through to the 7th level heaven. It's the third one. When I break through to the 7th heaven, it won't be so difficult for me to perform this trick again. Thinking of this, Xian Qing Tian had a plan to stop. What's your name? Xian Qing Tian asked, coldly. For so long, Xian Qing Tian only knew that Han Feng's title was Yinhua Saint, but he didn't know Han Feng's real name. Originally, Xian Qing Tian didn't care what Han Feng was called, but now that Han Feng's strength has been recognized by Xian Qing Tian really treats Han Feng as a genius of the same level. Keeping Han Feng's name in mind is already a value and respect for Han Feng. Han Feng. Okay, Han Feng, let's stop together, this time I lose. What? Han Feng was astonished in his heart. Did Xian Qing Tian admit defeat so easily? For now, the two of them are on the same level. Although he still has the powerful unique skill of Blood Pupil and Wolf Claws, who knows if the other party is also hiding? Facing the true disciples of the ancient clan, Han Feng never dared to be careless. I, Xian, are the first true disciple of the Xianlei clan. Since I said I admit defeat, then I really admit defeat. Do you think I, Xian, will play some kind of conspiracy? Noticing Han Feng's surprise and suspicion, Xian Qing Tian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Han Feng chuckled, be careful, it's not a bad thing. He couldn't say that he had already fought with the first true disciple of the ancient clan, so he had no good feelings for the true disciple. Having said that, Han Feng gradually withdrew the Aurora Tsangyan, and the power of the fire fist gradually weakened. In the same way, the sky-high blade gradually turned into nothingness. It's just that Han Feng didn't care about it, his yuanshan was highly concentrated, and he was afraid that Xian Qing Tian would suddenly make a powerful blow at the last moment. Fortunately, Xianqing Tian really conceded defeat and did nothing in the end. In a few years, it will be the ancient race. You should know what this is. At that time, we will fight again, and then I will defeat you. Don't look at me losing today, but my strongest move has not been used. Xianqing Tian raised his chin and said proudly. I hope you won't be too timid to come by then. The ancient race is basically the world of ancient geniuses, and outsiders are basically humiliated when they go. Almost all of them are at the bottom. If the ancient race was able to attract outside warriors at the beginning, almost no outside warriors would participate in the ancient race. Second more. The ancient race. I will definitely go. Han Feng's eyes flashed with determination. Xianqing Tian laughed. I'm waiting for you. I hope you can hold on to my hands a little longer. After speaking, Xianqing Tian has disappeared in front of Han Feng. Xianqing Tian didn't know that the main reason why Han Feng agreed was not because of him, but because of a certain agreement more than 10 years ago. Hold on a little longer? Oh, do you think you are the only one hiding your trump card? Han Feng chuckled and also had a little affection for Xianqing Tian. Although this person is arrogant and a bit domineering, as long as Xianqing Tian himself admits it genius, Xianqing Tian's attitude will be much more solemn, no longer so arrogant. Moreover, Xianqing Tian himself is considered to be upright, and there are not so many conspiracies in his head. If it is replaced by Lingon, at the last moment of closing his hand, there will definitely be a sinister and violent blow. Han Feng, it's better to deal with this person less. Don't forget that he has already refined the blood core, sooner or later. Xiaopeng advised. Han Feng was startled and sighed for a long time. Yeah, after refining the blood core, sooner or later he will be crazy. Han Feng did not intend to tell Xianqing Tian about the blood core. The situation in the blood core, not everyone can see it. If Xianqing Tian can see it, he will not refine and absorb it. He couldn't expose Xuanhuan just to convince Xianqing Tian. This was absolutely impossible. If there is no proof from Xiaopeng, then Xianqing Tian will naturally not believe it, and maybe he will doubt Han Feng's intentions, and the gains outweigh the losses. Outside, a group of warriors did not leave. When the remaining 14 of the 16 people who entered the Scarlet Pagoda came out, the warriors outside knew about the Scarlet Pagoda from the mouths of those in the late peak of the sanctuary. Only the last two are left. They must be the Silver Fire Saint and the black-robed youth from the Xianlei family. I don't know which of the two will finally reach the first floor of the Scarlet Pagoda. It should be the black robe of the ancient Xianlei clan. The ancient Xianlei clan is an ancient clan. As a genius of the ancient clan, it is far from us outsiders who can compare. Then I'm not sure, didn't you see that the Silver Fire Saint still had the upper hand at the previous stop? This is also true, but who can guarantee that the black robe will use all his strength? There were many discussions among these warriors as to who Han Feng and Xianqing Tian could reach the top. Suddenly, a bloody light burst out from the 4th floor of the blood-colored pagoda. Many warriors who have seen it a lot naturally understand that this is the person who was eliminated on the 5th floor of the top floor. Whoever was eliminated, the other person is naturally topped. The blood-colored light dissipated, and Xianqing Tian's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone took a deep breath. It turned out to be the genius of the Xianlei ancient clan. The Silver Fire Saint is so powerful that even the genius of the ancient clan has been defeated. I have decided to make the Silver Fire Saint as my idol in the future. This guy from the ancient Xianlei clan was so arrogant before, but now I think he's going to be mad. A martial artist who was a little uncomfortable with the ancient era's clan, or rather jealous, gloated. Xianqing Tian glanced coldly at this group of schadenfreude people, and the purple and yellow thunderbolts shot out from his eyes, which shocked everyone. Seeing a group of pale-faced warriors, Xianqing genius sneered, ignoring the crumbs in his eyes, and disappeared into the sky. Everyone's body trembled with fear, and they couldn't help but stare at the Schadenfreude. Even if the black robe loses, it is not something they can provoke. On the 5th floor of the Scarlet Pagoda, the strength of the blood beasts is high and low. Han Feng's comprehensive combat power has surpassed the peak level of the sanctuary, so it is not too difficult to deal with. The blood-drinking dragon knife is in Han Feng's hands, and every time the blood core is dropped, the blood core is absorbed. Unconsciously, the blood-drinking dragon knife has reached a limit, and it is only one step away from being able to further unblock it and reach the level of the best holy artifact. Although it is only one step away, it is not enough to just absorb these blood cores. It is necessary to kill a master of the sanctuary small perfection realm. With my current strength, I can't do it. I can only make the blood drink the flying dragon knife and wait. Already. Although Han Feng's current comprehensive combat power has surpassed the peak level of the sanctuary, Han Feng knows in his heart that compared with the real sanctuary's small perfection powerhouse, he is still a weak ant, not worth mentioning. When the kill was almost done, Han Feng felt that he was about to be teleported away. When he left, Han Feng couldn't help but look at the blood-colored sun at the height of the 5th floor. Han Feng always felt that the blood-colored sun was a little weird, staring at him like a living being, making him shudder and shudder. In the Jiuyantianhua Tower, Xuanhuan's face became solemn. This feeling, is it really just a true god? I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise, the world will soon be disrupted, alas. Burning Heaven Sect. It has been several years since he returned from Scarlet Rift. The news that Han Feng fought against the geniuses of the Xianlei ancient clan in the bloody secret realm and won the battle has spread a lot, causing many strong people to be shocked. This is not the same as defeating the heavenly gang saint. In the eyes of outsiders, the ancient family is an invincible super-existence at the same level. Now someone has broken this impression. Han Feng, who had a high prestige in the Saint Sect domain, has soared again this time, and even the descendants of many Emperor Venerable Saints of the Burning Heaven sect have changed their worship objects from Emperor Venerable Saints to Han Feng. After all, the Emperor and the Saint are only people who have already fallen, and Han Feng is the one they can get close to. In the secret room, Han Feng rolled up bursts of spiritual energy between his breaths and breaths. In the past few years, Han Feng has been absorbing the source liquid of divine energy, because it takes time to extract a trace of divine energy, and it takes even more time to refine this trace of divine energy into the source liquid, so the refining and absorption cannot continue forever. After each absorption, he had to wait for Xiao Peng to refine the newly extracted trace of divine energy into divine energy source liquid. During this waiting time, Han Feng realized the celestial body through the blood demon stone. It is worth mentioning that after all the negative effects of the blood demon stone were removed by Ling Quan, what was exposed turned out to be fragments of the enlightenment stone. In other words, the blood devil stone was formed by the contamination of a certain will with the fragments of the enlightenment stone. The power of enlightenment in the fragments of the enlightenment stone is very weak, and Han Feng can only make up for this weak power of enlightenment through quantity. In the past few years, Han Feng has realized the celestial body to the peak level, and it is still growing. Han Feng, the new trace of divine energy source liquid has been refined, you can absorb it. Xiao Peng's voice suddenly came out. Han Feng came out of the state of comprehension, with a smile on his face. In recent years, it has reached 6th. I will be able to reach the 6th level peak of the first sanctuary after the absorption of the divine energy source liquid this time. The third one. After a trace of divine chi source liquid was absorbed by Han Feng naturally stepped into the peak of the sanctuary peak and the 6th level peak. Xiao Peng continued to extract the next breath of air, while Han Feng continued to comprehend the celestial body through the fragments of the enlightenment stone. So far, Han Feng has comprehended in front of the complete enlightenment stone, but the power of enlightenment in the enlightenment stone has basically been exhausted, so Han Feng's comprehension is limited. Afterwards, although he obtained a Tao Enlightenment stone that contained a lot of Tao Enlightenment power, it was only a fragment. And now Han Feng has obtained a large number of Tao Enlightenment stone fragments, but each of them has almost no Tao Enlightenment power. If Han Feng guesses correctly, these fragments are combined together, that is, the complete Tao Enlightenment power is about to be exhausted. Enlightenment Stone. Therefore, the power of comprehension that Han Feng could comprehend was not much more than the previous 2 times. When the Blood Fiend Stone was consumed 7 to 88, Han Feng's understanding of the celestial physique had only reached the peak limit of the celestial physique, and there was still a long way to go before he wanted to break through the celestial physique and reach the next level. With some regret, Han Feng put down the Blood Demon Stone, or the Tao Enlightenment Stone fragments, and the broken fragments were full of cracks, like slag. It would be great if there were more. My celestial body can definitely break through to the next level. Forget it, you can't be too greedy. It is a great opportunity to realize the immortal body to the peak limit in a short period of time, not to mention that through these pieces of enlightenment stone, I have some thoughts on how to break through the immortal body next. As long as you stay in the time room and retreat for a period of time, the celestial body will be able to advance to the next level in all likelihood. The celestial physique has broken through to the peak limit, and even some sanctuary secrets belonging to the celestial physique have also been improved. The Heavenly Immortal Finger, Heavenly Immortal Saint Extermination, and Heavenly Immortal Thousand Dragon Palm have all been raised to a level that is no weaker than that of the top-grade sanctuary. As for the Heavenly Immortal Snake and Dragon Fingers, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the half-step top-grade sanctuary. Now Han Feng's most powerful move has been replaced by the Heavenly Immortal Snake and Dragon Fingers fused with Aurora Xuanhuan. Even the blood-eyed Heavenly Wolf Claw can't compare. However, Han Feng knew that this was because he had not spent time comprehending the blood-eyed wolf claw since the breakthrough of his cultivation base. Han Feng believes that as long as he gives himself time, he will definitely be able to master the comprehension of the blood pupil and wolf claw to a higher level. After all, the cultivation base is already at the peak of the 6th layer, which is much stronger than the previous 5th layer. Sure enough, when Han Feng was comprehended in the time room for a period of time, Han Feng, the blood-eyed wolf claw, could almost exert the power comparable to the best sanctuary secret knowledge, and could burst into the middle and lower rank among the best and lower sanctuary secret arts. Power. It is getting closer and closer to the perfect control of the blood-eyed wolf claws. Han Feng also controls other sanctuary secrets even more deeply. For example, the 5th level of Lotus Smashing Fist, the 9th level of Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger, and the 6th level of Do Pa Jintian Fist have all been able to exert 100% of their power. Xianming Tianlanji Han Feng selected the blood core dropped from the wolf-type blood beast, and through absorption, it was also raised to the top-grade sanctuary level, and it was still the top. On the other hand, Xingyan Hongtianquan and others are still in the 8th level peak state, but they are only between the high-grade middle and high-grade sanctuary. Without the fire attribute source liquid, the 4 major martial arts are difficult to improve. In general, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has still risen sharply. If he encounters Xianqing Tian, who was in the Bloody Pagoda at that time, Han Feng is very confident that he can solve the battle in a short time. But after absorbing those blood nuclei, Xianqing Tian will be promoted to the 7th layer in all likelihood. Judging from the gap between the 6th layer and the 7th layer, even if the opponent has not improved much in the sanctuary, the overall strength has also improved a lot. If you also improve in the sacred arts, your strength will only be stronger. A trace of solemnity flashed on Han Feng's face. But the expression is a little excited, and the comprehensive strength has greatly increased. It is exactly the need to fight to test the years of hard work. Fighting against these genius true disciples of the ancient family is definitely the best way to test. The ancient race is about to start, so be prepared. Yaching, wait for me to take you out of the Yen clan. After being immersed in cultivation again, and after refining and absorbing a trace of the source of divine energy, Han Feng's cultivation level has crossed the limit of the 6th level heaven, and he is only one step away from the 7th level heaven. The 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary is only the middle stage of the peak of the sanctuary, and the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary is the later stage. Once you cross this threshold, there is not such a big bottleneck before the 9th level. Unless the body is too old, it is generally possible to enter the 7th heaven of the peak of the sanctuary, and at least to reach the 8th heaven in the end, and the 9th heaven is not so difficult. Looking at the time, Han Feng's face suddenly changed. Oops, it's over time. Boom. Han Feng turned into a flash of fire, directly breaking through the house and disappearing into the sky. Many disciples of Fen Tian's sect watched all this in a daze, wondering why Han Feng was so flustered. In a volcanic group on Beizhou continent, there is an ancient giant city floating. The giant city was built with a special red stone, and it was extremely strong. Once a strong man from the great sanctuary smashed it on it, it only cracked a little. The giant city is shrouded in a semicircular red barrier, and the power of the barrier exudes enormous suppression. Even the peak of the sanctuary cannot cause much damage here. This giant city is the Yen City, a city prepared by the Yen clan to entertain the major ancient clans and a small number of powerful people from the outside world. Before the start of the ancient race competition, these people need to live in this Yanqing. When the ancient race ended on the day of the competition, the major ancient clansmen and the strong outsiders also had to stay in the Yen City to rest. The space inside the Yen clan itself did not allow too many other people to stay. This is also to prevent some wicked powerhouses from causing any damage to the Yen clan space. Through an ancient teleportation array in Yanqing, the warriors in Yanqing can teleport to the Yen clan space where the Yen clan is located. The Yen clan space is a wide valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides. There are no plants on the mountain, only flames are burning. High in the valley, an old man in red robe said loudly, "Welcome to the ancient clan and outsiders to our Yen clan." The old man will not say much nonsense. The rules of this ancient clan competition are the same as the previous competitions. The first to compete is a genius within 100 years of each ancient clan. Please gather the contestants on the field. On one side of the field, a cold woman with a fairy-like appearance walked slowly along with an old white-haired woman. The woman's dazzling red hair was falling down like a waterfall, her eyebrows like a crescent moon, and her eyes were cold but impressive. Addicted, smooth skin like frost like snow, slender figure, Xuanhuan like a fairy. This beautiful woman like a fairy attracts the eyes of countless men, especially some geniuses who are proud of themselves, who swept their gazes fiery towards this woman. The woman's eyebrows twitched slightly, obviously she was a little tired of such gazes. This woman is Meng Yaching, who came to the Yen clan with the ancestor Ziyun. The old woman beside Meng Yaching was naturally also the ancestor of Ziyun. Ancestor Ziyun said lightly, "Qinger, come on stage." Meng Yaching bit her lip and stared in a certain direction with anticipation on her face. The first. The clan chief Jean said the prize, but he snorted coldly in his heart. The promotion to the great sanctuary in my 90s is only news from the outside world. In fact, my son has been promoted to the great sanctuary as early as in his 80s, and now it has reached the 2nd level of the great sanctuary. This time the champion within the age of 100 must be my son. Patriarch Xian's face was a little ugly, saying that the top 3 was just a humble statement. In fact, Patriarch Xian also thought that the genius of his own family could get the first place. Patriarch Xian did not expect Patriarch Jean to be so thick-skinned. The Yen clan's patriarch's expression is also not good. This time the ancient clan competition is held within the Yen clan. The attitude of these two, which seems to be the first to win, makes the Yen clan chief very unhappy. As if thinking of something, Clan Chief Yen showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. I heard that clan chief Xuan also has the youngest son who also participated in this ancient race competition. I don't know. Speaking of Zhang Fuyu, the face of Zhang Patriarch immediately turned dark. Zhang Fuyu's mother was just a cheap slave, and the Patriarch Zhang had Zhang Fuyu for a while, which made the Patriarch Zhang very unhappy with Zhang Fuyu. Especially the aptitude that Zhang Fuyu showed later made the Patriarch Zhang feel bad about it. It would be fine if Zhang Fuyu's aptitude was a little bit poor, but he had excellent aptitude. In the mind of the Patriarch Zhang, only his eldest son, God Zhang Fu, was the most perfect son in his heart and the best successor to the next patriarch. The bloodline of the god of war family is the bloodline of the god of war. The god of war Fu removes the word Fu in the middle, and that is the god of war. It can be seen that the Patriarch Zhang values the god of war Fu. The aptitude shown by Zhang Fuyu has some permission to threaten the status of Zhang Fu god, which naturally makes the Patriarch Zhang more vigilant against Zhang Fuyu, and even suppresses him. Clan Chief Zhang didn't expect that because of his own suppression, this kid sneaked out and entered the Baidu Academy. Once he was promoted to the sanctuary, he was the peak of the 4th level sanctuary. After that, he didn't know what opportunities he got, and his cultivation was out of control. Now even he doesn't know how much this kid's cultivation has reached. What inheritance did this kid get? My dignified sanctuary is in the great perfection state, but I can't see through his cultivation. Clan Chief Zhang was a little greedy for the opportunity Zhang Fuyu got. Many patriarchs also knew about the existence of Fuyu Zhang. Seeing that the Patriarch Zhang's face was not good-looking, and those who did not dare to provoke the god of war family all shrank their heads, and the expressions of the powerful people did not change, but their hearts were filled with schadenfreude. On the Mid-Valley field, the game has already begun. With the passage of time, those who should be eliminated have been eliminated, and those who should have been promoted have been promoted. The battles of the geniuses of the various ancient tribes made the audience extremely enjoyable to watch. Some audience members cheered on the genius of their ancient clan. Among them, Meng Yaqing's popularity has gradually increased, because Meng Yaqing is at the top of the participating women in terms of cultivation and appearance. In particular, the indifferent and refusal look aroused the conquest of a group of animals. Somehow, Meng Yaqing won the title of Princess of the Yan clan. Not only the genius of the Yan clan could not wait to stick her eyes on Meng Yaqing, but also the geniuses of other ancient clans, who also looked coveted. Humph, stinky bitch. Opposites attract each other, and same-sex repel each other. Meng Yaqing has attracted the attention of many men, and naturally many women can't wait to swallow Meng Yaqing. In the crowd, a young man in gorgeous clothes looked at Meng Yaqing with interest. Is this little girl the daughter born to this young fiancé who was divorced? Yes, young master. A few doglegs beside the young man flattered. The young man licked his lips, and there was a hint of filth in his eyes. As expected of that woman's daughter, she is even better than that woman. It would be a waste if such a woman doesn't lie in this young master. Wait for the competition to end. No, wait. This young master won the first place in the great sanctuary competition, and this young master will ask to marry this woman on the spot. The dog was shocked. This is not good. This woman's mother was killed by the young master, and even her father's family was killed by the young master. This woman must hate the young master. The young man didn't care. My grandfather is the ultimate powerhouse of the great perfection of the sanctuary. He is only one step away from entering the realm of the true gods, and the Yan clan dare not say anything. The current Yan clan is not what it used to be. Except for the semi-god ancestor who retreated, no one is my grandfather's opponent. How dare they oppose it? As for what this chick's hatred is, what this young master values is her appearance and not her cultivation base, and it's not a tossing for her to abolish her cultivation base. In a few years, it will be the day when Tongtian Divine Realm will be opened. The true gods of all the ancient races are preparing to enter Tongtian God Realm in the most perfect state and find a way to return to the continent of gods. Tongtian God Realm is extremely dangerous. It is dangerous to consume the divine energy before entering. At such a juncture, even if this chick has a physique of the 5 fires, the true gods of the Yen clan will not stand up for this chick. In the eyes of these true gods, they should work together to find the way to the gods. The passage to the mainland is the most important. If there is a fight with the true god of the god of war family, then both sides will inevitably consume divine essence. In the forgotten continent where there is no spirit, such consumption means that it will be possible to recover after sleeping for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years. And Tongtian Divine Realm is about to open, so many years of sleep will be missed. It's just a mere clan, and between the gods and the clansmen, these true gods can only choose the gods. Tongtian Divine Realm only opens once every 100,000 years. If you miss this time, you will have to wait for a long time. After the opening of Tongtian Divine Realm so many times before, each ancient clan had many true gods entering, but in the end, no one returned, and it is unknown whether they fell or really found a channel to fly to the continent of the gods. If it weren't for this, the true gods of the ancient clan would have accumulated no less than dozens, not as powerful as the god of war family and the Yen clan as they are now, but only a few true gods. Young people know that these are extraordinary times, and they have nothing to fear. On the field, Meng Yaqing finally met a fairly decent opponent, a talented woman from the Yen clan. The woman's eyes flashed a cold light. Princess of the Yen clan? This kind of slut savage is also worthy. When I abolish this woman, I will be the princess of the Yen clan. Start. Following the order, the powerful aura of the eightfold heaven of the women's sanctuary surged out, and the flames shot out in the air, condensing a big handprint and slapped it fiercely at Meng Yaqing. Oops, it's Yan Xian. This woman is narrow-minded. Seeing how beautiful my princess is will definitely ruin the princess appearance. Damn Yan Xian, if I hurt my princess, I will definitely stand against her. A group of animals wailed endlessly. If they could, they really wanted to go up to help Meng Yaqing withstand this crisis, and maybe they would get the princess attention and marry the princess home. Facing the big handprint of flames, Meng Yaqing's expression did not change. When the handprint was about to hit Meng Yaqing suddenly pointed out, and a flaming finger more than 10 feet long smashed the big madra, and pointed at Yan Xian. On the defensive barrier. Click. The defensive barrier shattered, and Yan Xian vomited blood and flew out. With just one move, Meng Yaqing defeated Yan Xian, a talented woman who was quite famous in the Yen clan. What? Just one move. Heaven, isn't the princess in her 30s at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the sanctuary? It's too perverted, and she must be the first true disciple when she grows up in the future. The animals were in an uproar, and then their gazes towards Meng Yaqing became more intense. The third one. These chapters are laying the groundwork, so the pig's feet have not yet appeared, and tomorrow it will be the pig's turn to show off its power. Meng Yaqing, who has a strong cultivation base and looks like a fairy, has already made them so obsessed, and Meng Yaqing, whose aptitude is comparable to the first true disciple, has made them even more intoxicated. Beautiful, powerful, and exceptionally talented, what else would such a woman pursue? Sanctuary Juzanshan. Among the contestants, many women's expressions changed, withdrew their jealous eyes and expressions. Previously, Meng Yaqing only showed the strength of the 6th and 7th levels of the sanctuary. Although this kind of strength is good among the contestants, it is not the top. This is the confidence of these women who dare to show a ruthless look, but now Meng Yaqing is exposed. The 9th level of the Holy Land, second only to the Great Sanctuary, made these women keep their mouths shut. In previous competitions of the ancient race, they were able to break through the Great Sanctuary within 100 years old, and almost booked the first place in the competition within 100 years old. The genius of the ancient family is far stronger than the outside world, but there is a huge gap between the ordinary sanctuary and the great sanctuary. Even if many ancient family geniuses have not broken through the great sanctuary, in fact, most of these geniuses are in the 50s or 60s. At the age of 60 or 70 years old, he has reached the 8th and 9th heaven realm of the sanctuary. If they want to break through the hurdle between ordinary sanctuary and great sanctuary, even the geniuses of ancient families are mostly after the age of 100, and very few can break through to the great sanctuary before the age of 100. As for the geniuses in the outside world, although there are a lot of 80s and 90s in the 7th or 8th layer of the sanctuary, it seems that they can also be ranked among the current group of ancient contestants, but these are just breakthroughs. Wait until they accumulate enough background to attack the level of the great sanctuary, at least it will be nearly 200 years old. At that time, the gap between the ancient geniuses was really opened. This is still the top genius in the outside world, basically born in the first and second rank empires. Second class, it takes more than 100 years and 200 years of accumulation to be able to confidently impact a higher level. As expected of Yaching, I really don't know what kind of man is worthy of her. In the crowd, Yan Jia looked at the eyes of a group of animals around her, and couldn't help feeling envious. In her mind, the figure of Han Feng appeared in Yan Jia. Yan Jia shook her head. This guy is estimated to be in the middle of ordinary sanctuary by now. When the sanctuary was consummated, this guy barely entered the sanctuary. I hope this guy retreats in spite of the difficulties, otherwise I have to. Yan Jia's eyes flashed a sharp light. Outside the venue, Ziyun's ancestor bent the corner of his mouth. Sanctuary Jizanshan? It's just a part of Qing'er's strength. This ancient race is destined to be my chance for Qing'er to become famous in the world. Looking at the patriarch of the Yan clan on the high platform, the ancestor Ziyun couldn't help showing a sneer. You usually suppress my lineage, but it's just because the ancestor of the true god is now preparing to enter the heavenly god realm. He also often retreats and ignores the secular world and the clan. But today is the ancient clan competition. There must be a demigod ancestor who is paying attention to this place. When the ancestor discovers Qing'er's physique, it depends on whether you will dare to do it in the future. The demigods have a noble status, and only the Yan clan's few sanctuary masters in the great perfection triple heaven can meet. Although old ancestor Ziyun is the great perfection of the sanctuary, he is not a triple heaven, so he cannot meet the demigods without the summoning of the demigods. On the high platform, clan chief Yan saw Mengyaching's victory, and couldn't help but frown. This girl was brought back by the ancestor Ziyun. It is said that she has a 5-fire physique, and in just 20 years, a 5-fire physique can be cultivated. To the Holy Land 9 Heavens? It seems that this girl has some secrets that the patriarch doesn't know, and the ancestor Ziyun obviously knows it. Why don't you prevent the patriarch from attacking, since this time it has been exposed? The Yan patriarch looked a little grim. This patriarch will never let anyone threaten the dominance of my lineage. The competition on the field is still going on. Mengyaching soon ushered in the most difficult opponent among so many opponents. This person was named Yanli, the strongest person within the age of 100 years of the Yan clan, and now his cultivation base has broken through to the first layer realm of the great sanctuary. Yaching, I don't want to hurt you, so would you like to admit defeat? Yanli looked at Mengyaching affectionately, with a tone of I don't want to hurt you. Mengyaching's expression suddenly turned cold. Go ahead. Obviously Mengyaching was not willing to talk much. Yanli showed the expression of I don't want to be like this, it's all you asterisk me, and said painfully, if that's the case, then I'll take action. Don't worry, I'll definitely be merciful, hurting you in the slightest. This young master is in pain in my heart. In his heart, Yanli was secretly proud. This girl will definitely be conquered by me like this, isn't it all women? In the past, Yanli had also picked up girls like this. Almost everything was unfavorable. Many women were immersed in the false tenderness created by Yanli. Mengyaching's expression became colder and colder. she just felt disgusting. Even Yan Jia turned her head in disgust, not to mention Yan Li, even the current first true disciple of the Yan clan. Yan Jia didn't think she was worthy of Yaching. A group of animals around him yelled and cursed. They were not women, and they only felt hypocritical about Yan Li's behavior. If you don't take action, then I'll be welcome. The hand of the flames. A terrifying flame turned into a giant hand and roared away. Yan Li laughed, this kind of trick is useless to me. The momentum of the great sanctuary swept out at this moment, a mighty aura rose into the sky. Yan Li was like a peacock with an open screen, showing his own heroic. However, at this moment, Meng Yaqing's eyes flashed with cold light, and her aura soared from the 9th level of the sanctuary to the 1st level of the great sanctuary. Puff! Yan Li vomited blood and flew out, and fell heavily under the field. Yan Li was careless and wanted to show his tenderness, so he just used his body to resist. In Yan Li's opinion, as long as she easily resists this move and is still intact, Meng Yaqing will definitely be shocked, and then she will be enough to fascinate the other party by showing a gentleman's appearance. It's just that Yan Li never imagined that Meng Yaqing was not at the 9 heavens of the sanctuary, but at the level of the great sanctuary. The great sanctuary used the full force of the sanctuary's unique technique, and Yan Li wanted to directly use his body to fight against it, but it was killing him. Puff! Another mouthful of blood was spit out. Yan Li stared at Meng Yaqing stubbornly. No matter how good a woman was, how could she compare to the glory of being a champion of the competition? At this moment, Yan Li was full of regret and hatred for Meng Yaqing. Why didn't he show his strength earlier? If he knew that Meng Yaqing was a great sanctuary, no matter how much he wanted to pursue Meng Yaqing, he would go all out. How could he? Meng Yaqing turned around and stepped down without any hesitation. Not even a trace of extra sight was left for Yan Li. Yan Li's eyes went black, and blood spurted out again. The first. Haha, he deserves it, let him die. As expected of our princess of the Yan clan, she is already a great sanctuary at such a young age. Even if the princess of the Yan clan cannot win the championship this time, she will definitely be in the top 3. Li has been very arrogant all day, so it's time to plant it. A group of animals are gloating to the extreme, wanting to soak their princess and dreaming. The rest of the ancient geniuses are just gloating, but the Yan geniuses are full of complexity. They naturally disliked some of Yan Li's behavior in the clan, but in the ancient clan competition, Yan Li represented their face. Yan Li lost, and their Yan clan's face was not good looking. Fortunately, the victorious Meng Yaqing was also a member of the Yan clan, which made many Yan clan geniuses breathe a sigh of relief, and some of the Yan clan geniuses became Meng Yaqing's stubborn fans. And some people from the Yan clan who were persecuted by Yan Li were relieved. On the high platform, many people from the ancient clan did not know Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing had only been in the Yan clan for only 20 years, and had not had much communication with other people. People who knew Meng Yaqing before this was only part of it. Although they don't know each other, these ancient clan chiefs are all in the great perfection realm of the Holy Land. How can they not see that Meng Yaqing's bone age is young? She is the youngest among the group. I'm afraid she is less than 50. The great sanctuary of less than 50, what a genius this is, many ancient clan chiefs exclaimed, constantly complimenting Yan clan chief, with a look of envy. If such a genius was born in their ancient clan, they would definitely cultivate them with all their strength until the other party entered the realm of true gods. Patriarch Yan's face stiffened after being complimented, and the anger in his heart could only be swallowed hard. Clan Chief Jean looked more and more familiar. Is this girl? Clan Chief Yan said with a stiff smile, it's that woman's daughter. The light shot out of Clan Chief Jean's eyes, and he smiled and retracted his gaze that looked at Meng Yaqing, not knowing. Thinking about something. Clan Chief Yan clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were sharp. I'm afraid this surnamed Jean also intends to make the tribe and this girl be engaged. No, this girl is originally a 5 fire physique, and with the support of the God of War family, I will be in this line in the future. Patriarch Yan pondered all kinds of conspiracies. It is best to completely abolish Mengyaching at one time, just as he did to Mengyaching's mother that day. In the field, the eyes of the participating disciples of the various ancient races towards Mengyaching have changed. In the distance, dozens of figures stood proudly. These people were the true disciples of the various ancient clans, and they were among the best among the true disciples. As the peak level of the sanctuary, these people have no interest in competitions under the age of 100, as if adults view children playing at home. But not interested does not mean that they do not pay attention to certain people. They still hope that the genius of their own family can get one. As a result, Mengyaching entered the sight of these people. The true disciples are divided into several parts according to the different ancient clans. Among the true disciples of the Yan clan, the leading one was wearing a red fire cloud patterned suit with a blue jade pendant around his waist. His eyebrows were picturesque, his lips were like cherry blossoms, and he was as handsome as a prince. Many women swept towards this man with eagerness and admiration. This person is Yan Haoqi, the first true disciple of the Yan clan. I never noticed that there are such outstanding women in the clan before. Only such women are worthy of this young master. Yan Haoqi's face flashed a look of inevitable victory. On the Xianlei ancient clan's side, Xian Qingtian's eyes were a little unusual. If he looked carefully, he could see the storm in his eyes. If it was usual, Xian Qingtian would definitely be interested in Mengyaching, but this time he was indifferent, which surprised many of the true disciples behind him. On the side of the God of War family, the man at the head is tall and elegant. His clothes are made of high-quality ice blue silk, embroidered with elegant bamboo leaf patterns, and he has an extraordinary image of a gorgeous and noble son. This man is the first true disciple of the God of War family, God of War. Is this girl the daughter born to the wife who had never been punished by Zhang Tian? The God of War Fu raised his eyebrows and asked a true disciple beside him. It's this woman. Zhang Fushan smiled. It seems that this son is bound to compete with Zhang Tianxing. What? Young master, that Zhang Tianxing himself is nothing but his grandfather. The face of the true disciple changed slightly. Zhang Fushan's expression turned cold. So what? Although his grandfather is the first person under the demigod, my father is the patriarch of the God of War clan, and my aptitude and strength are far more than that of Zhangtian punishment. Even if the demigod is really disturbed, the ancestor of the demigod will be biased this son. The competition in the field is still going on. Mengyaching has no idea that in such a short period of time, 2 more people are coveting her. Soon there are only 4 people left in the competition within 100 years. Yu, Zhang Fuji, Mengyaching from the Yan tribe, and Xuan Qingxi from the ancient Xianlei tribe. According to the brand name, the next 2 battles are Zhang Fuyu versus Zhang Fuji, and Mengyaching versus Xian Qingshi. Mengyaching and Xian Qingshi was the first to play. On the field, Xian Qingshi said with fiery eyes, after the game, is Miss Yaching willing to accompany her to practice? A group of animals scolded Xian Qingshi for being shameless, and went after their princess under the pretext of experience. Better than me first. Mengyaching shouted coldly. Xian Qingshi laughed, then Xian is welcome. From Xian Qingshi's point of view, Mengyaching's victory over Yan Li was just a surprise. He is also the first layer of the great sanctuary. Xian Qingshi is already close to the peak of the first layer. Xian Qingtian doesn't think he will lose at all. The flame of wood, the flame of gold, the flame of earth, the flame of water, and the flame of fire burst out, and the flames of 5 different colors quickly condensed in the air, and terrifying power swept out. 5 fire constitutions. Xian Qingshi's face changed greatly. As an ancient Xianlei clan, Xian Qingshi naturally knew that he possessed 5 physiques and how terrifying it was to fuse the 5 flames together, especially the power levels of the 5 flames themselves were not bad. How is it possible that the first layer of the Great Sanctuary has completely mastered the fusion of the 5 flames? Xuanqingshi's secret path is not good, although his Xianlei body grade is not weak, but so far, he has not mastered it to a high degree, and Xuanlei's body can only be able to play an intermediate level close to a high level. Holy Bloodline. The shocking god Thunder Wrath. Xian Qingshi roared angrily, and the thunder god phantom behind him also opened his angry eyes. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be swallowed up by endless thunder. 5 Fire Fusion Emperor Yan Wu's Hongshan. Meng Yaqing drank it lightly, and the surging flame raged out, turning into a flaming meteor. The 5 fires have merged together, and the original flames of different colors have condensed into one. After opening the space that was swallowed by the thunder, the sky suddenly burst into flames. Pfft! Xian Qingshi's tricks were broken, like a broken kite being smashed into the air. Another move. Even Xian Qingshi was defeated? One move defeated Xian Qingshi, and the atmosphere suddenly condensed. The geniuses of the ancient Xianlei clan also had a good impression of Meng Yaqing, but Xian Qingshi was so easily defeated that he lost face. For a while, these geniuses of the ancient Xianlei clan looked at each other in dismay, wondering if they should congratulate Meng Yaqing as always. The Yan clan genius was horrified. It is precisely because they are from the Yan clan that the geniuses of the Yan clan have a clearer understanding of how difficult it is to perfectly integrate the 5 fires. Only a small part can be completed before the peak of the sanctuary. There are also some who have no talent in fusion, and it is very likely that they can enter the small perfection realm of the sanctuary before they can complete it. Yan Haoqi is more and more bound to win over Meng Yaqing, and the god of war is also more and more interested in Meng Yaqing. Of course, Patriarch Yan's face was getting darker and darker. However, the Yan clan chief's face was not good-looking, but Meng Yaqing's reputation within the Yan clan had greatly increased, and many geniuses of the Yan clan looked at Meng Yaqing with awe. To be able to fuse the 5 fires in the first layer of the Great Sanctuary is definitely a heaven-defying genius. Their Yan clan has such a genius, which is a blessing for their Yan clan. The Yan clan woman who secretly scolded Meng Yaqing before did not dare to have any bad thoughts towards Meng Yaqing at this moment. The strong will be respected wherever they go. Although the Xianlei ancient clan lost face, it was because Meng Yaqing was indeed strong, and after the complexity, she shouted for Meng Yaqing again. As for whether it is related to Meng Yaqing's appearance so easily, it is unknown. The penultimate game within 100 years old, both sides are geniuses of the god of war family. Everyone's eyes were bright, and they wanted to see who would win the battle between the 2 geniuses of the god of war family. Patriarch Zhan, who do you think will win? Patriarch Xian said maliciously. Xian Qingshi's one move was defeated, making Xian Patriarch's face dull, and he desperately hoped that someone would end up like himself. The Patriarch Zhan said coldly, "Of course it's Xi'er." On the field, Zhang Fuji looked at Zhang Fuyu with disgust. "Bastard, don't think that you are qualified to fight against me if you are promoted to the sanctuary. If you just kneel down and admit defeat, I can spare your life. If you don't repent, I will make your life better than death." Zhang Fuyu sneered, "If you say that I am a bastard, are you the direct son of your father? What are you a bastard? You." Zhang Fuji was choked. Within the clan, Zhang Fuji's brothers often ridiculed Zhang Fuyu. After a long time, they even forgot that they were only sons. To a certain extent, they were not much nobler than Zhang Fuyu. Death. Zhang Fuji became angry, and the already solid body of the god of war surrounded Zhang Fuji, and the body of the god of war raised his fist and slammed it down. Golden God of War Fist. The aura of the Great Sanctuary second layer erupted, and the golden fist was like a mountain, smashing towards Zhang Fuyu with unparalleled might. Second heaven of the Great Sanctuary. This Zhan Fuji has actually broken through to the second heaven. The second heaven of the great sanctuary, which is less than 100 years old, this. Everyone was shocked, and then looked at Zhan Fuyu's eyes, just full of sympathy. But what happened next took everyone by surprise. Just when the golden fist was about to hit Zhan Fuyu, a storm of energy surged wildly, with Zhan Fuyu as the center, and it continued to rage and publicize. The energy storm banged and collided with the golden giant fist, and the golden light overflowed in an instant. The golden god of war fist was forcibly blocked in the air by the energy storm, and could not pass through the energy storm anyway. But at this moment, a god of war even larger than the body of Zhan Fuji's god of war condensed out, wrapped around Zhan Fuyu, with a monstrous momentum. Compared with the body of the god of war condensed by Zhan Fuji and the body of the god of war condensed by Zhan Fuyu, it is like a kindergarten child and an adult, which is far worse. What? Your bloodline has already mastered such a situation. Zhan Fuji was horrified, but soon Zhan Fuji sneered, what if the bloodline is strong? It's completely useless if you can't keep up with your cultivation, just rely on your ordinary saint. Use cultivation base, I would like to see how you turn around. Zhan Fuyu's expression did not change. Indifferently said, who stipulates that only you are the great sanctuary? Bang! Zhan Fuyu's momentum skyrocketed again, as if the body of the god of war was roaring up to the sky, and that kind of power made the pupils of the ancient geniuses shrink sharply. Zhan Fuyu's cultivation level also skyrocketed at this moment, breaking through the barrier between the Holy Land Ninth Heaven and the Great Sanctuary in the blink of an eye, reaching the Great Sanctuary Level 1. First layer early stage. Mid stage. Late stage. Peak. Boom. Double heaven. In the shocked expressions of everyone, Zhan Fuyu's cultivation level soared to the second level. However, Zhan Fuyu's cultivation did not stop because of this, and even the growth rate did not slow down. Not long after, in the speechless expressions, Zhan Fuyu's cultivation level soared to the third level of the Great Sanctuary, and finally stopped at the fourth level of the Great Sanctuary. No. Impossible, how could this be? Zhan Fuji shook his head frantically, and he didn't want to believe all of this. God of War splitting the sky. A powerful energy sword appeared as if it was about to cut space into pieces, and the giant golden fist was easily cut open like tofu. The giant knife slammed into Zhan Fuji's body of the God of War. Like a mirror, the body of the God of War first cracked countless cracks, and finally collapsed. Pfft! Zhan Fuji vomited blood and flew out in disbelief, and the destructive power contained in the giant sword even invaded Zhan Fuji's body and poured directly into Zhan Fuji's dantian. No. Zhan Fuji looked terrified, but he was helpless. He could only watch his dantian being destroyed and his cultivation base being abolished. You. Zhan Fuji stared at Zhan Fuyu with resentful eyes, and suddenly a blood mist spewed out, his eyes widened and fell to the ground. Snapped. The patriarch Zhan stood up abruptly, his aura bursting out violently. Ha ha ha, congratulations to Patriarch Zhan's youngest son for his victory, I'm very happy. Patriarch Xian's voice sounded gloating. Clan Chief Zhan's expression changed, and he sat down with the anger in his heart. In any case, Zhan Fuyu is also a member of the God of War, and showing great strength can also give a face to the God of War family and gather momentum. But if he directly showed his unhappiness against Fuyu and let everyone see it clearly, then his face would be completely trampled on the ground. Except for the Xian clan chief and the Yan clan chief, the rest of the ancient clan chiefs did not understand the real relationship between Zhan Fuyu and Zhan clan chief. Patriarch Xian, who knew the tricks, looked at Patriarch Zhan's aggrieved look, and felt a lot more at ease, and most of the depression that Xian Qingshi was defeated by one move also dissipated. Immediately, Xian Qingshi had a strange look on his face, one or two of them were hiding their strength, and they couldn't even see through the great perfection realm of their sanctuary. It was really strange. Zhang Fuji said that concealing the second layer of the Great Sanctuary to the first layer of the Great Sanctuary must be the means of the clan chief Xuan, but what happened to the other two? Unable to help, Patriarch Xian became interested in Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu. On the field, the last battle was about to start. Meng Yaqing also knew about the battle with Fuyu, and knew that the battle with Fuyu was to win the championship and fight for her mother, so she conceded defeat at the beginning. Zhang Fuyu said solemnly, "Your strength cannot be only the first layer of the Great Sanctuary, fight me seriously." Meng Yaqing sighed, "My strength is indeed more than the Great Sanctuary level 1, but I have to participate in the Great Sanctuary level competition later, so I want to save some physical strength." This seems to be an excuse, fighting Fuyu. Seeing that Meng Yaqing was really unwilling to take action, she had to give up. In fact, Zhang Fuyu also knew the reason why Meng Yaqing did this, and was very grateful. "Mother, my son finally won the first place. You can rest in peace in the spirit of heaven. In the future, your son will not be worse than that person." A trace of grief flashed in Zhang Fuyu's eyes. The conversation between Zhang Fuyu and Meng Yaqing was not concealed. In addition, none of them were weak, and their ears were extraordinary, so they could hear their conversation clearly. "Hey, Princess Yan's cultivation is not only the first level of the Great Sanctuary? Is it the second level or even the third level? It should be the second level, it can't be the third level. How old is Princess Qing, and Zhang Fuji is already perverted? It's incredible that Princess Qing can reach the second level when she is less than 40 years old. I can't imagine it. The second layer of the Great Sanctuary, who is less than 40? You underestimate Qinger." Yan Jia's three people's faces flashed a bit of strangeness. On the high platform, Patriarch Yan felt a little uneasy in his heart. "It's just a 5-fire physique, which is a layer weaker than my son Yan Hao Qi's 6-fire physique, but even Qi'er is not so scary at this age. Could it be that what kind of spiritual things did you eat that overdraw potential?" Yes, it must be so. Patriarch Yan thought he had found the truth. Relax, if that's the case, then Meng Yaqing is nothing to worry about. With overdrawn potential, the future is probably not as good as the physique of the 4 fires, and it is impossible to pose a threat to my son and my lineage. The power of the primordial spirit was revealed, and Patriarch Yan frowned again. "I actually can't see through Meng Yaqing's strength. Even if the old guy Ziyun makes a move, it's impossible to hide from my perception. Ziyun's cultivation is weaker than mine. Forget it, since this Meng Yaqing is going to participate in the Great Sanctuary level competition, then you will naturally know what level Meng Yaqing's cultivation is at." After a competition, Meng Yaqing accumulated a lot of popularity. As soon as the Great Sanctuary competition started, someone cheered for Meng Yaqing. I have to say that beautiful women will get preferential treatment wherever they go. If it is a man, participating in the Great Sanctuary level competition with such great popularity, I don't know how much hostility it will cause, but the arrival of Meng Yaqing makes these ancient geniuses of Great Sanctuary strength bloom. If it weren't for Meng Yaqing, his expression was too cold, and it was estimated that someone had already made great efforts. Of course, this is also closely related to the fusion of the 5 fires between Meng Yaqing. As the red-robed old man sent the token, the Great Sanctuary level competition officially started. At the same time, Han Feng passed through the layers of clouds and mist, and the power of the primordial spirit poured out in a straight line, and finally felt that a giant city with fiery power was floating there in the layers of volcanoes. On the gate of the city, the 2 characters of Yanqing are embedded in the city wall. The power of the primordial spirit just swept the 2 big characters Yanqing, and the 2 words Yanqing suddenly shot out a powerful flame enough to burn the sky. In fact, this flame is not real, but a kind of flame that belongs to the spiritual level. You can't see anything with the naked eye. If you look at it with the primordial spirit, you can feel great pressure and oppression. Han Feng quickly retracted his yuanshan, his face pale in an instant. This Yanqing is at least built by the powerful sanctuary small perfectionists. In other words, at least the two characters of Yanqing embedded in the city wall are the sanctuary small perfection powerhouses. It is not unusual for such a strong person to leave things behind. Even if Han Feng took back his Xuanhuan in time, his Xuanhuan was still slightly affected. Taking a breath, Han Feng didn't dare to use Xuanhuan to investigate Yanqing, and flew away honestly. Yan Clan Valley. The great sanctuary-level competition has been underway for some time. So far, Meng Yaqing has gone through 3 battles, the first 2 of which are the second level of the great sanctuary. A genius, but it was Meng Yaqing who was forced to show off her second-level cultivation in the great sanctuary to defeat him. It seems that Meng Yaqing's level is not much higher, but don't forget, the people here are all ancient geniuses. That great sanctuary triple heaven, placed outside, is enough to rival the great sanctuary sixth heaven, and even defeating the great sanctuary sixth heaven is not impossible. In other words, Meng Yaqing, with the cultivation of the second layer of the great sanctuary, has revealed that it is not weaker than the sixth layer of the great sanctuary. Soon, Meng Yaqing was his 4th opponent. After 3 eliminations, the rest are not weak. In fact, Meng Yaqing was able to meet 3 great sanctuary early stages in a row, and her luck was not bad. You must know that many great sanctuary participants were basically in the 3rd battle. It is the middle stage of the battle against the great sanctuary. With bad luck, it is not impossible for the first and second battles to be in the middle of the great sanctuary. Zhang Fuyu also participated in the great sanctuary level competition. With the cultivation of the 4th level of the great sanctuary and the fact that he has mastered the bloodline of the god of war to a very high level, Zhang Fuyu barely ranks among the contestants. Medium. It's just that Fuyu was unlucky. In the 3rd game, he met a late stage of the great sanctuary, and he lost after a battle. Even if he was defeated, Zhang Fuyu left a deep impression on everyone. It should be noted that Zhang Fuyu has also not exceeded 40 so far, and his opponent has practiced for nearly 200 to nearly 300 years. With such a long gap in cultivation time, it is not easy for Zhang Fuyu to persist for so long. You must know that the geniuses of the ancient race in this great sanctuary are also super geniuses who can fight beyond the level. In the 4th battle, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Meng Yaqing's opponent was an ancient genius from the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. This ancient genius smiled, "Beauty, don't worry, I will show mercy." Meng Yaqing said coldly, "No need." As soon as the words fell, Meng Yaqing's whole body suddenly rushed out, and under everyone's stunned, it soared directly to the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. What? Meng Yaqing revealed the cultivation of the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan, making everyone pale and horrified. Even the patriarchs of the various ancient clans stood up in disbelief, and they all stared at Meng Yaqing with shocking eyes. The great sanctuary Zhuzangshan, who was less than 40 years old, had forgotten so many ancient clans in the mainland, but things that had never happened. Boom! Because it was too shocking, the patriarchs of the ancient clans, Xuanhuan, fluctuated wildly, and the stone chairs under the seats were smashed. Originally, Yan Haoqi and Zhang Fushen, who were already sure of Meng Yaqing's victory, were even more shrewd. If such a woman were to marry, the next generation of talents would be unbelievable. Zhang Tianqing is even more drooling. If he had known this, he should have searched carefully in the first place to eliminate the Meng family, not to let anyone go, and not to miss such a beautiful woman. Haha, it's really gratifying that the nobles have this girl. The Xian patriarch couldn't help laughing. Originally, the Yan clan was strong. If this girl grows up again, wouldn't it be impossible for other ancient clans to hold their heads up? Zhang Patriarch's face was also stiff. Clan Chief Yan suppressed his anger and accepted the congratulations from the patriarchs of the ancient clans, roaring in his heart, Impossible. How did she cultivate in the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan, who was less than 50 or even 40? If it is really overdrawn. Potential, overdraft to such an extent that it is impossible to have no gray hair, am I guessing wrong? For a while, Clan Chief Yan's heart was filled with strong killing intent, and suddenly, Clan Chief Yan's heart was shocked. Oops, if such a heaven-defying talent is discovered by the demigod ancestor in the dark, I want to do it again. Something is impossible. The gloomy gaze swept over the ancestor of Ziyun, and the patriarch Yan was extremely angry. This must be the strategy of the old lady Ziyun. At this moment, the patriarch Yan can only hope that the demigod ancestor did not discover the character Mengyaching. According to common sense, the demigod ancestor will definitely observe secretly in the ancient race competition. The demigod ancestor will take action to suppress. But after all these years, there are only a few people who don't have long eyes, so sometimes the demigod ancestors will not be too serious, and will not always observe the progress of the competition. Around the venue, Zhang Fuyu sighed and shook his head, sure enough. As for the ancient genius who was Mengyaching's opponent, a big drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. In the end, the ancient genius conceded defeat without even making a move. Round after round of eliminations went on, and Mengyaching also encountered many opponents in the 7th and 8th layers of the Great Sanctuary. These opponents either conceded defeat or were defeated in seconds. Soon, there was only one last battle left in the Great Sanctuary competition. Mengyaching versus Zhangtian punishment. Mengyaching, who had always maintained an indifferent face, finally changed her face this time, but she might not see anything from her face, but if you look closely at Mengyaching's eyes, you can see the deep hatred. From the mouth of Ziyun's ancestor, Mengyaching already knew that Zhang Tianqing was his mother's fiancé in the God of War family, and he was also the enemy who killed his father and killed his mother. Zhang Tianqing didn't care about Mengyaching's hatred. Before the game started, Zhang Tianqing bowed to the Yan clan chief. Yan clan chief, I have an unkind request. Speak. Patriarch Yan may have guessed something, and his face sank. Zhang Tianqing smiled, pretending to be affectionate, and said, it was always a pain in the heart of the younger generation not being able to be with Yin Yin, but fortunately this time, the curtain fell, and the younger generation saw Yin Yin's daughter, and the younger generation is willing to be with Yin Yin. My daughter will continue to lead the way. Boom. There was an uproar in the crowd. This Zhangtian punishment is so shameless, to say such a thing, directly here. Some people who knew the grievances at the beginning were even more strange. Even if the lifespan of the strong sanctuary is long, and some lived for 2,000 or 3,000 years to marry a few hundred years, it happened occasionally, but Zhang Tianqing was the first to want to marry the daughter of his fiancé. Not to mention that the fiancé had already been divorced by Zhang Tianqing, and finally fell into the hands of Zhang Tianqing. For Mengyaching, Zhangtian punishment means killing her father and mother's enemy, and it would be shameless to want to marry Mengyaching. The Yan people did not accept it at all. If such a genius is married to a genius of another ancient clan, it would be a huge loss. Go away, the princess is also something you can covet. That's right, the princess is the princess of our Yan clan, and if you want to marry it, it is also a genius of our Yan clan. Everyone in the Yan clan roared and cursed one after another. Zhang Tianqing's face suddenly turned gloomy, but he was worried that this was the base camp of the Yan clan. Clan Chief Yan was naturally reluctant. In his heart, Clan Chief Yan also planned to make a stumbling block for Mengyaching in the future. How could Mengyaching be backed by a behemoth like the God of War family? But at this time, Yan Haoqi had already transmitted his voice to the Yan clan chief, expressing his wishes. Patriarch Yan's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't you think of it as a father? As long as you marry this woman, the next generation you will give birth to will definitely be a more outstanding genius, and our lineage will only become stronger in the future. Yan Haoqi, the words of Patriarch Yan, changed his mind. Why must Mengyaching be suppressed? It's not enough to pull Meng Yaqing into his vein. At the same time, God Zhan Fu also rumored to his father and told his decision. Patriarch Zhan slowly transmitted his voice and said, "No hurry, let the guy Zhan Tianqing bear it for now. That guy surnamed Yan will not easily let such a genius be married by our god of war family. After the battle of the peak of the sanctuary, you will definitely, if I want to win the first place, I will put it forward righteously. At that time, there is no reason for the surnamed Yan to object. Don't forget the first place in the previous sanctuary peak battles. You can make a request to the ancient people who are the organizers." Fu Xinzhan immediately replied, "Father is right, only the first woman is qualified to ask for marriage." Patriarch Zhan was a little displeased. His son looked down on the woman too much. What is the first to qualify? Even if he is not the first, his son is not worthy of a woman. Just thinking that Meng Yaqing is less than 40 years old and already has the cultivation of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, clan chief Shan fell silent. Patriarch Yan smiled and said, "It depends on Yaqing's own intentions. This patriarch cannot forcefully decide." Patriarch Yan pushed everything on Meng Yaqing, and Patriarch Yan firmly believed that Meng Yaqing could not agree. Sure enough, Meng Yaqing decisively refused. Zhan Tianqing's face was ugly. "Sure enough, you are a bitch like your mother. If you don't agree today, your mother's fate will be a lesson from the past." Meng Yaqing sneered, "Are you a threat? Threats on my Yan clan's territory are really rampant. What you did to my mother, I will seek justice for my mother today." The Yan clan leader's face also sank. Zhan Tianqing in the Yan clan blatantly threatened him as a genius of the Yan clan, which did not take his Yan clan seriously at all, and the Yan clan chief immediately shouted, "Zhan Tianqing, my Yan clan is not your ability. In a wild place, if this happens again, my Yan clan does not welcome you." Patriarch Zhan doesn't know what to say at the moment. This Zhantian punishment is really out of his mind. This is not in the God of War clan, and not everyone cares about your grandfather behind you. Yan Haoqi chuckled, "Yaqing is a genius of my Yan clan, and she will only marry someone of my Yan clan in the future. Besides, are you worthy of Zhantian punishment? You dare me to say that I don't deserve it?" Zhan Tianqing's nose was going to be crooked. In the God of War family, how could anyone dare to speak to him like this? "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my Qing'er to be so popular, so don't argue, Qing'er is mine." Suddenly, a loud laughing voice rolled in and quickly approached. As the sound rolled in, a figure flew even more rapidly. No one noticed that when they heard this voice, Meng Yaqing's expression suddenly became overjoyed. With this joy, Meng Yaqing's icy aura disappeared in an instant, like the warm sun in winter. The person here is Han Feng. Second more. Thanks to the 4 big rewards of 1363, 611, 8901, 1824, 725, 1003, 1313, 830, 2062 and 1518, 779, 8703. Thanks to Zheng Yangming and others for their flower support. Amazed face, / Who? To dare to say that the princess is his, so thick-skinned. The princess is also what he can covet? This kid is as shameless as Zhan Tianqing. Everyone's faces were condensed, and they all looked at the rapidly flying figure, mocking constantly. But what happened next shocked everyone. I saw this person flying to the field, showing a wretched and disgusting smile to their princess, and their icy and jade-clean palace master actually returned a smile. This sweet smile is like a peach blossom, beautiful and bright. This smile, like a spring breeze, like a touch of warm sun in winter, makes them feel warm. It's a pity, this smile is not facing them. No, how is it possible? Why is my goddess smiling? My God, the princess smiled at this inexplicable person, why not me? Who is this kid? I'm going to hammer him to death. At this moment, I don't know how many geniuses feel that my heart is about to be broken, especially when the man opened his arms and embraced their princess. His heart was even more broken. Yan Jie's eyes widened. He is really here. Then a sneer flashed across his face. What if he came, if he could still perform well in the competition before the age of 100, now he is at the level of the great sanctuary. The competition, and even the last one, how can he fight? Yan Ming and the two said, people who can be praised by the seniors of the 6 fire saints shouldn't be so bad. Yan Jia rolled his eyes. I didn't say he was bad, but among so many geniuses of the ancient clan, it's too hard for him to be an outsider martial artist. Yan Ming and the two remained silent. The top geniuses from the outside world could not be regarded as inferior among the ancient geniuses, but they would definitely not be ranked first, let alone top. Ancestor Ziyun looked relieved. No matter how Han Feng behaved, he was satisfied with the fact that he really dared to come. After sensing it, the old ancestor Ziyun's face froze. I can't feel the specific cultivation. Could it be that there is also a method in the great perfection of the Holy Land? But there seems to be no master of the great perfection of the Holy Land outside. If it was before the peak of the sanctuary, the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower might not be able to stop the primordial spirit investigation of the great perfection of the sanctuary, but when Han Feng reached the peak of the sanctuary, everything would be different. I am afraid that only a demigod can perceive Han Feng's cultivation. Zhang Fuyu smiled relievedly. Sure enough. Unlike ancestor Ziyun and others, and the heartbreak of everyone, Clan Chief Yan, Zhang Tianqing, Yan Haoqi, and Zhang Fugad were all startled. At first glance, this person is not from the ancient clan, but what is the origin? Meng Yaqing fell into his arms. In the next moment, several people's expressions turned stern, especially Yan Haoqi and others. They had already determined that Meng Yaqing was their future wife. How could they allow their future wife to fall into another man's arms at this moment? Boy, who are you? Let go. Zhang Tianqing shouted with a twisted expression. This time, many of the ancient geniuses didn't scold in a low voice. Compared with Zhangtian punishment, they couldn't accept Meng Yaqing being thrown into the arms of an outsider warrior. The geniuses of the ancient clan, even those at the bottom, have a natural sense of superiority in the face of outsiders. If Yan Haoqi and others were compared to the princes of a dynasty, these ancient geniuses would consider themselves to be the sons of ministers, and the outsiders were all pariahs. The dignified princess abandoned the prince and the son of a noble minister, but threw herself into the arms of a pariah, which made many ancient geniuses unacceptable. Yan Haoqi's face also sank, and he was about to say something when he received a voice transmission from the Yan clan chief, Cheer. Don't interrupt for now, just use this person to divert the attention of Zhang Tianqing. Although I am not dissatisfied with Zhang Tianqing, this arrogant boy is still so arrogant in the Yan clan, but the grandfather behind him is in existence who has stepped into the realm of true gods. Now this Zhang Tianqing will focus on that kid, just right. And I can also use this battle to find out the details of that kid. I really want to know what kind of skills this kid has. Hearing this, Yan Haoqi swallowed what he was about to say. The patriarch Zhang also made a voice transmission to Zhang Fushin. My son, don't interfere, this son can't even see through as a father, maybe it's the origin, let Zhang Tianqing test it first. If this kid really has something great history, just to make both of them lose. A strong fighting intent flashed in Xian Qingtian's deep eyes. He put his tongue out and licked his lips. Xian Qingtian whispered hoarsely, you really came, hee, I'll let you know about me all these years. The changes will definitely surprise you. On the field, Meng Yaqing had already transmitted the origin of Zhangtian punishment to Han Feng. Han Feng's smile gradually subsided, and he swept towards Zhang Tianqing coldly. Your Excellency is really shameless. Zhang Tianqing laughed angrily. What is this young master going to do? How can you, a bastard, be able to blame it? After that, Zhang Tianqing coldly shouted to Meng Yaqing, as expected, like your mother, I like to look for little white faces outside, really shameless. Han Feng was a little speechless. There was something wrong with Zhang Tianqing's head, so he couldn't help sneering. It was you who divorced Qing'er's mother. Aunt has nothing to do with you, but you killed Aunt in the end, just because Aunt married someone else. Can't you leave your aunt and leave your aunt alone for the rest of your life? Now Qing'er is even more innocent. It has nothing to do with you, and can't like others? Is it only possible to marry you to be innocent? I think that only people who are blind will see you. You. Zhang Tianqing's face changed wildly. Okay. I'm such an eloquent boy, but I don't know if your strength matches your eloquence. Back then, that woman married a waste. As that woman's son, I'm afraid my eyesight is just as bad. Zhang Tianqing couldn't say enough about Han Feng, so he changed the subject. Everyone's eyes also focused on Han Feng, full of suspicion. Meng Yaqing's expression turned cold. She stood up from Han Feng's arms, the 5 fires around her condensed, and the terrifying power filled the sky. But at this moment, Han Feng grasped Meng Yaqing's jade hand and said softly, "Leave this guy to me, I will avenge you, and vent your anger." And Han Feng paused, then smiled brightly, "I have to give me a chance to show my strength, I am worthy of you." There was a hint of hesitation on Meng Yaqing's face. This battle against heaven was the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary and should not be underestimated. In the end, the trust in Han Feng prevailed. Although it was a pity that he couldn't take action in person, if Han Feng could really avenge her, it wouldn't matter. "You deserve to fight with me?" Zhang Tianqing looked disdainful. On the high platform, the Xian patriarch said, "This kid didn't participate in the great sanctuary-level competition at the beginning, and it's a bit bad to directly take action with Zhang Tianqing at this moment." Clan Chief Zhang and Chief Yan were dissatisfied with Zhangtian punishment for a long time, and even wanted to use Zhangtian punishment to test Han Feng's details. Seeing the two of them like this, the patriarch could only nod his head. The third one. "You said that I'm not worthy to fight with you, it's not because you are afraid," Han Feng provocatively said. "Zhang Tianqing, I'm afraid of a bird, beat this kid out." "Zantianxing, you are an ancient genius, don't be a coward. Break this kid's egg." "Egg to Lao Tzu." All the geniuses shouted loudly. The genius of the ancient tribe has long despised the outsiders, and with Meng Yaqing's previous pounce, it can be said that it directly ignited everyone's envy towards Han Feng. To actually hug the goddess princess in their hearts is simply unforgivable. Zhang Tianqing's face was flushed red, and he was so excited by the people in the field that he immediately said, "The battle is the battle, who is afraid of who? I hope you are not a 3-legged cat who was knocked over by Ben Xiao's punch." Meng Yaqing stepped back, leaving a space for Han Feng and Zhang Tianqing. The body of Zantianxing and the god of war is condensed, and his body is much larger than Zhang Fuji's, and it is no worse than Zhang Fuyu's. It can be seen that Zhang Fuyu's bloodline has reached the point that it is comparable to the battle of the great sanctuary Juzangshan. The terrifying momentum rose into the sky, and the body of the god of war suddenly raised his palm, shooting out endless brilliance. The dazzling brilliance is like the dazzling sun, and the eyes of everyone illuminated by the light cannot be opened. Han Feng's eyes flashed. This person's combat power is comparable to the peak of the sanctuary. The palm that exudes endless brilliance moved, seemingly slowly but very quickly slapped towards Han Feng. Where the palm passed, the space made a roaring sound. This is the living space of the Yen clan. There is a powerful barrier set up by the true God powerhouse, not to mention the peak combat power of the sanctuary, even the small perfection combat power of the sanctuary, and it is difficult to shatter the space. God of War broken palm. With Zhang Tianqing's stern shout, the amazing Qi machine locked Han Feng, and Han Feng only felt that the space he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. This space is full of pitch-black colors, but suddenly, a little light lit up, getting bigger and bigger, and the light became more and more bright. This light with terrifying power, with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, swept across the dark space with bursts of cracks and shatters. Seeing, this light is about to hit Han Feng's body. I haven't made a move yet, and I must have been frightened by the strength of this young master. The sad outsiders will never know how weak and humble you are in the eyes of me and other ancient geniuses. Zhang Tianqing sneered. Many geniuses also shook their heads and sighed. However, some sanctuary peak powerhouses and stronger ones clearly sensed that the originally flat energy in Han Feng's body suddenly rioted, like a violent storm, about to rush out. This power has moved many sanctuary peak faces. Boom! The power finally surged out, and the red sky of the Yan clan surged wildly at this moment, rolling up the monstrous red clouds. Han Feng's aura and cultivation base were revealed at this moment. Sanctuary Peak 6th Layer. Han Feng didn't hide his cultivation base in the slightest. Only the stronger his cultivation base was, the more powerful he could be recognized by the Yan clan. Moreover, many of the true disciples of the Yan clan have reached the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and there are also the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary, but only exposing the cultivation of the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary is not a trump card. What? Zhang Tianqing's face changed greatly, his eyes showing panic. That shocking punch, the punch that was enough to blast through the sky and the outside world, seemed so weak under Han Feng's powerful momentum at this moment, like a piece of paper, it was easily penetrated and torn by Han Feng's momentum. Han Feng's eyes flashed with sparks, and with a single finger, a fierce energy pierced through the space and attacked Zhang. How is it possible? In just 20 years, this kid has been promoted from a small half-sage to the 6th level peak of the sanctuary. It's only 20 years, ah. Qinger has a 10-fire physique and is not so perverted. How did this kid do it? Ancestor Xian's horrified face was distorted. Is this still a job? Yan Jia opened her mouth wide, her eyes fixed on this scene. She couldn't believe what she saw. Suddenly, the Yan clan punched the stomach of Yan Ming beside him, and Yan Ming screamed and wailed. It hurts, then it's true. Yan Jia muttered to herself. Yan Ming urged sadly, it's not enough to prove that you really hit yourself. Zhang Fuyu took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. I thought I had caught up with you, but now it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. But I will not give up because of this. I will keep chasing your footsteps until I catch up with you. Even if this hope is extremely slim. Meng Yaqing's mouth curved slightly. I knew. Patriarch Yan and the others stood up suddenly, their eyes flashing in shock. They didn't believe that Meng Yaqing would fall in love with someone who was much older than them, otherwise why did Meng Yaqing remain indifferent to so many geniuses from the ancient clan? In other words, the age of this sanctuary peak 6th level is very likely to be less than 100 years old. Less than 100 years old, the 6th level peak of the sanctuary, this. What's the matter? Why are there so many perverts in this ancient race? An ancient patriarch said in a daze. Whether it is the 4th level heaven of the great sanctuary who is less than 40 years old when fighting Fuyu, or the 9th level heaven of the great sanctuary who is less than 40 years old with Meng Yaqing, or the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary who is less than 100 years old, they have never appeared before. Abnormal. There are only 3 such perverts that appear this time, which surprises many ancient clan chiefs. At this moment, the energy shot by Han Feng's fingers had broken through the defense of Zhang Tianqing and poured into Zhang Tianqing's body. Not good. The face of Clan Chief Zhang suddenly changed. How could he not see with Clan Chief Zhang's eyesight that this energy was going to abolish the dantian of Zhangtian punishment? Of course, the Patriarch Zhang has a lot of disdain for Zhang Tianqing, and he sometimes does not even care about his face because of the grandfather behind him, but at this moment, the Patriarch Zhang never wants Zhang Tianqing to be abolished. At that time, Zhang Tianqing's grandfather is angry, although he is not afraid of this patriarch, but he will inevitably conflict with Zhang Tianqing's grandfather, which will have an impact on his rule. Stop! The strong man in the great perfection of the sanctuary shouted loudly, as if the destruction of the king came into the world, and this sound made the space on the verge of shattering. As soon as the figure moved, the patriarch Zhan was about to take Han Feng down. However, a figure flashed along the way and stopped Zhan Patriarch, who was the ancestor of Ziyun. His disciple was put off by Zhantian punishment, and he finally found a warrior outside to have a happy life, but it was destroyed by Zhantian punishment in the end. Concerned about his status as an elder, ancestor Ziyun has endured for so many years, and now seeing Zhantian punishment being abolished by Han Feng, ancestor Ziyun is not happy. If it wasn't for his own identity, Ziyun's ancestor really wanted to give Han Feng a thumbs up. Ancestor Ziyun, get out of the way. The patriarch Zhan was furious, but ancestor Ziyun firmly intercepted it. In such a short period of time, the energy from Han Feng's fingers had destroyed all the meridians in Zhang Tianqing's body, and finally poured into his dantian, shattering the dantian cleanly. Zhang Tianqing's face turned pale and twisted in an instant, blood mist spurted out of his mouth, like a broken rag falling to the ground, and his body continued to twitch. You. Zhang Tianqing stared at Han Feng, his eyes filled with resentment, and finally he was so angry that he spat out blood again and completely fainted. The scene was suddenly quiet, especially the people of the ancient clan who had threatened to give Han Feng a good look at Zhang Tian's punishment before, were even more silent. They never imagined that the final result would be so unexpected. Fourth, more complete. Ask for flowers. They did not expect that this outside world's country bumpkin warrior would have such a powerful cultivation. They didn't expect that this hilly would abolish the cultivation of Zhantian punishment so neatly. Is he not afraid of offending the ancient god of war? Aren't you afraid of offending the sanctuary behind Zhang Tianqing? Such a neat and unhesitating method made many geniuses of the ancients suddenly shiver, and the gazes that looked at Han Feng were no longer the contempt they had before, but fear, respect, and admiration. Of course, there are also some ancient people who are jealous and disgusted. Han Feng seemed to have done something very trivial, turned his head and smiled at Meng Yaqing. I avenged my future parents. How could Meng Yaqing not be able to hear what Han Feng meant? Her face immediately flushed slightly red. This scene made many people's hearts sour, and it also made Yan Haoqi, the true disciples, sink. Although the cultivation base of the peak of the sanctuary is strong, but they are also the peak of the sanctuary, and there is no fear. As an ancient genius, they often have the ability to fight beyond the level. No matter how strong the cultivation of the outsiders is, they are definitely not the opponents of their ancient genius at the same level. This is the confidence created by countless facts over countless years. Among the true disciples, some sanctuary peaks may be very scrupulous towards Han Feng in the early stage, but many people in the fourth and fifth layers of the sanctuary peak are bursting with endless fighting spirit, while those in the sixth level of the sanctuary peak simply ignore Han Feng. Not to mention Yan Haoqi and Zhang Fushen. Only Xianqing Tian showed a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Until then, everyone noticed the confrontation between the high-altitude war patriarch and the ancestor of Ziyun. The Yan patriarch overcame Meng Yaqing's mother decades ago, which caused Meng Yaqing's mother to leave the Yan clan. It is impossible to just let Clan Chief Yan help ancestor Ziyun. Clan Chief Yan is eager to break through the defense of ancestor Ziyun and kill the sixth-level boy at the peak of the sanctuary. As a result, his own sons will be less. A great enemy. When the surnamed Zhan killed the little white face, Meng Yaqing must have hated the father and son surnamed Zhan. At that time, besides his son, who else would be worthy of this Meng Yaqing? Thinking of this, Patriarch Yan was a little overjoyed. Yan Haoqi seemed to have guessed what his father was thinking, and looked at Clan Chief Yan with a tacit smile. However, at this moment, Clan Chief Yan's face suddenly changed, and a low voice poured into his primordial spirit. As the patriarch of the Yen clan, just watch the God of War clan show off their power in my clan? This voice was a little dull, but in the dullness it did not hide his dissatisfaction and anger. Patriarch Yen made a quiver. This voice was the ancestor of the demigod. Old ancestor, this matter is. Clan Chief Yen was about to explain through voice transmission, when the voice of the demigod ancestor came again. Old man can see the ins and outs of the matter clearly, and the sword has no eyes during the battle. If you don't do it, the old man will do it. The Yen clan grows terrified. If the demigod ancestors take action, if they express their dissatisfaction with themselves in a group of people, then their position as the clan leader will also be fulfilled. Thinking of this, the Yen clan leader showed his body and appeared beside the ancestor Ziyun. The surnamed Yen, you. Clan Chief Xuan was shocked and angry. He was not afraid of an ancestor Ziyun, but with Clan Chief Yen, it was different. Clan Chief Yen said coldly, in the battlefield, swords have no eyes, and some ancient disciples were severely injured in the previous competition. Could it be that the ancient clan chiefs, where these ancient disciples belonged, have to take revenge for their own disciples? Is it because my disciple of the Yen clan is injured, this patriarch can directly kill your disciple of the God of War clan? Patriarch Zhan's face changed wildly, and he knew exactly what Patriarch Zhan was named Yen. If nothing happens, he will not support the ancestor of Ziyun at all. Suddenly, Patriarch Zhan thought of a certain possibility, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Ancestor Ziyun smiled. It seems that the decision was right this time. Sure enough, the ancestor of the demigod discovered Mengyaching, but what the ancestor of Ziyun did not expect was that the ancestor of the demigod even took a fancy to Han Feng. Ancestor Ziyun never thought of it. But thinking of Han Feng's cultivation at the moment, the ancestor of Ziyun was relieved. Clan Chief Zhan had no choice but to sit down again, feeling angry and gloating in his heart. If his guess is true, this warrior from the outside world has really been valued by the demigod ancestor, then Zhan Tianqing's grandfather will be kicked. Iron plate. Among the Yen clan, flames erupted from a cave in the valley. In the depths of the cave, there is a magma. Above the magma, an old man in a white robe floated with his legs crossed. After a long while, the white-robed old man muttered to himself, "That girl doesn't matter, the old man is definitely more than a fire physique, but the martial artist kid from the outside world, the old man really can't see it through. Both of them are less than 40, but they have reached such a cultivation level. In the future, it is almost 10% to step into the true God, and it is even very likely that they will break through to the unprecedented mid-calamity realm. Such a genius, even if he can't catch up with the heaven-reaching divine realm this time, he will definitely catch up in 100,000 years. This continent has no spirit, no god stones, all true gods are trapped in the initial stage of a calamity, but the talents of these two people are really unprecedented, maybe they can. If they can really reach that level or even higher, maybe the next time they reach the realm of the gods, they can lead the many true gods of the forgotten continent to find a passage to the world of gods. Alas, it's a pity that the old man's body can't keep up. It would be great if these two could have been born hundreds or thousands of years earlier. With a sigh, the white-robed old man said faintly, "The opening of the heavenly god realm is imminent, and all the true gods are making preparations. After lying down for so many years, isn't it just storing up their divine essence and waiting for such a day? What ancient clan competitions or clan affairs are not in the eyes of the true God at this moment? As the mind clone of the true God, although the demigod has a lot of independence, it is still inextricably related to the main body, and some memories will also affect the main body. Therefore, during this period, the demigods also entered a retreat and entered a state of emptiness to prevent cluttered thoughts from affecting the body of the true God. The same is true for the white-robed old man. If he hadn't suddenly had a hint of interest and glanced at the ancient race, the white-robed old man would have missed Han Feng and Mengyaching. Up to now, the white-robed old man was very fortunate, and even felt that the sudden interest was a kind of warning. If it is an ordinary dispute, the white-robed old man will not warn the patriarch Jean. There are too many disputes between the ancient clans, how can we manage them one by one? But Han Feng and Meng Yaqing were less than 40 years old, which shocked the white-robed old man too much. Once the two of them surpassed the early days of the first catastrophe, the next time the heaven-reaching divine realm was opened, the possibility of finding a passage was obviously higher than that in the early days of the catastrophe. Great, under such circumstances, the white-robed old man immediately chose to protect Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. The last sigh was filled with regret. It was a pity that the two of Han Feng appeared too late. If it had been earlier, they might have been able to enter the heavenly god realm this time. Since the two of them are likely to surpass the strength of the true God in the early days of the calamity, compared to the body is obviously more likely to find the channel. And now that there are no two people, the possibility of the body falling is obviously more than finding the channel. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Back to top.